Ding. Mind storage area, a parallel world, a fictional time. History lovers, read with caution. Summer of 1974, Hongxing Machinery Factory, Yixian County, Sioux Province. As evening approached, the smell of dinner filled the factory's family housing area. Only the Xiao family's living room was silent, the air so tense it could freeze someone in place. 18-year-old Pei Nian stood in the center of the room. She was tall and fair-skinned, and even in a slightly worn blue shirt, her quiet beauty was hard to hide. Who did it? Pei Nian's voice was calm but sharp. Who signed me up to go to the countryside without telling me? When Pei Nian was 5, her mother, Pei Zhilan, died while saving important factory documents. Since then, Pei Nian had lived with her grandfather. 3 months ago, her grandfather passed away. At that time, she was still 2 months away from turning 18, so her household registration had to be moved back to the Xiao family. The plan was to transfer it again once she got her diploma and took over her mother's job at the factory. But on the very day she received her diploma, she found out someone had signed her up to be sent to the countryside. Wang Suihua twisted the rag in her hands so tightly it looked like a rope, her eyes darting away. Zhao Zhengwo tried to put on a fatherly face. Nian Nian, mind your tone when you talk to your elders. Going to the countryside is government policy. We all have to, policy? Pei Nian cut him off with a cold laugh. What does that have to do with me? My mother gave her life for her job. I have a rightful position waiting for me at the factory. She paused, her gaze sweeping slowly over Zhao Zhengwo and Wang Suihua. And besides, if someone from the Zhao family has to go, what does that have to do with me? Zhao Zhengwo's face turned red. He stammered, This is your home too. Xiao Jun is your younger brother. He's still a child. He can't handle the hard work in the countryside. Pei Nian looked at Zhao Xiaojun, who was trying to hide behind his mother, and said mockingly, I don't have a brother. My mother only had me. My last name is Pei. As for him, she pointed at Zhao Xiaojun, her tone cold and cutting. Zhao Zhengwo, even if he looks like you, he's just your wife's child from before. Don't tell me you've mistaken him for your own? Just hearing the word brother made Pei Nian feel sick. Her father and Wang Suihua had been involved long before her mother's death. The moment her mother passed away, Wang Suihua rushed into the house, bringing along her son, Zhao Xiaojun, who was 2 years younger than Pei Nian. Pei Nian, what nonsense are you talking about? He is your brother. Wang Suihua shrieked. I'll say it one last time. I don't have a younger brother. Pei Nian's voice was cold, her eyes even colder. 2 useless parents raised a useless son. Since you can't find him a job, you decided to use me instead, didn't you? Her words cut like a dull knife, exposing the selfishness of Zhao Zhengwo and his wife. A freeloader dares to covet my job? You must be tired of living.
Pei Nian.
Zhao Zhengwo slammed his hand on the table, trembling with anger. Wang Suihua's face turned dark red. You ungrateful child. Zhao Xiaojun's face burned with shame, especially at the word freeloader. It was like a spark falling into oil, igniting years of resentment and humiliation. He glared at Pei Nian's condescending, disdainful eyes. His mind went blank, and he lost control. Pei Nian noticed the sudden change in his expression. The timid boy now had a dangerous look. Anger flared in her chest. Without another word, she stepped forward, raising her hand to slap him awake. Seeing her hand lift, Zhao Xiaojun's fear and anger exploded.
Ah!
He shouted, like a crazed bull, and charged at Pei Nian, shoving her with all his strength. Pei Nian never expected him to fight back, let alone so wildly. Caught off guard, she stumbled backward. With a dull thud, the back of her head hit the wall hard. Her vision went black. A flood of chaotic lights and sounds rushed into her mind. Towering skyscrapers, flashing red and green lines on a computer screen, the screech of brakes, the weightless feeling of flying through the air, and then endless darkness. Then came older, clearer memories, her mother's gentle humming and warm embrace, her grandfather's repeated advice before he passed, and the foolish faces of the family before her. Memories of living over 20 years as a wealthy young woman in modern times collided violently with 18 years of life in this older era, making her head feel like it would split apart. When the dizziness and pain finally faded, Pei Nian opened her eyes sharply. She remembered everything. She wasn't just the Pei Nian of the 1970s, the girl raised with care by her grandfather and known for her temper. She was also Pei Nian from the 21st century, the rich, carefree woman who had everything. After being reborn, she had lived in a daze for 18 years. But today, after being hit by that fool Xiao Xiaojun, all her memories from her past life suddenly returned.
How?
Wonderful. She slowly straightened up and moved her stiff neck. The bump on the back of her head throbbed painfully, but her mind felt unusually clear, as if it had been washed clean. She looked coldly at the three people in front of her, all frozen in shock. Zhao Zhengwo's face was full of fear. He wanted to step forward, but didn't dare. Wang Suihua's face was pale as paper, her lips trembling without a sound. The culprit, Zhao Xiaojun, was completely stunned. He looked at his own hands, then at Pei Nian, who seemed like a completely different person, his soul nearly leaving his body.
Nian.
Nian, are you all right? Zhao Zhengwo's voice shook uncontrollably. Pei Nian ignored him. The next second, she lifted her foot and kicked Zhao Xiaojun lightly on the side of his left knee. The movement didn't look fast, even seemed casual, but the angle was precise. Zhao Xiaojun immediately fell to the ground, clutching his leg in pain, tears and snot covering his face. "My son!" Wang Suihua screamed and rushed forward, reaching out to grab Pei Nian's face. Pei Nian frowned in disgust, dodged her sharp nails, caught her arm, and used her own momentum to pull and throw her aside. With a cry, Wang Suihua lost her balance and fell face first onto the floor. Blood started flowing from her nose as she lay there groaning, too scared to get up again. Zhao Zhengwo was completely stunned. Looking at his son curled up on the floor and his wife moaning beside him, he was both furious and shocked. "Pei Nian, how dare you?" Pei Nian finally looked at him properly. When he tried to raise his hand to block her, she grabbed his wrist and, with a clean and swift motion, threw him over her shoulder. With a heavy thud, Zhao Zhengwo hit the ground and groaned in pain. Now the whole family of three lay on the floor in a neat row. It almost looked like a strange kind of harmony. You ungrateful girl." Zhao Zhengwo pointed at her, too angry to speak clearly. Pei Nian looked down at him coldly. "You think that just because my grandfather is gone you can act tough? A useless man like you dares to bully me? Keep dreaming." She glanced around the messy living room, Zhao Zhengwo gasping on the floor, Zhao Xiaojun clutching his leg and crying, and Wang Suihua lying there with a bleeding nose. She clicked her tongue softly, her eyes falling again on the three miserable fools in front of her. The bump on the back of her head still ached faintly, silently reminding her of what had just happened. Now that she remembered everything, she wasn't about to let it go. This debt would be settled, slowly but surely. In the living room, Pei Nian sat comfortably in the armchair, even crossing one leg over the other, calmly watching the three frightened people before her. Zhao Zhengwo held his waist, afraid to move. Wang Suihua lay on the floor, barely daring to breathe. Zhao Xiaojun trembled all over from pain, clenching his teeth to keep from crying out. After enjoying their pitiful state for a while, Pei Nian decided the show was over. She turned, took out paper and pen from the cabinet, slapped them on the table, and called to the man on the floor, "Come on, write a letter to cut family ties." The three words struck like thunder. The three of them froze. Zhao Zhengwo's head jerked up, his face drained of color. "See, cut ties? Nian, how can we do that? We're family." "Family?" Pei Nian's lips curved into a mocking smile. "Would a family secretly try to send me to the countryside just to make room for your precious son?" "Zhao Zhengwo, your idea of family is something I could hear all the way from school." Zhao Zhengwo hesitated, stammering. Pei Nian had no patience for that. She kicked the solid wooden chair beside her. With a loud crack, it shattered, splinters flying everywhere. Wang Suihua and Zhao Zhengwo both shivered, their faces turning pale. Zhao Xiaojun had already backed up to the door, his face white as paper. His sister had always been fierce, often showing up to teach him lessons. She was the biggest fear of his childhood. Zhao Zhengwo looked at the pile of broken wood, then at Pei Nian's sharp, cold eyes. His throat went dry. All right. You can't. Wang Tsuehua shrieked, forgetting her pain. Zhengwo, don't write. What will happen to Xiaojun if you do? What she really feared was that once the family ties were cut, Pei Nian would never give up her job position for their son. Pei Nian gave a cold laugh. Don't want to write? Fine. Then I'll go to the neighborhood office and the factory committee. I'll tell the leaders exactly how you all tried to force a hero's daughter to take your son's place in the countryside. By the way, let's also talk about why Zhao Xiaojun looks so much like you, Zhao Zhengwo. She pretended to stand up and walk out. All right. I'll write it right now. Zhao Zhengwo's voice trembled with panic as he hurried to stop her. He understood better than Wang Tsuehua that if this matter got out of hand, not only would their plan against Pei Nian fail, but they might even lose their own jobs. Wang Tsuehua wanted to argue again, but one sharp look from Pei Nian made her fall silent immediately. Zhao Zhengwo picked up the pen with shaking hands. The nib scratched against the paper, making a harsh sound in the silent living room. When he finished the last word, he slumped onto the stool, completely drained. Pei Nian walked over, took the thin sheet of paper, and read it carefully. The handwriting was shaky, but the meaning was clear. With this, she had finally cut off that disgusting tie. She folded the letter carefully and put it into her pocket. All right, Pei Nian said as she sat down again, her tone as calm as if she were discussing dinner plans. The family ties are cut. Now, let's talk about compensation. Zhao Zhengwo and Wang Tsuehua were stunned. Cut ties, and still talk about compensation? What are you staring at? Pei Nian raised an eyebrow. The ties are broken, but you think the bump on my head and all the harm you caused me can just be forgotten? She pointed to the swollen bump on the back of her head and said firmly, medical and recovery costs 50 yuan. Emotional distress 100. Zhao Xiaojun pushed me on purpose. That's another 50. 200 in total. And bring out some ration coupons, cloth, grain, meat, and industrial ones. I can't be injured, hungry, and without clothes, can I? 200 yuan. And coupons too. Wang Tsuehua almost fainted. Zhao Zhengwo panicked. Nian, no, Pei Nian, this is too much. Where are we supposed to get that kind of money? He was truly afraid of this daughter. Raised by her grandfather, she had inherited his sharp temper and strong will. Every time he tried to deal with her, he ended up suffering for it. 3 months ago, after her grandfather passed away, Pei Nian returned home. Zhao Zhengwo had thought he could finally control her, but to his shock, she was even tougher than her grandfather. Too much? Pei Nian smiled pleasantly, but there was no warmth in her eyes. Zhao Zhengwo, I haven't even charged you tuition yet. You married into our Pei family, and it was my grandfather who personally taught you the skills that let you earn a living. Now he's only been gone for 3 months, and you dare to team up with your new wife to bully me? This little bit of money isn't even enough to cover the interest. Her voice wasn't loud, but every word struck Zhao Zhengwo like a small hammer, hitting right where he felt most guilty. Zhao Zhengwo, you sure live well off others for someone who depends on them. The color drained from Zhao Zhengwo's face. Shame, fear, and the pain of being exposed all mixed together, making his legs weak until he could barely stand. Wang Tsuehua began crying loudly on the floor. We really don't have any money. You're trying to ruin our family. Trying to ruin you? Pei Nian said calmly. Maybe I should just go to the factory and talk about it. Since we've already cut family ties, I have nothing to worry about. After all, you never really raised me. That one quiet sentence completely blocked Zhao Zhengwo's way out. Pei Nian ignored Wang Tsuehua's poor act and kept her eyes fixed on Zhao Zhengwo. Are you giving it or not? Zhao Zhengwo saw the look in her eyes and knew there was no escaping this. He clenched his teeth, turned, and slowly went into the inner room to search through drawers and boxes. He came out holding an old handkerchief bundle filled with a thick stack of money, large and small bills, some wrinkled, and several ration coupons. His hands trembled as he placed them on the table in front of Pei Nian. Pei Nian took them and calmly counted each note. The total was exactly 200. The coupons were also in good order, which satisfied her. "Keep going," she said coldly. "You still owe me the certificate for going to the countryside and the settlement payment for educated youth." Xiao Zhengwo, now completely numb, took out 10 more large bills and handed them over. Pei Nian didn't even nod. She put the money and coupons away, ignored the 3 people who looked as if their spirits had left them, and went straight back to her room. Bang! The door closed firmly. Back in her small space, Pei Nian finally let out a quiet breath and gently touched the back of her head where she'd been hurt. It still ached a little, but it didn't seem serious. Nothing to worry about. She walked to the wardrobe and took out an old locked wooden box hidden deep inside. Using a small key she kept in a secret place, she opened it with a soft click. Inside were all her belongings, 215 yuan and 70 cents, a bank book showing a balance of 5,000 yuan, and a small stack of various certificates and tickets, all left to her by her grandfather. There was also a notebook and a white jade bracelet that had belonged to her mother. Pei Nian picked up the white jade bracelet, feeling its cool touch spread across her fingertips. For some reason, she suddenly remembered scenes from the novels she had read in her previous life, and her heart stirred. She found a needle, hesitated for a moment, then gently pricked her fingertip. A small drop of bright red blood appeared. Holding her breath, she let it fall onto the smooth, white jade. Then something amazing happened. The blood was instantly absorbed by the bracelet and vanished. Before she could react, the bracelet turned into a soft white light and quickly entered her palm, disappearing completely. Pei Nian felt a brief warmth in her hand, as if something invisible had lightly touched her. Then everything returned to normal. She turned her hand over and over, but there was nothing there. Just as she was about to feel disappointed, she suddenly sensed a mysterious space connected closely to her mind. With a single thought, she found herself inside that space. A clear spring bubbled nearby, and the air was unbelievably fresh. The space wasn't large. To the left of the spring was a patch of dark soil and a grassy area. To the right stood a small wooden house and a white building. Apart from the open ground in front of them, there was nothing else. Pei Nian pushed open the door of the wooden house. Inside, the furnishings were simple: 1 table, 1 chair, and 1 bed. On the table lay an old piece of paper. She picked it up and read the title: Instructions for using the Spirit Spring Space. 1. Spirit Spring Water strengthens the body, improves appearance, refreshes the mind, speeds up healing, and helps plants grow faster. 2. 1 acre of black soil can be used through thought to plant, ripen, harvest, and process crops. Each stage takes 5 minutes, and the quality is improved. 3. 1 acre of grassland can be used through thought to hatch, raise, and process animals. Each stage takes 5 minutes, and the quality is improved. 4. White warehouse. Time stands still inside. It has unlimited storage, automatically sorts items, and allows retrieval through thought. 4. Cabin and clearing. Time flows at the same speed as in the outside world. 5. The space allows her to see outside, move things with her mind, and collect objects within 10 meters that cannot move on their own. Anything that can move must be touched to be taken. Pei Nian was overjoyed. This wasn't just a space, it was the perfect helper for someone who wanted to take life easy. And since it could move, she couldn't help but think of ways to help the poor by taking from the rich. She quickly went to the spring, scooped up some water, and took a sip. A warm current spread through her body, making her feel so comfortable that she closed her eyes in delight. She dabbed some water on the bump at the back of her head, and soon it disappeared without a trace of pain. Even the exhaustion from dealing with her selfish father's family vanished. She felt refreshed and full of energy, the effect immediate. After leaving the space, she felt light and well, gaining new confidence for the days ahead in the countryside. Pei Nian opened the notebook her grandfather had left behind. His handwriting was strong and steady, carrying a familiar warmth. The first few pages recorded stories about the Pei family's history as herbal merchants and some basic knowledge of medicinal herbs. When she turned to the later pages, her heart suddenly raced. There were only 2 short lines. Study room, behind the east wall bookshelf, secret door, hidden room. Below that was a note explaining how to open the mechanism. At the end, her grandfather had written, "Niena, the Pei family's generations of treasures are stored here. Open it carefully and use it wisely. Xiao Zhengwo is not trustworthy. I hope you live safely and well." Pei Nian's eyes grew hot. Her grandfather had already thought of everything for her. She placed the notebook, the letter-cutting ties, and all her money and notes into the space to keep them safe. Then she began packing. She had only lived in this home for less than 3 months, and many packages were still unopened, perfect to store away all at once. Soon, only the bedding on the bed was left. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Pei Nian began to think seriously about her next steps. Going to the countryside was unavoidable. The policy was set, and once registered, there was no turning back. Few people were willing to go, so no one would be allowed to change their minds. Unbelievable. Pei Nian hit the bed in frustration. She could have stayed in the city. She had a job, savings, and now this space. Life could have been so comfortable, but it was all ruined by that foolish and spiteful family. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. No, before leaving for the countryside, she had to deal properly with that so-called loving family. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Pei Nian carried a large, bulging bundle over her shoulder. It looked oddly shaped because it was stuffed with bedding, meant to hide what she was really doing. Holding the eye-catching bundle, she pushed open the door on purpose, making some noise. The doors to the main and second bedrooms were still tightly shut. The 3 people inside didn't dare show their faces. Pei Nian gave a cold smile. She would leave first and deal with them later. Carrying the bundle, she walked straight out. The residential compound was already waking up. Some people were emptying chamber pots, some were fetching water from the public tap, and others were getting ready for work. Pei Nian's running away from home look quickly drew curious glances. "Nian Nian? Where are you going so early with such a big bag?" Came a familiar voice. It was Annie Wong from next door, who was known for being nosy. Pei Nian stopped, lifted her eyes, her rims slightly red. Her lips trembled as if she had a lot to say, but couldn't bring herself to speak. "Auntie Wong," she said in a choked voice, quickly lowering her head and wiping away imaginary tears with the back of her hand. I'm moving out." "Moving out? Why? Isn't this your home?" Auntie Wong perked up, stepping closer, while a few neighbors nearby pricked up their ears. Pei Nian took a deep breath, as if gathering courage, then spoke in a trembling but clear voice that everyone could hear. "This isn't my home anymore. My father, just to let Zhao Xiaojun stay in the city, secretly signed me up to go work in the countryside." She paused, letting the news sink in among the neighbors, then added sadly, "Auntie Wong, you know my mother passed away early. She left me a work position and I was about to take it. But now," Pei Nian deliberately spoke in a hesitant, hurt tone, full of helplessness and grievance. "My father even cut ties with me. I can't stay here any longer." "What? Cut ties?" Auntie Wong cried out, and the neighbors around her gasped in shock. How could Xiao do that? Cutting ties with his own daughter? That's too cruel. Once there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather too. Wang Tsuehua must have pushed him into this. Poor child. The murmurs grew louder, filled with sympathy for Pei Nian and blame toward Zhao Zhengwo and Wang Tsuehua. Amid the voices of sympathy around her, she tightened her bundle and whispered, "I'll be leaving for the countryside the day after tomorrow. I'll stay at my grandfather's old house for a couple of days first." After speaking, she lowered her head and quickly walked out of the courtyard, her shoulders trembling slightly. As soon as she turned the corner, Pei Nian straightened her back. The sadness on her face disappeared, replaced by a gentle smile. She hoped the Xiao family would appreciate this thoughtful gesture. After leaving the steel factory's residential compound, Pei Nian's steps felt much lighter as she headed toward her grandfather's old home. She had always kept the key close to her. Now, she took it out from her hidden space, the cool metal pressing against her palm. She slid it into the keyhole and turned it gently. With a soft click, the door opened. Pushing it open, she saw that the courtyard looked just the same as before, clean but empty, lacking the warmth of daily life. She stood there for a few seconds, almost as if she could see her grandfather sitting in his old wicker chair, smiling and waving at her. In her previous life, her family had been wealthy, and she never had to worry about food or clothing. But her parents were always busy with their own lives and rarely cared for her. In this life, after spending more than 10 years surrounded by family love, she already felt content. She didn't linger. After carefully locking the door behind her and checking the latch, she went straight to the study. The study still looked exactly as it had when her grandfather was alive. Against the east wall stood a table and a chair, and beside them were two large, dusty jars. Pei Nian hadn't paid much attention to them before, but when she looked closely today, her heart skipped a beat. These weren't ordinary water jars. They were painted porcelain vases. One had a celadon glaze with golden floral patterns, and the other had a pale green base with colorful cloud and longevity designs. Their elegant style looked like something from the Qianlong period. If preserved until modern times, they would be worth a fortune. An idea flashed through her mind. She quickly stored the jars, table, and chair into her space. Then she crouched down and carefully pried open a few loose floor tiles. A dark hole appeared beneath them. Turning on her flashlight, she carefully descended the stone steps. After a few steps, she reached the bottom. The beam of light swept across the space. It was a fairly large secret room, at least 20 to 30 square meters, with solid blue stone walls that were completely dry. When the light fully illuminated the room, even with all the things Pei Nian had seen in her past life, her heart couldn't help but race. Near the entrance, rows of burlap sacks and wooden crates were neatly stacked. She stepped forward to check. Inside the sacks were plump, well-preserved grains of rice and wheat. Each sack weighed about 100 pounds, and there were dozens of them. In the open boxes nearby lay golden corn, various beans, and neatly wrapped packets of salt and rock sugar. These basic supplies were enough to keep a family safe and comfortable through a long, difficult time. Next to the grain were neatly stacked rolls of fabric, thick work cloth, durable khaki, soft cotton, and even a few bolts of fine silk and smooth wool in simple but elegant colors. Most were in shades of blue, gray, black, and white, fitting for the time, yet their quantity and quality far exceeded what ordinary families could afford. In the center of the secret room stood 30 dark wooden chests. She lifted one lid, and a golden glow almost dazzled her eyes. It was full of gold bars. She quickly counted, 12 boxes like that. The rest held 2 boxes of silver coins, 10 boxes of antiques and jade pieces, 2 boxes of fine jade and round pearls, and 4 boxes of beautifully crafted gold and silver ornaments. But what truly made her heart race was the special camphor medicine cabinet against the wall. Inside, everything was carefully sorted, rare, well-prepared herbs such as wild ginseng, red ganoderma, top-grade deer antler, saffron, musk, and bezoar. Each one was a precious treasure. Beside it were 2 camphor chests, one large and one small. The small one contained various grain seeds, each packed in a small cloth bag. The large chest held what her grandfather had mentioned in his notes, the family's most valuable legacy, seeds and spores of rare medicinal plants, all wrapped in oiled paper with yellowed labels. Time was running out, so Pei Nian didn't delay. She began packing everything away. Within seconds, the once full secret room was empty, leaving only years of dust swirling in the light. She looked around with satisfaction, making sure nothing was left behind. Then she went upstairs, sealed the secret room, and disguised it so no trace remained. She planned to move to the countryside soon and intended to let the local office use this house for free, but it had to be clearly written that it was for work only, not for living. After all, someone still needed to keep an eye on the place. At the well in the yard, she drew some water and washed her face. Looking at the now clean courtyard, she felt a peace she had never known before. With her treasures safely secured, It was time to take care of the smaller matters. The place she was assigned to was in Lin City, northeast China. It was said that the winter there was so cold it could freeze your ears, so she had to prepare enough warm clothes. She checked her ration coupons. Most were for industrial goods, with some for food. She needed to use them all before leaving. After changing into a set of slightly worn but clean clothes, she tidied her hair in front of the wash basin and then went out. Her first stop was the department store. Promote production through revolution. Hello, comrade. I'd like to buy an enamel basin, an enamel mug, a thermos, a lunchbox, some soap, liberation shoes, gloves, and a padlock, she said in one breath to the shop assistant. For the people service, the clerk replied, glancing at her. Comrade, you're buying quite a lot, aren't you? Pei Nian smiled shyly. Yes, I'm going to the countryside, so I need to prepare more. That made sense, so the clerk didn't ask further. She quickly wrapped everything in oiled paper and tied it up neatly with string. Pei Nian also bought some long-lasting candies and a few packs of cigarettes. Cigarettes were valuable at that time. They could be used for socializing or building connections in the countryside. Next, she went to a state-run restaurant. It was mealtime, and the smell of meat filled the air. Using the excuse that she had guests at home, she generously bought 2 portions of braised pork, 3 roast chickens, and 30 freshly steamed meat buns. She quietly stored the hot food in her space warehouse, where it would stay fresh forever. Later, if she missed good food in the countryside, she could enjoy it any time. Unfortunately, she didn't have many meat coupons, so she could only buy this much. After finishing her shopping, she found a quiet corner and secretly moved most of the items, especially the cooked food, into her space warehouse, leaving only some sponge cakes and peach crisps in her cloth bag for appearance's sake. Her second stop was the bank. She had always kept her grandfather's passbook close to her. It contained 5,000 yuan, a huge amount of money at that time. The bank clerk was clearly surprised when they saw the balance and carefully checked her identification and seals. You want to withdraw it all? The clerk asked. Yes, all of it, Pei Nian replied calmly. She would need money everywhere in the countryside, and cash was more convenient than a passbook. Besides, keeping it in her space was the safest option. The process took a while. Finally, the clerk handed her 5 thick bundles of large bills and some small change. She accepted them calmly, counted carefully, and slipped them into her inner pocket, though in truth, with a single thought, the money was already safely stored in her space, resting beside her gold bars. She only had a few dozen yuan left for emergencies. With that small but reassuring amount, she felt more confident. Next, she needed to settle things with the Xiao family, especially with her so-called good brother, Xiao Xiaojun. As night deepened, Pei Nian carefully locked the gate of the old house. With a focused thought, she entered her private space. Standing before the small wooden cabin, she calmed her mind and saw the world outside. The space around her seemed to turn into an invisible vessel, quietly moving according to her will. Within minutes, Pei Nian was standing outside the Xiao family's house. The night was silent. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, and the road ahead was dim and hazy. In the main bedroom, Zhao Zhengwo snored loudly, while Wang Suihua murmured in her sleep. Zhao Xiaojun's room was completely quiet. Pei Nian stepped out of her space and landed lightly in the couple's bedroom. Her first goal was the household registration book. Since she was going to the countryside, her dear brother would naturally go too. Avoiding the sleeping couple, she searched carefully. Based on memory and experience, she reached into the bottom of the wardrobe and found a small cloth pouch hidden inside an old cotton jacket. Opening it, she saw all the Zhao family's remaining savings, about 920 yuan, along with some local ration coupons. She took them without hesitation. Just as she turned to check the dresser, her foot accidentally hit something under the bed, making a faint sound. She crouched down and reached inside, pulling out a small wooden box. Inside was an old notebook and several rolls of large denomination bills tied with rubber bands. Under the dim light, she flipped through the notebook, and her expression turned cold. It was filled with strange codes, steel material types, quantities, and the repeated name directorly, along with amounts of money. It was clearly a record of Xiao Zhengwo and the logistics director, Li Fugui, secretly selling factory materials for profit. Finding this was an unexpected bonus. Pei Nian quickly changed her plan. She took the notebook and the money, then continued searching. In a hidden compartment of the dresser, she found a few small gold and silver ornaments and took them as well. When she finally found the household registration book, she tore out Zhao Xiaojuan's page and stored it in her space. Then she moved to the kitchen. Seeing the knives, pots, and pans, all hard-to-buy items, she took them too. She didn't stop there. Rice, oil, flour, cured meat, eggs, dishes, even the coal balls in the corner. All of it went into her space. She considered it repayment from her unkind father to her grandfather for past debts. Back then, Xiao Zhengwo had nothing when he married into the family. His skills and the family's early possessions all came from her grandfather and mother. Thinking about it now, she realized she had been too kind. She even left them clothes, bedding, and furniture. As for Zhao Xiaojuan's room, she didn't bother going in. It was dirty, smelly, and poor, nothing worth seeing. Looking at the empty kitchen, Pei Nian didn't stay any longer. With a thought, she used her ability to move instantly to the area near the home of Li Fugui, the logistics director. Just like before at the Xiao house, she quietly slipped inside. Li Fugui's home was clearly much wealthier. Pei Nian carefully looked around and quickly found a hidden compartment under the bed. Inside was a small wooden box containing an account book and a thick stack of cash, at least 3,000 yuan by the look of it. The old suitcase on top of the wardrobe didn't disappoint her either. Inside were more than 1,700 yuan in cash, various vouchers, national food coupons, 2 Shanghai brand watches, a radio, and 3 packs of De Qianmen cigarettes. The biggest surprise was a small hole behind the bookshelf, where 10 gold bars were hidden. Pei Nian moved swiftly, taking all the money and valuables into her storage space, and also collected supplies from Li Fugui's kitchen. With her spoils and key evidence secured, she silently returned to her grandfather's old house, blending into the night as if she had never left. The next morning, the youth office was crowded with people. Pei Nian squeezed to the registration window and calmly gave the information. Zhao Xiaojun, 17 years old, from the Hongxing Machinery Factory residential area, junior high school graduate, voluntarily applying to go to the countryside to help build rural areas. The staff member looked up at her, a bit puzzled while checking the household record, but didn't ask further. Every family had its own troubles, and this was nothing unusual. One more volunteer meant one less person they had to persuade. Comrade, my younger brother is very hardworking and eager to contribute. He truly wants to go to Yunnan province to help develop the frontier, Pei Nian added at the right moment. The staff member gave her another look, immediately understood, and quickly assigned the location to Yunnan province. Few people wanted to go there, so a volunteer was a welcome surprise. Seeing Zhao Xiaojuan's name officially recorded, Pei Nian smiled quietly to herself. She hoped her dear brother wouldn't be too moved when he received the notice. Yunnan was beautiful and full of resources. This gift was quite generous. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted Director Wang from the youth office, the mother of her classmate Zhang Wei. Pei Nian quickly walked over and lowered her voice. Auntie Wang, I'm Pei Nian, Zhang Wei's classmate. I have something important to discuss about work. Could we talk in private? Director Wang's sharp eyes paused on her for a moment before she nodded. Come to my office. Once the door was closed, shutting out the noise outside, Pei Nian spoke directly. Aunt Wang, I'm about to be sent to the countryside. My mother's job position will be wasted if left unused. Would your family be interested in taking it over? Director Wang's breathing paused slightly. Are you sure you want to transfer it, young lady? 800 yuan, plus some national food coupons, Pei Nian said. It was a large sum, almost 2 years' wages for an average worker. But a position in the publicity department could sell for 900 on the black market, so this price was fair. It was also her way of repaying Zhang Wei for secretly telling her about the countryside assignment list. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had time to prepare or get back at her unkind father's family. Director Wang's eyes narrowed slightly. All right. When are you free to handle the transfer?
Right now.
Auntie, please go find Zhang Wei. I'll wait for you at the steel factory gate. When Pei Nian arrived at the factory gate, she overheard people talking about a theft in the family housing area. The police had come several times, but there were no signs of forced entry, no broken locks or windows. It was as if a ghost had done it. The investigation had reached a dead end. The two affected families had lost a lot of money and were terrified. What worried them most wasn't just the stolen cash, but the missing account books. They wanted their property back, but were afraid the books might expose their secrets. Life had become unbearable. Pei Nian listened with great interest. The worse things got for the Xiao family, the happier she felt. They were smart enough not to come looking for her, even after being robbed. When Director Wang and Zhang Wei arrived, the three of them found a quiet spot to sign the papers. After counting the money and coupons, Pei Nian led them straight to the factory committee office. Inside the office, Pei Nian handed over her documents. "Comrade, I'm here to complete the job transfer." Clerk's son looked between them and recognized Pei Nian. A trace of sympathy appeared in his eyes. So this was the daughter of worker Xiao's first wife, the one who had been tricked into going to the countryside. People said she left with only a few clothes and bedding, crying the whole way. But thinking about it now, maybe it was a blessing. If she had stayed, her belongings would have been stolen too. Xiao had even come by this morning to ask for an advance on his wages. Clerk's son didn't ask further, and quickly processed the paperwork. After everything was settled, Director Wang and Zhang Wei both breathed a sigh of relief. This way, her daughter, she, wouldn't have to go to the countryside. Leaving the steel factory, Zhang Wei looked at her classmate, whom she had known very well before, and took 2 ration tickets from her pocket. "Pei Nian, thank you for giving me your job. These are sugar coupons I've saved up. Please take them." Pei Nian didn't refuse and accepted them calmly. "Zhang Wei, I wish you all the best in your new job." By the afternoon, Pei Nian was busy again. After disguising herself a bit, she went to the department store, the grain station, and the state-run restaurant to use up all the coupons that couldn't be used elsewhere, stocking up on new supplies. Then she returned to the old house. Everywhere she looked, pots, pans, tables, chairs, beds, cabinets, she packed up everything that could be taken and stored it away. Finally, she took the property deed and proof of ownership from her grandfather's courtyard and went to see Director Bai at the neighborhood office. Director Bai was a kind-looking middle-aged woman with sharp, capable eyes. Pei Nian didn't beat around the bush. "Hello, Director Bai. I'm Pei Nian, the granddaughter of the owner of the courtyard at No. 18 Lulin Alley." Director Bai clearly knew about her family's situation. Her face showed sympathy. "Oh, Nian Nian, I heard you're going to the countryside. If you have any difficulties, just let us know." "Thank you for your concern, Director Bai," Pei Nian said with a polite smile, her tone respectful but firm. "I do have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Once I leave, my grandfather's courtyard will be empty. As the saying goes, an empty house easily falls into disrepair. I was thinking, since it'll be vacant anyway, I'd like to let the neighborhood office use it for free. It could be helpful for everyone." "For free use?" Director Bai was surprised. It was a whole courtyard, and in times when housing was scarce, many people would do anything to get one. "That's very generous of you. Please let me finish," Pei Nian said gently. "I've already cleared out everything inside, so the place is completely empty. Anyone who wants to use it will need to furnish it again." Her tone was calm, and her eyes were clear, with a hint of shyness. "It's free, but I do have a few conditions. The courtyard can be used for public purposes, like meetings, literacy classes, or a reading room, anything that benefits the community. But no one, including staff from the neighborhood office, is allowed to live there. It's something my grandfather left behind, and I hope it can stay the same and remain peaceful." Director Bai immediately understood. This young woman, though not very old, was thoughtful and careful. By letting the neighborhood office use the courtyard for free, she was doing them a favor. Once she left for the countryside, the office would look after the place, and no one would dare to cause trouble. By clearly stating that no one could live there, she also avoided any future disputes over ownership or people refusing to move out. This move not only protected her property, but also earned her a good reputation. Truly a win-win situation. Nian Nian, your idea is very good and shows great awareness, Director Bai said with a more genuine smile. Don't worry, the office will make good use of the courtyard. No one will live there, and we'll maintain it regularly so that when you return it will still be in perfect condition. For the neighborhood office, this was a great deal. Director Bai immediately agreed and signed a written agreement with Pei Nian, completing the handover of the keys. With the matter of the house settled, only the last task remained, the report letter. Pei Nian moved into a guest house, with her visible belongings. Late that night, Pei Nian used her special ability again and went to the County Revolutionary Committee. She wanted to give her father's family one final gift. She dropped a report letter into the committee's mailbox, exposing Zhao Zhengwo and Wang Cuihua for their improper behavior and for forcing a martyr's daughter to go to the countryside. While there, she also quietly collected some old books, paintings, antique porcelain, and other valuable items that had been left to gather dust in the storeroom, as well as luxury goods and hidden cash from the leaders' offices. She took everything without hesitation. Next, she moved to the steel factory and repeated the process, dropping another report letter into the mailbox, this time along with account books and the cash she had found. After finishing everything, Pei Nian returned to the guest house and began checking her findings for the night. Besides the antiques and artworks she couldn't use right away, she had gathered quite a lot from the committee leaders, various luxury goods, over 6,700 yuan, different ration tickets, and even 37 small gold bars. With this wealth, life in the countryside would be comfortable, even if she earned only a few work points each day. And in at most 3 years, she could return to the city through the college entrance exam. The next morning, Pei Nian disguised herself again, used the coupons she had taken from the Revolutionary Committee, stocked up on supplies, and hurried to the train station. Meanwhile, in the steel factory's residential compound, and even across the whole factory, chaos had broken out. Early that morning, a staff member from the factory's labor union went to open the suggestion box as usual. As soon as he opened it, bundles of tightly packed money fell out, nearly scaring him out of his wits. When he reached in again, he found thick notebooks and letters. Trembling, he pulled them out, realizing this was serious, and rushed to report it to the leaders. The leaders were shocked. They immediately sent someone to summon Director Li and Zhao Zhengwo and his wife, while personally leading the security team toward the residential compound. By coincidence, they ran into members of the Revolutionary Committee at the gate, who were already furious after their office had been broken into the night before. Now, receiving this new report, they all headed straight for the steel factory compound. The narrow alleys between the red brick houses were already packed with curious onlookers. Aunt Wang, holding a bunch of fresh vegetables, stood on tiptoe to look toward the Xiao family's house. What on earth happened? She asked. Old Li tugged at his oil-stained work sleeve and spat. What else could it be? Director Li and Zhao Zhengwo were caught selling factory materials for personal profit. Someone reported them. Serves them right, Sister Lu said angrily. That Li family has always been like that. Director Li's in charge of logistics and both his sons got good jobs. One as a technician, the other in the logistics office. That's clearly using power for personal gain. Exactly, Aunt Wang added loudly. And that Zhao Zhengwo isn't any better. As soon as his father-in-law passed away, he forced his first wife's daughter to go to the countryside and cut ties with her. Poor Pei girl ran out of the compound crying that day. It was heartbreaking. Someone in the crowd sighed, then whispered an even more shocking rumor. I heard Zhao Zhengwo was reported for having a secret relationship with Wang Cuihua before they got married. That boy, Zhao Xiaojun, might actually be his own son. Aunt Wang slapped her thigh. Oh my, no wonder Zhao Xiaojun looks so much like him. And he's always treated that boy better than his own daughter. Now it all makes sense. Everyone was still talking when Zhao Zhengwo, Wang Cuihua, and Director Li were brought out, all with their heads lowered. A member of the Revolutionary Committee looked around and announced seriously, Li Fugue colluded with others to sell collective goods for personal gain, seriously damaging socialist interests. He will be sent to the Northwest for 10 years of labor reform. Zhao Zhengwo, for improper conduct and participation in the sale, will be reformed for 8 years. Wang Cuihua, for misconduct, will be reformed for 2 years. A trade union officer added, the factory has decided to dismiss Zhao Zhengwo, Wang Cuihua, Li Fuguwei, as well as Li Ren and Li Yi, from all their positions. Zhao Xiaojun looked at his parents being taken away, the messy house, and the sudden notice to move to the countryside. It felt as if the sky had fallen. The train station was crowded and noisy. Pei Nian pushed through the crowd and, using her strength, managed to get on the train first. Carrying her luggage, she found her seat in the middle of the carriage, a hard seat by the window. An hour later, the train made a temporary stop at a small station, and 3 more people got on, 2 women and 1 man. One of the young women, with braided hair and a gentle face, looked confused and dazed, as if she hadn't yet figured out where she was. Her calm expression stood out in the noisy carriage. The other girl, with 2 ponytails, looked innocent, but her quick, darting eyes revealed a hint of calculation. Xiaojin, are you okay? I thought you fainted just now. You scared me, the ponytailed girl said in an exaggeratedly caring tone, though her hands clutched her own bag tightly. The braided girl, called Xiaojin, rubbed her temples. Her eyes gradually became sharp and clear. She looked out the window, then at her hands and finally at the ponytailed girl. A faint smile appeared on her lips.
Gao Quan, infine.
Gao Wan felt uneasy under Zhou Jin's unfamiliar gaze and forced a smile. That's good. Once we get to the countryside, we'll have to get used to working. The leaders said there's a lot we can achieve there. With Comrade Jiang Su looking out for us, we'll definitely. As she spoke, her eyes drifted toward the tall, serious-looking young man behind her, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Comrade Gao Wan, Zhou Jin interrupted with a hint of amusement. You'd better not say that. Comrade Jiang Su doesn't even know us well.
Gao Wan es festifend.
I just wanted to say. But Zhou Jin didn't give her a chance to continue. Her voice was clear and loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Comrade Jiang Su is just our schoolmate. He has no duty or responsibility to take care of anyone. Pei Nian had only been half listening, but when she heard the names Zhou Jin, Gao Wan, and Jiang Su, her heart skipped a beat. Why did those names sound so familiar? And that girl with the braids, her calm and precise words, weren't they exactly from the beginning of a novel Pei Nian had read? The story was about a modern woman named Zhou Jin who traveled back to the 1970s and took over the life of a girl with the same name. Tricked by a so-called kind classmate, she went to the countryside, but soon saw through the girl's fake kindness. She cut ties with her, used her own skills and a nostalgic shop space to build a good life in the village, and eventually fell in love with the male lead, Jiang Su. That Gao Wan was the same scheming sweet girl from the book. Oh wow. She hadn't just traveled through time, she had entered a novel. Pei Nian quickly recalled the plot. In the original story, her character was just a background figure who didn't interact much with the others. She moved out early, later passed the college entrance exam, and returned to the city. The heroine's impression of her could be summed up in 4 words: calm, distant, and well-off. Pei Nian couldn't be happier. All she wanted was to be a quiet background character, with money. She quietly shifted to a more comfortable position, ready to enjoy the show as the time-traveling heroine exposed the fake friend. Gao Wan's face turned red, then pale, under Zhou Jin's sharp words. The curious stares around her made her feel uneasy. She lowered her voice, almost crying. Xiaojin, how can you think that way? I really meant well for you. For my own good? Zhou Jin almost laughed, her voice still loud. Gao Wan, your idea of helping me was convincing me to give up a city job and go to the countryside? That kind of help, I don't need it. The original Zhou Jin's mother had already arranged a job for her in the city, but the naive girl was talked into giving it up by Gao Wan's sweet words and impulsively signed up to go to the countryside. Gao Wan was the main reason for that mistake, but the original Zhou Jin also had herself to blame. They weren't even close friends, yet she still let herself be persuaded so easily. Gao Wan probably never expected the original person to really go to the countryside. She was just taking a chance, If someone went with her, it would be easier to get some benefits. The original person's family didn't know she had been talked into it by Gao. They even told the two to take good care of each other in the village. Unfortunately, when the original person was squeezing onto the bus, something happened, and she was replaced by someone else. Zhou Jin didn't know how to get back at Gao, so she decided to cut ties completely. She stood up straight, her eyes firm and clear. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. Don't try to get close to me again. Even our classmate friendship is over. After saying that, she picked up her luggage and walked straight to her seat without even glancing at Gao, whose face had turned pale. She sat down right across from Pei Nian. Pei Nian silently gave the time-traveling heroine a thumbs up in her heart. The way she handled things was clean and decisive. Seeing that Zhou Jin was ignoring her, Gao turned to Jiang Su beside her, eyes red and teary. Jiang, I really didn't. Jiang Su's expression didn't change. He simply said, please move, you're in the way. Gao looked shocked and then glared fiercely at Zhou Jin. Whispers spread around them, and the looks directed at Gao were filled with curiosity and a bit of disdain. By coincidence, the heroine and hero were sitting in the same row, while the supporting girls sat with Pei Nian. Many people in the bus were quietly watching the situation between Zhou Jin and Gao. Pei Nian, sitting in the perfect spot to observe everything, was enjoying the scene with great interest. Maybe Zhou Jin felt a little awkward after what happened, or maybe she just wanted to make friends in the new environment. She turned to Pei Nian with a friendly smile. Hello, comrade. I'm Zhou Jin, going to Xiangyang commune in Lin County. Pei Nian looked up, meeting Zhou Jin's clear and open gaze, and replied calmly, Hello, I'm Pei Nian. I'm also going to Xiangyang commune in Lin County. At that moment, Gao, sitting across from them, forced a pitiful smile and spoke softly, Hello, Comrade Pei. I'm Gao, also going to Xiangyang commune. There might be a small misunderstanding between me and Xiao Jin. I hope you won't take it to heart. Pei Nian hadn't spoken yet when Zhou Jin answered first. His tone was calm but firm. Comrade Gao, this isn't a misunderstanding. It's a matter of principle. As for arrangements, we'll follow the organization's instructions when we arrive. With just one sentence, he blocked Gao's attempt to get closer, drawing a clear line between them. Pei Nian noticed everything. This woman who had traveled through time was adapting quite well. The man beside her was just as described in the book, quiet and reserved. He simply said, Jiang Su, from Xiangyang commune. The introductions ended quickly, and most of the time, Pei Nian was focused on her own space. After planting the herbs her grandfather had left behind, she even grew a field of rice before finally stopping, satisfied. Watching the land she could completely control, full of life and energy, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. Farming, it seemed, wasn't as hard as she had imagined. The train moved forward with a steady rhythm. Pei Nian sat comfortably in her seat, tending to her crops and relaxing as if she had not a care in the world. Along the way, she had plenty of entertainment. Zhou Jin's sharp words always managed to expose Gao's little schemes. It was so satisfying to watch that even the long journey felt interesting. As noon approached, the carriage filled with the mixed smells of food. Most passengers took out their simple meals, cold cornbread or dark wheat buns, eating them slowly with hot or cold water. The luckier ones had a boiled egg or a bit of pickled vegetables. Pei Nian also prepared for lunch. She took out her kettle and drank a few sips of water mixed with spiritual spring water, instantly feeling refreshed. Then she pulled out an aluminum lunchbox from her cloth bag, actually from her storage space. Inside were meat buns, still warm and steaming. She picked one up and took a small bite. The rich aroma of the meat spread through the air, drawing the attention of those nearby. Many who were chewing on their dry food couldn't help but swallow hard. Pei Nian pretended not to notice. She couldn't deny herself good food just because others had less. Besides, it was only a few buns, nothing too fancy. She had seen others eating well enough too. At that moment, a little boy sitting diagonally across the aisle suddenly shouted, "Grandma, I want a meat bun too. I want one." The boy was being held by a thin old woman with sharp eyes, high cheekbones, and a mean expression. The old woman had been eyeing Pei Nian's meat bun for a while. Seeing her grandson crying, she quickly spoke up with a smile. "Comrade, my grandson hasn't had meat in a long time. He's craving it so much. Could you share one with him? He's still growing, poor child." As soon as she said that, many people nearby frowned. Food was scarce these days, but some nodded in agreement. The child was crying so hard, sharing a little didn't seem like a big deal. Pei Nian glanced at the old woman but said nothing. She lowered her head and took another bite of her bun. The boy didn't get what he wanted and burst into loud tears, drawing everyone's attention. A man in a Zhongshan suit, looking like a government official, frowned and said, "Young lady, when we're away from home, we should help each other. It's not easy for the elderly to take care of children. If you have extra, sharing a bit is a good deed." Pei Nian gave the man a quick look and silently rolled her eyes. What a self-righteous tone. She couldn't even eat her lunch in peace. After swallowing her bite, she looked at the man and said clearly, "Comrade, you have such a noble spirit." The man's face showed a hint of pride. Then she added, "But this bun is my lunch. If I give it away, I'll go hungry. You look like a cadre, your ideals must be higher than ours. Why don't you set an example and share your food with the grandmother and child?" The man froze and instinctively pressed his hand on his gray travel bag, looking uneasy. I don't have any food, just clothes." "Clothes work too," Pei Nian replied quickly, glancing at the child's thin clothes. "There's a draft in the carriage, and the boy isn't dressed warmly. You could lend him something to wear, that's helping others too." Someone nearby couldn't help but laugh, and another whispered, "It's the middle of summer. What's he going to get cold from?" The man's face turned red. He opened his mouth to speak, but Pei Nian calmly added, "Oh, right. When you were putting your luggage away earlier, I saw you take out some eggs from the rack. Sharing those would be just as kind as sharing a bun." Several people turned their eyes toward the travel bag. The man moved his lips, but said nothing. He didn't look at the anxious grandmother and child, just turned his head to the window. Pei Nian quickly finished the bun in her hand, then ate another one, and closed the empty lunchbox. When the child saw that the buns were all gone, he froze for a second, then cried even louder, stomping his feet so hard the noise hurt everyone's ears. Gao Wan's eyes turned, and she spoke in a scolding tone. "How can you have no sympathy at all? Don't you know to respect the old and care for the young? Look at how you made the child cry." Pei Nian, was this mean woman crazy? Why was she picking on her? Luckily, the heroine hated the mean woman deeply and never missed a chance to talk back to her. Zhou Jin said, "Gao Wan, since you're so kind, why don't you go to the dining car and buy some meat for the child?" The grandmother and child immediately turned their eyes to Gao Wan. Gao Wan instinctively held her bag tight and said sharply, I don't have any money." Zhou Jin sneered, "From the way you talked just now, I thought you had too much kindness to spare. Turns out you're generous only with other people's things." Gao Wan's face turned red, and she shut her mouth awkwardly. Pei Nian, now just a spectator, thought that only the heroine could handle someone like Gao Wan. When the heroine finished, Pei Nian looked at the still-crying child and spoke softly, as if comforting him, "Don't cry. It won't help. I've already finished eating. But I heard the train staff say there's braised pork in the dining car today. It's shiny and smells delicious. If you want some, ask your grandma to take you there." That did it. The child immediately pulled at his grandmother and shouted, "I want braised pork. Grandma, buy braised pork. I want it." The old lady panicked. Braised pork from the dining car? That was too expensive. She hurried to cover the boy's mouth, but in the end, she couldn't handle it and left the carriage in a fluster, carrying her grandson. The carriage slowly returned to its usual noise, with a few people still whispering and laughing about what had just happened. After sitting all morning, Pei Nian wanted to stretch her legs. She said to Gao Wan, who sat by the aisle, "Excuse me, I need to go out for a bit." Gao Wan pretended not to hear. If Pei Nian had shared her buns earlier, Zhou Jin wouldn't have had a chance to mock her, and she wouldn't have lost face in front of Jiangsu. Pei Nian looked at Gao Wan pretending to be deaf, and smiled. Perfect, she was just in the mood to teach someone a lesson. It took 2 days and 1 night by train from Sioux Province to Lin County. She made sure to eat well at every meal, worried that someone rude might disturb her and ruin her appetite. Pei Nian said again, "I'm going out." Gao Wan still didn't move. Too lazy to argue, Pei Nian grabbed the back of Gao Wan's collar, lifted her up with little effort, stepped aside, and set her down on another seat. The whole carriage went silent for a moment. As Pei Nian walked through the narrow aisle, she could feel many eyes quietly following her, some curious, some even showing a hint of respect. Her face stayed calm, but she knew exactly what she was doing. The effect was achieved. For the rest of the trip, she would have some peace, and no one would dare to bother her again. When Pei Nian returned after walking through 2 carriages, Gao Wan's face was still dark, but she had moved closer to the window, leaving a much larger space beside her. Pei Nian found it amusing. At least this person knew when to back down. After 2 days and 1 night, the train finally reached Lin County. When the announcement said, "We have arrived at Lin County Station," Pei Nian let out a long sigh of relief. Traveling in this era was truly exhausting. Beside her, Zhou Jin rubbed her sore waist, looking pale, while Gao Wan grimaced as if she could barely stand. Pei Nian silently gave thanks for her spiritual spring space. Otherwise, she would have been just as worn out. The train slowed to a stop, and as soon as the doors opened, the impatient crowd surged out. Following the flow of people, Pei Nian stepped off the train and, finally, felt the solid ground of the platform beneath her feet. The platform was packed with people. Cadres from different communes held up signs, loudly calling for their groups to gather. Under the sign for Xiangyang Commune, a dozen tired but curious young volunteers had already gathered. A man in a blue shirt and black-rimmed glasses held a list, checking names. Once he confirmed everyone for Xiangyang Commune was present, he shouted, "Everyone's here. Follow me. We still need to catch the commune bus." The group followed the man onto the bus, exhausted. The bus was even older and bumpier than the train, but luckily the ride wasn't long. After about an hour, they arrived at Xiangyang Commune. In the commune courtyard, cadres from each brigade held up signs, calling out the names of their teams.
Peignan, Guzeng, Chenan, Ujin, Janshu, Gaoruan Kelu Brigade.
Hearing the name, Zhou Jin looked at Pei Nian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Comrade Pei, we're in the same brigade." Pei Nian smiled back. Could she say she had already known that? However, the other 2 names didn't seem familiar. Since regaining her memory, Pei Nian's recollection of the book had become clearer, and she was sure those 2 names hadn't appeared in it. "Members of Chu Lu Brigade, gather here," a loud voice called out. Following the sound, they saw a middle-aged man with tan skin wearing a slightly worn green jacket standing not far away. Beside him was a tractor. In a countryside where people mostly used mules and ox carts, a tractor was a rare sight. The man, Wang Fugan, the brigade leader of Chu Lu Brigade, glanced impatiently at the new educated youths.
"You have half an hour.
The supply and marketing cooperative is over there. If you need to buy anything, go now." What was going on with this batch of educated youths? Each one looked good-looking and spirited, probably troublemakers, he thought. Pei Nian didn't need to buy anything since she had everything she needed stored away. But she still needed an excuse. She said to Wang Fugan, "Leader, I need to go to the post office to pick up a package." Wang Fugan looked at her and nodded. "All right, the post office is over there. Go quickly and don't take too long." "Thank you, leader," Pei Nian replied. She nodded to Zhou Jin and walked briskly in the direction Wang Fugan had pointed. Turning around a corner and making sure no one was watching, Pei Nian quickly found a hidden spot. With a thought, she took out a large package filled with pots, bowls, and daily necessities, then hoisted it onto her shoulder. When she returned to the tractor, the other educated youths were already sitting in the trailer. Wang Fugan glanced at her and paused when he saw the large package on her shoulder. This young woman looked delicate, but she was surprisingly strong. Pei Nian lifted the package into the trailer with some effort, not because it was too heavy, but because it was bulky. Just then a long, strong hand reached down from above, easily steadying the package and helping her place it securely in the trailer. Pei Nian looked up in surprise. It was a young man. He wore a clean white shirt of good quality. His features were striking, his eyes deep and calm. He didn't seem cold, yet there was something about him that made people hesitate to approach. He looked completely out of place in the noisy surroundings. The moment Pei Nian looked at him, his gaze also fell on her. A faint, almost unnoticeable emotion flickered in his eyes, too quick to catch. "Thank you, comrade." Pei Nian quickly composed herself and spoke politely, though she instinctively took half a step back to keep some distance. Her sense of caution was on high alert. This man was not someone easy to deal with. Sensing her wariness, the man stepped back slightly and replied gently, "You're welcome." With no luggage in the way, Pei Nian swiftly climbed into the vehicle and sat beside Zhou Jin, glancing around at the others. There were 6 of them in total, 2 main characters, 1 supporting female, herself as a background figure, and 2 new faces who hadn't appeared in the original story. Besides the serious man, there was a cheerful, good-looking young man whose personality matched his bright appearance. Seeing that everyone was seated, he introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. I'm Shannon, 22, from the capital." Gu Zheng spoke briefly. Gu Zheng, 22, from the capital. Pei Nian, 18, from Yixian, Su Province. Gao Wan, 19, from Jiangxian, Su Province. Jiang Su, 19, from Jiangxian, Su Province. Zhou Jin found the detailed introductions a bit odd but followed along. Zhou Jin, 18, from Jiangxian, Su Province. Gu Zheng nodded slightly to acknowledge them, his gaze lingering on Pei Nian for a moment longer. "You're all from Su Province. What a coincidence," Shannon said with a smile. "Brother Zheng and I arrived early this morning. Since we're all new here, let's look out for each other." Hearing they were from the capital and noticing their refined manner, Pei Nian immediately understood. They were close friends, and both came from influential backgrounds. When Gaoan saw the 2 well-mannered young men, her eyes lit up. Upon learning they were from the capital, she quickly tried to move closer to sit near them. Unfortunately, Gu Zheng reacted fast and placed his luggage beside him just in time to block the space. Watching from across, Pei Nian found it amusing. So the supporting girl had changed her target? As expected of the powerful one, he had just arrived and already drawn attention away from another main character. Still, in both background and looks, Gu Zheng was indeed more appealing. Beyond his strong presence, his calm and gentle demeanor made him naturally likable, no matter the standard of beauty. Gaoan was unwilling to give up. Even with the big bundle between them, she still tried to talk to Gu Zheng, forcing her voice to sound sweet. "Comrade Gu, you." Gu Zheng's expression turned cold for a moment. He picked up his bundle, sat down next to Pei Nian and called out. Shannon, understanding his intention, Shannon sat on Gu Zheng's other side. Now, the seating arrangement in the vehicle looked like this. The other 5 people sat together on one side, while Gao Wan sat alone on the other. Gao Wan's eyes turned red with frustration, and she glared fiercely at Pei Nian. Pei Nian couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Had Gao Wan already forgotten the lesson she learned on the train? And what did this have to do with her anyway? Pei Nian glared back and snapped. "What are you looking at? Want trouble?" Gao Wan quickly looked away, shrinking back and not daring to meet her eyes again. Amid the loud rumbling of the tractor, Shannon couldn't hold back his curiosity. Leaning past Gu Zheng, he asked, "Comrade Pei, why is she so afraid of you? Wanna know?" Pei Nian's eyes sparkled. "Come closer, and I'll tell you." The tractor jolted along the bumpy road, but Shannon's curiosity got the better of him. Bit by bit, he moved closer to Pei Nian. Gu Zheng shot him a cold glance, but before he could say anything, Pei Nian suddenly grabbed the side of the vehicle and stood up. Before anyone could react, Shannon was already hanging in midair. Gao Wan gasped in fear. Zhou Jin and Jiang Su were speechless. They had seen it once before, but it was still shocking. Shannon and Gu Zheng were both stunned. Shannon cried out, "Miss Pei, mercy." Only then did Pei Nian let him down, clapping her hands calmly, not even out of breath. "Now you understand. That's why." Lying there, Shannon gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. No wonder Gao Wan behaved after just one glare. If it were him, he'd behave too. Pei Nian was pleased by the praise but pretended to be modest. Just average, she stopped herself before finishing the sentence. The main heroine was still there, saying more might give her away. The dirt road was rough and dusty. For the rest of the trip, everyone kept their mouths shut, afraid of swallowing sand. After nearly an hour of bumping along, the tractor finally reached Xiao Brigade. It was just after work, and everyone was hurrying home for dinner, so there weren't many people at the village entrance. Wang Fugan stopped at the entrance of the village, pointed to a courtyard, and said to the new educated youths, "That's the brigade office. If you need anything in the future, come there to find me." Then he drove the tractor straight to the gate of the educated youth quarters. "We're here. This is the place. Take your luggage and get down." At that time, the older educated youths were all in the yard. Hearing the noise, 3 men and 3 women came out of the house. Wang Fugan pointed to Zhao Xinghua and said, "He's the person in charge here. If you have any questions, just ask him. Once you've settled in, come to the brigade office to collect your food rations." After saying that, he left. The man named Zhao Xinghua, wearing glasses and looking calm and capable, spoke first. "I'm Zhao Xinghua, temporarily in charge of the educated youth quarters." He then introduced the others. The 3 female educated youths were Li Xiao, Zhang Aihua, and Wu Min. The 2 male ones were Sun Weigua and Zheng Ping. Pei Nian remembered these people clearly from the novel she had read. There was Zhao Xinghua, who loved being in charge of everything, Sun Weigua, thin and always dreaming of an easy life, Wu Min, a proud girl from the capital, and her admirer Zheng Ping, Li Xiao, who charged for everything, even lending a bowl, and Zhang Aihua, who looked gentle but had a fiery temper. Pei Nian glanced at Zhang Aihua and could understand her temper well. This girl had been the only educated youth sent to Xiao Brigade last year. That wouldn't have been a problem, except she soon realized none of the older educated youths were easy to get along with. After a year, her once quiet nature had turned impatient. "Everyone, come in," Zhao Xinghua said, secretly observing the newcomers. They looked well off. He wondered if they would follow his lead. From the outside, the educated youth courtyard looked grand, but once inside, it turned out to be just 2 rows of houses, with the ones in the back quite run down. Zhao Xinghua quickly explained, this place used to be a landlord's house. Most of the buildings were torn down, leaving only the main rooms in the front yard and a few shabby ones in the back. The main house is divided into 3 rooms. The left is the men's dormitory, the right is the women's dormitory, and the middle is the common room and kitchen. The side rooms are the bathhouses, and the 2 mud brick rooms near the gate are the toilets. He pointed to the well beside the vegetable garden. "We have 2 wells here and another one in the back. Except for the small dorms, everything we need is here." Pei Nian thought the conditions seemed pretty good, until she followed the other girls into the west room, and her optimism quickly faded. The room was small. The first thing she saw was a large earthen bed big enough for 7 or 8 people, taking up half the space. The head of the bed was neat and tidy, with 3 connected sleeping spots, each with a small cabinet on top, clearly already taken. The rest of the bed had only a few worn straw mats, probably picked up from somewhere. Across from the bed were 3 sets of tables and chairs, along with some daily items. A narrow path ran down the middle. Pei Nian knew why, in the novel, she had moved out. 6 people lying side by side on one bed, no curtain, no privacy. How could anyone sleep like that? It was more like setting up a market stall. She couldn't stand that kind of hardship, and she didn't want to try. Determined to move out, Pei Nian didn't care much about her spot, and chose the place near the door at the end of the bed. Zhou Jin picked a spot 1 space away from her, while Gao Wan chose the inner side, near the older educated youth. After putting down her bundle, Pei Nian asked Zhang Aihua, "Comrade Zhang, where did you get your bed mats, cabinets, and tables?" Before Zhang could answer, Li Xiao spoke up first. "Comrade Pei, I can take you there. 2 cents for showing the way." Pei Nian looked at her in disbelief. She really dared to charge. At that time, 1 work point was worth only about 2 cents. Even in Xiao Brigade, where things were better, 1 work point was just 5 cents. Zhou Jin and Gao Wan were also shocked. was taking money this openly now? Pei Nian ignored her. It wasn't just about the money. She simply didn't want to deal with someone like Li Xiao. Liking money was normal, but asking for it at every turn was too much. With someone like that, you'd end up being charged for every little thing.
Who could stand it?
Zhang Aihua rolled her eyes at Li Xiao, then said to Pei Nian, "You can buy the bed mats from Aunt Qian's house. It's right next to the brigade office. You can stop by when you go to collect your food rations. As for the cabinets, go to Carpenter Xiao's place. Their house is the only one made of red bricks in the village. You can't miss it." Pei Nian took out 2 candies and handed them to Zhang Aihua. "Thank you, Comrade Zhang." Zhang Aihua's face lit up with joy, and she waved her hand. "No need for candy. You could have found out just by asking around." Finally, a normal person at the educated youth spot. Heaven knew how hard this past year had been for her. Pei Nian gently pushed the candies into Zhang Aihua's hand and walked out. Li Xiao, seeing that Pei Nian didn't need her help, looked displeased. 2 candies were worth more than 2 cents. She huffed and turned away, walking out as well. When Pei Nian left the house, Shan En was just in the yard. Seeing them come out, he asked, "Pei Jiqing, where are you going?" Pei Nian replied, "To pick up the ration and maybe exchange some furniture." "Are you coming?" Shan An's eyes lit up, looking relieved. "Yes, we were just wondering how we would sleep tonight." After Zhao Xingguo returned to his room, he didn't say anything useful, just kept nagging about the rules for the young workers. Gu Zheng and Jiang Su also came out after hearing the noise, and the group left the young workers' yard together. As they walked, Pei Nian looked around and remembered things. The animal shed, the firewood pile, the grain-drying yard. Finally, they reached the village entrance and saw the brigade headquarters. When they arrived, brigade leader Wang Fugan and accountant Fong were already waiting. "Everyone's here? Hurry up, sign your names, and stamp your fingers on the list to get your first month's ration." Brigade leader Wang's voice was still loud and clear. New young workers get 35 jin of raw grain each month, collected from the team. After a year, you'll need to exchange work points for food. 35 jin sounds like a lot, but that's raw grain. When ground into rice or flour, there's some loss. For the young women, it's barely enough to eat, and the young men probably need to buy extra food. After Pei Nian signed her name, she looked at her pocket and saw it mainly contained corn bran and some coarse wheat flour. Once everyone had collected their rations, Brigade Leader Wang said, "You have 1 day to rest. Work starts the day after tomorrow. Follow the elders from the young workers group and remember everything clearly." Everyone nodded in response. Just as Pei Nian was about to carry her ration, someone naturally took it from her. "I'll do it." Pei Nian didn't bother arguing with Gu Zheng. Instead, she focused on the carts in the yard, her eyes brightening. She ran back into the house and said, "Brigade leader, can we borrow the carts in the yard?" Wang Fugan replied, "Yes." Since they still needed to buy furniture, having the carts would allow them to transport both food and furniture at once. There were several carts in the yard. 3 young men suggested pushing 3 carts, since the carts were heavy and they could handle the delivery. Pei Nian wanted to push one herself. She was strong enough, and since they had a lot to buy, 3 carts wouldn't be enough to carry everything at once. "Then we'll make 2 trips." Gu Zheng carried Pei Nian's grain to the cart he was pushing. "Don't worry, today we'll get everything you need. Rest well." Pei Nian thought that fine she would go along with the plan. Zhou Jin and Gao Wen had already agreed that the young educated youths would help. They each tried handling the cart briefly. Since the cart itself was heavy and they needed to buy furniture later, they knew they couldn't push it alone. When they arrived at Aunt Qian's house next door, Pei Nian called out from outside the yard. "Is Aunt Qian home?" Coming, came a loud reply from inside. Soon, a friendly-looking middle-aged woman came out. "Are you all new educated youths? Come in, are you here to exchange things?" Pei Nian spoke on their behalf. "Yes, Annie. We want to exchange the bed mats." "All of you want exchange?" 6 people answered together. "Yes." Pei Nian added, "Annie, I also want a straw hat." "All of you want straw hats too?" Everyone nodded, including the young male youth. Gao Wan hesitated, but also nodded. When Aunt Qian came out holding 6 single bed mats, the group paid her and then headed to Xiao Carpenter's house. Xiao Carpenter's yard was spacious, filled with wood. After hearing their needs, Xiao took out charcoal pencils and an old notebook to record. Pei Nian only ordered the urgently needed bed cabinets, tables, and storage tables, along with 2 basins and a wooden bucket. The rest could be bought later after moving in. Otherwise, with the limited space in the youth dormitory, too much furniture would leave no room to move. Xiao Carpenter finished the list and nodded. "We have these ready-made items." He had prepared materials in advance when he heard new youths were coming, hoping to earn some extra income this way. The items were indeed delivered in 2 trips. Once everything was roughly arranged, a call for dinner came from outside. In the main hall, Xiao Xinghua adjusted his glasses and greeted everyone. "Sit down. Today, new comrades have arrived, and our youth family is growing. This meal is also a welcome for the new youths, and I'll share some updates about our yard." He cleared his throat, first about the meals. "Each person manages their own rations. Eat as much as you can and don't share with others. The vegetables mainly come from the small private plot in the front yard, where everyone plants and eats together. Tasks like fetching water, cooking, and cleaning are rotated among everyone, regardless of gender." He paused, glancing at the new faces. "Of course, if you don't like communal meals, you can cook for yourself. Just remember, there's only one stove, so you'll need to coordinate when using it." As soon as Zhao Xingwa finished speaking, Zhou Jin said, "I want to cook alone." Zhou Jin had just arrived and noticed that the nostalgic shop that caused her to travel also came along. Since that was the case, she decided to make herself comfortable. Pei Nian almost didn't hesitate and quickly said, "I also want to cook alone. Sharing meals in a big pot has many restrictions. Since everyone's conditions are different, eating together either means sacrificing oneself or letting others take advantage, which is troublesome." Gu Zheng glanced at Pei Nian and calmly added, "Me too." Shunan immediately said, "I'm the same as Brother Zheng." Jiang Su nodded as well, alone. With this, among the new young workers, except for Gao Wan, everyone chose to cook alone. Zhao Xinghua pushed up his glasses, looking calm, and said, "Cooking alone is fine, but it can be a bit complicated. Think it over carefully." Gao Wan clenched her fingers holding the bun and whispered to Zhou Jin, "Oh, Xiao Jin, you guys are capable. We, who have no family background, can only make do and share meals." Zhou Jin placed her chopsticks on the bowl with a crisp sound and stared directly at Gao Wan. "Gao Wan, whether I have the ability or not has nothing to do with you." She was already angry inside. She used to be a food blogger with over 100,000 followers on social media. Her daily life was making and sharing food, happily and comfortably, with a decent income. But now, after just browsing a shop, she was hit by a hot water bottle and somehow turned back to the 1970s, becoming a naive girl fooled into going to the countryside by her classmates. That was bad enough, but Gao Wan, her classmate, was just a troublemaker. She kept losing and trying again, always saying annoying things. Gao Wan was choked by her words and blushed. "Xiao Jin, I was just speaking casually. Why are you so rude? Don't call me Xiao Jin. We're not that close." They argued back and forth, and the table fell silent. While everyone was quiet, Wu Min, somehow thinking, interrupted. "Zhou, the young worker, really was just speaking casually. Also," Wu Min hinted, "you can cook alone, but today's meal was paid for by us old workers. Although there's not much good stuff, it's a gesture. Now that the meal is over, you want to go your own way." Li Hong's eyes lit up instantly. Exactly. Firewood, grains, vegetables, aren't they all money?" Pei Nian was happily watching the play when she heard Wu Min talking about eating for free. She thought, just say it, but only looked at her with curiosity. Pei Nian quickly stopped smiling. Since the old worker was hosting a meal, she planned to bring out a jar of meat sauce to add to the dishes, which she kept in her small shoulder bag. However, just as they sat down at the table, the main female character and the young female supporting character started arguing. Pei Nian was so absorbed in watching that she didn't have time to take out her sauce. She straightforwardly said, "Wu Jiqing, are your eyes okay? Why are you giving me a side glance?" Wu Min choked and replied, "I didn't look at you, just wait." Pei Nian rolled her eyes and turned back to the dormitory. Everyone at the table didn't understand what Pei Nian was up to and watched her as she moved. At that moment, Gu Zheng also silently stood up and headed toward the dorm. When Pei Nian reached the entrance of the main hall with her bowl, she coincidentally saw Gu Zheng coming out from nearby, also holding a bowl filled with food. She paused, looked at Gu Zheng, and then entered the room first. Pei Nian went to the table, placed her bowl in front of Wu Min, and said, "This is my ration, which I will use to cover this meal. Comrade Wu Min, please check if the amount is enough." Gu Zheng didn't speak. He placed his bowl on the table clearly and plainly. Wu Min was stunned by this sudden action. Before she could react, Pei Nian continued, "The firewood and vegetables I will exchange with local folks tomorrow. Whatever I owe, I will pay back. I won't take advantage of everyone." As soon as she finished, the entire main hall fell silent. Xiao Xingwa quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, "Comrade Pei Nian, there's no need for that. This meal is hosted by us old workers for the new workers. We didn't mean to settle accounts." Zhang Aihua also smiled apologetically. Yes, this meal isn't just her doing. In her mind, she cursed silently. Damn it, Wu Min again owes a favor. Pei Nian turned to them, her expression softening but her tone still firm. "Zhao Jiqing, Zhang Jiqing, I understand your good intentions to invite us for a meal. But since some people in the group oppose it, we can't eat for free. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold our heads up in the future." The atmosphere became extremely awkward. Shenan, Zhou Jin, and Jiang Su, who had been quiet, looked at each other and then got up to go back to their rooms to get their own food. No one wanted to be labeled as someone who ate for free right away. Soon, a few more bowls of food were added to the table. Only Gao Wan sat there with a very pale face, looking at this and that. Finally, she lowered her head and didn't dare to move at all. She didn't get along well with the new educated youth, and she still had to work with the old educated youth later. At this moment, she didn't dare to make any trouble. Seeing the reactions of some of the new educated youth, Wu Min looked unhappy. She just wanted to control the new youth and prevent them from acting alone. These new youth seemed quite wealthy, and since everyone was eating together, she could also benefit a little. She especially disliked Pei Nian not only because she was well off, but also because she was very attractive. That's why she couldn't help but make a few snide remarks, but it ended up embarrassing herself. Pei Nian ignored Wu Min and didn't look at the food on the table. She nodded to Xiao Xingwa and Zhang Aihua, saying, "Zhao and Zhang, I've finished eating." After saying that, she stood up to leave. Suddenly, she remembered something and turned back to pick up her own coarse grain bun. She had paid for the grain, so she had to take it even if she didn't want to eat it. Before leaving, Pei Nian deliberately said to Wu Min, "Wu, remember to return my bowl. Let's not take advantage of each other." Gu Zheng also quickly left afterward. After Pei Nian and Gu Zheng left, the main hall of the youth station suddenly became quiet. Shen and was the first to get up with his bun, mimicking Pei Nian by taking his brother Zheng's portion. "I've finished eating too. This bun is Zheng's. I'll take it to him." One after another, Zhou Jin and Jiang Su also put down their chopsticks and left the hall. After Pei Nian left the hall, she went back to her dormitory, grabbed her small shoulder bag, and headed out. Her goal was clear. She went straight to the village head Wang Fugen's house. She didn't want to squeeze into the same stove with those people tomorrow. It was better to set up her own stove early. Going to see the village head, seeing her approach, he naturally stepped forward, speaking in a moderate tone. Pei Nian nodded. "Yes, I have something to discuss." She didn't ask how he guessed. He looked very thoughtful. The two of them walked side by side toward Wang Fugen's house. Occasionally, villagers looked at them curiously. When they reached the gate of the village head's house, Gu Zheng signaled for Pei Nian to go in first. She didn't hesitate, tidied her clothes, and went inside. Wang Fugen was sitting on a small stool in the yard, smoking a dry pipe. His wife was busy inside. Seeing Pei Nian and Gu Zheng following behind, Wang Fugen was a bit surprised and put down his pipe.
Pei Gu?
"Is there something you need?" Pei Nian showed a look of just the right amount of difficulty and sincerity. "Captain, sorry to bother you. It's about my living situation. Since the youth station is crowded, I sleep lightly and worry about disturbing others, which might affect their rest and the next day's work. So I wanted to ask if I could apply to live alone in one of the rooms at the back of the youth station." Wang Fugen squinted and thought for a moment. The The few rooms at the back had been unused for years. The roof leaked, and the walls were almost falling apart. Those rooms are in bad shape, and fixing them would be troublesome, costing time and money. I've thought about that, Pei Nian quickly replied. I'll pay for the repair work myself, just hoping you can help find a few skilled uncles to lend a hand. She paused and added, if there's enough space, I'd also like to build a small kitchen and separate a little shower and toilet area for convenience, so it's not crowded with the front rooms. Wang Fugen considered. The living space at the youth station wasn't large, and currently, it was enough for everyone. But he worried that if more youth were assigned later, there wouldn't be enough room, and they'd have to rebuild. Now, someone was willing to pay for their own place, which was a good opportunity to free up some space. However, Wang Fugen made it clear, you can fix and live in the house, but remember, only the right to live there. If you return to the city in the future, the house must stay in the village. It can't be torn down or sold. Of course, I understand the rules. Thank you, Captain. Pei Nian immediately agreed. Unless the whole village teamed up to bully her, she had no reason to tear down the house for no reason. At this moment, Gu Jing spoke up. Captain, Shen En and I also want to move out and live separately. Like Pei, we plan to repair the empty rooms at the back, and we'll cover the costs ourselves. Wang Fugen's eyes twitched. These new youth really come from wealthy families. He nodded. All right, you young people like peace and quiet, I understand. The rooms at the back are a bit broken, but if you fix the walls and tiles, they can still be lived in. I'll give those rooms to you. When he said this, Wang Fugen felt a bit embarrassed. Those rooms, even if they looked broken, were a bit of an exaggeration. Except for the beams and pillars, everything else needed repairs. Captain, please tell us how much it will cost. The team leader suddenly took out an abacus and started counting quickly. According to Pei Jiqing, we need a small kitchen, a shower room, an outdoor toilet, and a heated bed. Plus, we have to order tiles and bricks. The minimum cost is... He bent his thumb and made a for gesture, then hesitated, thinking he might have overestimated, and adjusted slightly. It should be under 30. 30 yuan is already a month's salary for a worker. But there are still 3 years until the college entrance exam is restored. If we fix it up a bit, it can be comfortable to live in. Pei Nian made the final decision and, taking advantage of the moment, took out a pack of Dakiaman cigarettes and half a jean of brown sugar from her bag, handing them over. Team leader, I really appreciate your help with this. I'll follow the team's arrangements for materials and helpers. Sorry to trouble everyone. Gu Jing also took out 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and handed them over. This is a small token for me and Shunan. Thanks again. Pei Nian looked at the Dakianmin and Zhonghua cigarettes she gave, then side-eyed him with a look of suspicion. Was he doing this on purpose? Actually, the price of half a jean of brown sugar plus the Dakiaman cigarettes and the Zhonghua cigarettes was about the same. Gu Zheng had already estimated what to give. Wang Fugen looked at the cigarettes and brown sugar and thought to himself that these two knew how to handle things. He took the items happily and said, All right, since you've decided, the team will support you. Tomorrow, we'll come measure how to do it. I'll go to the commune to handle the paperwork for the tiles. It'll be done in a few days. Once the matter was settled, Pei Nian felt a little relieved. She then remembered the stove building issue. Team leader, before the house is finished, I want to set up a temporary stove for emergencies. Can I do that? That's easy. Wang Fugen waved his hand. Tomorrow morning, I'll have Wang Laoshuan come help you set it up. It'll work perfectly. On the way back, after solving the housing problem, Pei Nian's steps felt lighter. The sky was darkening, and the two walked side by side toward the youth village. Suddenly, Gu Jing spoke, his voice clear in the evening gloom. Building a house isn't a one-day job. Why don't we share meals during this time? The villagers can also help with dinner. Pei Nian was just thinking about this when he mentioned it. She turned her head with a curious smile and asked directly, Can you cook? Gu Zheng was silent for a moment. His usually calm face flashed with a fleeting awkwardness, but he quickly recovered and replied in a steady voice, Shannon can, fortunately, or maybe not. Pei Nian thought she could cook, but only at an average level. In her past life, she couldn't cook at all, but she learned a little this time. However, her grandfather rarely let her do anything, so she never really practiced her cooking skills. After a quick thought, she nodded happily. Okay, but I'm only an average cook. Please don't mind if my food isn't perfect and you and Shin Jiqing just don't be picky. Having a clear-headed, sensible partner to work with was really helpful. During the house repair, she could worry less. Not far away, Pei Nian suddenly saw Zhou Jin and Jiang Su coming out of the youth station, one after the other. Zhou Jin had no particular expression on his face but walked lightly. Jiang Su was a little behind him, not too close or too far. They didn't talk, but the atmosphere. Pei Nian paused. Were the main characters already interested in each other so early? On the train, Jiang Su was still a quiet, expressionless guy. She looked at them with interest. Just then, Zhou Jin looked over, and when their eyes met, it was like they understood each other without words. Both of them were single and from the same place. Now, they were heading to the team leader's house, probably to discuss cooking alone. Since they met, it was polite to say hello. They'd be under the same roof for 4 years, after all. Pei Nian smiled and greeted Zhou Jiqing. As for Jiang Su behind him, she simply ignored him. Just the male assistant to the main character. Zhou Jin nodded. Pei Jiqing. Then, the four of them didn't say anything more. The atmosphere was awkward, so they simply parted ways silently. The next morning, just before dawn, Lao Wangshuan came to the youth station with his pipe, ready to build a stove with mud. All the older youth had already woken up. Pei Nian, a light sleeper, heard the rustling and woke up. Since she couldn't fall back asleep, she put on a coat and went to the kitchen to watch the stove being built. She didn't know how to do this kind of craft, but watching the mud bricks slowly turn into a neat stove was quite interesting. Gu Zheng also came over without her noticing, standing beside her and asking, "What do you want for breakfast?" Pei Nian looked at the newly formed stove and said something like peach cookies or egg cakes. The communal stove was being used by the older youth now. They would be going to work soon, so she didn't want to squeeze in and use it now. She had hot steamed buns and fried bread in her space, but she couldn't take them out now. These days, even a little oil smell could be noticed from far away, so it was better not to draw attention. Thinking of this, Pei Nian sighed. If she were living alone in a house now, she could go into the space to eat her meat buns. After eating, she could come out without the smell spreading in the yard. She was thinking about whether to go back inside and eat a few bites of peach cookies to fill her stomach, when Gu Zheng suddenly took out 2 eggs wrapped in a handkerchief and handed them to her.
Hot.
"Do you want to eat?" he asked simply. Pei Nian was a bit surprised. She looked at the 2 round eggs in his hand, then looked up at him. Gu Zheng smiled at her. Her eyes lit up. She stood tall and graceful, with a calm and elegant posture, perfectly showing her composure. She didn't pretend or act fancy. She reached out and took 1 egg. "Thanks," she said. Since they were going to cook together, she didn't mind sharing this small kindness. She said that, then turned around and ran back to her room. She took out 2 pieces of egg cake wrapped in oil paper and gave one to Gu Zheng. "Try this, to change the taste." Gu Zheng looked at the golden, buttery egg cake, which clearly had good ingredients. He didn't refuse and took it. The 2 stood under the rising morning sun. One was peeling a slightly hot egg, and the other was taking small bites of soft cake. They didn't speak, just watched Lao Shan build the stove. With the addition of Zhou Jin and Jiang Su, they decided to join in too. There were 2 stoves in total, and Lao Shan finished quickly. "Everyone, the stoves are ready."
Take a look, Lao Shan said.
Lao Shan wasn't very talkative. When the team leader said they were building 2 stoves at the youth station, he didn't know the names of these young people, so he just called them all together. Pei Nian quickly put a small bag of coarse millet flour and a small packet of hard fruit candies from her basket and handed them to Lao Shan. "Thank you, Uncle Lao. I think it looks good. Sorry to trouble you." She couldn't tell if her skills were good or not, but the stoves were built, and the team leader wouldn't be careless. If she deserved payment, she would get it. Zhou Jin saw this and hurried to find something in her room. She was a bit slow and didn't think to thank them with a gift. After finishing a simple breakfast, Pei Nian planned to go gather some firewood. She had promised yesterday to return the firewood she borrowed, and she always kept her word. She also needed to exchange vegetables at a neighbor's house. Unfortunately, She hadn't had a chance to taste the vegetables yesterday. She also wanted to get familiar with the surroundings. Just as she took out the basket she exchanged yesterday, Gu Zheng came over. Let's go together. Meanwhile, Shannon also smiled and approached. Brother Zheng, comrade Pei Nian, going to gather firewood? Can I come too? He has a loud voice, which draws the attention of Zhou Jin, who is watching the small stove, and Jiang Su, who is usually quiet. Zhou Jin looked at the damp stove and said decisively, let's go too. Now, except for Gao Wan, it became a group activity for the new educated youth. The 5 of them headed toward the forest behind the village. The houses in the Tsulio Brigade were built along the uneven terrain. The educated youth courtyard was at the end of the village, near the foot of the mountain. Only 3 or 4 families lived nearby. Not far from there, a few older children were gathering pig feed in the woods. One boy looked up, his eyes shining, and asked, "Are you the new educated youth?" Shannon smiled and took out some candies from his pocket, giving them to the children. "Yes, little friends. Tell me, which side of the mountain has the most firewood?" The children, happy with the candies, started chattering excitedly. "Go to the east slope. The trees there grow well, and there are many dead branches." Hearing this, everyone headed into the mountain. The morning air in the mountains was very fresh, but the path was rough, overgrown with weeds, and dew soaked their pants. Pei Nian walked along, paying attention to fallen dry branches on the ground and picking up some. Gu Zheng walked ahead of her, occasionally clearing the path of thorns with a stick he picked up. Shen En was very talkative, whispering to Pei Nian at times and chatting with Gu Zheng at others, but Gu Zheng mostly responded with brief replies. Zhou Jin and Jiang Su were even quieter. Besides bending down to gather firewood, they said little. As they walked, the mountain trail forked. Zhou Jin looked at the steeper-looking path on the left and said to Pei Nian, "I want to check that way." Jiang Su said, "I'll go with you." They turned and headed up the steeper trail. Pei Nian watched their backs disappear one after the other, feeling curious. These 2 definitely had something going on. The remaining 3, Pei Nian, Gu Zheng, and Shannon, took the gentler path on the right. The trees grew denser as they went deeper into the mountain. Suddenly, Gu Zheng, walking in front, stopped and signaled for them to pause. He sharply looked toward the bushes ahead, holding his breath. Pei Nian and Shen En instinctively quieted down. Gu Zheng suddenly flicked his wrist, and a small stone shot out like lightning, hitting the bushes precisely. In a flash, a gray shadow darted out, but immediately another stone flew through the air. Gu Zheng walked over and pulled out 2 fat wild rabbits from the bushes. The rabbits had obvious bruises on their heads and were no longer alive. "Hey, Brother Zheng, nice catch," Shen En exclaimed happily. "Now we have food." Pei Nian looked at Gu Zheng with some surprise. His skill and accuracy truly showed he was an expert. Gu Zheng kept a normal expression and handed the rabbits to Shen En, find a place to process them. Shen En, who seemed experienced in this, happily took the rabbits and found an open area with a small stream. He quickly started skinning and cleaning the rabbits. Gu Zheng then skillfully gathered dry wood and started a small campfire. Pei Nian watched their smooth teamwork and could tell they were very experienced. What surprised her more was that Gu Zheng took out a small paper-wrapped package from his bag. Inside were fine salt and a small bottle of mixed barbecue spices. "You bring this with you?" Pei Nian asked curiously. Gu Zheng, while handing the spices to Shen En, who was skewering the rabbit meat with a stick, explained calmly, "It's a habit for emergencies." Shen En chuckled and took the spices, then showed off his barbecue skills. He controlled the fire perfectly. The rabbit meat sizzled on the flames, fat dripping into the fire and causing attractive flames to jump up. The aroma of spices and meat quickly filled the air. The roasted rabbit was crispy outside and tender inside. Shen En tore off the juiciest back leg and handed it to Pei Nian. "Comrade Pei Nian, try my cooking." She thanked him, blew on the meat, and carefully took a bite. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she gave Shen En a thumbs up. Delicious. The flavor was truly professional. Gu Zheng watched her satisfied expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. He silently picked up a piece of meat and ate. Shen En, encouraged by the praise, cooked even more enthusiastically. The three sat around the fire, eating the fragrant, roasted rabbit. Pei Nian chewed on the rabbit leg, looked at Shen, who was grilling, and at Gu Zheng, who ate quietly but with a strong presence. She thought that these countryside days could sometimes be quite interesting. A picnic in the mountains was just a break. As the sun rose higher, Pei Nian and the others gathered enough firewood and slowly headed down the mountain. Near the foot of the mountain, they happened to meet Zhou Jin and Jiang Su coming from another trail. Zhou Jin was sweating slightly on her forehead, her cheeks flushed from the work. Jiang Su followed behind her, carrying a bundle of firewood that was noticeably larger than Zhou Jin's. The two of them exchanged a glance, neither mentioning what they had done in the mountains, and silently headed toward the youth commune. The five of them met up and walked toward the village. Passing by a house with its yard door open, they saw healthy vegetables growing in the garden. Pei Nian and Zhou Jin stopped at the same time, surprised. "Ma'am, your vegetables are really good. Would you trade some for eggs?" Pei Nian asked loudly. A woman wearing an apron came out of the house. She looked at the unfamiliar young people and saw the eggs in Pei Nian's hand. She smiled and said, "Sure, city kids are not easy to take care of. Wait a moment, I'll pick some tender greens for you." In the end, Pei Nian traded 2 eggs for a bunch of fresh garlic sprouts and many tomatoes. Zhou Jin also used a few pieces of fruit hard candy to exchange for some eggplants and green beans from a child's family nearby. Back at the youth commune, the older workers hadn't finished their work yet. Pei Nian went straight to the kitchen, placing the 2 eggs she had just traded on a visible spot on the stove. They weren't many, but enough to settle the vegetable debt from last night's meal. She then carried a small bundle of firewood and placed it next to the vegetables. Seeing this, the others quietly followed suit. Not long after, outside the yard gate, footsteps and voices could be heard, old workers returning from work. Just as she finished, noisy footsteps and chatter came from outside the yard gate. Old workers returning. Zhao Xinghua, Zhang Aihua, and others entered the kitchen. They immediately saw the busy new faces and the especially noticeable vegetables and firewood on the stove. Li Xiao also saw the extra items on the stove. He snorted unhappily, but said nothing, and went to wash his hands. At that moment, the team leader, Wang Fugan, walked in with his hands behind his back. He was there to check on the condition of the broken houses in the backyard. The few houses at the back were indeed very dilapidated. Most of the roof tiles were gone, exposing the crooked rafters. The walls were a bit better, made of blue bricks, but each wall was missing large chunks, with some holes that would need quite a bit of money to repair. Wang Fugan gestured and took note of the situation before leaving. Zhou Jin looked a bit confused and quietly asked Pei Nian, "What is the team leader doing?" Pei Nian didn't hide anything and simply said, "I applied to the team leader to fix the empty, broken house in the backyard. I'll pay for the repairs myself and move out to live alone." She pointed to Gu Zheng and Shen beside her. Zhou Jin's eyes lit up instantly, filled with clear envy. She had only thought about building her own stove and cooking alone, never imagining she could move out directly. Having a small space of her own was just too tempting. Zhou Jin looked at Pei Nian and quickly started a plan. She would move out eventually. She still had some money left from her parents, but it was saved for emergencies and couldn't be used lightly. She needed to find other ways to earn money. She looked at the nostalgic shop in her mind and decided that once she understood the situation, she would buy some popular goods from the black market to sell for profit. Once she made enough money, she would apply to move out immediately. Pei Nian didn't know that because she, Gu Zheng, and Shen acted together, the heroine also decided to move out. In the original story, only Pei Nian moved out. After careful thought, Zhou Jin finally decided that living alone as a girl was too unsafe and gave up the idea. But now, seeing Pei Nian take the lead, along with Gu Zheng and Shen and also planning to move out, her confidence grew. She felt it didn't seem so risky anymore. Other young workers overheard their conversation and had different expressions. Gaowan felt a pang of jealousy. Why could they move out and enjoy peace? But she only moved her lips, looking at Pei Nian's cold side face, recalling how efficiently she put away her food last night. She didn't dare say anything harsh, afraid of angering her and getting into trouble. Wu Min's gaze flickered between Gu Zheng and Shannon. When she heard they also wanted to move out, her eyes twinkled briefly. Then she focused more on Gu Zheng, who looked more handsome and refined. After a busy morning, Pei Nian felt quite tired. She politely declined the invitation to go to the commune, wanting to rest more. Gu Zheng and Shen also planned to go to the commune. During their rural work, they traveled light, planning to buy many things locally, since they lacked a lot. When Pei Nian woke up, it was already late afternoon. The four of Zhou Jin had also returned from the commune. Seeing that it was getting late, everyone decided to cook dinner together. They wanted to eat well before the old workers returned, and after starting work tomorrow, each would do their own thing. Pei Nian went back to her room and took out her iron pot, frying spatula, kitchen knife, cutting board, and some bowls and plates from her noticeable luggage. Zhou Jin looked at her complete set of supplies and couldn't help but sigh. You really prepared everything thoroughly. Her nostalgic shop mainly sells food and large items, like pots and bowls. There was only a small iron pot used by the original owner, not a full set. Today, she went to the commune to reasonably take out some pots and buy a few things. The original owner's parents didn't pack many belongings for her. They just gave her money to buy new items. Pei Nian thought to herself that this was nothing special. If she weren't worried about drawing too much attention, she wouldn't even need to buy furniture. In the end, Pei Nian's pot wasn't used. Gu Zheng and Shen had already placed the pots they bought on the stove. Shen volunteered to be the main cook, and Zhou Jin also said he could help. Pei Nian and the others just helped with washing and chopping. Pei Nian naturally picked up some vegetables to wash. Suddenly, a bony hand reached over and took the vegetables from her. I'll do it, Gu Zheng's deep voice said, firm and not allowing refusal. Pei Nian was surprised for a moment. She saw him walking toward the water bucket with the vegetables, so she picked up a water scoop instead. Then I'll fetch water for you. Shen was heating the pan while watching Gu Zheng's unusual eagerness. He couldn't help but smile and teased, Hey, Brother Zheng, did the sun rise in the west today? You're so diligent? Gu Zheng turned his head and gave Shen a cold glance, silently warning him. Shen immediately shrank back and made a zipper motion over his mouth, but the smile on his face didn't fade. He had noticed yesterday that Gu Zheng's gaze was like it was fixed on Pei Jiqing. If he didn't like her, Shannon would write his name backwards. Pei Nian watched their little antics and found it funny. She didn't say much, just handed Gu Zheng some water. When Gu Zheng finished washing the vegetables, she took out a shiny, bright piece of cured meat and handed it to Shen and comrade Shannon. Add this to stir-fried garlic sprouts.
Got it.
Shen's eyes lit up as he took the cured meat. Then Gu Zheng took out 2 cans of meat, and Jiang Su silently contributed 5 cans of yellow peaches. Pei Nian was surprised as she looked at Jiang Su. As expected of the main character, a big spender. Shen and Zhou Jin also wanted to get some items, but they were stopped. The chef's skills deserved this treatment. Cured meat, canned meat, sliced cucumbers, tomato soup, and fruit cans. This meal was definitely a feast for the moment. The tempting aroma drifted into the female youth dormitory. Gaowan lay alone on the Kong bed, smelling the meat scent, listening to the faint laughter from the kitchen. She deliberately made a loud noise by knocking the enamel cup on the table. The few people eating didn't pay attention. Zhou Jin even rolled her eyes. Who would be listening to such a loud noise? Was she hoping they would call her to eat? How beautiful she is. On the first day of work, the sky was still pale. Pei Nian finished washing and started preparing seriously. When she came out of the house, her outfit surprised Zhou Jin. She wore a checkered headscarf, a homemade gauze mask covering her face, leaving only her clear eyes visible. She wore long-sleeved clothes that were washed until white and fine, with the cuffs and pant legs tightly tied with cloth strips. She also wore a pair of nearly new work gloves. Wow, she was almost completely covered except for her eyes. Zhou Jin looked at her mountain girl outfit, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. She wondered, could Pei Nian be like her, someone who traveled here from decades in the future? Otherwise, how could a girl from this era dress so fully? Her protective awareness was too advanced. Pei Nian sensed Zhou Jin's curious gaze and understood her thoughts. She wasn't afraid of suspicion. Unlike Zhou Jin, who might have traveled here by accident, Pei Nian had actually lived here for 18 years. Every habit she showed had a solid reason. Zhou Jin hesitated and asked cautiously, "Pei Nian, aren't you hot like that?" Pei Nian, behind the cloth, replied muffled, "Don't you know? Today we're going to the bean field to weed and loosen the soil. The bean seedlings need a lot of pulling, and the sun is very strong. Do you really plan to go like that?" She pointed at Zhou Jin's insufficient protective clothing. Seeing her outfit and thinking about the environment of the bean field, Zhou Jin quickly got scared. "I'll go get a long-sleeved shirt and a scarf." She hurried back to her room, trying to wrap herself up like Pei Nian. When she came out again, she saw the other old youth workers. Although not as exaggerated as them, they all wore straw hats and had scarves, with their pant legs tightly tied. Sure enough, hardworking people weren't fools. Zhou Jin felt a bit relieved. Thank goodness, Pei Nian wasn't from a different time. As soon as they stepped out of the dormitory, they ran into the male youth workers waiting in the yard. Shun and let out a surprised sound and laughed. "Two heroines, are you going up the mountain to catch a tiger?" Gu Zheng's eyes immediately focused on Pei Nian. Seeing her with only her eyebrows and eyes visible, fully armed, a smile appeared in his cold eyes. Shun, quick-witted, also noticed the gloves on their hands and asked, "Oops, I didn't think to prepare these." "Comrade Pei Nian, Comrade Zhou Jin, could you be kind and share a few pairs with us?" Pei Nian shook her head honestly. "I only have one extra pair." She then took out a brand new pair of work gloves from her bag. Shun An's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to reach out to take them, a slender, well-defined hand moved faster and naturally took the gloves. Gu Zheng smoothly put the gloves into his pocket, then looked at Pei Nian and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Shun An's hand froze midair. He stared wide-eyed at Gu Zheng. "Zhengjiyu." Gu Zheng gave him a calm glance. "First come, first served, Shun An." He reluctantly withdrew his hand, looking resentful. "I have an extra pair." Zhou Jin spoke at the right moment. Yesterday, she went to the commune and bought 2 more pairs when she saw them for sale. She had a feeling she might be able to exchange them for some money or other things. "Comrade Shunan, do you want them?" She gave Shin An a meaningful look. Shin An immediately understood and leaned in. "Yes, of course I want them." "Comrade Zhou Jin, you're such a timely help." Shun An quickly shifted from disappointment to joy, leaning in to whisper with Zhou Jin, apparently discussing how to trade. Pei Nian and Gu Zheng didn't talk about money. It seemed the ownership of those gloves was quite clear. Gao Wan watched eagerly from the side, leaning over to look at the gloves Zhou Jin was holding. "Zhou Jin, we came together. Can I borrow these gloves to use first?" This time, she didn't dare to flatter Zhou Jin anymore. Zhou Jin didn't even lift her eyelids and asked coldly, "Do I look like a fool?" Gao Wan was momentarily stumped but forced herself to say, "You have extras, right? Just lend me one." Zhou Jin finally looked at her and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Comrade Gao Wan, I bought these with my own money. You just want to take them with a few words. So, are you trying to take advantage of the workers without working for it? I didn't mean that." "Don't talk nonsense." Gao Wan's face suddenly changed. She quickly looked around, saw someone looking over, and hurriedly stepped back. Li Xiao, who had been listening attentively nearby, originally hoped to see if Gao Wan could borrow something, so she could benefit too. When she saw Gao Wan being scared off after a few words from Zhou Jin, she pouted and thought to herself that it was useless. Pei Nian watched happily from the side. Gao Wan seemed like a person who constantly needed to be refreshed. She felt uncomfortable if Zhou Jin didn't tease her a little. Gu Zheng saw Pei Nian smile and also chuckled. He didn't know why, but from the moment he saw the girl, he kept wanting to smile. When they all gathered at the threshing ground, our group became the center of attention. The villagers looked at the new female educated youths, their faces covered tightly, and couldn't help but tease and laugh. An older woman joked, "Oh, who's this new bride? Cover up so tightly?" A lively woman nearby responded, "Zhang Chunhua.
Come on."
She's from the city. Her skin is tender. Unlike us who work in the sun and wind, She has to protect herself carefully. This caused a burst of laughter around.
Pei Nian didn't mind.
Her face was hidden, so she just smiled if she wanted to. It's not a big deal. The educated youths from Chu Lu Brigade worked in a separate area. Most villagers disliked their slow and unskilled work and didn't want to team up with them. The brigade leader, Wang Fugan, arranged for experienced older youths to lead the new ones, dividing them into two groups. Pei Nian, Gu Zheng, Shenin, and Zhao Xinghua, Li Hong, Zhang Aihua were in one group. As soon as they stepped into the soybean field, Pei Nian felt very glad she had guessed right. The edges of the soybean leaves were sharp, and with the sun getting hotter, there were many insects. After working for a while, Pei Nian felt like her waist was about to break, and her back was very sore. She drank some spring water to relieve her fatigue and gritted her teeth to keep up with everyone. She withdrew her earlier words that farming isn't hard. Compared to real farming, the skills of space planting are just like playing house. And facing this kind of simple, repetitive physical work, her strength was almost useless. She was still tired. In her mind, she cursed Zhao Zhengwo. Damn him for making her go to the countryside. That beating was too light. Next to her, a thin, dark woman also working weeded the field. Seeing Pei Nian moving slowly, she deliberately raised her voice and said to someone nearby, "TSK, see that? City kids are so delicate, covered up like zongzi, and already exhausted just from a little work? If we rely on them for the autumn harvest, even the yellow flowers will wither." Pei Nianjin was exhausted in both body and mind. When she heard those words, her anger flared up instantly. She straightened her back and looked at the woman, realizing she hadn't done much more work. She raised her voice and replied, "It's true that I work slowly, but at least I don't deliberately slack off or waste time. Unlike some people who don't do much but talk a lot." The woman was hit where it hurt and blushed. She stiffened her neck and argued, "You're talking nonsense." Pei Nianjin didn't want to argue with her. She simply raised her hand and called out to the scorekeeper nearby, "Comrade scorekeeper, this woman has been talking and disturbing my work." The scorekeeper had already noticed that Aunt Wang was being lazy and trying to get away with it. When he heard this, he immediately came over and sternly said to Aunt Wang, "Aunt Wang, focus on your work. If I see you slacking or gossiping again, you won't get any work points this afternoon." Aunt Wang panicked and quickly apologized. Got it. I won't talk anymore. I'll get to work. Please don't deduct my points." She then lowered her head hurriedly, but her hands moved much faster. Pei Nianjin sighed and was about to bend down again to fight the weeds, but she felt a lightness in her hand. The hoe was taken away. She looked up and met Gu Zheng's calm gaze. "Take a break," he said simply, already starting to efficiently clear the weeds from her row. His movements were smooth and skillful, much faster than hers. Pei Nianjin watched his steady, practiced actions. She didn't bother to pretend she was stronger and softly said, "Gu Jiqing, thank you, Gu Zheng." "What? Just call me by my name, Gu Zheng." He didn't look up and his voice came through the gaps in the crops. Pei Nianjin blinked and went along with it. "Oh, thank you, Gu Zheng." Gu Zheng nodded calmly and said, then moved even faster. As the sun rose higher, the work bell sounded like a call for help. Pei Nianjin instinctively straightened her back. Suddenly, a wave of numbness and weakness hit her, and her vision went black. Luckily, she still tightly held the hoe handle and barely kept her balance. She stood there for several seconds, and the dizziness gradually faded. But her body's fatigue and soreness felt like they had been carved into her bones. She quickly took a few sips of spiritual spring water to relieve her tiredness, then moved forward carefully, step by step. Although drinking the spiritual spring water relieved her physical soreness, she still felt mentally exhausted. Pei Nian's steps were unsteady, as if she was floating. Without paying attention, she tripped over a piece of dirt and nearly fell forward. But she didn't fall. A strong arm quickly reached out and steadied her. "Are you okay?" Gu Zheng's voice was full of concern. His eyebrows furrowed as he looked at her pale forehead beneath her hat. Pei Nian used his strength to stand firm, waved her hand, and said weakly, "I'm fine, just a little dizzy." Gu Zheng released her arm and took a military-style water bottle from his faded green bag, handing it to her. This is new. I haven't drunk it, he said simply, still watching her pale face. Pei Nian was surprised. She remembered Gu Zheng carrying this bag at work, but she didn't expect it to have 2 water bottles inside. She instinctively pointed to the water bottle hanging from the hoe handle.
I
still have some here. Drink this, sugar water, Gu Zheng said firmly, with a tone that left no room for refusal. It will help restore your strength. His gaze was so focused and caring that Pei Nian felt an inexplicable urge not to refuse. She hesitated, took the bottle, which felt a bit heavy and cold in her hand, and found it very refreshing in the hot noon sun. She unscrewed the lid, brought it to her mouth, and took a careful sip. The water was clear, with an indescribable sweet and refreshing taste that instantly soothed her throat. More strangely, a faint warm flow seemed to slide into her stomach with the water, spreading little by little. Her body felt lighter, as if infused with a gentle vitality, and her fatigue eased somewhat. Pei Nian's hand holding the bottle paused slightly. Her heart skipped a beat. There was something odd about the taste and effect of this water. She kept her expression calm and took a bigger sip. This time, her feeling was clearer. It wasn't just quenching her thirst. The slight sense of fatigue relief was real, even if weak. She looked up at Gu Zheng, her mind storming. No way.
boss.
This is sugar water? Sugar water can help with energy, but to also relieve fatigue and have some healing effect. This isn't ordinary sugar water, is it? Gu Zheng seemed unaware that he had slipped up. He was focused entirely on Pei Nian and asked with concern, "Are you feeling better now?" Pei Nian reluctantly steadied her mind and handed the water bottle back to him, saying vaguely, "Yes, much better now. Thank you for the water." As she returned the water bottle, her mind began to race with guesses. She had previously thought Gu Zheng was extraordinary in temperament, quick and skillful, guessing he might be a high-ranking official's son from a big courtyard in the capital, naturally exuding a strong presence. But now, with this obviously unusual water, could he be a powerful person from a post-apocalyptic world? Someone carrying a spiritual spring and a space for farming, saving the world? As for why she added farming, because Gu Zheng worked very efficiently and looked very skilled. Although he was distant in his attitude, he wasn't completely cold and unfeeling, nor did he seem shaped by the environment of the apocalypse. Thinking this way, and looking at Gu Zheng's handsome face, Pei Nian couldn't help but feel a little scared, but more than that, she felt curious about uncovering secrets. Her mind was a jumble of thoughts, and her steps unconsciously followed the crowd forward, almost tripping over herself. "What's wrong?" Still feeling unwell, Gu Zheng kept an eye on her and reached out to support her gently, his brows furrowing more tightly. "I'm fine, really." Pei Nian quickly adjusted her pace, calming her mind, but inside she was shouting, "Oh my gosh! This seemingly important and extraordinary person, this big shot, he seems to like me?" This realization made her feel dizzy, and it took several seconds for her to regain her composure. No one of the youth team suddenly had Gu Zheng and Shunin, who weren't in the original story. Turns out they are variables. Pei Nian just wanted to marvel at how even a small youth point could hide dragons and crouching tigers. She, a transmigrator with memories of her past life after awakening her spiritual spring space, was here. Zhou Jin was a traveler with a nostalgic shop, and now there was Gu Zheng, plus the quirky characters at the youth point. Zhang Aihua and Shunin are also normal people. Gu Zheng looked at her distracted state and slowed his steps to walk beside her, whispering, "Take it easy this afternoon. Don't push yourself. I'll finish my tasks and come help you." Pei Nian blinked, her thoughts drifting again. With this stamina, finishing her own work and helping others afterward really does seem like a body strengthened by the apocalypse or interstellar training. But her aura still feels like a cultivation master. However, seeing Gu Zheng's serious expression, the little bit of fear in her heart was swept away. She even felt a bit playful and tilted her head to look at him. "Comrade Gu Zheng, are you sure? I work very slowly, so you might regret it later." "No, I won't," Gu Zheng replied confidently, his gaze fixed on her slightly reddened gloves from working. His tone was firm, not just polite. Pei Nian felt a warm and amused feeling inside. "Comrade Guzheng, you speak so nicely." His words sounded pleasant, and his voice was clear and deep. When he spoke to her, it was very gentle, which perfectly matched her love for deep voices. Guzheng looked at her and smiled. The sunlight made his face look bright. "Then I will try to always speak like this." Pei Nian's eyes lit up. She quickly nodded. Who doesn't like to hear kind words? Especially when they come from someone good-looking with a nice voice. Pei Nian and the others divided their work clearly. Shannon made lunch and she made dinner. Guzheng wasn't good at cooking, so he was responsible for cleaning up after the meal. When they returned slowly to the youth commune, Shannon had already prepared lunch: scrambled eggs, stir-fried green beans, and tomato soup. This kind of meal was quite good for the youth commune. Among the few tables in the main hall, theirs was the most filling. But Pei Nian held her chopsticks, feeling unmotivated to eat. Her stomach was empty after farm work, especially craving the rich, oily flavors. Her mind involuntarily thought of the steaming braised pork in the space. She knew that with the current conditions, under the watchful eyes of everyone at the youth commune, she had no chance to bring out the good things from the space to satisfy her craving. Unless she found an excuse to sneak out and secretly eat in the space. "I really want to eat braised pork." Pei Nian didn't notice she had spoken aloud. Shannon sitting beside her immediately looked distressed and agreed. "Comrade Pei Nian, don't say that. I'm drooling just thinking about it. I don't mind what kind of meat it is: braised pork, twice-cooked pork, even a few pieces of pork cracklings." Guzheng sat across from Pei Nian, quietly eating his meal. He didn't speak, his gaze resting on her tired-looking face, with a slight flicker in his eyes. During the lunch break, while everyone went back to rest, Guzheng and Shannon exchanged greetings and left the youth commune. He stepped out of the village to find a quiet spot. With a thought, a nearly new bicycle appeared before him. Guzheng made a disguise, riding his bicycle under the hot sun all the way to the commune. He was familiar with the place and easily found the state-run restaurant. Luckily, there was braised pork available at the window. He ordered 2 portions, watching the chef scoop the rich, sauce-colored, well-marbled meat along with the broth into an aluminum lunchbox and then seal the lid tightly. He carried the lunchbox out of the restaurant. When he was close to returning to the Chulu Brigade, he took a detour to a quiet, deserted spot, removed his disguise, and stored both his bike and the lunchbox into the Lantern Spring Pavilion. This small world inside the teapot is something Guzheng brought with him after arriving in this era. Besides some special effects, the scene inside the teapot is just like his old warm hot spring retreat, Lantern Spring Pavilion. It is said that a flower is a world, a leaf is a Bodhi, and Guzheng didn't expect that in the moment of his unconsciousness during the Shang dynasty, he would wake up as a 10-year-old child. He thought he had come to a later time, but when he looked through history books, he found that the Shang dynasty never existed. He guessed this might be what Buddhists call one flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. He had entered a new world. Guzheng felt that this era was very good. He quickly adapted to the new life and identity. This trip to the countryside was because his grandfather sensed that Beijing might become chaotic in the next year or two, so he told Guzheng to quit his job and go to the countryside to hide. His grandfather thought he was capable enough, though a bit impulsive, so he didn't assign him any specific work. Instead, he told him to be a young worker in the fields to gain experience. Guzheng thought it was unnecessary. What could he learn in a year or two? After graduating from university and working for 2 years, plus having grown up in the black market, he had saved quite a lot of money and banknotes. His parents and grandfather also gave him a lot, and the grains and vegetables he grew at Lantern Spring Pavilion meant he wouldn't suffer much hardship anywhere. But Guzheng didn't refuse. Visiting the countryside was fine too. When he arrived at Xiangyang Commune and saw Pei Nian for the first time, he immediately felt that his grandfather was very foresightful. This trip to the countryside was truly the right decision. During lunch, when Pei Nian pitifully said she wanted to eat meat, Guzheng felt a bit regretful. Why didn't he prepare some meat in the kitchen?
It was too late to slaughter now.
Fortunately, today the state-run restaurant just happened to have braised pork for sale. Unfortunately, the world inside the teapot cannot keep food fresh, or he would have stored a few more portions of meat. In the afternoon, when working, Pei Nian no longer forced others but worked at her own pace. She did as much as she could, rested when tired, and secretly sipped some spiritual spring water from her water bottle. Gu Zheng truly kept his word. He worked very efficiently, with precise and effortless movements. Soon, he finished weeding his area, then silently came over to Pei Nian, took her hoe, and continued working hard. Seeing his quick and neat movements, Pei Nian suddenly felt that no matter what his past identity was or which strange world he came from, at this moment, he was a very reliable teammate. Moreover, he even has spiritual springs. What could she possibly want from him? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed Gu Zheng turn to look at her. Their eyes met, and his gaze was deep and focused with a kind of hard-to-describe concentration. Pei Nian immediately understood. Oh, he's superficial. He cares about appearances. Luckily, she was also quite superficial. She inexplicably relaxed a little and felt like laughing. She squinted at Gu Zheng and pointed to where he had just been working. Comrade Gu Zheng, focus on your work. Don't slack off. Gu Zheng was momentarily stunned by her smile, then awkwardly looked away, a faint blush appearing on his ears. At dinner time, Pei Nian was preparing to heat up leftover steamed bread from the morning at the stove, thinking about how to improve their meals tomorrow. Suddenly, Gu Zheng came over and placed 2 aluminum lunch boxes on the small wooden table beside her, looking normal. What's this? Pei Nian asked curiously as she opened the lid. A rich, tempting aroma of meat immediately filled the air. Inside the box was the braised pork she had been craving at noon. The meat was a mix of fat and lean, soaked in shiny oil, with some potatoes that had absorbed the sauce next to it. Pei Nian's eyes lit up instantly. She looked at Gu Zheng happily. Braised pork? Where did you get this? A faint light flickered in Gu Zheng's eyes as he looked natural. I went to the commune at noon and happened to get some. Gu Zheng, you're amazing. Shunan watched Pei Nian's carefree, bright smile toward Gu Zheng, then glanced at Gu Zheng's calm but clearly pleased expression. He silently thought, I really can't watch this anymore. That Gu Zheng, who was used to commanding in the Beijing compound and could scare people just by smiling, was completely defeated now. Pei Nian was happy but also knew that the boss was capable. She said, on our day off, I'll treat you to a good meal at the state-run restaurant. Gu Zheng's lips curled into a smile, and he nodded. Okay. The fatigue from the first day of work was eased by the warm, delicious dinner in the evening. Pei Nian finished her meal, took out a small paper-wrapped package, and walked over to Gu Zheng, who was washing dishes by the well. Gu Zheng, she called. Gu Zheng turned his head upon hearing her, still dripping water from his hands. Pei Nian handed him the small paper package, speaking clearly enough for the nearby educated youth to hear. Thanks for your help in the field today. This is for you. Inside the paper was a few pieces of fruit-flavored hard candy. Gu Zheng looked at the candies, then glanced at Pei Nian. She had a straightforward expression and a natural look, just like a typical comrade expressing gratitude. He accepted the gift, understanding that nowadays, men and women weren't as strict as in his past life, but it was still important to keep boundaries. Besides, they didn't have any special relationship now. Today, he helped Pei Nian with work, and if someone with bad intentions saw that, they might say unkind things. By openly showing her thanks and being honest, she could prevent some trouble. Not far away, Zhou Jin watched the scene and quickly understood what was happening. She finished eating, wiped her mouth, took out a few candies wrapped in the same paper from her pocket, and went to Jiangsu, who was helping clean up the dishes. She mimicked Pei Nian's gesture. Comrade Jiangsu, thank you for your help today. This is for you. Jiangsu was momentarily surprised. He looked at Zhou Jin's expressionless face, and then at the candies in her hand. His ears turned slightly red, and he quietly said, "No need to thank me," as he took the candies. Zhou Jin felt relieved. She knew she had to be careful and not act out in front of others, especially in this era. The first day of work was exhausting. After dinner and a quick wash, everyone went back to their rooms, eager to rest early. Pei Nian was okay. The spring water helped ease most of her muscle soreness. With Gu Zheng's help, she felt less tired physically, though she was still mentally tense. Gao entered her room and collapsed on the bed. When she returned with hot water for washing, she looked at the blisters on her palms and the red scratches on her arms from the beanstalks. Tears suddenly welled up. Her shoulders trembled, and she had no energy left, even losing her usual spirited attitude when teasing Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin sat on the bed, undoing her hair. Seeing Gao like that, she felt annoyed. But despite her irritation, she didn't say anything. She was more tired than Gao and thought, working on this farm was really hard for anyone. Zhou Jin was making plans in her mind. Right now, the most important thing was to wait for the rest day to go to the commune or county, exchange some items for money and tickets. After the autumn grain distribution, if the work points and food supplies were not enough, she would need to buy more. Li Xiao looked at Gao and suddenly started searching through her bag. Soon, she took out a small brown glass bottle and walked over to Gao whispering, "Gao, I have ointment here, good for bruises and scratches. Do you want some? It costs 2 mao. Pei Nian was busy making her bed next door. When she heard this, she paused. Wow, Li Xiao really finds ways to make money everywhere. Gao looked at the small bottle with tears in her eyes, then at her swollen hand. She felt sorry about the 2 mao but was more worried that her hand might get worse and she wouldn't be able to work tomorrow. In the end, she gritted her teeth, reached into her pocket, and handed over a crumpled mao ticket in exchange for the small bottle. Wu Min finished washing up and came in. Seeing Gao applying ointment with red eyes, she sneered slightly, her voice just loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. Can't stand it anymore? So delicate. Who isn't like this? She looked at Zhou Jin, who was combing her hair, and Pei Nian, who was already lying down, her tone becoming sharper. I think some people are just foolish, only knowing to tough it out. Unlike others, who are eager to help out and do work, her words were full of malice, like poison needles. Pei Nian suddenly opened her eyes, and Zhou Jin stopped combing her hair, her expression turning cold. Zhang Aihua was soaking her feet. When she heard this, she knew trouble was coming and quickly tried to stop her. Wu Min,
What are you talking about?
stop it. What am I talking about? Wu Min, still angry, raised her voice. They just asked Gu Zheng and Jiang Su to help. Everyone saw it. Zhou Jin's short temper flared up immediately. She put down her comb and looked directly at Wu Min. Wu Min, you can say what you want, but you can't spread false words. Gu Zheng helping me is just mutual assistance among comrades. Afterward, I thanked him properly. Is there a problem with that? Pei Nian also felt uncomfortable. Although she noticed Gu Zheng's special attitude toward her, she was careful to keep her boundaries. Gu Zheng helped her with work, and she had already expressed her thanks. Pei Nian raised her voice. Wu Min, on our first day here, we were just helping each other out. We also thanked the comrades who helped us. That's what we call friendship among educated youth. Unlike some people who take others' kindness for granted and easily exploit free labor. The long-term worker refers to Zheng Ping. He hadn't finished his own work yet but went to help Wu Min, and afterwards, he didn't even get a thank you. As soon as the term long-term worker was mentioned, Wu Min's face turned pale. She was so frightened that her voice changed, and she nervously waved her hands. Zhou Jin, don't talk nonsense.
I didn't do that.
Zheng Ping chose to help. I didn't treat him as a long-term worker. Feeling exposed, Pei Nian shot her a sidelong glance. Did I say it was you and Jing Ping? Zhang Aihua, sitting nearby soaking her feet, felt a bit satisfied. God knows how many arguments she had with Wu Min over the past year, but Wu Min's stubborn mouth was really tough. Turns out, she wasn't tough at all. She just hadn't been hit hard enough before, so she didn't feel the pain. The noise from the girls' dormitory was quite loud and soon attracted the attention of the male youth workers. Zhao Xingguo raised his voice in the yard and asked, What's going on? Why is there so much noise from the girls' dorm? Pei Nian thought to herself, Here they come, the person who is a bit of an official-minded youth leader, wanting to get involved in everything. Pei Nian, Zhou Jin, Wu Min, Zhang Aihua, along with the curious Li Xiao and the sobbing Gao, all went outside. Zhang Aihua rolled her eyes when she saw Zhao Xingguo approaching. But she also knew that although Xiao Xingguo liked to act important, he was one of the few old youth workers who still tried to be reasonable outside of her. She briefly explained what had happened, mainly about Wu Min's careless words and the argument they caused, objectively. Xiao Xingguo listened and started to smooth things over, frowning with a worried look. We should make this bigger. As youth workers in the village, we need to be careful about our reputation. If it gets out of hand and reaches the team, it could give the villagers a bad impression of us, which isn't good for anyone. Li Xiao, who had been silent, coldly added, "When have the villagers ever had a good impression of us youth workers?" This was true. The Qiu Brigade had good conditions and received new youth workers every year, often with some connections or influence. When those influential people caused a bit of trouble, they quickly found ways to return to the city, leaving a mess for the next batch of youth workers. The team leader and the village secretary both found it difficult to deal with the educated youths. They felt the youths couldn't work properly, couldn't endure hardships, and only caused trouble. Eventually, they decided to separate the youths from the main group, assign them a piece of land, and let them work on it themselves, so they wouldn't have to see or worry about them. Pei Nian and Zhou Jin didn't want to cause trouble at the team headquarters. They hadn't yet fully understood the local relationships and rules, so they didn't want to act rashly. Zhou Jin looked at Wu Min and directly asked, "Wu Min, you must apologize to me and Pei Nian for your irresponsible words just now, and promise not to talk nonsense in the future." Wu Min felt very unwilling, but under everyone's watch, especially Zhou Jin's cold gaze and Pei Nian's amused attitude, she could only grit her teeth, lower her head, and mumble, "Sorry, I promise I won't say anything careless again." After apologizing, she couldn't help but add, "I just thought Comrade Guggen and Comrade Jiangsu were working too hard, and some people don't understand how to be considerate." Pei Nian almost burst out laughing. "Well, it seems this person has quite the mind, aiming at both the big boss and the main character. Quite ambitious." Hearing this, Zhou Jin felt a bit annoyed and instinctively shot a sharp look at Jiangsu. "Men are always trouble," she said irritably to Jiangsu. "Did you hear that? Comrade Wu Min is considerate of your hard work." Innocently caught in the middle, Jiangsu looked confused and embarrassed, with a face full of uncertainty. Gu Zheng, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke after hearing Zhou Jin's words. "Labor is honorable. I don't need anyone to be considerate of me, and I don't find it hard." Gu Zheng paused briefly, looked around at everyone, and added deliberately, "Among comrades, helping each other is normal and proper." Maybe he was leaving a backup plan, just in case he couldn't stand her hard work tomorrow and wanted to help her. Seeing Gu Zheng take a stand, Jiangsu quickly waved his hands and said to Wu Min, "Yes, I also don't need consideration. It's not hard, not hard." Wu Min was speechless, caught between the two, her face turning pale and red alternately. She felt like she was holding her breath, almost suffocating. The yard fell silent again. Everyone had their own thoughts and went back to their rooms. She worked at a pace she could handle, earning 5 or 6 work points each day. The crops on the dark land in the space were high-yielding and healthy, so she didn't lack food or drink. There was no need to tire herself out for just a few points. Seeing her like this, Zhou Jin immediately followed her example and decisively stopped Jiangsu from trying to help. Wu Min's eyes were still secretly watching, so she needed to be more careful with her words to avoid being scolded again. Life went by with working, resting, and daily visits to the backyard to check on the house repairs. The team leader found some helpers who worked quickly, fixing the gaps and replacing the roof tiles. The house was starting to look like a real home. Pei Nian was thinking that once the house was finished, she would build a kitchen, a shower room, and a toilet. Then her small life would truly be settled. Finally, they looked forward to their first day off. After work, Pei Nian slipped over to Gu Zheng, who was washing his hands by the well, and asked, "Are you going to the commune tomorrow? We agreed to treat you to a meal." Gu Zheng paused while washing his hands, looked up at her, and his eyes softened in the dimming light. "Yes, Shunan will come too," Pei Nian added. Although these days they took turns cooking for the helpers, most of the work was done by Shunan and Gu Zheng. She just helped out, and she remembered to keep this favor in mind. "Okay," Gu Zheng agreed without saying much. The next morning, at dawn, The youth camp was lively. Not only they three planned to go to the commune, but Zhou Jin and Jiang Su also said they wanted to go buy some things. Gao Wan, probably unable to stand eating plain food every day, decided to spend a little money on a good meal. The new youth, who just arrived, still had some savings. Even Zhang Aihua said she wanted to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some needles and thread. 7 people in total reached the village entrance, where Uncle Chen's ox cart was already waiting. 2 or 3 village women with baskets sat on the cart, likely heading to the market or visiting relatives during their break. "Hey, new youth, are you all going to the commune too?" A round-faced woman with a blue cloth headscarf greeted warmly. She looked at the new faces carefully, finally focusing on Pei Nian and Zhou Jin, with obvious curiosity and interest.
No wonder.
When they finished work, Pei Nian and Zhou Jin were so covered up that even their own mothers couldn't recognize them. After work, they didn't often wander around the village. The youth station was at the end of the village, and only a few older women saw what these young women looked like until now. When they saw them, the women all whispered to each other, saying they looked very fresh and lively. Especially the girl named Pei Nian. Her skin was as white as a peeled egg, her eyes big and bright, her nose straight and pretty. Standing there, even in old clothes, she looked very beautiful. The ox cart started to move slowly, the wheels creaking on the dirt road. The grass and trees beside the road were lush and green. One of the older women with a round face was clearly someone who liked to matchmake and gossip. She couldn't resist and asked with a smile, "Pei the youth, Zhou the youth, how old are you this year? Are you seeing anyone in the city? Here it comes." Pei Nian was prepared. Questions like this were very common in the countryside at that time. She didn't wait for the woman to finish saying, "I have a nephew/niece who's very good," but looked up with a slightly awkward expression, stopping her. "Auntie, my family has rules. I'm not allowed to date in the countryside." The woman was surprised.
Huh?
"Why not?" Pei Nian sighed, looking more serious, even a little scared. "My dad said if I dared to secretly date in the countryside, he would break my boyfriend's legs." Of course, her terrible father never really said that. But when you're outside, your identity is what you make it, and no one knows the truth. She paused, looked at the stiff smile on the woman's face, and sincerely asked, "Annie, do you have someone suitable to introduce to me? Someone who won't get their legs broken." Suddenly, the cart was silent. Old Uncle Chen, who was driving, shook his shoulders suspiciously. Shunan turned his face away and shrugged his shoulders. Guzhen glanced at Pei Nian's serious expression, a quick smile flashing in his eyes. The round-faced woman opened her mouth awkwardly. This. Who would want to break their legs just to date someone? Pei Nian pretended not to notice her embarrassment. She counted on her fingers quietly, speaking clearly with each word, "And I have high standards. To be my boyfriend, you must look especially outstanding. Someone less than me won't do. As for the family, I prefer simple people without burdens. As for the bride price, I don't want much, just 99 yuan, to symbolize a long-lasting good wish. Furniture must have 72 legs, no less. Also, there's the saying, for turns, one sound." Zhang Aihua, who had been listening carefully nearby, couldn't help but be curious and interrupted, asking, "Pei Nian, I know about 3 turns, 1 sound. Bicycles, watches, sewing machines, and radios. What's added in your 4 turns?" Pei Nian winked at her. "Electric fans. It's so hot in summer." Then she seemed to remember something and added regretfully, "But to use an electric fan, the place needs electricity, and our team hasn't got power yet. Only the team headquarters has electricity, and it's just a broadcast line." The round-faced lady and a few other women on the cart looked stunned. 99 yuan in bride price. Isn't that enough? Plus 72 legs and the saying, "For turns, 1 sound." This isn't just marrying a wife, it's like inviting ancestors. Zhou Jin immediately understood and followed along. She showed no emotion on her face, and her tone was even calmer than Pei Nian's, directly doubling her words. "My parents also said, if you dare to marry in the countryside, they'll break the legs of my fiancé's family." She paused slightly, as if calculating. "Perfect. I have 3 older brothers and cousins from uncles and aunts. Our family has more boys, and we like lively gatherings. The phrase, break the legs of the whole family, combined with more boys, made the round-faced lady turn silent and subtly shift her position. Well, all of them are not to be messed with. Zhang Aihua watched in amazement, feeling like she was learning something new. Before, when villagers' women asked her questions, she would blush and stammer, refusing awkwardly. Who knew she could now dissuade them in this way? Guzheng sat on the other side of the ox cart, gazing at the distant, undulating fields. He looked calm outwardly, but felt a slight stir inside. He was handsome, from a good family, and with 99 yuan, 72 legs, and the saying for turns one sound, he thought to himself, he met all these conditions, maybe even more. This realization made a part of his chest feel unexpectedly more at ease. The ox cart continued creaking forward, but the atmosphere on the cart grew strangely quiet. Only Gao Wan secretly looked at Pei Nian and Zhou Jin with envy and complex feelings, thinking how brave they were to say anything they wanted, yet also feeling they might just be seeking attention. The few women who initially wanted to find out more had now given up their curiosity. They couldn't afford to marry, and they definitely wouldn't dare to marry. The new female educated youth looks very beautiful, but she's also not someone most people can handle easily. The ox cart stopped near the entrance of the commune. The group agreed to meet at the state-run restaurant at noon, then each went their own way. Pei Nian carried an old woven basket on her back, with a clear goal to go to the supply and marketing cooperative first. When she went to the countryside, her space was stocked with supplies. Later, she took from the rich to help the poor, so she didn't really lack anything. But she needed a reason to use her supplies. She thought about what was available in the cooperative: soap, matches, needles, and thread. She quietly moved these small items from her space into her covered basket, making it heavier and more real. Just as Pei Nian was thinking about buying some local pastries to try, a woman with a child came to the counter. The child stared longingly at the fruit candies. The clerk quickly scooped up some candies, weighed them, and announced the price. 1 yuan plus a candy ticket. Candy ticket? Meat ticket. Pei Nian suddenly remembered she didn't have a meat ticket. Before going to the countryside, she exchanged her meat tickets for fresh pork and meat dishes at the state restaurant, storing them in her space. Even if she had a meat ticket, she couldn't use it in Lin County. Without a ticket, how could she invite guests? Pei Nian thought about how she had already spoken out, and she couldn't just order vegetarian dishes at the restaurant. She didn't want to embarrass herself. She quickly left the supply and marketing cooperative, turned into a quiet, empty alley, and disappeared deep inside. Inside her space, Pei Nian didn't delay. She quickly searched through her supplies. She found an old, dull outfit to change into, wrapped her hair tightly with a headscarf so not a single strand showed, applied some soot to her face, put on a torn straw hat, and wore rough cloth gloves. Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought she looked unrecognizable. Perhaps even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. She deliberately lowered her voice, cleared her throat, and spoke in a rough, unpleasant tone. Once everything was ready, Pei Nian stepped out of her space again, carrying an old cloth bag, heading toward the family compound of various units in the commune. At that time, families with extra money and scarce tickets were mostly those with stable jobs. Luckily, Pei Nian seemed to have good luck. While wandering near the second family compound, she overheard a well-dressed young couple talking. The woman said with some regret, "Did I asked a Shanghai brand watch costs 120 yuan, but it also needs 12 industrial coupons. We're still a few short." The man felt a bit helpless. It's hard to get industrial coupons. The little I usually get isn't enough to buy a thermos or a basin. Pei Nian's mind moved, sensing an opportunity. When the couple reached a quiet spot near the wall, she lowered her hat brim, leaned in, and spoke in a deliberately rough, muffled voice. "Comrade, do you want to watch?" The couple was startled. They turned around quickly and saw someone wrapped up like a rice dumpling, with only their face and hands visible, speaking in a rough voice. They instinctively took a step back, their faces full of suspicion. Pei Nian didn't waste time. She continued in a muffled voice, "I have a brand new Shanghai watch for sale.
You can trade for it."
If you need industrial coupons, you can use meat tickets to make up the difference. The young couple looked at each other, clearly tempted but still cautious. The man hesitated and asked, "Can we see the watch?" Pei Nian glanced around and took a brand new watch box from her cloth bag. She opened it to show them, with the Shanghai logo clearly visible. This was one of her spoils from before she went to the countryside, taken from the logistics director's house. The woman's eyes lit up immediately. She reached out to get a closer look, but Pei Nian quickly closed the box and whispered, "It's not convenient here. The item is perfect, still in its original packaging and never worn. How many industrial coupons can you offer? The rest can be made up with meat tickets at market price." The couple was both surprised and happy. They whispered among themselves. Watches like this were hard to come by. Having money and coupons didn't guarantee an immediate purchase. Plus, this one was brand new. In the end, their desire for the watch won out. The man stepped forward and lowered his voice. "We can only offer 10 industrial coupons. For the remaining 2, can we pay you with meat tickets at black market prices? But we don't have many tickets, so we might need to use other vouchers as well." "That's fine," Pei Nian agreed quickly. "Other vouchers are okay too. If you have sugar tickets, I'll exchange them at market value." After a quick count, they handed over 10 industrial coupons, along with a few meat tickets, sugar tickets, and 120 yuan in cash, and took the brand new Shanghai watch. Once the deal was done, the young couple was about to leave. Pei Nian noticed they still seemed to be holding a meat ticket. She looked closer and saw it was a Tuliang meat ticket. "Comrade, why don't you exchange that meat ticket with me?" The woman clenched the ticket and shook her head. "We want to keep it, just in case the supply and marketing cooperative comes for meat." Pei Nian quickly thought of a plan. She said, "Give me that meat ticket and I'll sell you some meat." Tuliang, fresh pork. The married couple was stunned. The man looked at her with confusion and asked, "You have meat? Then why are you exchanging meat vouchers?" Pei Nian spoke loudly and roughly, deliberately sounding impatient and a bit rough. "Don't worry about it. I want to eat meat dishes from the state-run restaurant." "Is that a problem?" This reason surprisingly sounded quite believable, since the meat dishes from the state-run restaurant really are delicious. The couple hesitated for a moment. The woman asked cautiously, "Really? What kind of meat? Is there a lot of fat?" "4-layer pork, with both lean and fatty parts, guaranteed fresh," Pei Nian replied confidently. The couple was tempted. Soon, in a more hidden corner of the wall, she used her mind to cut a 2-ounce piece of pork, pretending to take it out from a cloth bag, and quickly handed it over. The young couple took the paper-wrapped package, opened a corner to see the bright red and white fresh meat, quickly paid for the meat, and then handed the 2-ounce meat voucher back to Pei Nian. Victory in the first attempt. Pei Nian gained confidence. She repeated the process, switching to 2 more vouchers for the neighborhood committee. She carefully traded away and used household items from her space, gradually exchanging them for some local vouchers and a little cash. When she thought enough time had passed, she slipped back into that quiet alley, entered her space, removed her disguise, washed her hands and face, and changed back into her original clothes. Pei Nian stored the vouchers and money she had gained, then filled her basket with daily necessities bought from the supply store, feeling refreshed and confident as she stepped out. When she reached the entrance of the state-run restaurant, Gu Zheng and Shun were already there, waiting under the shade of a tree. "Waiting long?" Pei Nian approached with a relaxed smile. "Just arrived," Gu Zheng said, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment. She was slightly damp at the temples, but her eyes sparkled brightly. Shun grinned and said, "Comrade Pei Nian, I've been waiting for you to treat us today. Don't worry, I'll cover it all," Pei Nian said confidently, raising her chin and leading the way into the restaurant. It was mealtime, so the place was quite busy. Pei Nian went straight to the window, looked at the small blackboard listing today's specials, and confidently told the waiter, "Comrade, I'll have 1 braised pork, 1 braised fish, 1 sweet and sour pork, 1 cabbage soup, and 3 bowls of rice." She then efficiently paid with money, meat vouchers, and grain coupons. Her clear voice and bold ordering drew the attention of several nearby tables. Gu Zheng's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but he said nothing. Instead, he stepped forward and took the menu from the waiter. Shun had already found a table nearby. As soon as the three of them sat down, the dishes hadn't all arrived yet, and Zhou Jin and Jiang Su also came in. Zhou Jin saw them at a glance and walked over. "Share a table, welcome," Pei Nian said with a smile. Gu Zheng glanced at the two of them, but didn't speak. Soon, the dishes arrived one after another, solid, hearty dishes that looked so delicious they made people salivate. Just a few bites into the meal, Gao Wan hesitantly came in. Seeing the table full of meat and vegetables, her eyes widened. She wanted to say something but was glared at by Zhou Jin. In the end, she went to the window and ordered a serving of braised pork and a bowl of rice, then sat at a nearby empty table. As she ate, her eyes turned red. This was the first time she had eaten meat since moving to the countryside. After a satisfying meal, the group walked back to the meeting point. Their steps were light and happy, full of contentment, and even Gao Wan's usually grim face looked much brighter. At the village entrance, Uncle Chun was already waiting there. The ox cart was much livelier than in the morning. Besides Zhang Aihua and the few women from earlier, there were a few unfamiliar women too. Zhang Aihua sat at the back of the cart, watching Pei Nian and the others return with rosy cheeks and visibly bulging baskets. A trace of envy flashed in her eyes. Sigh, she had only been in the countryside for half a year, and her family still sent her some money and supplies now and then. She used to treat herself at the state-run restaurant every now and then, but over time, her savings ran out, and her confidence was gone. Everyone placed their baskets on the cart, filled with small, newly bought items, necessities like needles, thread, soap, matches, and so on, which were hard to come by when first moving to the countryside. They carefully placed the baskets at their feet and climbed onto the cart. The space was already small, and now it felt even more cramped. The ox cart swayed gently as it headed back. The round-faced woman who had tried to play matchmaker in the morning quieted down. But a tall, slender woman with high cheekbones, who had just gotten on, looked around at the young workers and especially at their tightly covered baskets. Finally, she couldn't hold back and leaned toward Zhou Jin, smiling as she asked, "Zhou Jiqing, you bought quite a few good things this trip, right? What did you buy? Show us so we can see." Zhou Jin didn't even lift his eyelids and replied coldly, "Nothing special, just some small things for daily life." Next to them, Gao Wan and Jiang Su also responded vaguely. The tall woman with high cheekbones was disappointed and turned her attention to Pei Nian, smiling more warmly. "Pei Jiqing, what about you? What did you buy? Show us so we can see." Pei Nian smiled politely and replied, "I bought some things." But her words sounded like she hadn't said anything at all. The older woman's smile started to fade, and her voice grew louder. "Oh, what's the matter? We're all neighbors, can't we share? There's nothing to hide." While speaking, her hand moved quickly. Before her words finished, she reached out to the old cloth covering Zhou Jin's basket, trying to lift it.
Zhou Jin reacted fast.
At almost the same time, he grabbed the edge of the cloth, raised his eyebrows, and said sharply, "Ma'am, are you reaching a bit too far?" But the woman was quick-eyed. In that brief moment, she saw a flash of bright red inside, an old metal water bottle.
"Wow."
"A water bottle," she exclaimed, sounding surprised and a little jealous. "I knew it. You're hiding something. Rich folks like you buy new water bottles. Our old one is used by the whole family, and the rattan cover is almost falling apart, held together with wire." Feeling confident she was right, she got more excited. She looked toward Pei Nian's basket again, trying to lift the blue cloth cover. Pei Nian kept her eyes on her. Almost at the same time the woman reached out, Pei Nian pressed down on the cloth with one hand and slapped the woman's hand away with the other. Not gentle at all. The woman yelped and quickly pulled her hand back, her hand turning red visibly.
"Hey."
"Why did you hit me?" she exclaimed, surprised and angry, clutching her hand. Pei Nian sat up slowly, her voice cold. "Ma'am, this is my stuff. I don't like people touching or looking at it. Is there a problem?" The woman rubbed her hand, feeling embarrassed and angry. She raised her voice. "What's the big deal? It's not broken. You city folks are so stingy." Everyone on the bus looked over. Zhang Aihua frowned. A few older women stopped talking. Shen and Gu Zheng looked serious. Gao Wan nervously clenched her fists. Pei Nian didn't respond to her stingy comment. Instead, she looked at her carefully and asked again, "Are you really curious about what I bought?" The woman felt uncomfortable under her gaze but forced herself to say, "What's wrong with wanting to know?" "All right," Pei Nian nodded. Suddenly, she raised her voice. "Uncle Chen, please stop the car." Old Uncle Chen, who was catching the ride, had already perked up his ears to listen to the sounds behind him. Hearing the commotion, he quickly stopped the ox cart in the middle of the road. A few young workers felt a strange sense of excitement rising in their hearts. Even Zhang Aihua quietly stretched her neck to see better. Pei Nian turned around slowly, facing the woman and the curious or nervous looks of everyone on the cart. One hand still held the blue cloth covering her basket, while the other moved so fast it was hard to see, quickly lifting a corner of the cloth and then closing it again. Everyone only saw a flash and nothing was clear. Then, they saw Pei Nian already holding something in her hand. In the sunlight, the object reflected a cold, shiny metal, a new, sharp-looking kitchen knife with a thick back and a thin blade. The woman's eyes widened in shock, and she stepped back slightly. Pei Nian held the knife by the handle, tested it, and then turned the blade toward herself. She held it horizontally and brought it in front of the woman, speaking calmly as if showing an art piece. "Auntie, aren't you curious? Look, see how this knife is? Just bought it, feels good in the hand." The woman looked at the sharp blade so close, her throat went dry. She forced a smile and said, "It's very good, very sharp."
Oh.
Pei Nian raised an eyebrow. "Would you like to see how sharp it really is?" The woman's face turned pale, and her voice trembled. How do I look at it?" Pei Nian smiled brightly. "I'll show you." She turned around, glanced at the crooked elm tree about the size of a bowl, and weighed the knife in her hand. In the next moment, to everyone's shock, the knife flew out of her hand with a swoosh, hitting the tree trunk a few steps away with a loud thud. The blade was deeply embedded in the wood, and the handle still trembled slightly. The entire ox cart was silent. Everyone stared in amazement at the deeply embedded knife, then slowly turned to look at Pei Nian, who had already retracted her hand and stood calmly and confidently. The woman who had challenged her looked pale with fear. Her mouth was open, but she couldn't say a word. Cold sweat ran down her back. She thought to herself, "This young woman is really something else." After a brief shock, the young worker's eyes lit up. Zhang Aihua almost couldn't help but clap and cheer. Shannon blurted out, "Sister Nian, amazing," calling her sister so naturally. Zhou Jin also couldn't help but laugh and praised, "Pay the young worker, such good skills." Gu Zheng's usually tense lips finally curved into a smile, full of joy and admiration. He took a big step and jumped down from the ox cart, walking to the elm tree. He grabbed the handle of the knife, used force to pull out the vegetable cleaver, leaving a wedge-shaped cut on the tree trunk. He then returned, handed the knife to Pei Nian, with the handle facing her, in a natural and smooth motion. Pei Nian took the knife, casually stuck it back into her basket, and then grabbed a handful of hard candies, with a slight apology on her face, and started handing out candies to the people on the cart. "Sorry, everyone, aunties. I've delayed your time," she said cheerfully. "I just bought this knife and wanted to try it out." After handing out the candies, Pei Nian clapped her hands, acting as if nothing happened, and sat back in her seat. The journey back on this ox cart was the widest and quietest the educated youth had experienced, with only the sound of wheels rolling over the dirt road. Pei Nian leaned against her basket, thinking that the quality of this knife was indeed good. When they reached the entrance of Qingshan Brigade Village, before the ox cart even stopped, the women at the village entrance looked over eagerly, as if watching a western scene. Life in the countryside was dull, and they could talk about new things for a long time. The enthusiasm of these educated youth hadn't faded yet, and seeing them bring back so many things made them even more curious. "Hey, the educated youth are back. Looks heavy. What did they buy?" A woman in a blue jacket pulled her old sister from the same cart. "Suehua, what good things did these educated youth buy? Did you see anything on the way?" The woman called Suehua was the round-faced lady who wanted to be a matchmaker for Pei Nian, but later was scared off by Pei Nian's flying vegetable cleaver. When Suehua heard her old sister's words, her eyes instinctively glanced toward Pei Nian. Seeing that Pei Nian wasn't paying attention, she relaxed. She quickly withdrew her hand, joking. I don't know what they bought. They're all wrapped up so tightly I didn't look. I'm tired from sitting so long. I'm going home now. After saying that, Suehua picked up her basket and hurried home, truly afraid that Pei Nian might throw her a flying cleaver again. The woman in the blue jacket looked surprised. Why run? Usually, she's the best at finding out things. The villagers, who also overheard from the same cart, found it strange. Pei Nian ignored their curious glances. After enjoying a big meal at the state-run restaurant and testing her vegetable cleaver on the way, she was in a good mood. Over the next 2 days, it was the turn of the peanut fields in the village. The tasks were still loosening the soil, maintaining moisture, and weeding, but compared to being stuck among the bean seedlings before, the peanuts were much more open and spacious. Pei Nian finally took off her suit gear, only wearing a straw hat and a long-sleeve shirt. She felt much lighter and more comfortable. She held a hoe and slowly worked in front of her assigned row of peanut plants, trying to find a posture that wouldn't strain her back. As she worked, she suddenly felt something was a bit off. There were many subtle glances around her, occasionally drifting her way. The looks were like when someone is eating a melon and desperately wants to know if it's sweet or not. She paused her hoe, straightened up suspiciously, and happened to meet the kind face of a kind-looking auntie. Seeing Pei Nian look over, the auntie felt a bit embarrassed. During a water break, she moved a few steps closer, unable to hide her curiosity. Pei Jiqing, I heard you're really strong. Is that true? Nearby villagers, especially the young ones who were eavesdropping, looked excited. Pei Nian was drinking from her water bottle, paused when she heard this, blinked, and suddenly realized, oh, so that's where the issue lies. It must have spread widely after yesterday's incident on the ox cart. There are hardly any secrets in the village. Everyone loves gossip and sharing news. Indeed, the women who returned yesterday all said that Pei Jiqing was secretly very strong. With just a flick of her kitchen knife, she could drive it deep into a tree. Many people were skeptical because Pei Nian's appearance was very deceiving. She didn't look like a strong person at all. She didn't seem particularly quick or powerful, so they didn't believe she had that much strength. Before she could answer, another auntie nearby called out loudly, Hey, Lu family, who are you listening to? Pei Jiqing's arms are so thin. How strong can she be? She looks like she struggles just to work. This made several aunties laugh, and many people listened to the rumors, but didn't really believe them. Pei Nian's appearance didn't match the idea of a strong person, so they thought it was exaggerated. Pei Nian wasn't upset. She smiled and said casually, As for strength, it's okay. But yesterday's thing mainly had to do with that knife. As she spoke, her gaze unintentionally swept over the thin, sharp-faced auntie. Pei Nian's eyes curved into a smile, and she deliberately raised her voice. Right, auntie? You saw my knife yesterday, didn't you? It's pretty sharp, right? Cutting through bones would be easy for it. The mean lady didn't expect Pei Nian to criticize her. She stiffened and almost dropped her hoe on her foot. She glared at Pei Nian angrily, turned her head away, and didn't dare to reply. The villagers nearby, who could see their expressions clearly, became more convinced. Pei Jiqing really was not easy to deal with. She had a strong temper and good skills, even making Lu Er's wife back down. Pei Nian saw that it was enough and kept working quietly in the field. 2 days later, after finishing work and dinner, Lao Wangshuan came to the front yard and said to Pei Nian and the others, The house in the backyard is almost fixed. Go take a look. If you're not happy with anything, tell me. Pei Nian's eyes lit up. Finally, it was ready. The three of them went to the backyard together. The other young workers heard the house was finished and came to see. The old broken house was replaced by 3 small houses in a row, looking neat and sturdy. Pei Nian reached her own house. The main house was divided into 2 small rooms with mud walls, a bedroom with a Kong bed, and a small hall. The broken parts of the brick wall were repaired with mud bricks and smoothed with plaster. What she liked most were the 3 small mud brick rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and an outdoor toilet. The house wasn't big, but it was clear and complete, with all necessary functions. The yard was surrounded by old bricks and separated from the nearby broken, empty house. Gu Zheng and Shun An's houses were similar, 3 houses side by side. Really nice. Zhou Jin looked around inside and out, especially at the bathroom and toilet. Better than sharing a big bed and communal bathroom and toilet. Zhou Jin was excited and decided she would go find the team leader later. She also wanted to fix her house and move out. Last time at the commune, she had touched the black market's edge. After buying some rare goods, she earned a good amount of money and now had enough to repair her house. After looking at the houses, they just happened to meet the team leader, Wang Fugan, who was checking the progress. Pei Nian and Gu Zheng thanked him. Wang Fugan looked at the 3 newly repaired houses, which no longer looked broken, and found them much more pleasing. That night, Zhou Jin and Jiang Su each brought half a jin of brown sugar to the team leader's house. They said straightforwardly, "Team leader, I want to move out. I want to apply to fix up the backyard house. We'll pay for it ourselves. We understand the rules." Jiang Su nodded in agreement. Wang Fugan, hearing this, took a drag on his cigarette, looked at Zhou Jin, then at Jiang Su beside her. He was surprised but not surprised. It wasn't surprising they wanted to move out, but it was surprising they only brought it up now. He took a puff of dry tobacco and said, "All right. The house will be repaired for you to live in, then you can return to the city or stay in the village. You will pay for the materials yourself. Do you want it built like Pei Jiqing's house?" "Yes, just like Pei Jiqing's." "Thank you, leader," Zhou Jin replied straightforwardly. "Okay, tomorrow I'll ask Wang Laoshuan to estimate the materials." Wang Fugan happily agreed, thinking to himself, these city kids really know how to enjoy themselves, but that's good too. When more people live together, conflicts are easier to avoid. If someone wants to move out at their own expense, I support that. The repaired house still needs to be heated for 3 days to dry out the dampness from the mud bricks before it can be lived in. During the afternoon and evening, Pei Nian came to light the fire. Watching the white steam rise from the cracks in the Kong heated bed, she felt relieved. Her private space was finally coming. In the past 2 days, Pei Nian was busy too. During her free time after work, she started moving little by little, transferring her belongings to her small yard. She also bought straw mats from Aunt Qian and ordered a set of boxes, cupboards, wash basins, and a large bathtub from Carpenter Xiao. Her scattered belongings filled the originally empty mud brick house. In her 2 lives, she never paid much attention to food, clothing, or housing, nor did she have much experience decorating. Now, everything depended on her. She arranged the house little by little, from nothing to something, from rough to refined. It was like playing a small game, and she was a bit hooked. When she relaxed her mind, Pei Nian almost made a mistake. Looking at the flat land in the yard, a thought of planting flowers suddenly appeared in her mind. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. In these times, planting vegetables in her own yard was thrifty and practical. Growing flowers would be small bourgeoisie flair, pursuing bourgeois pleasures, and might get her reported at any moment. Pei Nian looked regretfully at that patch of land. Forget it. In a few days, she would find villagers to exchange some seeds for vegetables. It would be safe and also provide a visible source of food in the future. After heating the house for 3 days, on the 4th day, Pei Nian planned to move in during the noon. After lunch, everyone was still busy, so it wouldn't affect anyone. Wu Min leaned against the Kong cabinet, watching Pei Nian move her luggage, then glanced at Zhou Jin organizing things, and finally looked at Gao Wan. She smirked slightly and said in a moderate voice, "It's really different fates for different people. Some go live in their own house, and some are about to. Those who are not capable can only squeeze into this broken house with us, living off other smells." Guanwan looked up, wiping tears, and said to Wu Min, "Wu Jiqing, how can you say this house is a broken house?" Pei Nian looked at Wu Min calmly and asked, "Exactly, Comrade Wu Min. Are you unhappy with the accommodation arrangements made by the team for us educated youths? Or do you have opinions about the policy of going to the countryside?" Wu Min's face changed. She didn't expect Pei Nian to directly accuse her like that, and hurriedly denied, I didn't mean that. Pei Nian, don't talk nonsense. It's best if you didn't mean it. Pei Nian withdrew her gaze and didn't bother to say more. This person is both inexperienced and loves to play, with only a few tricks to provoke others. She gets scared easily. Most of Pei Nian's belongings had been moved over the past few days. The remaining items mainly included the bed cabinet, the bed table, and clothes and bedding. Gu Zheng waited outside the door. Seeing her carry such a big cabinet, even though he knew she was surprisingly strong, he still felt a little nervous. Leave it. His voice was not loud but carried a commanding tone. He stepped a few paces to Pei Nian's side. Gu Zheng? It's okay. I can handle this myself, no trouble. Pei Nian looked up, a bit surprised to see him. Her face was clean, her eyes bright, clearly not thinking this was a heavy task. Gu Zheng didn't reply, but looked at her. There was disapproval in his eyes. He bent down, gripping the side of the bed cabinet with both hands, his arms slightly tense, and steadily lifted the cabinet. Pei Nian watched his back, touching her nose. Well, since someone was willing to help, she was happy to relax. She picked up the neatly tied bedding bundle and followed easily. With a strong helper available, the rest of the work was no longer difficult. Soon, Pei Nian's new home was completely arranged. The bed cabinet stood against the wall, the bed table was in the middle, the bedding was spread neatly, the new cupboard was in the kitchen corner, and the wash basin quietly sat under the window. Although simple and rustic, everything was clean and tidy, giving a solid feeling of daily life. On the way to work in the afternoon, Pei Nian suddenly remembered something. By the way, Gu Zheng, starting tomorrow, will we each cook our own meals? Gu Zheng stopped walking and turned around to ask, why? Is there something that makes you uncomfortable? Pei Nian blinked, a quick flash of a smile in her eyes. Comrade Gu Zheng, we agreed at the beginning that we would share meals during the house renovation. Gu Zheng paused briefly and said calmly, sharing chores saves effort and makes meals more filling. Pei Nian, hands behind her back, spoke cheerfully with a hint of mischief. Comrade Gu Zheng, we're not that close yet, so we should keep some distance. Gu Zheng was silent for a moment, looking at her smiling but clear-eyed face. Feeling a bit helpless, he replied, all right. Gu Zheng also knew that separating was better for them. They currently had no relationship, and if three people stayed together long enough, gossip would surely start. He wasn't afraid, but he cared about the girl's reputation. Their first meal after moving was also their last shared meal. Pei Nian still wanted something hearty. The three of them discussed, and each prepared a meat dish. At some point, Gu Zheng went into the mountains and brought back a rabbit. Shannon traded with a villager for an old hen, and Pei Nian contributed her last piece of cured meat. They enjoyed a luxurious, warm meal with spicy rabbit, stir-fried cured meat with green peppers, chicken soup with small mushrooms, and scrambled eggs with gourd. After eating, Gu Zheng suddenly remembered something. He took a small cloth bag from his old satchel. Inside were several bunches of shiny, dark purple, plump, wild grapes, still covered with a light layer of frost, looking very appealing. Gu Zheng washed the grapes at the well and placed them on the Kong table. Found these in the mountains, try some. Pei Nian, feeling a bit full from the meal, brightened at the sight of the fresh grapes and reached out to pick one and put it in her mouth. Shannon tried one and commented, these mountain grapes are very sweet. After the meal, Pei Nian relaxed. Hearing Shannon's comment, she instinctively argued, mountain grapes can't be that sweet. The sweet ones are watered by the spiritual spring. Before she finished, Pei Nian froze and slowly turned to look at Gu Zheng. Had she just revealed something about herself? She had already noticed his unusual behavior. Her mind went blank, repeatedly thinking, what should I do? Would the boss really hurt her? Although he seemed to like her a little, they hadn't confirmed their relationship yet. Even if they had, it still didn't feel safe. Should she hide in her space and leave this place? Her thoughts were a jumble, switching between trusting Gu Zheng and feeling it was risky to challenge human nature. Gu Zheng paused with the grapes in his hand, looked up at Pei Nian, and saw the fear in her eyes. He felt both angry and worried. Feeling helpless, he softly said, we can talk about this later. Right now, they were still in Shen An's yard. Not the right place for serious talk. Gu Jiqing, Shen Jiqing, I just remembered something. I need to go now. Pei Nian didn't really hear Gu Zheng's comforting words. She just wanted to leave the current environment quickly. She suddenly rushed out of Shen An's yard. Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng chuckled bitterly. He didn't say much, yet she ran away. He knew long ago that he had revealed his secret. On the first day working, when he gave Pei Nian some spiritual water to remove her negative feelings, he casually said it was sugar water. But sugar water didn't instantly restore energy or relieve pain and exhaustion. At that time, Pei Nian didn't ask, so he didn't explain. But today, the girl accidentally let slip and looked so panicked. If he remembered correctly, he was the one who exposed the secret. He should be the one feeling anxious. Shen An was still eating grapes when he saw Pei Nian run off suddenly, looking confused. Brother Zheng, is Pei Jiqing in some trouble? Why did she run so fast? Gu Zheng looked at him calmly, then picked up the grapes and left the yard. Pei Nian almost flew back to her courtyard, leaning against the door, her heart pounding fast. The sweet taste of mountain grapes still lingered on her tongue. She felt annoyed. How could she lose her mind after eating and drinking enough? And why was she running? She still had a chance to fix things. She could say she had been soaked in sugar water. Even the boss said the spiritual spring water was like sugar water, so she could bluff her way through. In the next 2 days, Pei Nian deliberately avoided Gu Zheng. She went to work with everyone else, kept her eyes down, and as soon as work was done, she hurried back to her small courtyard, even watching whether Gu Zheng was in the yard when fetching water. For 2 peaceful days, there was no news from Gu Zheng. Pei Nian's nerves were tense. Was the boss hiding something big? Or was he really not taking it seriously? She sat on her new bed edge, unconsciously fiddling with the edge of the quilt. Rationally, she thought Gu Zheng wasn't a bad person. Who would take out such a precious thing as spiritual spring water just after knowing someone for 2 days? But what if he was pretending? Waiting for a chance to find a quiet place. Pei Nian couldn't help but imagine all sorts of possibilities in her mind. She wondered if she could outsmart Gu Zheng. First, she is indeed strong, but when facing Gu Zheng, who is quick and accurate with his flying stones during hunting, it's clear he has good skills. Her strength alone might not be enough against a trained fighter. The second idea was to hide in space and launch a surprise attack, but she dismissed this idea immediately. Gu Zheng's space ability looks quite powerful. If he comes from a post-apocalyptic world or an interstellar realm, he might use mental powers to detect her. Or, even more fantastical, he could be a cultivator with spiritual awareness outside his body. Hiding in space for a sneak attack would be no different from showing himself, and if he does, she would be instantly caught. The more she thought about it, the more hopeless she felt. Pei Nian was starting to lose confidence. Forget it. When soldiers come, they will be met with soldiers. When water flows, it will be blocked. She decided to wait and see how the expert would react. But that day, Gu Zheng seemed to tell her not to overthink things. Suddenly, there was a gentle knocking on the door outside the yard, clear and distinct in the quiet evening. Pei Nian stiffened and slowly looked up. What was coming was indeed coming. She hesitated for a moment, then walked to the door. Sure enough, it was Gu Zheng. He stood outside, straight and calm, with no special expression on his face, just waiting quietly. Pei Nian took a deep breath and opened the door. Gu Zheng stood outside, the dusk shadowing his outline, making him look a little blurry, but his eyes remained calm. "Let's talk," he said softly, in his usual steady voice. Pei Nian glanced at him, then quickly looked at his position, just blocking the easiest escape route at the door. She sighed inwardly. Well, no point fighting anymore. "Come in and talk," she said, turning aside to give him space, trying to sound normal. Gu Zheng stepped into the small yard, casually closing the gate behind him. It wasn't shut tightly, but the action made Pei Nian's eyelids twitch again. Inside, Gu Zheng's gaze fell on Pei Nian's face as he considered how to start. About that day's grapes, he finally spoke, softer than before, and before that, if you have any questions, you can ask me directly. Gu Zheng's tone was serious, even a little honest. But as soon as Pei Nian heard this, Her alarm bells went off. Was this a test? To see how much she guessed or knew. The more she knew, the faster she might be in danger. She almost immediately shook her head, speaking quickly without realizing it. No, I don't have any questions, and I don't want to know anything. No matter what kind of person Gu Zheng is, unless he says it himself, she will never be curious. This is her first rule for safety. If he is not a good person, curiosity could be dangerous. If he is a good person, there's no rush. She can wait until they are closer, and then find out naturally. Also, if they part ways later, she doesn't know his secrets, which makes her safer. In short, curiosity kills the cat, so she just wants to stay alive. Gu Zheng looked at her, clearly knowing everything inside but pretending to be clueless, as if she wanted to say, I don't want to know anything. He felt a bit helpless and a little amused. Is he really so scary? Making her hide like this, as if facing a big threat. Gu Zheng knew that normal methods wouldn't work on Pei Nian. She had already hidden herself behind a thick shell. He paused for a moment, then decided to try a different approach. His tone was calm, but he suddenly dropped a big piece of news. That woman named Zhou Jin has something like a world inside a teapot. Pei Nian. Her forced calm and confusion froze her instantly. She blinked twice, as if she didn't hear clearly, or maybe heard but couldn't understand. Gu Zheng knew Zhou Jin had a space. How do you know that? Her question revealed she knew the fact too. Gu Zheng originally wanted to tell Pei Nian Zhou Jin's secret first to distract her, but he didn't expect she already knew. Seeing her accept it calmly, he decided to change his approach. Last time at the commune, when he went to the black market to buy things, he saw her being chased into an alley. When she came out, she had changed her outfit, and her supplies were gone. After she left, he checked the spot and found no clothes or supplies. Pei Nian didn't care about the outcome anymore. Hearing the main character was exposed, she found it unbelievable. You said she disguised herself. How did you see through it? Because her disguise wasn't very good. Her height and body shape didn't change. She just changed clothes and darkened her skin. Gu Zheng remembered something and explained like a teacher. A person's walking style, facial features, and muscle movements can all reveal clues. Pei Nian was confused. Why was Gu Zheng telling her this? She wasn't involved in the black market. Looking at her with a smile, Gu Zheng's expression was calm. Pei Nian's mind suddenly felt like a tight string snapping. Could it be that she was seen by Gu Zheng when she exchanged her body token? Pei Nian forced a nervous smile, trying to see if her secret was exposed. Surely Gu Zheng wouldn't have known she also had a space before? Why are you telling me this, Gu Jiqing? I don't go to the black market. Seeing Pei Nian's uncertain look, Gu Zheng almost wanted to laugh. But he simply reminded her, the person you traded with last time is related to the police station. Although they're not as strict as before, it's better not to go near the police station. Gu Zheng watched the person Pei Nian traded with, then turned and entered the family area of the police station. He was so worried for Pei Nian that he broke out in a cold sweat. He kept an eye on her from a distance for a while. After she had been gone for several minutes, and the person hadn't come out, he finally left. Is that all? Pei Nian still held on to hope. Maybe Gu Zheng only saw her trying to switch things around and didn't realize she had a space? Seeing her still struggling, Gu Zheng's fingertips itched with a mischievous thought. What do you think I should still know? Pei Nian's eyes lit up. Could it be that Gu Zheng didn't see her use her space? Gu Zheng didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he brought up Zhou Jin, speaking in a gentle, guiding tone. Look, I know Zhou Jiqing's secret, but she's still living well. She wasn't alone with secrets, nor was she the only one special. So, she shouldn't look so worried or scared that he might kill to keep her secret. Pei Nian's shoulders slumped. Fine, she had exposed herself. But if she hadn't revealed that she knew the other person's secret when she ate grapes a few days ago, Gu Zheng probably wouldn't have wanted to reveal everything now. She still had a chance to deceive herself.
But now,
Pei Nian decided to give up. Since Gu Zheng didn't seem interested in killing or stealing treasures, just as he said, Zhou Jin was still alive and well. She chose to ignore the fact that Zhou Jin didn't know Gu Zheng's secret. Since the big boss comforted her, she would just listen. Now that they had talked openly, Pei Nian asked directly, So, You discovered I had a space the day you went to the commune. Wait, earlier Guzheng mentioned the world inside the pot? That phrase sounded a bit old-fashioned. Is Guzheng a modern expert with ancient knowledge? Guzheng nodded, realizing their different ways of speaking. Mozi once said, space is a different realm, which was quite vivid. So, when did you find out that I knew your secret? Guzheng paused briefly and then said, first day on the job. Pei Nian? She didn't do much that day, right? After drinking the spiritual spring water, she even tried to stay calm and didn't show any unusual behavior. Guzheng seemed to notice her confusion. Not showing any signs of something unusual is itself unusual. Most people would be curious about such a good effect, sweet water, and at least ask about it. Guzheng also thought she would be curious and even prepared a reasonable explanation, planning to say it was an inherited medicinal tea or nourishing soup. But unexpectedly, she didn't ask and remained calm as usual. At that moment, he felt something was off. Later, when he tried to give Pei Nian more of the sweet water, she refused. Pei Nian looked at Guzheng in disbelief. Because I didn't doubt you, you started doubting me. What kind of ancient person is this? She had thought he was a pure-hearted noble, but in the end, she was the fool. Guzheng didn't want to assume he knew her thoughts and pointed out her mistake. In the following days at work, as soon as you returned to the youth commune, you seemed to recover your energy. Although you tried to hide it, I could tell that working didn't affect you. Even Xiao, who had been trained since childhood, would feel tired after working hard, even if he could endure it. But Pei Nian, even just doing her best, seemed overly relaxed after finishing her work. She reflected on herself and thought she was not wrong. Her cover-up wasn't perfect, but it was enough in the countryside. Before moving out, apart from that time at the commune, she hadn't even entered the space, only using her mind to retrieve things. It was clear that Guzheng was too sharp. Pei Nian couldn't accept her careless slip-up and asked, is there more? She wanted to learn her lesson and keep her secret safe. After all, there was also Zhou Jin from the era of information explosion at the youth commune. Last time I bought braised pork, you blurted out, where did that come from? And I said I bought it at noon, but the lunchbox was still warm. You didn't suspect anything. At that time, Guzheng had kept the lunchbox warm in a small hot spring, so it was still hot when taken out. She realized then that Guzheng was a big shot with space abilities. Naturally, she wouldn't think it strange that he took out a hot lunchbox. And these situations shouldn't be things the person involved would bother to explain or try to hide from others, right? Surely, it's still Guzheng's problem, isn't it? Pei Nian suspects that Guzheng was involved in politics in his past life, which explains his cleverness. But today, she received too much information and didn't want to investigate further. The conversation ended there. Pei Nian directly asked, Gu Jiqing, what is your purpose in telling me all this today? Her way of addressing him has changed. Guzheng sighed inwardly, smiled outwardly, and finally made a request. Stop hiding from me. He actually wanted to say that he liked her very much, and wouldn't hurt her for any reason. But because of this, he couldn't say it. Saying he liked her now would be like holding a secret over her to make her agree. And even though the girl now looked like she didn't care, based on her behavior in the past few days, if he had meant to threaten her, she probably would have run away. Pei Nian thought about her actions over the past 2 days and felt a bit guilty. She relaxed and said, got it. A few days ago, she was thinking about running away. Now that she's not running, there's no reason to hide anymore. The next morning, Pei Nian didn't intentionally hide from anyone. She naturally met Guzheng at the gate and saw him holding grapes. The culprit who caused her to reveal herself. Pei Nian looked at Guzheng with a hint of amusement and asked, Comrade Gu, why are you holding grapes so early in the morning? Guzheng suppressed a smile and replied, to give to you. That day, he noticed she loved grapes, but she ran away before she could eat any. The grapes in the space had just ripened, so he took some out to show his kindness. Pei Nian hummed softly, but ultimately took the grapes. She didn't want to argue over food. Shinan, as soon as he left the yard, saw Guzheng and Pei Nian standing side by side. He teased, Brother Zheng, has Pei Jijia finally forgiven you? A few days ago, Guzheng said he made Pei Nian angry and told Shen and not to get close to her because she wouldn't pay attention to them. Shen was a bit surprised but was easygoing and obedient. He followed the instructions and didn't talk to Pei Nian these days. Now that he saw Gu Zheng and her together again, he naturally thought they had made up. Gu Zheng nodded. Pei Nian felt speechless. She didn't know what Gu Zheng told Shen, but it made it seem like they just had a small argument. But for her, it was a life-changing decision. She looked at Shen, the small spark that caused her to be exposed, and asked teasingly, "Shen Jiqing, I heard you don't like eating grapes. Just now, Gu Zheng told her that after she ran away that day, he took away the grapes and didn't let Shen continue eating, showing a little stinginess on her part." Shen also remembered the bowl of grapes that was taken away. "That's right, I don't like eating them." Pei Nian, after teasing her, handed over a bunch of grapes. She had seen Shen and happily eating them that day. Besides, she only had a small grudge. The main reason she revealed her secret was her own lack of caution, and Gu Zheng was just too obsessive. Shen happily accepted the grapes, not at all shy. "You're better, Pei Jiqing." Unlike Brother Zheng, the three of them happily went to gather for work. Near the end of the workday, Pei Nian saw a young man standing beside Zhou Jin from the neighboring group, while eating a melon. "Zhou Jiqing, want some water?" "I brought some herbal tea." "No need, I brought my own water." "Then, Zhou Jiqing, take a break. I'll finish the remaining work for you." "No, comrade, I can do it myself." Zhou Jin was crazy to let a stranger help her with work. Today she agreed, but tomorrow, she might start dating that person. Pei Nian stood in the field watching the entire process. She heard an aunt say that Zhou Jin had high standards and hadn't liked any of the many young men. She quickly asked Zhang Aihua nearby what was going on. Zhang Aihua also watched eagerly and, noticing that Pei Nian didn't know about this, immediately shared, "Recently, several young men in the village have wanted to pursue Zhou Jiqing." Since returning from the commune, Pei Nian hadn't had a moment to rest. First she was busy moving, then hiding from Gu Zheng. She had been so quick to leave work that she returned to the youth's courtyard, naturally missing out on the village gossip. Hearing Zhang Aihua's words, she got excited. "Tell me more." Zhang Aihua cleared her throat, then, remembering that Zhou Jin was just next door, lowered her voice like Pei Nian. "This is the sixth young man trying to get close to Zhou Jiqing." Pei Nian raised an eyebrow. Earlier, on the way to the commune, didn't the village women get scared off by the broken leg incident? Zhang Aihua pouted, looking like she thought Pei Nian just didn't understand. That scared off some, but it couldn't stop the more lively-minded ones. Many families think that even if the woman's family spoils her, once she becomes a daughter-in-law, her family will try to keep good relations so she won't be bullied at her husband's home. If the new bride can be persuaded, it benefits both families, gaining a daughter-in-law and strengthening their own household. Pei Nian scoffed at this idea, saying, "That's just wishful thinking." Zhang Aihua also thought the villagers were overthinking. Even the older educated youths looked down on the villagers, let alone the newcomers. However, Zhang Aihua leaned closer to Pei Nian and lowered her voice. "Now, many families in the village are watching you young educated youths. Us." Pei Nian was a bit surprised. Zhang Aihua nodded. "Since you arrived, you've been working alone on projects and fixing houses. It's clear your families are well off and not short of money or supplies. The villagers see this and think if they can marry one of you, they'll benefit. Zhou Jiying and Jiang Jiying are already being pursued, and even Gao Jiying has admirers. Although Gao Wan doesn't stand out much among the new educated youths, she still looks quite impressive compared to most. Are Gu Jiying and Shun Jiying being pursued too?" Before Zhang Aihua could answer, Gu Zheng quickly explained to Pei Nian with a serious expression, "No one is chasing or bothering me. I go to work on time, I don't wander around during breaks, and after leaving the educated youth compound, I always have someone with me." He spoke as if he were a noble lady who never left her house. Pei Nian listened with a smile, teasing, "Comrade Gu, you're so disciplined. Should I praise you?" Gu Zheng looked at her with a mix of confusion and hope, slightly smiling. Can I get praise for that? He would love to be praised forever. Pei Nian's only thought was, wow, such a charming person acting cute. After they openly talked about this, their relationship eased up and became more natural and close. Pei Nian wasn't shy about it and confidently said, "Yes, The carefree atmosphere made Shannon feel uncomfortable and a bit anxious, so he left. Zhang Aihua exaggeratedly crossed her arms, rubbed them hard, and muttered, "Wow. This usually cold and distant Gu Jing actually shows this kind of expression and talks so affectionately." She clicked her tongue in her heart, agreeing with Gu Zheng's words. Right now, there's no one. Recently, both of them have been returning to the educated youth compound right after work. Even if they wanted to block someone, they couldn't. Zhang Aihua said, "Pei Jiqing, shouldn't you wonder why you haven't been bothered yet? Isn't that strange? Because I run fast too." Pei Nian thought this was normal. She was just a background character in a novel, a well-known passerby with no close ties to anyone. Not the main character, not a key player, so naturally, she didn't attract much attention. Zhang Aihua quickly explained with a smile, "It's because you've gained a nickname in the village, Pei One Knife." That day, your flying knife stance was widely talked about by Aunt Luer. Most people are a bit afraid, thinking they can't handle it. Even if they know your family is well off and you're good-looking, no one dares to come close for now. Also, Zhou Jin has a typical oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and a pretty, elegant look that fits current mainstream beauty standards. But Pei Nian's beauty is bright and clear, with a bit of distance. She looks good, but in a noble way, expensive-looking, and most people probably can't afford to maintain that. Pei Nian thought it was pretty good. That harsh and tactless Aunt Luer had done something good after all. She felt that having a fierce reputation wasn't a bad thing. Otherwise, she might not be able to enjoy peace now. Just like with Zhou Jin, after a young man who delivered cooling tea left, another well-dressed, decent-looking young man passed by her work area. He was the village's scorekeeper. He stopped to say a few words to Zhou Jin but soon failed to make an impact. On the way back from work, a rare moment of everyone gathering together happened. Zhou Jin's house wasn't finished yet. Zhang Aihua had been getting along well with her recently and teased, "Comrade Zhou, business is good." "Huh." Zhou Jin, brushing mud off her hands, rolled her eyes and said irritably, "Business? It's driving me crazy. If I knew breaking legs wouldn't stop them, I would have said I have a big cannon at home." Zhang Aihua didn't understand, but she thought a cannon sounded more intimidating. Maybe they think having a big cannon makes it more exciting, but Pei Nian couldn't help but think of that famous line, "2nd Battalion Commander, where the hell is my Italian cannon?" She took a small step back, clenched her teeth to hold back a laugh, worried the heroine might notice something was off. "Go away," Zhou Jin scolded Zhang Aihua with a smile. Then she sighed, showing impatience in her eyes. "Some people just don't understand words. I've refused several times, but they keep coming over. So annoying." Pei Nian agreed. Being watched by so many people was indeed troublesome. The heroine's treatment was not something an ordinary person could handle. She remembered a part in the novel where a family pretended that a child who was playing with water was drowning, hoping Zhou Jin would rescue him. Then they would have their younger son also go into the water to save him, intentionally bumping into Zhou Jin to ruin her reputation, so she would be forced to marry them. Fortunately, Zhou Jin couldn't swim, and Jiang Su happened to pass by. Maybe the family's plan would have succeeded otherwise. Back at the Jiqing courtyard, Zhou Jiqing, Pei Nian reminded her before they parted, "Be careful around those who refuse, but still come close. It's their territory." "I understand," Zhou Jin nodded. She was surprised that Pei Nian, who usually stayed out of things, would remind her. It made her feel warm inside. Zhou Jin shared her plan. "I told Jiang Su that we should try to walk together after work. At least there's a man nearby. Some people need to be more cautious." Pei Nian remembered how Jiang Su and Zhou Jin often went in and out together. It seemed the heroine was not only strong in fighting but also quick to adapt. Jiang Su's appearance in the story wasn't just a coincidence. After dinner, Pei Nian went to the yard to digest her food. Suddenly, she heard a knocking at the door. Turning around, she saw Gu Zheng standing there, holding a nice-looking melon. Was this a scene from a play? Gu Zheng handed her the melon, looking hesitant. Pei Nian asked directly, "Do you have something to say? During work, you said that being conscientious could earn praise," Gu Zheng said with a smile, looking at her softly. "I waited a long time, but I didn't hear you praise me, so I had to come ask for a reward. Men's charm is irresistible. At dusk, the man was handsome with gentle manners. When he looked down at people, he seemed innocent and a little sad without reason. Pei Nian felt her heart soften unexpectedly. She shook her head slightly and blurted out, "Guzheng, you look really good." Guzheng paused, thoughtful. So she liked this face. Thanks to his parents for giving him such good looks, he decided to find time to send a letter to the commune and ask for some things to take care of his face. He kept a calm expression, but his smile grew more charming. "Thank you for the compliment. Pei Nian, your words are also very nice." This sounded familiar. Pei Nian was momentarily distracted by his handsome face. She looked at him suspiciously, but didn't see anything unusual and couldn't remember anything specific. So she simply took it as a compliment. "I think so too. Then I'll go ahead." Pei Nian carried the melon, not inviting Guzheng to join her. Guzheng paused for a second, then smiled gently, with a calm and kind expression. "Rest well, don't catch a cold, and don't eat too much." The door fully closed behind him. Pei Nian suddenly stuck her head out, her eyes shining brightly, and her voice clear and cheerful. "Good night, Comrade Guzheng." After she finished speaking, the door finally shut completely. A gentle breeze blew by. Guzheng still stood there, thinking of those bright, lively eyes, and felt a tickle in his heart. He really wanted to confirm their relationship soon. He couldn't wait any longer. The next day, before Pei Nian had a chance to eat breakfast, Guzheng came again. "Good morning. I brought you breakfast," Guzheng said, holding a bowl of hot wontons. Pei Nian swore she saw a gentle spring breeze on Guzheng's warm face. No, was the power of that goodnight message yesterday really so strong? Not only Pei Nian but everyone who met Guzheng today could tell he was in a very good mood. By noon, when the work bell rang, Pei Nian called out to him. "Guzheng." She stopped him and naturally handed him her hoe. "Can you help me?" "Take my hoe back too." Guzheng took the hoe, holding both tools together, and looked at her sideways. "Aren't you going back?" "Where are you going?" Pei Nian took off her straw hat, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said casually, "Taking advantage of this lunch break to gather some firewood in the back mountain. There's not much left in the yard, and I don't want to make another trip." Her words made Guzheng's good mood fade. He stopped in his tracks, realizing he had been careless and hadn't even noticed this issue. "I'll go with you." "Okay." Pei Nian nodded happily. Of course, she was glad to have someone accompany her. She wasn't ungrateful or someone who liked to suffer alone. Guzheng returned to his usual calm and gentle demeanor, handing the farming tools to Shunan. "Help us carry these back," Shunan replied. "Okay." He didn't bother asking whether they would come back for lunch or not. If they did, they would eat together with Pei Shiqing. The mountain forest at noon was warm, a bit warmer than early morning or evening, but not as hot as the fields. The two didn't go too deep into the woods. Recently, the autumn wind had blown many broken branches onto the ground. Pei Nian had a clear goal, gathering fallen dry branches and half-dry shrubs into a pile. Guzheng followed behind her, holding a wood-cutting knife, gathering and tying the chopped firewood. His movements were quick and precise. With a flick of his arm, he bundled a neat, sturdy bundle of firewood. Pei Nian looked at the bundles and sighed. "You're so skilled, Guzheng. The expert is truly versatile." Guzheng was tied up, but he didn't lift his head or say much, just gave a faint, he commented. "Your way of tying things is pretty consistent." "Pei Nian, did I really want to ask, is what he's tying legal?" After about half an hour of gathering, Pei Nian looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then winked at Guzheng to remind him, "I'm going to collect firewood now." As soon as she finished speaking, the pile of firewood on the ground quietly disappeared. This was the first time, after their honesty, that Pei Nian used her space in front of Guzheng. Guzheng's eyes showed surprise. "Your space can pick things up from a distance? Without touching the objects." Pei Nian? She kept thinking Guzheng was a clever person. But from Guzheng's words, it seemed his space couldn't do that. Among the 3 special people at the youth training point, her space must be the most powerful. Pei Nian couldn't help but feel proud, her eyes shining. "Yours can't." Seeing her tail-up attitude, Guzheng found her adorable and praised. "No, you're the best. I have something even more powerful. You'll find out later. Her space can also move things." "That's enough." After collecting the firewood, Pei Nian clapped her hands. "Next, let's find a place to eat lunch." Guzheng nodded, scanning the surroundings, then pointed to a shaded rock not far away. "That place is fairly flat and also sheltered from the wind." They walked over. Pei Nian took out 2 small stools from her space and sat down. Guzheng put down his machete and started pulling things out of his bottomless bag. Bamboo tubes, clay pots, oil bottles. Lined up one after another. Pei Nian rested her chin on her hand, watching him play with the items, and couldn't help but make a sound of admiration. "Comrade Guzheng, your style doesn't look like you're out chopping firewood. It looks more like you're going for a picnic." Guzheng didn't stop his movements. He then pulled out a prepared rabbit, looked up at her with a meaningful expression, and said, "I wish I was a man and a woman planning a picnic. Wasn't that a date?" But unfortunately, the picnic was just an excuse. Guzheng took out matches, skillfully lit a small fire, placed the skewered rabbit over it, then started applying some sauce from the bottles and jars. The oil dripped into the fire with a sizzle, releasing a unique roasted aroma mixed with spices. It quickly filled the air. Pei Nian sniffed, and her stomach growled in response. "Did Shunan Pei make the sauce?" she asked confidently. "Yes." Guzheng twirled the branch, making the flames evenly lick all sides of the rabbit meat. "He has a real skill for this." "Yes, he does." Pei Nian nodded in agreement, watching the rabbit turn a tempting golden color. Her tone was genuinely envious. "I want to learn that skill too. I can make it whenever I crave it." Guzheng paused slightly as he turned the rabbit. Under the firelight, his side profile looked tense for a moment. He looked at the jars and bottles nearby, feeling oddly annoyed. When the rabbit was ready, Guzheng tore off a tender front leg and handed it over, holding it with a clean leaf. Pei Nian thanked him, blew on it, and took a bite. The outside was crispy and fragrant, the inside tender and juicy. The spices were just right, better than the last time Shannon cooked. "It's delicious," Pei Nian said happily, smiling brightly. "Comrade Guzheng, you looked especially good when you were roasting the rabbit." Guzheng immediately understood what she meant and decided to learn cooking after the harvest. He nodded and replied, "Got it." While nibbling on the rabbit leg, Pei Nian suddenly remembered something. She reached into her old cloth bag and pulled out a paper-wrapped bundle, several hot steamed buns. "Here, I'll treat you to some staple food." Guzheng took the buns. They were warm to the touch. He took a bite. The soft dough had a wheat aroma and was incredibly fresh. His gaze flicked to Pei Nian's plain cloth bag, and he had a guess in his mind. He didn't say anything, worried the girl might think he was overthinking, so he just silently remembered it. After sharing the roasted rabbit and buns, they ate their fill. Feeling sleepy, they carried 2 bundles of firewood labeled front and back, preparing to go down the mountain. The way back to the village was much easier than going up. As they neared the youth station, passing by a house, they suddenly heard a slightly excited female voice. "Jiangsu, why are you avoiding me? I just want to talk to you." Pei Nian paused. The voice sounded unfamiliar, not like someone from the youth station, but the name, Jiangsu, was very familiar. Her curiosity sparked, and she looked toward the sound. Underneath a crooked jujube tree, a girl with 2 braided pigtails was trying to pull Jiangsu's arm. Jiangsu suddenly sidestepped, his brows furrowed, showing impatience and embarrassment on his face. Was this a live scene of the male lead being bothered? Pei Nian stopped walking. The bundle of firewood in her hands shook slightly as she moved closer to Guzheng, pretending to be just passing by. Guzheng saw her too. He didn't say anything but quietly adjusted his stance to avoid seeming like he was eavesdropping. Under the shade of the tree, Jiangsu was really annoyed now. His face was tight, his lips pressed together, and his eyes showed coldness, impatience, and restraint. He was here with Zhou Jin to exchange some fresh vegetables. Zhou Jin went into the field to pick vegetables, leaving him outside the yard. Unexpectedly, the girl from this household, Li Xiaomei, came out to fetch water and then stuck close to him. Jiangsu usually doesn't talk much and isn't very warm, but he is polite to others. However, he couldn't stand someone who didn't understand boundaries and kept clinging to him. He had refused 3 or 4 times, but she kept coming closer, like talking to a wall. He was getting very annoyed and thought about saying something more direct to end it all, but Zhou Jin hadn't come out yet, and he didn't know if the vegetables were ready. He glanced around and suddenly saw Pei Nian and Gu Jing standing on a small path nearby. He felt relieved. Their presence was just right. With a third person as a witness, even if later the girl or her family tried to twist the story or spread rumors about the youth bullying the village girl, someone could prove he was the one being bothered and was just refusing. Thinking this, he no longer hesitated. His forced politeness disappeared, and his eyes turned cold. Jiangsu took a step back, creating some distance. His voice was quiet but clear, with a sharp tone. Comrade Li Xiaomei, I'll say this one last time. I have no feelings for you now or ever. Please respect yourself and stop bothering me. If you keep doing this, I will have to talk to the team leader and the women's director. His words were quite rude, almost like telling her stop bothering me, and you have no shame directly to her face. Li Xiaomei was stunned by a sudden change and cold tone. Her face lost color and then turned bright red quickly. She had seen Pei Nian and Gu Jing standing not far away. Although they hadn't come closer, their eyes were clearly on her and Jiangsu. At first, she didn't mind and even wanted more people to see her talking to Jiangsu. Jiangsu's clear dislike and cold warning were like a bucket of ice water, cooling her hopes and courage completely. Especially when he said, "Find the squad leader and the women's director." She turned pale with fear. If things really got out of hand, where would she put her face? How could she get married? A wave of shame and fear washed over her. Li Xiaomei's eyes instantly turned red. She wanted to say something, but couldn't speak under Jiangsu's cold gaze. Finally, she stomped her foot hard, covered her face, and ran back to her yard, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Only then did Jiangsu breathe out a long sigh, feeling more exhausted than after a day's work. He turned around and looked at Pei Nian and Gu Jing, whose faces still showed some stiffness. Pei Nian carried a bundle of firewood and approached with a curious look, as if she understood everything. She spoke first, her tone full of interest. "Comrade Jiangsu, what's going on? Why are you alone? Where's Zhou Jin?" As soon as she finished speaking, the door of the house opened with a creak. Zhou Jin, carrying a basket filled with fresh greens and a few tender cucumbers, came out with a serious face. Finally out. Zhou Jin walked over, placed the basket on the ground, still angry. "I was inside picking vegetables when a girl from that family suddenly came over, making sarcastic remarks like people from the city are so particular, they pick and choose our rural food, and asked what my relationship with Jiangsu was. I didn't want to bother with her, so I finished and came out quickly." She paused, noticing the silence around her. Pei Nian looked at Jiangsu and then at Zhou Jin, then pulled Gu Jing back a few steps, not wanting to get involved in the romantic developments between the main characters. Jiangsu still looked unhappy and a bit guilty. "Sorry, it's my fault. She probably got mad after I scolded her and took it out on you." Zhou Jin glared at Jiangsu with annoyance. "That's why she's targeting me for no reason. I won't go to her house to exchange vegetables anymore. What kind of person is she? I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself." Pei Nian and Gu Jing watched the scene from a distance, enjoying the interaction between the couple. Suddenly, Zhou Jin felt a burning gaze and noticed Pei Nian and Gu Jing still watching them. She looked a bit embarrassed. "Are you guys out chopping firewood?" Pei Nian checked the bundle of firewood in her hands and smiled happily. "That's right. When I came down the mountain back to the youth station, I happened to see Jiang being bothered by someone." Jiangsu felt a bit embarrassed but explained, "I just refused earlier. At first, I spoke lightly because I was worried the villagers would gossip, saying I was bullying her and no one could prove it. It would be more trouble." Pei Nian shook her head. "Jiang, your thinking is wrong. When dealing with someone who clearly refuses but doesn't understand or pretends not to, you have to be as ruthless as autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, quick and decisive." She paused. "If you're too gentle, They think there's still hope and get more aggressive. You need to cut off all options at once and make it clear there's no hope, she continued. As for the villagers spreading rumors, you can deny it since no one saw anything. Private gossip doesn't matter. They already don't like the youth. As long as we don't interfere with work or break the law, it's fine. She raised an eyebrow with a hint of meaning. And you're worried they might target you. Given the main character's background, if they really targeted him, he could just switch to another team leader or go back to the city. Zhou Jin immediately nodded, strongly agreeing with Pei Nian. The youth station is just a rural assignment, not prison. Jiang Su looked thoughtful, as if he finally understood. Maybe he had been too slow before. Back at the youth station, Gu Zheng helped stack the firewood, but suddenly said out of the blue, "I will do it." Pei Nian was surprised. Do what? Be as ruthless as autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Gu Zheng's sudden declaration made Pei Nian pause. She cleared her throat and pretended to be calm. Got it. Then, Comrade Gu, dear best. Gu Zheng still had a warm smile but asked seriously, "Can I get your praise this way?" Pei Nian's cheeks turned red and hot, but her competitive spirit rose. She refused to admit defeat. She looked directly at Gu Zheng and said, "You'll get a little more of my liking this way." Gu Zheng's breath paused for a moment. Then he felt excited and looked at her eagerly. "Then, please watch me, Pei Nian. I will do well, to earn more of your liking." At dusk, after work, Pei Nian's kitchen hadn't yet smoke rising. She stood in the yard, looking at the empty land and pondering. Thinking about how Zhou Jin and Jiang Su caused some trouble over vegetables this noon, I feel I should grow my own. Dealing with villagers, especially over money matters, often leads to trouble. Also, I already have plenty of vegetables in my space. Planting a garden in the small yard means I don't have to trade vegetables with villagers anymore. I can just take what I need openly, saving money and effort. So I decided to start right away. Pei Nian rolled up her sleeves, grabbed a hoe, and began digging. Clang. A sharp sound rang out as the hoe hit a stone, making her wrists numb and almost dropping the tool. That's when she remembered, for clearing land, especially in a corner of the yard that hasn't been cultivated before, a pickaxe is needed. Since her tool wasn't right, she put down the hoe and went to visit Huang Auntie, who lives closest to the youth station. She knocked on the door. Huang Auntie was hanging clothes in the yard. Pei Nian smiled and explained, "Auntie Huang, I'd like to borrow your pickaxe and rake." "Pei Jiqing, are you planning to clear some land?" Seeing her nod, Huang Auntie was a bit surprised. These new young people had mostly been trading vegetables with villagers. Why suddenly want to grow their own? Although she felt a little regretful about losing some income, she didn't say much. She took a wooden-handled pickaxe and a rake from the shed and handed them to Pei Nian. Pei Nian quickly thanked her and casually handed over a small piece of torn cloth, about a foot long. "Auntie, here you go. Use this to sew a sandbag for the kids to play with." Huang Auntie immediately smiled, knowing it was Pei Nian being polite. This torn cloth could be used for many things. There was no way she'd sew a sandbag for children. She cheerfully said, "Jiqing, I won't be polite either. Before your vegetables grow, feel free to come to my house and pick some." Back in the yard, Pei Nian held the heavy pickaxe, feeling more confident. She first located the stone. With one strike, it loosened with a crack, and after a few more hits, she pried it out. Then she had to loosen and break up the compacted soil. Pei Nian had enough strength, but repeatedly swinging and breaking the soil was more tiring than usual farming work. Soon, her palms turned red and hot, and her arms felt heavy and sore. Looking at the small patch of land she had cleared and the whole yard corner, Pei Nian suddenly felt discouraged. Maybe she should give up? After all, her space already had plenty of vegetables. Just as she was thinking about whether to give up or keep going, the yard gate was knocked on. When she looked up, Gu Zheng was standing outside the door, glancing at the pickaxe in her hand and the small mess of the battlefield nearby. "Are you planning to dig a trench?" Gu Zheng asked with a smile. Pei Nian placed the pickaxe on the ground, leaning on the wooden handle, and half-jokingly complained, "I almost lost my hand because I didn't finish digging the trench." She raised her reddened palms, waved them under Gu Zheng's eyes, and exaggerated, "See, work injury. With bright eyes and a hopeful look, she clearly wanted his attention. Gu Zheng's gaze lingered on her palms for a moment. There were indeed red marks, and seeing her pitiful expression, he felt reluctant to see her suffer. He naturally reached out and took the pickaxe, speaking calmly. "Go wash your hands and put some medicine on them." "Thank you, Comrade Gu Zheng." Pei Nian immediately beamed with a smile, quickly ran to the kitchen, washed her hands, and soaked them in spiritual spring water. The red marks and the tingling pain gradually disappeared. Gu Zheng had already started working. His movements with the pickaxe were steady and efficient, using just the right amount of force. Every strike precisely loosened a piece of soil, and he skillfully pried out stones with ease. His work was astonishingly fast and looked effortless. Pei Nian sat on a bench under the eaves, her eyes shining. "Wow, Gu Zheng, you're really good at this. Gu Zheng, your digging is so even, just like the old masters in the village." Gu Zheng didn't stop his work. He tilted his head slightly to look at Pei Nian, throwing out sweet words without much substance. He needed to find a way to get some back. She sat and watched for a while, finally realizing she might be too relaxed. Gu Zheng was actually helping her with the work. She moved closer from her seat, still praising him. "Comrade Gu Zheng, you're amazing at everything you do." Gu Zheng didn't reply. His movements became even faster. After finishing the remaining hard soil, he picked up the hoe and rake leaning against the wall, quickly leveling the loosened land and making the ridges. "Done," he said simply, setting down his tools. Mission accomplished. Pei Nian jumped up, picked up a water bottle, and handed it to him. "Drink some water." "You've worked hard, hero." Gu Zheng calmly took the water bottle, took a few sips, and casually asked Pei Nian, "How many water bottles do you have?" Pei Nian's mind went blank for a moment. "Comrade Gu Zheng, don't overthink. So, how many are there, Pei Nian?" Pei Nian really only has one water bottle. The others stored in her space were used by others, so she naturally wouldn't use them. Why didn't she think of that when she handed it to Gu Zheng just now? Gu Zheng raised his eyebrows slightly, smiled gently, took a few more sips of water, and his Adam's apple moved. Pei Nian watched his actions, feeling her face warm unexpectedly. She quickly looked away. He was flirting with her. Gu Zheng seemed unaware of her strange reaction. He screwed the lid back on the water bottle and handed it to her. His gaze lingered on her pretty face for a moment before he suggested, "Let's have dinner together." Thinking about her weak reaction, Pei Nian wanted to quickly change the subject. "Sure, I'll cook." "Consider it a reward for our great pioneer." The flirtatious atmosphere faded. In the kitchen, Pei Nian was slicing meat and lifting her chin proudly. She said with a bit of pride, "Gu Zheng, I tell you, my cooking has improved a lot recently. Maybe I learned a bit from Xin Jiqing. With some inspiration and my natural talent, I make really delicious food." Gu Zheng was washing cabbage when he looked up at her after hearing this. She wore a slightly old blue apron, her cheeks glowing faintly pink from the stove fire. When she boasted, her eyes sparkled like shining stars, bright and captivating. Gu Zheng felt the whole kitchen brighten. His voice was unusually gentle as he said, "Then I must be very lucky to get to eat Chef Pei's dishes." Pei Nian was very pleased with this straightforward compliment and happily said, "Just wait, you'll see soon." Gu Zheng's heart softened suddenly. He decided to learn cooking again. Tomorrow, he would find Shun and to learn, no more waiting for the farming season. Pei Nian moved quickly. Soon, a plate of stir-fried pork, a dish of garlic eggplant, and a bowl of cabbage soup were served steaming hot, fragrant, and tempting. They sat facing each other. Pei Nian looked at Gu Zheng with anticipation. As she wished, after tasting the three dishes, Gu Zheng sincerely praised, "Very delicious. The meat slices are tender and flavorful, the eggplant is cooked just right, and the soup is fresh and sweet. You've made great progress." Pei Nian tried to hold back her smile, but couldn't help but smile widely. She asked eagerly, "Really? Really?" Gu Zheng mimicked her previous praise but showed no hint of sarcasm. He smiled and said, "Comrade Pei Nian, you're good at everything you do." This statement almost made Pei Nian feel proud. She tried to act modest and said, "Well, it's just average. Mainly because the ingredients are good and I performed normally." In the end, She couldn't help but smile openly. Being sincerely praised felt wonderful. The two continued eating, and the atmosphere became more relaxed and friendly. Pei Nian's appetite was good, and she even ate a few more bites of cabbage, which she usually didn't like much. After finishing the meal, Gu Zheng looked at the freshly tilled land and casually asked, "The land is ready. What do you plan to plant? Maybe cabbage and radishes." "I'm not sure if it's the right time now," Pei Nian replied, still undecided. She planned to ask the villagers for advice before deciding. It's late August. Even if you plant cabbage and radishes now, they'll only grow into young vegetables and radish tops. They can't be stored for winter, but if you like, you can still plant them, Gu Zheng said. He then took out a few small paper packets from his versatile cloth bag and placed them on the table, pushing them toward her. There are some other cabbage seeds, and many aren't suitable for planting now. You can handle those yourself. The radish seeds need to be exchanged with someone. I didn't prepare any. Pei Nian picked up the small paper packets and looked at the labels. They read, bok choy, spinach, chili peppers, eggplant, tomatoes. All seasonal varieties, complete in types. You're well prepared, Comrade Gu Zheng. Pei Nian guessed that Gu Zheng's space could be used for planting, and given his skill at farm work, he probably does most of the labor himself. Thinking this way, her space seemed fantastic. She just needed to think, and she wouldn't have to do the manual work herself. However, the radish seeds still needed to be exchanged because they couldn't be planted in the yard. She could plant them in her space. She hadn't considered winter storage before, but now that she knew, she had to hide it. The next day afternoon, Pei Nian, thinking about exchanging radish seeds, went back to get her pickaxe and rake, then headed toward Aunt Huang's house. Just a few steps away, she heard slow, steady footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw Gu Zheng following, carrying a hoe on his shoulder. "Going to exchange seeds?" he asked naturally as he reached her side. "Yes, I want to exchange some radish seeds with Aunt Huang." "What are you doing?" "Just passing by," Gu Zheng replied briefly, with a calm expression. Pei Nian smiled slightly, but didn't ask more. She stepped onto the hot, sun-baked dirt road, and together they headed to Aunt Huang's house. Aunt Huang had just returned home and was washing vegetables by the well when she saw Pei Nian arrive, followed by Gu Zheng. She quickly shook off her hands, turned on the water, and cheerfully greeted, "Pei Jiqing, Gu Jiqing. What a surprise. Come in and sit." "No need to sit, Andy," Pei Nian said as she entered, returning the tools. She straightforwardly asked, "Do you have any radish seeds?" "I want to exchange some." "Radish seeds?" "Pei Jiqing, it's too late to plant radishes now. You can only nibble on them, not store them for winter." "I know, Andy. I just want to learn how to plant them. Even if they only grow into radish tops, that's fine. I'll try again next year." Aunt Huang listened and didn't press further. She then asked, "Is your yard ready? Didn't you borrow a hoe and rake yesterday?" It's not that she looked down on others, but clearing land is different from daily farm work. Hard soil and broken stones require strength and patience to handle. "Pei Jiqing, you're really something," she said, glancing involuntarily at Gu Zheng behind Pei Nian. Gu Zheng has broad shoulders and a straight back. Though he didn't speak, his demeanor and appearance, along with his work speed, matched that of the village's strong laborers. Aunt Huang's eyes flicked between the two, then she suddenly smiled as if she'd realized something, subtly observing them. Pei Nian felt like laughing under Aunt Huang's knowing gaze, but didn't explain. She simply said her land was already prepared. Gu Zheng stood calmly beside her, nodding slightly when Aunt Huang looked his way. Aunt Huang didn't ask more. She happily went inside, soon returning with an old cloth bag containing dark brown radish seeds.
Here, that's all.
Enough to plant a big patch. Pei Nian handed her a few candies. Aunt Huang hesitated but, seeing Pei Nian insist, smiled and accepted them. She then grabbed a handful of freshly dried soybeans and said, "These are our own seeds. They're not worth candies. Pei Jiqing, take some soybeans home to cook." "Thank you, Annie." Pei Nian quickly expressed her gratitude. After exchanging seeds, they headed back. Near the entrance of a youth station, they saw a young man they didn't recognize blocking Zhou Jin's way, trying to push something into her hand. Pei Nian paused, her eyes brightening instantly. What luck! She was just in time to see the main character's scene unfold. Without thinking, she reached out and grabbed Gu Zheng's wrist, pulling him behind a low earthen wall. The angle was tricky, but allowed a clear view of what was happening without being noticed. Gu Zheng was suddenly pulled by her and hid behind the wall with her force. However, his attention was not on the lively scene in front. He felt a soft, delicate touch on his wrist. His body stiffened slightly, almost imperceptibly. They were very close, almost shoulder to shoulder. His gaze involuntarily fell on her focused side face. He could clearly see her curled eyelashes, straight and pretty nose, and soft, pink lips. Gu Zheng's breathing became a little uneven for a few seconds. His Adam's apple moved as he swallowed, then he quickly looked away. He adjusted his breathing but was reluctant to step back and leave the person he liked. Pei Nian was completely focused on what was ahead, her eyes lively and immersed in the lively scene. She didn't notice that someone was feeling anxious inside because of her actions. Over there, Zhou Jin's voice came over. It was not loud but clear, with a tone of obvious impatience. "Comrade Li Zhuang, I've already made myself clear. Please move aside. I need to go back." The young man named Li Zhuang clearly didn't want to give up. He pushed the thing in his hand forward and said eagerly, "Zhou Jiqing, these are eggs I saved myself, not from home. You work hard, have some to boost your energy." Zhou Jin didn't even look at the eggs. He took a step back, crossed his arms, and his tone grew colder. "Li Zhuang, I will say this one last time. I don't need your things, and I have no interest in you. If you keep blocking the way and causing trouble, I will call for help." His words were firm and clear. Li Zhuang's face instantly turned red. He looked embarrassed and a little angry at being rejected. His voice also rose a bit. "Zhou Jiqing, don't think just because you're from the city, you're better than us." Here in the village, he hadn't finished speaking when Pei Nian couldn't stand it anymore. She pulled Gu Zheng and walked out from behind the wall, loudly shouting, "Zhou Jin, so you're here." This shout startled both people in front. Li Zhuang turned his head and saw Pei Nian and Gu Zheng, a flash of panic crossing his face. Zhou Jin saw them and clearly relaxed a bit, his tense shoulders loosening. Pei Nian hurriedly walked over with Gu Zheng, naturally holding Zhou Jin's arm. "I just happen to have something to talk to you about." She then seemed to notice Li Zhuang and smiled warmly. "Oh, Comrade Li is here too? Have you finished your chat? I need to talk to Zhou Jiqing." Li Zhuang looked at Pei Nian and then at Gu Zheng, who was just standing quietly and looked very intimidating. His frustration and anger suddenly faded, and he forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. "We're done talking. You two go ahead. You're busy." After saying that, he lowered his head and hurried away. Seeing him walk away, Zhou Jin finally raised his hand to rub his forehead, looking very annoyed. "Am I going to have to stay inside the house all the time after work, or only go out with a group? I can't do this anymore." Pei Nian felt sorry for him and patted his shoulder. "Zhou Jiqing, if you keep bothering him like this, he'll either be scared and stop bothering you, or," she paused and blinked, "or it'll be settled once and for all. You should find a partner quickly and stop those people's ideas." Zhou Jin still frowned but listened to Pei Nian's words thoughtfully. Back at the small yard, Pei Nian took out the newly bought carrot seeds and the small paper bag Gu Zheng gave her. She was eager to get started. She scooped some water and prepared to plant the seeds in the ground by type. "Wait." Gu Zheng spoke to stop her. He walked over and took the small paper bags from her hands. "What's wrong?" Pei Nian asked confused. Gu Zheng explained, "That's not how you plant these. Spinach and bok choy can be broadcasted, but for carrots and cabbage, it's better to plant the seeds carefully. It's easier to manage later." Pei Nian was surprised. "It's so complicated? I thought I just needed to dig a hole, bury the seeds, and water them." With Gu Zheng's guidance and help, the two finally planted all the seeds in the field. Pei Nian looked at the neat vegetable patch and felt a strange sense of achievement. She said to Gu Zheng, "When these vegetables grow, you can just come to my yard and pick whatever you want to eat." Gu Zheng watched her excited expression and slightly smiled. He nodded. "Okay, I'll wait." The next day was a day off. Pei Nian didn't go to the commune. She slept in and only got up when the sun was high. She slipped on her shoes and was about to go to the kitchen to wash her face when she looked at the vegetable patch she planted yesterday. She froze and blinked. She saw that the bare soil from yesterday had sprouted a layer of light green shoots. Pei Nian stood in the small yard, staring at the healthy-looking vegetable patch. The light green seedlings looked bright and lively in the sunlight. This was too fast, wasn't it? She clearly remembered watering the plants yesterday with only a little spiritual spring water, just to be cautious. And now, they had sprouted in a day. Pei Nian was thinking to herself when the door was knocked. The knock was steady and rhythmic, neither too light nor too heavy. She became alert and didn't open the door immediately. Instead, she peeked outside through the crack. It was Gu Zheng. She relaxed a little and then unlocked the latch. Gu Zheng had just returned from the commune. Seeing her cautious and tense expression when she opened the door, with her eyebrows slightly furrowed, he stepped into the yard, turned the door handle, and softly asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" There was a small accident," Pei Nian said with a strange look, turning sideways to let Gu Zheng in, then closed the door behind him. She rubbed her face with her hand and pointed to the corner of the wall. "Here, you can see for yourself." Gu Zheng looked in the direction she pointed. Under the sunlight, the small green sprout looked very eye-catching, full of life, completely different from how it looked yesterday afternoon when it was just planted. He stopped in his tracks, and his calm expression almost faltered. After a few seconds of silence, Gu Zheng looked at Pei Nian with an apologetic gaze. He cleared his throat and said, "Sorry, it's my fault." Pei Nian raised an eyebrow. Gu Zheng looked at the vegetable patch and calmly explained, "Yesterday, when I was watering, I added a little something else to the water." Yesterday, the young girl confidently said she wanted him to pick vegetables in the future. He was worried that the new land might not be fertile enough, and if the vegetables didn't grow well or looked wilted, she would be disappointed. So, while watering, he secretly added some spiritual spring water from his space. Now, it seems he might have added too much. The effect was too good. After hearing this, Pei Nian's expression changed from confusion to understanding, then to a kind of speechless amusement. She looked at the lush green seedlings and suddenly felt like laughing. She stretched her tone a bit, teasingly saying, "Oh, so it's because of the little snail gentleman?" Pei Nian paused, then suddenly smiled brightly and winked at Gu Zheng. "Coincidentally, I also added a little something yesterday." After making her bold declaration yesterday, she looked back at the freshly planted land, feeling a bit uncertain. These days, seed quality varies. If they don't sprout or grow sparsely, her promise to take care of everything might just be empty talk. So, after Gu Zheng left, she secretly watered the plants again with diluted spiritual spring water. The two of them stood in the early autumn sunlight, looking at the lush green proof of their actions, exchanging glances in silence. No wonder the president was so quick. Even diluted, double the spiritual spring water is still very powerful. It's impressive that the sprouts only just started to emerge now, instead of popping up immediately after watering yesterday. This shows they are cautious and have diluted the water just right. What should we do now? Pei Nian looked at the overly obvious young seedlings and felt a bit headache. They're growing too fast, which doesn't seem right. What if someone sees? She's especially worried about Zhou Jin. As a girl from the future, as long as she's online, seeing this scene might make her think of some spiritual springs or similar things. Plus, Zhou Jin and Jiangsu's house is almost fixed. Once they move to the backyard, everyone will be closer, and they must be extra careful not to be discovered. Such incidents must never happen again. Gu Zheng also understood how serious the problem was. He hesitated for a moment and said, "While no one is watching now, should we dig them up and replant?" "That's all we can do." Pei Nian was about to agree, but suddenly had an idea. Her eyes lit up. "Let me try first." She squatted down, focused her mind, and thought about putting all the vegetables into her space's black soil. After a moment, the small green sprouts, along with a little bit of soil around them, seemed to be pulled out by an invisible hand and disappeared instantly. All that was left was slightly disturbed, darker-colored wet soil. After doing this, Pei Nian stood up happily and said, "It really works. Plants are also non-autonomous objects, so they can be collected directly, without touching each one individually." Gu Zheng's eyes also showed surprise. He knew the girl's space was amazing and could fetch objects from a distance, but he didn't expect the vegetables in the ground could be taken this way. What about the person? Pei Nian didn't know about the dangerous thoughts in someone's mind. She looked serious, but her eyes showed a hint of a smile. "Comrade Gu Zheng, when we replant, don't add anything extra."
Okay.
She blinked and then said, "If you want to be a snail prince, that's fine too. Just come secretly to water the plants when they're not growing well." Gu Zheng. Okay. Oh, right. Pei Nian suddenly remembered something. She looked at Gu Zheng seriously and said in a solemn tone, "There's something you must remember. In front of Zhou Jin, don't show anything inappropriate and don't reveal anything that doesn't fit this era's logic." Gu Zheng looked at her, raised an eyebrow out of curiosity.
Why?
Pei Nian organized her words, thinking about how to explain the brain explosion of the information age to this old relic. It's easy to reveal, as everyone knows Qing is from the future, many years later, and has traveled here. From the future? Reincarnation? Gu Zheng understood immediately. No wonder that Zhou Jiqing's behavior and ideas seemed out of place with the current times. It turns out she is a soul reborn from another world into this one. That's one way to see it. Pei Nian didn't expect him to accept it so quickly, and she found a good analogy herself. But thinking about how this person had only been here a few days and already uncovered her and Zhou Jin's secret, it wasn't surprising. Gu Zheng continued to ask, "Why is it easier to be exposed in front of people from the future? Does everyone already have their own space in the future?" Pei Nian. Everyone wishes that were true, but unfortunately, technology hasn't advanced enough and spiritual energy hasn't revived. In the future, stories and plays are very popular. Many protagonists in these stories often have adventures, just like what we have now. If she saw her vegetables grow so quickly in a day, or noticed something that doesn't match the times, she might guess easily. Gu Zheng listened but wasn't worried. He's always cautious in front of others and has never revealed himself. Like last time with the mountain grapes, since they were in season, he picked a few good-looking bunches that day, and some villagers can testify. Also, the grapes after being replaced weren't particularly special, just a bit sweeter than usual, with no other effects. It was only this little girl, who initially doubted him and kept holding her suspicion, that suddenly guessed the truth. Gu Zheng thought for a moment and suddenly asked, How do you know she's from the future? And that you're so familiar with the future situation?" His gaze fell on Pei Nian's face full of doubt. "Are you also from the future?" Pei Nian. Suddenly, the yard fell silent, only the faint sound of the autumn wind. She knew it was Gu Zheng who had a problem. Although she was busy warning him to be careful with Zhou Jin and forgot that her words might reveal information, Gu Zheng's reaction was too quick. Pei Nian looked into Gu Zheng's clear, calm eyes, which seemed to see through everything. She was momentarily speechless, only thinking, "Comrade Gu Zheng, are you made of sieve material?" Gu Zheng. "Sorry, I'm just used to it." Pei Nian was briefly stunned by the honest answer from the dice spirit, feeling there was no point in beating around the bush, and she couldn't avoid it either. She asked Gu Zheng to sit in the main room and explain directly, "My situation is a bit like Zhou Jin's, but not exactly the same. Zhou Jin, as you said, is like a resurrected soul, coming in halfway through. As for me," she pointed to herself, "I was directly reborn into this era, a native born and raised here. I was always a bit confused until I was hit by someone before going to the countryside, which awakened the mystery of my unborn life." Hearing that Pei Nian was hit by someone before, Gu Zheng's heart tightened. He didn't think about reincarnation or rebirth at all. He frowned and asked, "Who hit you?" Pei Nian's honest words were interrupted, and she rolled her eyes at Gu Zheng, annoyed. "That's not the point." "No, that's the point," Gu Zheng insisted. He suddenly realized that Pei Nian didn't fully understand him. She seemed to think he wanted to explore everything, so she was cautious, but still willing to accept. He felt both scared and relieved, glad he found out, and glad he discovered it before having a partner. Gu Zheng looked seriously at the girl in front of him and said solemnly, Pei Nian, all my reactions to secrets before were just habits. I didn't mean for you to tell me everything. You can stay silent, refuse outright, or even never tell the truth in your life. I will respect all your wishes. After saying this, he added, except hiding from me. Pei Nian was stunned. It seemed he hadn't actively asked her, only deduced things from small details. Still, her conclusions often surprised her. A bright smile spread across her face, her eyes shining as she looked at Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng, but now I want to tell you something. Gu Zheng's gentle and kind expression showed he was listening carefully. I'm all ears. Pei Nian briefly explained how her biological father and stepmother had schemed against her, feeling a bit proud, and lifted her chin. After I resolved the mystery of my unborn life, I sent them to the northwest and southwest. Gu Zheng listened quietly and praised her with a smile. Comrade Pei is really impressive, he mentally noted to find out her detailed address later and make sure her father-in-law, who had a fleeting encounter with her, was well taken care of. Pei Nian then mentioned her experience of traveling into a book. In short, Zhou Jin and Jiang Su are the main characters in the story. I am just a passerby, and you don't appear in the book at all. She looked at Gu Zheng and asked, so, what do you think? Do you suspect anything about life now? We are actually living inside a book? Gu Zheng's face remained calm, as if hearing something very ordinary. It's amazing that existence has no space. Pei Nian said, you're so calm, Gu Zheng. She thought that someone like Gu Zheng, who traveled from ancient times to the present, would be more prone to philosophical thoughts. Gu Zheng was silent for a moment. More than that, he was worried about something else. He spoke, his tone lower than usual, and his speech slower, asking slowly, if I am like Zhou Jin, a resurrected soul, would you be afraid of me? This question was direct, but it seemed to hide something else. Pei Nian didn't think much and blurted out, no. Her tone was natural, and she paused after saying it. Yes, she wouldn't be afraid. Even when she was most unsure and anxious before, secretly wondering if this guy might kill or steal, deep inside, she never truly considered the possibility that Gu Zheng would hurt her. This almost instinctive trust felt a bit strange to her. Gu Zheng's gaze stayed on her face, watching her reaction closely. She answered so quickly, so straightforwardly, with clear and honest eyes, without hesitation or reluctance. Finally, his tense jaw relaxed a little. Somewhere inside his chest, it felt like being soaked in warm water, bittersweet and soft, then filled with a gentle, sweet warmth. He liked girls who were brave and honest. This was just perfect.
Pei Nian was a bit surprised.
Was Gu Zheng really concerned about this question? It seemed quite fitting for his personality, or maybe caring about this was the normal reaction. A completely different soul occupying a body that didn't originally belong to him, whether voluntary or not, sounded a little scary. Pei Nian shivered inexplicably and stopped overthinking. But wasn't Gu Zheng a reincarnated soul? Earlier, Shannon said Gu Zheng was talented since he was young. She thought they were the same. Pei Nian asked curiously, when did you come into this world? Gu Zheng's tone returned to its usual calm, as if recounting someone else's experience. I came when I was 6. The original Gu Zheng had a high fever. His parents were busy with work, and the nanny they hired neglected to take him to the doctor. He just passed away. Pei Nian felt a pang in her heart. She looked at Gu Zheng, her eyes involuntarily filled with sympathy. Wasn't he a little orphan, unloved by his parents when he was young? Gu Zheng noticed the change in Pei Nian's expression and felt a slight stir in his heart. He spoke calmly, but there was an inexplicable hint of sadness in his tone. After that high fever, the aunt was dismissed. My parents felt they owed me, so to make up for their neglect, they later had a younger brother, Pei Nian. Huh, she doubted she heard him right. Was having a younger brother really the way to make up for neglect? Something seemed off about that logic. Gu Zheng looked up and met her confused gaze, nodding confidently. Yes, that's right. Their words were that they wanted their next child to fully carry the responsibilities of parenthood and to make up for all their regrets. Pei Nian blinked, a thought suddenly popping into her mind. Could Gu Zheng's parents be a bit unwell? But this family situation sounded quite complicated. She hesitated but couldn't help asking cautiously. So, this time you went to the countryside. Was that on purpose? Maybe they didn't want their youngest to go, so they sent the oldest instead? Gu Zheng quickly caught onto her subtle tone and realized she was trying to probe, so he shook his head. Going to the countryside was my own choice. My grandfather thinks that Beijing won't be peaceful for the next few years, so he asked me to come down and avoid the trouble, and also to gain some experience. As for my parents and younger brother, he paused, his tone becoming distant. They won't interfere with anything I do. Hearing Grandpa thinks Beijing won't be peaceful and coming down to avoid trouble and gain experience, Pei Nian immediately understood. Oh, so this was about a golden opportunity. Gu Zheng's brief surge of pity and his unnoticed retreat vanished in an instant. She crossed her arms and looked at Gu Zheng with a teasing smile. So that's it, Comrade Gu Zheng, with such a strong background. Before Gu Zheng could explain, she suddenly leaned forward, her eyes curling into a mischievous smile. But why are you telling me all this in such detail? Gu Zheng looked at her close-up smile, her bright eyes reflecting his own image. No fear or distance, only understanding and playfulness. He chuckled softly, not avoiding her gaze. Instead, he leaned slightly forward, closing the small gap between them, and looked deeply into her eyes. His voice was quiet but clear, sincere and straightforward. Just wanted to tell you. Pei Nian happily curled her lips and said, All right, I heard you. After a good night's sleep, Pei Nian felt refreshed when she got up. Today's work isn't hard. Mainly, it's to prepare for the autumn harvest, repair tools, and level the threshing yard. When people are idle, accidents tend to happen. At the threshing yard, Pei Nian was bending over, sharpening a wooden hoe when suddenly she heard a commotion nearby, with faint shouting and pulling sounds. Her ears immediately perked up. She straightened up, tiptoed, and looked in that direction. A crowd had gathered, tightly packed inside and out. The noise grew louder, clearly not a simple argument. She wasn't the type to ignore a lively scene, so she put down her hoe and moved closer. Just as she took a few steps, someone gently grabbed her wrist. Turning around, she saw Gu Zheng had quietly come over. Looks like a fight over there. Let's go see. Pei Nian's eyes lit up, eager and impatient. Gu Zheng looked at her bright eyes and eager expression, feeling a bit helpless but nodded in agreement. They reached the edge of the crowd, where voices buzzed loudly. The local folks were generally tall, and Pei Nian, among the educated young women, was quite tall. But now, she was blocked tightly by the crowd. She stood on tiptoe, only able to see the back of people's heads and shoulders in front, unable to see what was happening clearly. Frustrated, she wanted to find a gap to squeeze through. Gu Zheng looked at her, then at the dense crowd, and suddenly pulled her back. From behind a shed where farming tools were stored, he grabbed a simple but sturdy small stool. He placed the stool at Pei Nian's feet, gesturing, Stand on this to see better. Pei Nian looked down at the stool, then up at Gu Zheng, surprised. Gu Zheng, do you bring this to work? It wasn't heavy, but carrying it around while working was inconvenient. Gu Zheng looked at her with a slight smile.
Yes.
Just in case you get tired and want to sit for a bit, I brought it to show my care. Pei Nian couldn't help but laugh softly. Looking at Gu Zheng's handsome face, her heart felt like it was lightly brushed by a feather, tingly and sweet. She reached out naturally and patted his arm, smiling warmly. All right, Comrade Gu Zheng, I received your care, and it really touches my heart. Without hesitation, she steadied herself on Gu Zheng's outstretched arm and stepped onto the small stool. With the extra height, her view suddenly widened. She stretched her neck, happily watching the crowd in center, while her ears kept listening to the lively chatter around her. It's that kid from Li Laoxuan's family. He's been bothering Zhou Jiqing all along. Good job. That Li Zhuang, relying on his uncle being the party secretary and his meddlesome mother, has been acting unruly in the village. Now he's met his match. Zhou Jiqing is also impressive, completely calm. From piecing things together, Pei Nian roughly understood the situation. The young man named Li Zhuang had previously tried to bother Zhou Jin but was rejected. Today, somehow, he approached again and even tried to pull her, but Jiang Su, who was looking for Zhou Jin, happened to see and got into a fight. At that moment, in the middle of the crowd, Jiang Su's face was dark with anger, but he stood straight and looked coldly at the disheveled Li Zhuang, who was covering his face. Zhou Jin stood in front of Jiang Su, facing Li Zhuang, his mother Wu Xiao, and the village head and party secretary, who had been alerted. Everyone, judge for yourselves. Why is this young person hitting people? Is pursuing a girl illegal? Wu Xiao said loudly, spitting as she spoke. Look at how badly our Dazhuang was beaten. He should be paid and apologize. Zhou Jin stepped in front of Jiang Su, his voice clear and bright, louder than Wu Xiao shouting. This isn't Jiang Jiqing's fault. It was Li Zhuang who harassed me first. Jiang Jiqing was acting bravely. Harass? That sounds so bad. Our Dazhuang just likes you and wants to date you, Wu Xiao yelled. I don't like him. I've refused him many times, Zhou Jin said angrily, even speaking in his northeastern dialect, refusing to back down. His behavior is harassment. Jiang Su was just protecting me. Hearing this, the village secretary, Li Ji, who was related to the trouble because of his nephew, frowned and wanted to settle things quietly. All right, everyone stop talking. Li Zhuang, you need to be careful about how you pursue girls. Jiang Su, it wasn't right for you to start the fight. Both sides should apologize, and let's just forget about this. Pei Nian frowned when she heard this. Was this Li Ji crazy? Talking about how to pursue girls properly? Was he trying to let Li Zhuang keep bothering Zhou Jin? Next to her, an older woman was watching the scene. Usually, she didn't like these sensitive young people. When she saw Zhou Jin didn't agree to make peace, she interrupted from the crowd with a sarcastic tone, still not accepting the secretary's suggestion. What's wrong with Dazhuang? It's just that city folks have high opinions of themselves and look down on us rural people. Pei Nian heard this and immediately looked at the woman. Her gaze was sharp and wide-ranging. She frowned and said, Ma'am, do you think not accepting rural people's advances means you look down on us? Can rural people force others into relationships? We young people responded to the call to go to the countryside to help build, not to be judged or harassed. The woman blushed from her words and shrank back, saying nothing. Pei Nian spoke loudly, especially the last sentence, raising her voice. Zhou Jin caught the keywords precisely. Zhou Jin said firmly, That's right. I don't agree that just saying sorry means everything is okay. China promotes free love, but free love doesn't mean forcing or bothering women. Li Zhuang's actions are, frankly, just being a bully. If we let this go today, will anyone be able to bother our young women in the future? Pei Nian smiled happily. This was the real way a heroine fights. Harassment and overdefending might not be understood by villagers, but everyone could understand the word bully. Nowadays, being a bully isn't a small crime. If it gets serious, even Secretary Li can't cover for him. He couldn't help but glare at Pei Nian, who first used the word. Hey, this old man actually glared at her? Pei Nian glared back. What are you looking at? If he and the village officials let this slide, future young workers would be in danger. Seeing her glare, the village secretary quickly looked away, knowing Pei Nian was fierce. He didn't want more trouble. Secretary Li looked at both sides, his own unruly nephew and Zhou Jin, who was firm. He had no choice but to scold Li Zhuang sternly, You idiot. Apologize to Zhou Jin. Also, you're punished to compost manure for 3 days and lose today's work points. Such a light punishment? Pei Nian wasn't happy about that. She stood on a stool and casually said to Guzheng, Do you think Comrade Li is always bothering Zhou Jin because he's unhappy with the policy of going to the countryside? Wu Xiao, who was upset about the punishment, suddenly quieted down. Playing the rogue is one thing, and Li Zhuang didn't do anything unforgivable, but opposing policies is different. The number of times Li Zhuang disturbed Zhou Jiqing and Zhou Jin's recent drop in work points can be used as direct evidence. Party Secretary Li was so scared he was sweating on his forehead. If he showed favoritism again, he might get into trouble. He made a firm decision and punished again. Li Zhuang disturbed Zhou Jiqing's work several times, delaying production. Deduct half a month's work points and give him half a month of extra work. Zhou Jiqing, what do you think? Party Secretary Li asked Zhou Jin, but his eyes subtly looked at Pei Nian. Zhou Jin didn't know if this punishment was enough, so she instinctively looked at Pei Nian. Pei Nian, what is she looking at me for? She could only continue talking to Guzheng. Comrade Li will be able to join the autumn harvest after finishing the composting. That's great. He can get some practice every day. Zhou Jin understood now. That little troublemaker, combined with the autumn harvest, would have to work hard for over a month. She said, "Party Secretary Li, I agree. But I hope he won't bother me again. Or next time I'll go to the commune or the county to seek justice." After the incident, the crowd watching the scene dispersed, chatting about how Zhou Jin had a temper and was hard to deal with. Many also noticed Pei Nian's sharp mouth, which was even more difficult to handle. On the way back from work, Pei Nian and Gu Zheng walked behind. They saw Zhou Jin and Jiang Su walking shoulder to shoulder ahead, very close, almost touching arms. Pei Nian looked at them, her heart moved. She nudged Gu Zheng quietly with her elbow, lowering her voice with a bit of excited disbelief. "Hey, look ahead. They're acting like they're a couple, right?" Gu Zheng followed her gaze and noticed the unusual atmosphere between Zhou Jin and Jiang Su. He didn't speak, just paused his gaze on their side-by-side figures for a moment. Sure enough, when they returned to the youth camp and before the main group separated, Zhou Jin cleared her throat and confidently announced, "Everyone, I want to tell you all that Jiang Su and I are officially a couple starting today." Jiang Su stood beside her without speaking, but his usually expressionless, cold face was noticeably softer now. His lips even curled slightly into a clear, slightly silly smile. Shun then exclaimed, "Wow," and led the applause. Pei Nian smiled and said, "Congratulations." Watching the scene where the main characters declare their love, it felt like a successful TV drama. Gu Zheng looked at Zhou Jin and Jiang Su, who were being congratulated by everyone, then glanced at Pei Nian, who was smiling gently. He sighed inwardly. When would he finally get what he wanted? He hadn't even achieved his goal when something small went wrong for Pei Nian. That day, Pei Nian was assigned to weed the late-maturing cornfield. The sun was very hot. She looked tired and lacked energy, secretly slacking off. Suddenly, a water bottle was handed to her. Startled, she looked up and saw Sun Weigua, who was focused on impressing the wealthy woman at the youth station. Sun Weigua, with a flattering tone, said, "Hey youth, it's hot today. Want some water? I just fetched it from the well. It's cool." Pei Nian sat up straight, wiped the sweat from her forehead. Feeling annoyed and hot, she was too tired to bother with him and simply waved her hand coldly. "No, thank you. I brought my own water." In the original story, Sun Weiguo was eager to impress the female lead, Zhou Jin. When Zhou Jin confirmed her relationship with Jiang Su, he shifted his attention to her. He seemed quite moral. He didn't pursue someone who was already in a relationship. She was indeed a wealthy woman. Sun Weiguo pushed the water bottle forward again, with a stiff smile on his face. "Don't be like that, Pei youth. We're comrades. We should look out for each other. This water is clean and cool." The heat was too much. Pei Nian had enough patience. She took a step back, creating some distance, and her voice turned cold. "Comrade Sun Weigua, can you understand human words? I said I don't want it. Please go back to your work and don't bother me." Pei Nian usually appeared gentle and cheerful. Though she kept some distance, she wasn't hard to approach. But now, her cold expression and delicate features created a strong presence that made others afraid to offend her. Sun Weiguo was a bit frightened by Pei Nian and her direct response. He awkwardly retracted the water bottle. "Pei youth, I don't mean anything else. I just see you working hard." This excuse was similar to what someone who was pursuing Zhou Jin had said not long ago. Did Sun Weiguo not realize the consequences? Or did he think as a fellow youth he wouldn't suffer much? Or was he overly confident, thinking he could succeed in his pursuit? Pei Nian was tired of listening to Sun Weiguo's nonsense. She looked at his head and then at the flat cornfield around her, disappointedly clicking her tongue, until she saw Gao Wan, who was slouching and half-heartedly weeding nearby. Her eyes lit up. She raised her voice and called out, "Young Gao, come here for a moment." Gao Wan was lost in her thoughts when she was suddenly called. She looked up blankly and saw Pei Nian calling her. She immediately showed a bit of fear but didn't dare ignore the request. She slowly walked over and asked softly, "Pei Jiqing, what's the matter?" Pei Nian didn't answer right away. Instead, she took out a few large white rabbit candies from her pocket and held them out to Gao Wan, casually saying, "Help me out, pretend to be a handheld sandbag. This is your reward." Gao Wan looked at the tempting candies and then at Pei Nian. She didn't understand what was happening but was tempted by the candies and nodded instinctively. Pei Nian put the candies into Gao Wan's hand. Then, under the watchful eyes of nearby villagers and young workers, she walked to Gao Wan's side. She reached out, easily grabbed Gao Wan's waistband, and with a little force, Gao Wan let out a short cry, and her feet left the ground instantly. She was lifted steadily by Pei Nian's hand, hanging in midair. Here we go again. Gao Wan wasn't fat, but she was a typical adult woman's weight. At this moment, she looked like a cat by the scruff of its neck, flailing helplessly. Everyone around gasped and made quiet exclaims. "Oh my goodness! She really lifted her?" Earlier, Lu Er's wife said Pei Jiqing was strong, but I didn't believe it. This is too shocking. Gao Jiqing probably weighs around 80 or 90 jin, about 40 to 45 kilograms. And she's lifting her so easily with one hand. Sun Weiguo was even more stunned, nearly dropping his water bottle. Pei Nian held Gao Wan, her face calm and steady, not even breathing hard. She even took a moment to weigh her. Then she gently set Gao Wan back on the ground and helped straighten her wrinkled clothes. "Thanks." Her tone was normal, as if she had just lifted a bundle of firewood. Gao Wan's feet touched the ground, and her legs went weak. She almost sat down, still clutching the candies tightly, shaken but also a little scared. Those candies were truly hard to come by. Pei Nian's gaze shifted to Sun Weiguo, who looked pale. She sized him up from head to toe. Sun Weiguo immediately felt a cold chill run from his feet to the top of his head and took 2 steps back in fear. Seeing Sun Weiguo's timid and frightened look, Pei Nian snorted. With such a small courage, he still wanted to be close to her? "Comrade Sun Weiguo," Pei Nian said, "I'm not a very patient person, and I have a bit of strength. So, when looking for a partner, there is an important requirement: must be able to handle being hit. Being hit 3 times a day is the basic standard. My partner should be able to endure it." She paused and looked meaningfully at Sun Weiguo's thin arms and legs. "Sun Weiguo, someone who can't do much work and only earns enough to get by, do you think you can really handle a punch from me?" Her words were too direct, almost like she was pulling Sun Weiguo's face off and stepping on it. Sun Weiguo's face alternated between red and pale. He wanted to argue, but when he looked into Pei Nian's emotionless eyes and saw Gao Wan being lifted up with one hand, he hesitated. He had no doubt that if he said more, Pei Nian could really punch him down. The villagers, who knew about Zhou Jin's relationship and were now eyeing Pei Nian as a potential partner, quietly shrank back. This wasn't a delicate city girl from the countryside. She was clearly a fierce tiger. No matter how pretty or wealthy she looked, she had to be strong enough to handle it. Who could endure being hit 3 times a day? Marrying such a daughter-in-law. Would the family be okay? As they looked at Pei Nian again, their gazes, which had been full of curiosity and eagerness, quickly turned into respect. This was exactly the effect Pei Nian wanted. She didn't want someone like Li Zhuang to bother her, so she laid out her fighting ability and standards for choosing a partner, all at once, saving trouble. Meanwhile, after dissuading Sun Weiguo and the onlookers, Pei Nian suddenly felt the pressure around her drop sharply. She turned her head and saw Gu Zheng had come over without her noticing, standing half a step behind her. He had no expression on his face, but the cold aura around him was felt from afar. When his eyes swept over Sun Weiguo, it was like he froze him in place. Sun Weiguo, seeing Gu Zheng's gaze, felt like he had fallen into an icy pit, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Gu Zheng didn't speak. He simply took a step forward, approached Sun Weiguo, and, under everyone's surprised gaze, reached out with one hand, grabbing Sun Weiguo's shirt collar. Then, just like Pei Nian had lifted Gao Wan earlier, he easily lifted Sun Weiguo off the ground. Sun Weiguo, taller and heavier than Gao Wan, was still as light as a bundle of firewood in Gu Zheng's hand. Gu Zheng and Pei Nian nodded at each other, then turned and carried Sun Weigua toward the cornfield where he was working, walking steadily and with a firm grip. After walking a dozen steps away, he finally let go of his arm and directly threw Sun Weigua back to the field with a cold look in his eyes. "Stay away and do your work. Don't come here to bother her again." His voice was not loud. Only Sun Weigua could hear it, but it carried a strong, undeniable pressure. Sun Weigua was so frightened he was almost scared to death. He scrambled and crawled deeper into the cornfield, no longer daring to look this way. Gu Zheng then turned around and walked back to Pei Nian. His intimidating aura slightly eased, but his face still looked grim. Pei Nian looked at him with bright, shining eyes. "Gu Zheng, you're so amazing. I wanted to lift Sun Weigua earlier, but unfortunately, he's a bit tall for me." Onlookers. Is she speaking like a normal person? Of course. Pei Nian was speaking normally. Sun Weigua was thin because he wasn't good at work, and among the young workers, he looked fragile, but he was quite tall. Pei Nian could lift him, but if he struggled, she would have to put in some effort. Gu Zheng's expression brightened, and he spoke softly. "Next time, just call me first. I'll help you bring a stool." The stool he used last time when watching the scene was perfect. The surrounding area fell silent. After a few seconds, a buzzing discussion started. The looks they gave Pei Nian and Gu Zheng became more complicated.
Well,
Neither of these two is an easy person, and they clearly share the same bad temper. After this incident, Pei Nian's nickname in the village changed. She used to be called Pei the Knife, but now she was known as Pei the Tiger. Zhang Aihua was the first to share this news with Pei Nian. Pei Nian wasn't unhappy about the villagers' respect, but she had one complaint. "Who gave me that nickname? It's too ugly. Pei the Tiger, sound like a bandit. It would be better to call me Mother Tiger." Zhang Aihua listened and thought it really suited her. She laughed happily. "Then what do you like? I'll come up with a new nickname and promote it for you." Pei Nian. "Forget it. Pei the Tiger is fine. At least it's better than being seen as an easy target." Time quickly moved to the day before the autumn harvest. The team specially took half a day off to prepare for the harvest. Early in the morning, before dawn fully broke, Pei Nian was awakened by noises outside the yard. She groggily opened her eyes, looked at the time, and found it was already 5 o'clock. The sky was just beginning to lighten. When she pushed open the yard door, she saw Zhou Jin and Jiang Su moving things to the backyard, apparently heading to the newly built house. Zhang Aihua was also helping, holding a bundle. "Zhou Jiqing, are you moving today?" Pei Nian was a bit surprised. She knew their house was fixed, but it hadn't been long, and the inside was still damp, right? Zhou Jin put down a heavy wicker box, brushed off the dust on his hands, and showed no special expression. "Yes, moving to get some peace." Next to him, Zhang Aihua leaned toward Pei Nian, holding her bundle, and lowered her voice with a gossiping look. "It's not just peace. You don't know, the front yard has been lively these past 2 days." She looked around and lowered her voice even more. "Zhou Jin and Jiang Su are together now. Their families are pretty well off, so their meals were good when they teamed up, and after they got together, it got even better. Some people are jealous." Zhang Aihua pursed her lips and nodded toward the front yard. Wu Min and Li Xiao keep talking sour words. Zhao Xinghua, the peacemaker, always says everyone should stay united and understand each other. Zheng Ping, of course, is the same. At this moment, Zhou Jin took out a net bag. Hearing Zhang Aihua, he added annoyedly, "And there's something even more annoying. Li Xiao stole my soap." Zhang Aihua immediately responded, showing envy. "Zhou Jiqing's soap is sheep fat soap. I heard it's very expensive." She hadn't used or seen it herself, but she heard that sheep fat soap is the priciest among soaps. She couldn't even afford regular soap. Pei Nian raised an eyebrow, and from Zhou Jin's eyes, she could tell she disliked that someone had used it, not just the loss. But in this era, soap was rare, especially Red Guard sheep fat soap. Zhou Jin probably knew the price, right? Pei Nian jokingly said to Zhou Jin, "Zhou Jiqing, you should charge Li Jiqing. That sheep fat soap costs 15 yuan apiece, half a worker's monthly wage. It's worth a few cents each time." Zhang Aihua was stunned. 15 yuan, she knew soap was expensive, but that was too much. Zhou Jin also froze when she heard it was 15 yuan. Her mind only had one thought. Damn. She sold it too cheaply before. She priced it like regular soap. Her face instantly changed. The black market boss had really cheated her. Pei Nian saw Zhou Jin's unhappy face and knew she had realized the truth. She returned to the yard, hiding her skills and reputation. Pei Nian returned to the small courtyard and started washing up. When she finished tidying up, Gu Zheng and Shun An arrived together. The three of them decided to work together temporarily to save time. In the main room, Pei Nian handed over some papers for them to look at. These are the things we need to buy. Take a look and see if you want to add anything. Last night, she specifically made a list of items to buy. The harvest season is about half a month long, so they need to prepare enough supplies. None of the three are short of money, so they don't need to hold back. Pei Nian wrote down 10 jin of pork, not to mention eggs, brown sugar, and fine grains. In the entire Knowledge Youth Camp, probably only they three bought that much. She also listed medicine for heat stroke and ointment. Gu Zheng and she didn't need them, but Shunan might, so they prepared all the necessary items openly. Gu Zheng glanced at the list and had no objections. It's quite complete. After breakfast, Shun An and I will go to the commune. Me too, Shunan said, with no real objection. Although they said they were working together, he felt like he was just along for the ride. Brother Zheng had long since betrayed him, only having eyes for Pei Jiqing. When he came to eat, it was mostly to learn cooking skills. Then the organization entrusts the task to you. Be sure to complete it. After saying this, Pei Nian felt it was a bit unkind. She was lazy herself and didn't want to go to the commune, but she didn't want to put too much pressure on those going. During the harvest, supplies might be tight, and there may not be enough meat. Buy as much as you can. She looked at Gu Zheng and blinked. If it's not enough, we can go to the mountains to catch rabbits. She was quite interested in seeing the mountains. Gu Zheng smiled and said, Got it. Of course, they bought enough meat, 10 jin of good quality pork with a good mix of fat and lean, even bought it in advance. After Pei Nian finished organizing everything, Gu Zheng suddenly came to her. Do you want to go to the mountains and take a look? Pei Nian was surprised. Isn't the meat enough? Why go again? Gu Zheng replied, maybe to change the taste a little. If others heard this, they would probably be jealous. Most people just think about how to eat well, but they already think about how to enjoy the food. Since he said that, Pei Nian naturally wanted to go. She was also eager to eat rabbit meat and wild chicken. If she found wild eggs and incubated them in her space, she could say she had caught wild chickens when she ate chicken in the future. The mountain forests in autumn are colorful and beautiful, with fresh air. Pei Nian followed Gu Zheng, watching him observe and listen to the surroundings carefully. Suddenly, Gu Zheng paused and raised his hand to signal her to stop. Not far ahead, in a clearing among the trees, a gray-brown roe deer was grazing, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Gu Zheng moved very quickly, almost without aiming. He raised his hand, and a small stone shot through the air with a faint whistling sound. With a soft snap, the stone hit the deer's neck, pinning it in place. The deer didn't even have time to cry out before it fell. The whole process was quick and smooth, from spotting the prey to knocking it down in just a few moments. Pei Nian knew Gu Zheng was skilled and strong, but seeing his near-perfect aim and efficiency made her gasp in amazement. Could he have internal strength? From a martial arts world? Gu Zheng, your skill is amazing, she said, jogging over. Looking at the lifeless deer on the ground, she admired him and looked up at Gu Zheng approaching. Is this the legendary internal power? Can I learn it? Gu Zheng. She always said he was observant and clever. His abilities and secrets were almost guessed, except for his past experiences. Gu Zheng replied, This world can't cultivate true internal energy, but it's enough for health, fitness, and self-defense. If you want to learn after the harvest season, I'll teach you. Pei Nian was a bit disappointed to hear it wasn't real internal power. She had hoped to experience the feeling of flying lightly with a kind of lightness skill. As for Gu Zheng teaching her martial arts, she decided not to pursue it. Learning martial arts takes time and effort, and she didn't want to endure that. Being a strong, rough person was fine too. Gu Zheng felt a little regretful about not being able to teach others, missing the chance to interact more. Seeing Pei Nian's eyes on the prey, he suggested, "How about I teach you how to set traps for hunting?" "That sounds good." Pei Nian immediately agreed, her mood brightening. After coming down the mountain, Pei Nian still felt happy. She had caught prey, which would help with the harvest, and she also signed up for a master hunting class. Once she learned it, she could catch wild chickens and rabbits on her own. Beep! At 4:30 a.m., the horn sounded. Villagers and educated youth gathered at the grain threshing ground, and the autumn harvest officially began. Captain Wang Fugan stood on a small stool, passionately encouraging everyone. "Neighbors, we've worked hard all year, enduring sun and wind. Don't relax now. We must gather every grain of rice and store it in the barn. When the granary is full and our hearts are at ease, we will win this harvest season and have a good, prosperous year. Next, I will assign the tasks for these days." The morning was still chilly. Pei Nian dressed in her old, bandit outfit, covering herself completely, and stood in the dense cornfield. During harvest, the work was divided into 3 parts: cutting down the corn stalks and stacking them, breaking the corn kernels from the cobs, and moving the corn to the tractor. The tractor from Chulu Brigade mainly handled plowing and transportation. Other tasks were not usually assigned to it. During harvest, the villagers and educated youths were not separated into different groups. They were mixed together. Pei Nian was assigned to Chen Hongying's group, responsible for breaking the corn. Chen Hongying was happy and a little nervous when she saw Pei Nian was assigned to her. She was glad because Pei Nian was strong and wouldn't fall behind, but worried she might suddenly pull out a kitchen knife. Chen Hongying kindly warned Pei Nian during harvest, "Please don't just pull out a knife for no reason." Pei Nian was speechless, thinking she wanted to join society. "Aunt Hongying, do you think I have a kitchen knife hidden on me?" Chen Hongying looked her over. She couldn't hide a knife, but she still added, "And don't throw away your farming tools." "Pei Nian, just don't try to set me up with a matchmaker, Aunt Hongying, and I won't fight with you." Breaking the corn was hard work. After a little while, Pei Nian felt like her legs had disappeared. Seeing others sitting on the straw to break the corn, she tried it but couldn't handle it. She decided to bring a small stool in the afternoon. Just as her vision blurred and she took a sip of spiritual spring water to recover, a stool suddenly appeared. "It's Gu Zheng." Pei Nian immediately snapped to attention. "Gu Zheng, why are you here?" Gu Zheng was responsible for cutting the stalks, and they worked in the same area. She hadn't seen him since they started working. Gu Zheng said, "I brought you a stool." Pei Nian recognized it as the stool she had stepped on during the last festival. Gu Zheng was carrying the stool in one hand and a woven grass cushion in the other, probably exchanged at Ma Nyang's house. She immediately smiled at Gu Zheng. Pei Nian sat on a stool covered with a straw mat, looking up at Gu Zheng with a hint of excitement in her eyes. She said, "Gu Zheng, kneel down. I have something to tell you." Gu Zheng obediently knelt down. The girl leaned in closer and lowered her voice, saying, "Gu Zheng, you're so good. I like you just a little bit more now." She held up her thumb and index finger, showing a very small distance. Hearing her sweet words and confident tone, Gu Zheng felt like fireworks exploded in his mind. He looked at her with warm eyes but didn't dare speak, afraid that if he did, he might ask to be her boyfriend. Right now, Gu Zheng and Pei Nian were in a trial period. They both knew each other's secrets from the start but hadn't fully opened up, so their relationship couldn't develop further. He wished he could tell her everything about his past and present, even what he ate each day, but Pei Nian hadn't decided yet. So he decided to go along with her. After she finished speaking, Pei Nian waited to see Gu Zheng's reaction. Finally, Gu Zheng smiled. When he got up to leave, he couldn't help but pat her head. Autumn harvest was precious and busy. There was no time for rest. Each family sent someone to cook, and the food was delivered directly to the fields. Everyone hurried to eat a few bites before continuing to bend over and harvest. Pei Nian was the one who cooked for the group. Since autumn harvest was hard work, she didn't want to waste time. She used spiritual spring water to restore her energy and kept up with everyone else. When she went back to cook, she could finally rest a bit. Back at the youth station, Pei Nian prepared lunch: sliced pork, stir-fried bok choy, wild chicken and mushroom soup, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, served with rice. It was a hearty meal. On the first day of the harvest, everyone ate well, and even if some dishes were a bit unusual, it was okay. But in the following days, if they wanted to eat such rich meals every day, they had to be more careful about who saw them. Later, Pei Nian cooked enough food for several days and stored it in the space warehouse to keep it fresh. This way, she could rest for the next few days, and their kitchen wouldn't always smell of meat. When Pei Nian went to deliver the food, she saw many elders and children doing the same. Some people had already started eating in the fields. Before she could find someone to help, Gu Zheng came over, took her woven basket and pointed. "Go over there." He pointed to an elm tree about 100 meters from the main group. Shen and was sitting cross-legged under the tree, fanning himself with a straw hat. As she approached, Shen looked at the basket with wide eyes. "Smells so good." "Pei Jiqing, what did you make for lunch?" Pei Nian replied. "Shen Jiqing, are you hungry and confused? Where's that smell coming from?" She had sealed the food tightly, so unless someone sniffed close to the basket, they wouldn't smell anything. Pei Nian simply lifted the cloth cover, revealing 6 neatly arranged lunchboxes, 3 with dishes and 3 with rice. She didn't like sticky, mushy food. She preferred mixing her own rice but didn't want to eat only rice, so she used several boxes to keep everything separate. The 3 of them sat around and started eating. Shen couldn't care about manners anymore and eagerly took a bite of the braised meat strips, giving a thumbs up. "Jiqing, your cooking gets better and better." "Yes, it's very tasty," Gu Zheng also praised, eating quickly but more politely. Pei Nian smiled proudly, not at all modest. Of course. After finishing the meal, they had a short rest. Pei Nian said, "From now on, we'll eat here at noon. Stay away from the crowd to avoid anyone being jealous of how well we're eating." The other 2 agreed naturally. Although it wasn't a hassle, they preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble whenever possible. Thus, after working hard from dawn to dusk for nearly a month, all the grain was finally harvested and stored. For the young workers, the autumn harvest was over. As for the remaining grain to be handed over, the team didn't rely on them. They just had to wait until the end of the year to receive their share. Right after the harvest, the team was given 3 days off. Pei Nian finished dinner and went straight to bed, sleeping soundly until noon the next day, without waking up. When she woke, she was too lazy to cook. She took some roasted chicken and meat buns from her space and ate them, then lay back on a bamboo lounge chair in the yard. After finishing her meal and feeling sleepy again, Zhou Jin suddenly came to see her. He asked, "Do you want to go to the county town tomorrow?" Since the last time she was reminded remotely, Zhou Jin had been coming to talk to her now and then, asking questions like he was on a learning journey. Pei Nian thought for a moment. Her space was running low on prepared food, so she could stock up on more. The taste of the state-run restaurant was different from her own cooking, and sometimes she just wanted to eat at a restaurant. "Sure, it's a good chance to treat myself," Pei Nian said. After Zhou Jin left, Pei Nian sat on the lounge chair, thinking about how to get some meat. To do that, she needed to find a way to exchange for meat tickets. To exchange for tickets, she had to be clever and sneaky. Being sneaky meant pretending to be someone she's not.
But if she could pretend well.
Never mind, she decided not to think about it now. She would wait and see. She hoped no one would suddenly see through her disguise like Gu Zheng did once. At dawn, 5 people gathered at the village entrance. Yes, except for Zhou Jin's friend Jiangsu. Gu Zheng heard she was going too, and Shen also wanted to go. So, the 5 of them were together again. To get to the county, they first had to go to the commune, then catch the bus from the commune to the county. The harvest had just finished. The villagers' ox carts and tractors were being prepared to deliver grain to the granary. They could only walk on foot. When they reached the commune, it was already bright. They left early, so there were still some empty seats on the bus. Gu Zheng took a big step and got on the bus first, quickly grabbing 2 seats in a row. Then he looked at Pei Nian expectantly. Pei Nian.
Of course, she sat down.
She chose a window seat, and Gu Zheng naturally sat next to her. Jiangsu and Zhou Jin also silently took the 2 seats in a row. Shen was the last to get on. He looked around, then at the other side, rubbed his nose, and found a single seat to sit down, loudly muttering, "Everyone's paired up and leaving me out?" Fine, I'll sit alone and have more space. Gu Zheng's partner hadn't even been found yet, and he already abandoned him. If he did find someone, he probably wouldn't even notice Shannon. Gu Zheng looked back at him with admiration. Pei Nian also turned to look at him, thinking he was quite good at talking. Shannon thought to himself, "Oh, so these two don't see me as a person." He really wanted to roll his eyes at the two in front and kick over this bowl of dog food. When the bus finally started to move, it was bumpy and shaky. The road from the commune to the county was bad, and the bus was crowded with all kinds of smells. Pei Nian last rode a bus when she was working in the countryside. Now, overwhelmed by the mixed smells, her stomach started to feel uncomfortable. She frowned unconsciously and held her breath. Gu Zheng turned his head to look at her. Seeing her face was pale and her lips a little white, he didn't say anything. Instead, he took a clean mask from his versatile cloth bag and handed it to her. Pei Nian suddenly remembered she also had a mask but didn't take it. She initially wanted to pretend to search her bag and take out her mask from her space, but Gu Zheng reached out and placed it in her hand. "Just use this." Pei Nian blinked, went along with it, and put on the mask. The cotton mask still carried a faint scent of soapberry. Although it couldn't completely block the smell, Pei Nian felt much more comfortable. The group traveled bumpy roads to the county town. After getting off the car, they split up and agreed to meet for lunch at a state-run restaurant. Zhou Jin and Jiang Su went together, while Shun and only said she was visiting relatives and also left. Pei Nian planned to find a quiet place to disguise herself and check out the black market, but suddenly remembered Gu Zheng mentioning a weak spot earlier. She pulled Gu Zheng aside to a secluded spot and lowered her voice. "Gu Zheng, if I want to go to those places to exchange more tickets, how can I disguise myself so I won't be suspected?" Gu Zheng looked at her. "Are you just planning to buy things, or do you want to look around?" "Mostly just to buy things and exchange some tickets. I'm not very interested in visiting." Pei Nian was honest. She wasn't keen on taking risks or being adventurous. She just wanted to restock supplies. Gu Zheng thought for a moment. "If it's just buying things, tell me what you need, and I can help you exchange. If you want to look around," he paused, "you'll need a safe place first. I can help you with a simple disguise." "Disguise?" Pei Nian's eyes lit up. Gu Zheng's idea of disguise probably meant changing faces, like in novels. She was quite interested, but there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Pei Nian shook her head. "Forget it, I won't go to the black market." She looked around and, using Gu Zheng's cover, took out a Peony brand radio and various mid to high-end cigarettes from her space, packing them into a cloth bag and handing it to Gu Zheng. "Keep an eye on these and exchange them for tickets." Gu Zheng took the items, nodded, and said, "All right, leave it to me. Be careful. Don't go to remote places." At lunchtime, meet at the state-run restaurant on time. When he mentioned the restaurant, Pei Nian suddenly remembered, "Gu Zheng, does the black market still sell cooked food?" "Yes. Then I want to buy some more delicious food with the tickets I exchange." After parting from Gu Zheng, Pei Nian strolled along the main street of the county town. The department store was much more upscale than the supply and marketing cooperative, with more counters. She went inside, looked around, but didn't find anything particularly worth buying. Most of the items sold in the store were already stocked in her space. A sales clerk saw Pei Nian Guan looking without buying, her eyes showing a bit of impatience and disdain. She didn't care and continued to look around happily, enjoying the shopping atmosphere. After a while, suddenly there was a commotion from the nearby counter. Someone loudly shouted, "Today we have defective fabric supplies, limited quantity, first come, first served." As soon as the words were spoken, the orderly supply store instantly turned chaotic. Many people, especially older women, rushed toward that counter, shouting and making noise, creating a lively scene. Pei Nian was startled by the chaos. She took a few steps back and stood by the candy counter to watch. While watching everyone scramble for the goods, Pei Nian caught sight of a small, thin man dressed in dull gray, moving quickly through the crowd. When she looked more closely, she saw the man quickly reaching into an older woman's pocket and then pulling back. He had an old wallet in his hand. The man grabbed several wallets, lowered his head, and ran toward the door. "There's a thief." Pei Nian didn't hesitate. She immediately shouted and chased after him. Her shout surprised the people at the counter. Some quickly checked their own pockets. The woman who was robbed screamed, "My money! My wallet is gone." The thief heard the shout, turned his head sharply, and saw the crowd getting agitated. His face changed, and he ran even faster, grabbing a passerby's briefcase along the way. "Stop the thief, not catch the robber. Hold him." A few people chased after him, but the thief ran very fast. He knew the streets well, turning left and right, almost slipping into a small alley. Pei Nian watched his increasingly distant figure. She didn't stop walking but quickly reached into her shoulder bag. When she took it out, she held a rectangular brick in her hand. She weighed it, looked in the direction the thief was fleeing, swung her arm in a circle, and with a strong flick, whoosh, the brick flew through the air, tracing a parabola with the wind, and accurately hit the thief's left knee from behind. "Ah!" The man let out a sharp cry. The force knocked him down with a thud, clutching his knee and curling up on the ground. The powerful brick flew out, and the scene fell silent for a few seconds, as if everyone was holding their breath. Onlookers and pursuers all stopped to look at the brick that was undamaged, then at the small thief hugging his knees, and finally turned their gaze to the calm young girl who was dusting off her hands. Their eyes were full of surprise. For a moment, Pei Nian felt a little guilty. Why look at her? She was just helping and might have hurt the thief. Maybe she doesn't need to pay for damages? But soon, a few kind-hearted people held back the injured thief, who was limping and trying to run away, and they took him to the nearby county police station. The thief was quick and almost ran straight into the police station. Aunties whose wallets had been stolen, along with Pei Nian, the hero, also went to explain what happened. At the police station, the officers listening to everyone's story focused on the detail about using a brick to fight the thief and looked a bit confused. "Is this Miss Pei Nian?" The young officer looked at the girl, who looked quite striking, and couldn't believe she was the brick-wielding hero. He hesitated and asked, "Did you hit the thief with a brick?" Pei Nian nodded and corrected him. "Officer, it wasn't just a thief. He was also a robber." The man probably thought he wouldn't get caught, so he added a more serious charge against himself. "All right, Miss Pei, about your brick." Another officer, who was taking the suspect into custody, came in and said, "Xiao, the pickpocket's knee is shattered. No wonder he couldn't run." Officer Zhou asked, "Miss Pei, why do you carry a brick with you?" When he asked this, everyone present, including the victims and some onlookers, looked at Pei Nian. "Yes, a young girl shopping in a department store, carrying a brick?" Pei Nian sat on a long wooden bench, touching the brick in her bag, looking calm and relaxed. She said, "I'm a rural youth sent to the countryside. When I go out, I carry a brick for self-defense. It makes me feel safer." She paused and added, "Our youth station is in a remote area, busy with farming recently. It's normal to carry something handy for protection." Hearing this, everyone's face changed to one of understanding. After all, she's a young girl from far away, carrying a brick for safety, completely normal. Especially since she's so pretty, people should be more careful around her. The officers understood too. They nodded and quickly recorded everything in the report, saying, "Understood, understood." Ms. Pei is very alert, and her brave act is commendable. The report was completed smoothly, the facts were clear, and the suspect was caught with the stolen items. Public security comrades still remembered the Yangyang Commune Tulio Brigade, thanks to Comrade Pei for acting bravely. "Once we finish organizing the materials, we will send a letter of praise to your team." On the way, a middle-aged woman whose briefcase was stolen suggested, "Let's also send a banner." She helped the community recover significant property losses. Pei Nian was very happy with the praise letter. She didn't expect anyone to mention a banner, so she immediately looked at the police officers with bright eyes. "Police. All right, let's add a banner for bravery." After leaving the police station, the few women who had been robbed surrounded Pei Nian to thank her. One handed her some hard candies, another stuffed her with peanuts and melon seeds, and someone even gave her a boiled egg to carry for her. Pei Nian politely declined, but had to accept all of it. The items weren't many, but combined with their kind feelings, her light shoulder bag felt a bit heavier. When the women left, Pei Nian stepped down the stairs. A middle-aged woman dressed in a Lenin-style outfit, who was confident and efficient in her manner, stopped her. "Comrade Pei, please wait." Pei Nian stopped. This woman was the one who suggested giving her a banner. The woman smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Yang Xiaolan. I work at our County Women's Federation. Thanks to you just now, the robber didn't succeed." "Thank you so much." Pei Nian didn't pay much attention. She shook hands politely and said, "Hello, Comrade Yang. You're too kind. It was just a small effort. Anyone would do the same if they saw it." Yang Xiaolan shook her head seriously. "You can't say it like that. In that situation, you were the only one willing and able to stop the criminal." She then wrote an address and her name in her notebook, tore out that page, and handed it to Pei Nian. "Keep this. If you're ever in the county or face any difficulties, you can come find me. The Women's Federation is here to serve women, and I will do my best to help." Pei Nian took the note without hesitation and nodded happily. "All right, thank you, Comrade Yang. I won't trouble you further." Although she wouldn't really go to her for help, she appreciated the kindness and didn't want to refuse. Yang Xiaolan looked at Pei Nian, seeing her honest and humble expression. She felt a good impression and was not intimidated or overly eager in her invitation, which made her like her even more. This girl was truly beautiful, with a clear and bright look in her eyes. She looked confident and calm, giving a very comfortable feeling. Yang Xiaolan took out some snow cream from her briefcase and handed it to Pei Nian. She said, "I didn't bring much with me today. This box of snow cream is for you." She had just bought it this morning, planning to give it to her son at home, but now she decided to give it to Comrade Pei instead because his son doesn't deserve it. Before Pei Nian could refuse, Yang Xiaolan looked at her watch and said, "Oh, it's already this late. I have work to do, so I can't chat anymore, Comrade Pei." Then she hurriedly left. Pei Nian thought, what a weak excuse. After parting from Yang Xiaolan, Pei Nian looked at the sun. It was still early before lunch, so she decided to wander around the town to get familiar with it. As she was walking aimlessly, she suddenly saw two people at the entrance of a nearby alley, whispering and quickly exchanging something. One of them had her back to Pei Nian, wearing a gray headscarf and loose clothes, passing a small package. The other person was returning some money and tickets. Such private exchanges were not unusual these days. Pei Nian planned to ignore them, but when her eyes caught sight of the half-open basket nearby, she paused slightly. Inside the basket, she saw some branded Shanghai honey flower soap and 2 cans of fruit preserves. The labels on the cans had been deliberately scratched off, but their shapes clearly indicated they were not local products. The source and quantity of these items looked familiar. Looking closer, Pei Nian raised her eyebrows. The person selling the goods was wearing a watch, and the chin shape she saw. Wasn't it Zhou Jin? Usually, Zhou Jin's disguise was good enough. Pei Nian first recognized the goods, then looked for flaws in the disguise, which seemed simple. But knowing it was Zhou Jin, Pei Nian saw how crude the disguise was. Everywhere was a flaw. Still, she remembered her own last disguise, covering herself completely, acting sneaky. She hadn't been caught or reported because she looked weak and small, not threatening. Since Zhou Jin looked like that, Pei Nian didn't want to blow his cover or greet him directly. She just pretended not to recognize him. But since she was here, she also wanted to buy something. Zhou Jin's nostalgic shop had many items, and importantly, no tickets were needed. After figuring this out, Pei Nian moved quietly closer, tiptoeing without making a sound. The two people had just finished their exchange. The buyer hurriedly put the items away and left quickly. Zhou Jin was lowering his head, stuffing the money and tickets into his pocket, preparing to pack up the basket. Cough, cough. Pei Nian walked behind Zhou Jin and deliberately cleared her throat. Zhou Jin's body stiffened suddenly, and she turned around quickly. Although her face was smudged with dirt, making her expression unclear, her eyes were full of panic and surprise. Pei Nian pretended not to recognize Zhou Jin and asked in a low voice, "Comrade, excuse me, do you have any other goods here? I'd like to take a look." When Zhou Jin saw it was Pei Nian, her panic faded. She also noticed that Pei Nian didn't recognize her, so she relaxed. She lowered her voice and asked in a deliberately husky tone, "What do you want? Do you have candies or cookies? Preferably white rabbit candies, shrimp-flavored snacks, calcium biscuits, or things like clam oil, snow cream, or soap." "I want all of them," Pei Nian said naturally, counting on her fingers. "I don't have a ticket, but I can pay extra." Hearing this, Zhou Jin's eyes lit up. She was a big customer. She didn't hesitate and nodded, still pretending to be casual. "Yes. Follow me." "It's not convenient to talk here." She pointed to a more hidden corner nearby. Pei Nian understood immediately and moved over to wait, acting very obedient. Zhou Jin then picked up the half-empty basket and quickly disappeared around the corner. After a couple of minutes, she returned with a different basket covered with a dusty cloth. She set down the basket, lifted a corner of the cloth, revealing not only the items Pei Nian mentioned but also many snacks, fruit leather, nougat, Cuban candies, animal-shaped cookies, and even 2 pairs of shoes wrapped in old newspaper, perhaps things Pei Nian wanted to buy. The heroine was quite good at selling. Pei Nian smiled inwardly, but pretended to be surprised as she looked at the items wrapped in old newspaper. "Comrade, are these shoes?" Zhou Jin quickly concluded in her mind. "They are liberation shoes and Hueli shoes. Do you want them?" "I want size 36. "Do you have that?" Both pairs are size 36. Pei Nian was too lazy to pick and chose, waving her hand casually. "I'll take all of these." Zhou Jin's inner thought. Wealthy sister. She happily handed Pei Nian a box of golden rooster biscuits. Pei Nian thought the heroine was quite good at bargaining. This box was worth about 4 yuan. She suspected Zhou Jin didn't know the price and was just selling randomly, so she reminded her, "Comrade, these are voluntary gifts from you. I won't pay you back." Hearing this, Zhou Jin was a little unhappy. "If I give you something, it's yours. I won't take it back." Pei Nian didn't notice her unhappiness and cheerfully said, "That's really great. I've never tried this kind of cookie before. 1 box plus ration tickets and snack tickets is worth over 3 yuan. Zhou Jin. Damn it, I got tricked again. Since learning she had been cheated, Zhou Jin stopped trading in the commune black market and spent her time going to the county instead. But she hadn't yet tried the county black market. She only sold small items near some residential yards. Unexpectedly, she was tricked again by a kind lady and an aunt. Zhou Jin almost couldn't smile anymore. She sadly calculated the price and took the tickets Pei Nian handed her. She secretly vowed that next time, if she didn't know the price of something, she wouldn't sell or give it away until she found out. There were too many things to carry. Pei Nian took a rough cloth bag from her purse, carefully packed the items from the basket into it, tied the opening, and easily lifted the bag with one hand. Before leaving, Pei Nian smiled at Zhou Jin and whispered so only the two of them could hear, "Comrade, I wish you good luck with your business. But next time, choose a place farther from the police station's residential area. Safety first." Without waiting for Zhou Jin's reaction, she carried her bulging cloth bag and strode out of the alley. Behind her, Zhou Jin's hand, which was holding the basket strap, froze midair. She suddenly looked up at the row of ordinary houses nearby, then glanced at her outfit and the basket.
Her whole body went stiff.
After dropping her bombshell, Pei Nian quickly merged into the crowd. Last time, she was scared by Gu Zheng. This time, she was going to scare Zhou Jin. If she weren't afraid of laughing out loud, she would have stayed put just to see Zhou Jin's expression. It was almost time, and Pei Nian was too lazy to browse further. She planned to wait at the state-run restaurant for her friends. As she approached the restaurant, someone suddenly took the cloth bag from her hand. Pei Nian almost reflexively reached for a brick, thinking, "Gu Zheng?" Gu Zheng saw her reaction and casually asked, "What's wrong? Are you worried someone might mug you on the street?" Pei Nian rolled her eyes and said, "I'm just worried I might hurt the thief and have to take responsibility." Gu Zheng raised an eyebrow, clearly thinking the girl had had quite an exciting few hours. Soon after, Pei Nian told Gu Zheng about catching the thief, especially describing her impressive move with the brick. Gu Zheng's gaze stayed on her shining face, a clear smile spreading in his eyes as he openly praised, "Comrade Pei Nian, you're really amazing." Pei Nian felt a little shy from his smile and quickly changed the subject. Let's find a place to settle down first." She glanced at Gu Zheng's other hand holding a mesh bag, which contained the cooked food she wanted. The two of them quietly turned into a quiet alley. Pei Nian directly stored the items into her space, and Gu Zheng handed her the exchanged money and tickets. Pei Nian looked at the money tickets in her hand and then at Gu Zheng. Softly and kindly, she said, "Comrade Gu Zheng, I want to buy a few more portions of meat and vegetables. Buying alone is too obvious. Can you help me share some?" Gu Zheng looked at her and thought, "What can I do?" He simply replied, "Okay." Today, the state-run restaurant was serving braised pork and sweet and sour pork. Pei Nian wanted to buy 10 portions of each. She would handle one, and Gu Zheng would handle the other. The waiter, hearing that both of them wanted 10 portions, was surprised and asked, "Comrade, why are you buying so much?" Pei Nian explained, "Today there's a family gathering at home, and we couldn't get pork, so we're just adding more meat dishes." Gu Zheng simply said, "The same." Hearing it was for a family gathering, the waiter didn't say much. The two looked well-dressed, probably from a good family background, so buying 10 portions was normal. Some might even hold larger gatherings at the state-run restaurant. Without further words, the waiter took the money tickets and large aluminum lunch boxes handed over by the two, but couldn't help but wonder, is today a special day for a gathering? Why are so many people here? Pei Nian and Gu Zheng exchanged a glance and decided that later, Shannon would order their lunch. Their task was done. The two returned to the alley and Pei Nian quickly stored the 2 lunch boxes into her space. Done. Just as they reached the door, Zhou Jin, Jiang Su, and Shen arrived one after another. Zhou Jin saw the cloth bags in Pei Nian and Gu Zheng's hands and looked away uncomfortably, but quickly calmed down. After all, Pei Nian hadn't recognized him, so there was no need to panic. The 5 of them sat together at one table, but the atmosphere was different. Zhou Jin and Jiang Su exchanged dishes, occasionally sharing a smile, like a sweet young couple. Pei Nian ordered a portion of sweet and sour pork and a bowl of rice, focusing solely on eating. Gu Zheng sat beside Pei Nian, his gaze calmly passing over the two across from them, then returning to Pei Nian, who was eating intently. He also wanted to help her with food, but held back. Shannon, sitting in the main seat between both sides, looked around and then sighed inwardly. There was nothing to watch. He ate a large plate of dumplings alone, feeling full and a bit overwhelmed. After finishing their meal, everyone hurried to catch the bus at the station. There are 2 round trips daily between Xiangyang Commune and Lin County, with 4 trips in total. There is a bus to the commune at 1 p.m. When they finally returned to the commune after a bumpy ride, it was just past 2 p.m., and they still had to walk back to the village. Gu Zheng glanced at the tired Pei Nian and said, "Wait here for about 20 minutes while I go handle something." After saying that, he quickly headed toward the local police station. About 20 minutes later, Gu Zheng returned, pushing a bicycle with a large front wheel and a smaller rear wheel, and a brand new license plate hanging on the mudguard. "Where did this bike come from?" Pei Nian asked in surprise. "I had someone buy it for me earlier. I hadn't had time to pick it up until now. I just finished the paperwork and got the license plate," Gu Zheng explained casually. In fact, the bike was taken from a storage space, and the paperwork had been done earlier. He just hadn't used it in the village because it was too much trouble. He asked Pei Nian, "Can you ride a bike?" Pei Nian shook her head. "I only know how to ride a lady's bicycle." Gu Zheng then asked Zhou Jin, "What about Jiqing?" "I can ride." Zhou Jin nodded. She had ridden this kind of bike before, in modern times. "Can you carry someone on it?" "Yes, let's try." Zhou Jin was speechless. Was this a driving test right now? But she still rode the bike back and forth a few times. Since she had passed, she wouldn't have to walk this time. Seeing Zhou Jin riding steadily, Gu Zheng signaled Pei Nian to sit on the back. Pei Nian sat on the bike and said to the other 3 men, "It's going to be hard for you to walk now." After receiving the driver's license from Gu Zheng, Zhou Jin also relaxed and thanked him repeatedly. "I will definitely deliver Jiqing back to the team safely." She knew she was lucky to have Pei Nian's help. Plus, as a girl, even if she and Pei Nian rode the same bike, no one would gossip about it. Jiang Su also thanked Gu Zheng. "Thanks, Gu Jiqing." He thought he should get a bike too, to make traveling to the commune easier. "No need to thank me." Guzheng only warned the two about to leave. Be careful on the road. The bicycle clattered loudly as it quickly pulled the three of them ahead, but after a short while, it suddenly turned back. Pei Nian pointed at the cloth bag and basket. Give me the things. Today, she and Zhou Jin had the most belongings with full cloth bags and baskets. Even if they weren't heavy, there was no need to add extra burden while walking. Guzheng looked at Pei Nian, who was carrying a basket on her back and holding a cloth bag in front, and felt a bit worried. Is this okay? If not, don't force it. I can take it back. It's fine. Our things aren't heavy, just a bit bulky, Pei Nian said, waving to the three of them. Let's go. Zhou Jin also nodded at Jiangsu. When he saw Pei Nian was ready, he quickly rushed out. When they returned to the big team, the village women at the entrance looked at them riding their bikes, full of curiosity and observation. Chen Hongying couldn't help but ask, Pei Jiqing, did you buy a bicycle? Bicycles were rare. Only 3 families in their team had one. She didn't expect Pei Jiqing to ride back a bike after just going out. Pei Nian refused to let Zhou Jin stop and quickly replied, I bought the bicycle. The two of them rode straight into the youth commune, ignoring others' gazes. In the backyard, Zhou Jin took his basket and handed his bike to Pei Nian for safekeeping, joking, Pei Jiqing, I'm entrusting you with the important task of the bicycle. Everyone with sharp eyes could see that Guzheng was interested in Pei Nian. Yet, these two kept hesitating and still hadn't gotten together. Pei Nian wanted to pretend to blush like a girl, but she couldn't do it, so she simply looked serious and told Zhou Jin, Zhou Jiqing, a box of Jinjiji cookies costs 1 yuan plus food tickets and snack tickets. Do you understand? Zhou Jin's fake smile disappeared instantly. After throwing another bomb at Zhou Jin, Pei Nian quickly ran back to her yard. After parking the bike, Pei Nian went inside to organize the things she bought from Zhou Jin, things she could use openly without suspicion. As for revealing that she recognized Zhou Jin earlier, there was a reason. Although Pei Nian had accumulated quite a bit of supplies, winter was coming soon. The snacks and daily necessities she had wouldn't last long. After learning about Zhou Jin's resale business, she could buy directly from him. In the story, Zhou Jin still went to the county to earn money in the winter. As her guest, it was normal for neighbors or shop owners to deliver goods directly to her door sometimes. While she was tidying up, the yard gate was knocked. Pei Nian went to open the door, and Zhou Jin was outside, probably having returned her basket to her house. Zhou Jin looked at Pei Nian with a complicated expression and a slightly awkward face. Did you recognize me today in the alley in the county town? Pei Nian looked innocent. What alley? I didn't go to any alley today. Don't pretend. You just mentioned golden rooster cookies, Zhou Jin said irritably. But how did you recognize me? She believed she had disguised herself well. Only Pei Nian didn't know Zhou Jin's thoughts. Otherwise, she would have said, you were recognized on your first day in the black market. Pei Nian didn't bring up Guzheng's theory because she didn't have the eye for it. She only glanced at the watch on Zhou Jin's wrist. I recognized you by your watch. Zhou Jin suddenly realized she had a big flaw. Luckily, today she met a familiar face, Pei Nian. Even Jiangsu only guessed, but he hadn't seen her acting suspiciously. You don't know. When you told me that the family housing area was a police station, I broke out in cold sweat. I almost got scared to death, Zhou Jin said, sitting down on the edge of the kong, a traditional bed. Pei Nian thought, what are you afraid of? You have the heroine's aura. She was only scared when Guzheng pointed her out. Sometimes she still remembered it with lingering fear. She's not the heroine, so she can't turn danger into safety or turn misfortune into good luck. That one accident made Pei Nian's restless heart settle down completely. She didn't lack money or food, so there was no need to take risks in the black market, especially since she couldn't even figure out the family housing area. But seeing Zhou Jin's anxious and fearful look, Pei Nian couldn't help but smile. Just be careful in the future. Don't go putting yourself in danger again. She slowly handed Zhou Jin a caramel candy. Zhou Jin took the candy and put it in her mouth. The rich milk flavor melted, and her tense nerves relaxed. Pei Jiqing, thank you today. You're welcome. It was just a small favor. And for the reminder earlier in the field, Pei Nian shrugged. That was because I had my own reasons. We're all comrades in the youth association. If you get bullied, others will too. But the real person who benefited from the help is me, Zhou Jin said with a smile. Just that alone is worth a box of cookies. Hearing the word, cookies, Pei Nian remembered she still needed to make some repairs. Zhiqing Zhou, you're pricing some things too low. Even if your costs are low, you can't sell them like that. It will disrupt the market. Zhou Jin blushed and quickly made a small apology. I understand now. Before, I bought it at cost price from a relative who is a long-distance freight driver. He has a lot of cargo, and I haven't seen some of the items myself. When I sell, I just add a little profit over the cost. Pei Nian thought about how often Zhou Jin went to the commune and the county, and she couldn't imagine how much she might have lost. She was worried she might become possessive over other people's money. Before Zhou Jin left, she softly said, Zhou Jin, you should be more careful. Thinking of a famous comedy sketch, Zhou Jin suddenly smiled. Even though no one here understood why she was laughing, she still made a joke. Next time, I promise. When Gu Zheng and the others returned to Chu Lu Brigade, the sun was just starting to set, not yet 4 in the afternoon. Pei Nian looked at the pile of firewood in the yard. She remembered Gu Zheng saying he would teach her how to hunt after the harvest. Feeling eager, she decided it was better to act now than wait, so she strolled over to return her bicycle. Gu Zheng's courtyard door was slightly open. She knocked, pushed it open, and saw Gu Zheng standing in front of the wash basin, rinsing his face with water. Hearing the noise, he turned around. Water droplets rolled down his jawline, and his black hair was pushed back, revealing sharply defined, delicate features. Pei Nian was momentarily dazzled by his handsome face. She suddenly realized that Gu Zheng's features were very striking: narrow, upward slanting phoenix eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. Especially now, with his forehead fully exposed and a calm expression, his commanding presence made her feel like she couldn't move. Gu Zheng recognized her and softened his expression. The coldness around him gradually faded. Looking at him, he seemed like a noble gentleman made of jade. He asked, "What's wrong?" "I wanted to ask you." Pei Nian hesitated and swallowed her words. She almost forgot that the 3 boys had walked back, and they probably didn't want to go up the mountain now. "It's nothing," Pei Nian said, pushing her bicycle into the yard and leaning it against the wall. "I'm returning the bike." "Thanks for being so gentlemanly today, Comrade Gu." Gu Zheng noticed her hesitation and asked, "What was the first thing you wanted to say?" Pei Nian didn't expect him to notice, so carefully. Since he asked, she simply said, "It's nothing much. We talked about learning to hunt after the harvest. I was planning to go up the mountain to gather firewood and wanted to ask if you wanted to come." After she finished, she waved her hand. "But since you walked back from the commune, you must be exhausted. Let's talk about it another day." Gu Zheng was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Pei Nian. When he spoke again, his tone was calm but deliberate. "It's just a short walk. I wasn't tired." Pei Nian was momentarily stunned, then felt a strange urge to laugh. She quickly tried to clarify. "I didn't mean to say you're weak. I just think walking can be tiring too. You've been busy all day, so just rest well. I have good stamina." Gu Zheng replied quickly, looking at her steadily as if to prove something. Pei Nian felt a bit overwhelmed by his gaze. "I just think you came back from a big walk. If I make you climb the mountain again, it might seem like I don't understand. Anyway, I didn't say you can't do it." She paused, realizing she had spoken too much. Gu Zheng suddenly chuckled softly, his expression returning to his usual calm. "Walking won't tire me out. If you want to learn, you can start now." "Okay, let's go now." Pei Nian felt a mix of annoyance and awkwardness, her face flushing. She turned her head and left the yard. Back in the small courtyard, Pei Nian took a sip of spring water, instantly feeling her mind clear and her heart calm. When she stepped out again with her basket, Gu Zheng was already waiting outside, holding a small axe and a bundle of hemp rope. Seeing him look normal, Pei Nian didn't mention what had just happened and quietly let out a breath of relief. After the autumn harvest, the weather turned colder. Many families on the mountain started preparing for winter, collecting mountain produce and gathering firewood, making the area livelier than usual. Pei Nian and Gu Zheng avoided crowded places, choosing a less traveled path instead. This place usually has fewer visitors. We might find something. Gu Zheng led the way, clearing thorny bushes with a stick to make a path for Pei Nian. Be careful of the stones underfoot. Deep in the forest, Gu Zheng found a bush with animal footprints and droppings. He squatted down and explained while setting a trap. Choose flexible branches, and the angle of the trap is important. The size and height of the snare depend on the prey. He was very detailed, moving quickly and skillfully, and soon set up a simple snare trap. Is this okay? Pei Nian looked at the nearly invisible trap blending into the environment, feeling a bit amazed. This is the simplest live trap. Whether it works or not, we'll see tomorrow, Gu Zheng said after finishing the trap, brushing off some dirt from his hands. Pei Nian was eager to try. Can I try too? Gu Zheng nodded and took her to another place with fresh claw marks, handing her a machete and some rope. Under Gu Zheng's guidance, Pei Nian tried to make a trap. She worked hard for a while and finally finished it. It's done. She stood up and looked at her trap, which was much rougher than Gu Zheng's. She asked uncertainly, "Will it work?" "We'll see tomorrow morning," Gu Zheng said. "It's very good for a first try." After receiving praise, Pei Nian's eyes and smile showed happiness. After making the trap, they started gathering firewood. Following their usual teamwork, when they saw a pile of suitable wood, one kept watch while the other quickly collected it into their space. While bending down to pick up firewood, Pei Nian suddenly made a surprise sound. She pushed aside some half-dead thorns and saw a few low plants underneath, with tiny red berries hanging on them. Goji berries. Pei Nian picked one and looked at it. The fruit was full and bright, a wild goji berry just ripe. Her eyes lit up. Great stuff. Gu Zheng, come look. There are goji berries here. Gu Zheng heard her and came over, glancing at the berries. Wild goji berries, looks good. Pei Nian had already started picking quickly. She said cheerfully, "Anyone who sees this gets some. I'll share half with you later." Gu Zheng didn't move but stood nearby watching her pick. After a moment, he spoke calmly. "Do you know what goji berries are good for?" Pei Nian was busy picking and replied casually, "Yeah, they help with eyesight and boost energy." She suddenly paused mid-sentence. "And there's also, nourish the liver and kidneys." Considering the subtle conversation about whether it was okay to go up the mountain earlier, Pei Nian stiffened for a moment. She forced herself to stay calm, put the handful of berries into a small cloth bag, and without looking back, asked loudly, "Do you want some?" There was silence for 2 seconds behind her. Gu Zheng also came over and squatted down to pick berries, speaking in a calm voice. "Yes." Pei Nian quietly pouted and picked even faster. As the sun set, the forest grew darker. "Gu Zheng, let's go back," Pei Nian said. "Okay." Gu Zheng nodded. Halfway back, Gu Zheng naturally reached out and took her backpack. Pei Nian felt a lightness on her shoulders. She turned to look at him. "Hey, I can carry it." "I know," Gu Zheng said casually, not stopping his steps. "Just being helpful." Pei Nian didn't say anything else. She walked quietly beside him with her hands empty, stepping on the soft fallen leaves. When they returned to the youth commune, Pei Nian realized she hadn't given the goji berries to Gu Zheng. She divided half, wrapped it in clean leaves, and went to Gu Zheng's courtyard. Gu Zheng was organizing firewood. Pei Nian remembered everything that happened that afternoon and wanted to make up for it. She handed the goji berries to Gu Zheng and deliberately said, "Gu Zheng, you should take good care of yourself." Gu Zheng was still holding the package of goji berries. He looked at her with a hint of meaning and calmly replied, "Okay." Pei Nian? Darn it, seeing Gu Zheng so calm. She felt like she had lost again. On the last day of the holiday, Pei Nian was thinking about the 2 traps. She woke up early and was eager to go up the mountain to check. After washing up, she was too lazy to make breakfast. She took a warm bun from her space and took a bite, then strolled out of the small courtyard. She saw Gu Zheng waiting for her. He was dressed in dark clothes and stood at the door, as if he had predicted she would wake up early. Pei Nian smiled brightly. "Good morning, Gu Zheng." Good morning." Just as they were about to leave the youth commune, Pei Nian suddenly remembered she hadn't brought her straw hat. She hurried back to the backyard, unaware that someone was secretly watching them. When the new youth went to the countryside, Wu Min was already torn between Jiang Su and Gu Zheng, unsure who to choose. Unexpectedly, Jiang Su and Zhou Jin started dating. Now she didn't have to worry. She set her sights on Gu Zheng, especially since they were both from Beijing. Wu Min wanted to save face and didn't want to pursue a man openly in front of others. So, when Gu Zheng was with someone else, she didn't show much interest. But when Gu Zheng was alone, for some reason, Wu Min didn't dare to get close to him. This went on until now, and she still hadn't spoken to him. After finding out yesterday that the bicycle belonged to Gu Zheng, Wu Min couldn't wait to act. She saw Gu Zheng leave with Pei Nian. She even noticed that Gu Zheng naturally placed a boiled egg into Pei Nian's hand, and she didn't refuse at all. When Pei Nian returned to the backyard, Wu Min's eyes lit up. She saw an opportunity and approached Gu Zheng. She was holding an egg herself, smiling softly, and her voice was gentle. "Comrade Gu Zheng, this is for you. I saw you gave the egg to Comrade Pei Nian, but she doesn't seem to care about you. You should take care of yourself too." Gu Zheng flicked his eyelids and looked at Wu Min. His expression was no longer the usual polite indifference, but suddenly turned cold, showing clear annoyance. He had already noticed someone watching him and Pei Nian, but since they hadn't appeared directly and planned to go up the mountain, they decided to delay handling it. Unexpectedly, the person now appeared right in front of them. Wu Min felt uneasy under his gaze, and her hand holding the egg froze in midair. "There's no need," Gu Zheng warned, looking at Wu Min. "Stay away from me." His gaze was too intimidating. Wu Min felt that if she said another word, the consequences might be terrible. She turned pale with fear and staggered back a few steps. Just then, Pei Nian came out holding a straw hat. Wu Min, still shaken from Gu Zheng's intense stare, shot a resentful and unwilling look at Pei Nian. Pei Nian was confused by her glare, thinking Wu Min might be acting strangely, especially since she hadn't provoked her. She walked over to Gu Zheng and casually said, "What's wrong with Wu Min?" "The way she looked at me just now like I owed her money." Gu Zheng's face returned to normal, as if he wasn't the one who had just shown such coldness. His tone was calm. "Ignore her." Zhang Aihua, who was fetching water by the well, saw everything clearly. Watching Gu Zheng's two very different reactions, she couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Gu Zheng's ability to change his expression was as good as traditional local art from her hometown. Meanwhile, Pei Nian, unaware of all this, was still thinking about whether she could get something later. She quickened her steps as they headed up the mountain. Gu Zheng followed at a steady pace, occasionally reminding her to watch her step. When they reached the bushes where she had set the trap yesterday, Pei Nian moved quietly, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation. She first checked her trap. Seems like it was triggered. She pushed aside the fallen leaves and dry grass, then turned to look at Gu Zheng with bright eyes. "Gu Zheng, there's a rabbit." Gu Zheng stepped forward and saw that inside the snare, a chubby gray wild rabbit was squirming anxiously. The rope wasn't tight, just restricting its movement, and the rabbit looked lively. It really caught one. Pei Nian wanted to reach out but hesitated. She looked back at Gu Zheng, unable to hide her excitement. "What should I do now?" Gu Zheng squatted down carefully, untangling the snare while avoiding the rabbit's kicks. He gently grabbed it by the back of its neck and lifted it up. The rabbit struggled a few times but then became obedient. He tied the front and back legs of the rabbit separately and handed it to Pei Nian. "Try holding this." Pei Nian took it with some curiosity. The rabbit's fur was warm, and its body felt heavy. She held her trophy and couldn't help but feel proud. "Looks like I have a talent for this." Gu Zheng watched her excited expression and smiled. "Yes, very impressive. Come on, let's see yours," Pei Nian said, holding the rabbit and urging him on. Gu Zheng's trap was set a little deeper. When he opened it, he found 2 rabbits caught inside. Pei Nian exclaimed, "Gu Zheng, you're amazing. While others get 1 bird with 1 stone, you caught 2 rabbits with 1 trap." Gu Zheng was busy separating and tying the 2 rabbits and said, "This is a multi-loop trap. If you want to learn, you can make a few more and try." Pei Nian thought for a moment but decided to give up. She usually lost interest quickly. She had caught her first prey and was satisfied. She wasn't very interested in hunting afterward. Since she wanted to eat rabbit meat, She looked at the rabbits in Gu Zheng's hands and asked, "Are these two rabbits a male and a female?" Although rabbits are social animals, they usually separate when foraging. If one is male and the other female, it's not surprising. Gu Zheng heard her and replied, "Yes, do you want to raise them?" "Here, thanks. When they build a nest, I'll return the favor and give you double," Pei Nian said without hesitation, storing the rabbits in her space. When they went down the mountain, it was bright and the fog had cleared. Pei Nian carried the rabbits lightly, humming a little tune. "You're so happy?" Gu Zheng asked with a smile. "Of course." Pei Nian waved the rabbits. "This is the first prey I caught myself. It means a lot. When I get back, I'll ask Chef Shen to cook it for a celebration," Gu Zheng suggested. "How about I do it?" Pei Nian was surprised. "Really? You can cook?" "Not long ago, Shen said I was pretty good at it." Pei Nian couldn't help but praise him. "Gu Zheng, you can do everything, and you learn quickly even when you don't know." Gu Zheng tilted his head and looked at her. "I've seen a lot, so I know a bit." "You're so young, and you've seen so much." Pei Nian pouted, then suddenly remembered their different backgrounds. Their unusual experiences and opportunities made them quite knowledgeable. She quickly changed the subject. "Then I'll leave lunch to Chef Gu. I want to eat spicy rabbit stew. Is that okay?" "Sure. Call Shen. No need, he hasn't been interested in eating meat lately." Pei Nian was surprised to hear this. "Huh? Shen doesn't want to eat meat sometimes," Gu Zheng said. "It's quite strange." "Don't worry about him." Pei Nian, trying the dish for Gu Zheng, who was so fed up with meat that he wanted to give up. Love-struck brain, get lost. The two quickly returned to the village. By this time, the village was lively with many people on the main road. Seeing the rabbit Pei Nian was carrying, a villager greeted her. "Gu Jiqing, Pei Jiqing, going up the mountains so early? Oh, good harvest." Pei Nian held up the rabbit and smiled proudly. "Lucky caught a rabbit. Pei Jiqing, you have the skill?" "Impressive," the villager praised. Hearing this, Pei Nian's smile grew even wider. And why was she carrying the rabbit openly instead of hiding it? After the harvest season, villagers with some experience had started collecting small game from the mountains. A few animals didn't need to be hidden. Before lunch, Pei Nian went to find Gu Zheng. She was curious about his cooking skills, as he didn't look like someone who knew how to cook. Since moving to the countryside, he mostly helped in the kitchen, washing and chopping vegetables. Surprisingly, among the three of them, his knife skills were the best. The kitchen was already steaming with smoke. Pei Nian tiptoed to the door, wanting to observe secretly. Inside, Gu Zheng was rolling up his sleeves and cutting rabbit meat. Hearing footsteps, he didn't look up and said, "There's a stool behind the door. You can sit there and wait." Pei Nian pouted. She walked quietly, not understanding how Gu Zheng could hear her footsteps so clearly. She sat by the door, watching Gu Zheng marinate the rabbit and prepare other dishes. She liked this habit, getting everything ready before cooking, including placing all the seasonings nearby. Before starting to cook, Gu Zheng cleaned the stove thoroughly. Only then did he begin preparing the meal. Watching Gu Zheng skillfully stir-fry the rabbit, Pei Nian thought the dish looked very good. Before adding the spicy flavor, Gu Zheng looked at Pei Nian sitting at the door and said, "Go inside and sit, so you don't get splashed." Pei Nian thought about the hot oil fumes and obediently left the kitchen. When the dishes were served, after tasting them, Pei Nian couldn't help but feel jealous. Talent really is something you can't envy. Gu Zheng had only been learning for a short time, but he already cooked dishes that perfectly matched Shen Onjin's standards. She looked at Gu Zheng and said very kindly, "Gu Zheng, you're amazing. You just started cooking, and your dishes are already so good, especially this spicy rabbit dish. You've really reached the top level, Gu Zheng." Although he knew she was probably exaggerating, he couldn't help but smile. "I'll make it for you again next time." Pei Nian thought to herself. Such a good talker. But she wasn't lying. Gu Zheng's cooking was truly delicious. The spicy rabbit was very tasty and went well with rice. By the time Pei Nian realized it, she had already eaten too much. After dinner, Gu Zheng didn't let Pei Nian help with the dishes. He quickly and neatly cleaned up the table himself. In the yard, Pei Nian sat and watched him wash the dishes. She couldn't help but compliment him again. Guzheng, you're even more handsome when you wash dishes than when you cook. Guzheng paused with the dishes in his hands. Seeing her bright, clear eyes staring at him, he knew what she was up to. He felt both helpless and amused.
Got it.
From now on, I'll handle cooking and washing dishes. When Guzheng finished tidying up, the girl leaned against the wall, closing her eyes and rubbing her stomach. He frowned, noticing she didn't look well. He walked over and gently patted her shoulder. You shouldn't sit now. Get up and walk around. Pei Nian didn't want to open her eyes. She felt embarrassed. She had eaten too much and felt uncomfortable. Was she a silly child? Even kids know to stop eating when they feel sick. Guzheng saw that she was feeling ashamed. Seeing her listless and reluctant to move, he squatted down to her eye level and spoke softly. I have to go out for a bit. Will you come with me? The warm afternoon sun was very kind. Pei Nian looked at Guzheng, who was so patient and gentle, and nodded instinctively. Guzheng took Pei Nian and walked slowly out of the Jiqing courtyard. Outside, there weren't many people, mostly children. The autumn harvest was mostly finished, so many people had started taking care of their homes. Pei Nian followed Guzheng, looking at the familiar surroundings, her expression a little strange. She stopped at the door, unwilling to go inside. Fortunately, Guzheng didn't seem to want her to go in either. Wait here for me. The Chulu Brigade had a clinic and barefoot doctors. The clinic was inside the brigade office, in a separate room. The barefoot doctor was an old man named Wang Yukai. During the harvest, he had boiled licorice soup for the entire brigade. When Guzheng entered, Wang Yukai was organizing the herbs he had dug up. Seeing him come in, he didn't stop his work and casually asked, Gu Jiqing, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Guzheng replied, my stomach isn't feeling good. I want a box of hawthorn pills. Wang Yukai looked at him curiously. He didn't expect that Gu Jiqing, being such an adult, would get a stomach ache from eating. Then he thought being able to eat until full is quite a luxury. The health clinic had plenty of hawthorn pills, but the villagers mostly treated them as snacks to buy for their children to satisfy their cravings occasionally. Soon, Guzheng came out holding a box of hawthorn pills and handed it to Pei Nian. After walking a bit, Pei Nian felt better. She understood that Guzheng was doing this for her, so she quickly ate a hawthorn pill. Guzheng then took a water bottle from his versatile bag and handed it to her. Pei Nian didn't hesitate and drank directly. The hawthorn pill dissolved in her mouth, with a sweet and sour taste mixed with a hint of medicinal flavor. After drinking the water, she felt a slight sweetness again, and the taste was quite good. Suddenly, she wanted to eat candied hawthorn sticks. At this season, there are some late-ripening hawthorns on the mountain. She thought she might go look for some next time. The two of them slowly strolled back. After eating the hawthorn pill, Pei Nian felt much better, walking lightly and with a relaxed posture. She thought it was quite nice to go out for a walk sometimes. So after dinner, Pei Nian decided to add a walk to her routine and invited Guzheng to join her. In rural areas, taking a walk after meals was often misunderstood. People would think they were just idly wandering around with nothing to do. Having a walking partner meant they wouldn't be lonely if others talked about them. They would have each other. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw Zhou Jin coming out of his house. The sun has set. Where are you going? Just for a walk. Want to come along? Yes. Before Zhou Jin could answer, Shunan suddenly peeked out from his yard. Lying around all day makes my bones stiff. I might as well go out and move around. He didn't notice Guzheng giving him a cold look. Pei Nian said, sure, let's go together. Having a few more people to wander around with was better. Zhou Jin didn't want to be the third wheel, but since there was already one person, having her join wouldn't hurt. He took Pei Nian's arm and led her to the front, not caring that Jiangsu was quietly following behind. When they reached the front yard, Zhou Jin called Zhang Aihua, who then called Gao Wan, and the walking group expanded to 7 people. This village square is still lively, especially under the old elm tree at the entrance, which is the main gathering spot for chatting. Seeing a group of educated youths strolling slowly, an old man puffing on a cigarette said with confusion, what are these young people doing? Taking a walk. That's called a walk for health, an experienced woman replied. People do it after meals to help digestion. It's good for the body, but they're just wasting time. They haven't even eaten enough, so what's there to digest? The conversation was quiet, but as they took their second round, Pei Nian, nearby, overheard it clearly. She knew the villagers thought they had nothing to do after eating. Luckily, she was clever and gathered everyone to avoid trouble. After the harvest, farm work became much easier. For the more demanding tasks like plowing the fields in autumn, the team used tractors and oxen. The remaining heavy work was not enough for the villagers, so the educated youths mostly repaired tools. One noon, just as Pei Nian was about to leave work, she was stopped by Li Zhuang, the nephew of the village secretary, who was holding a boiled egg. He said, "Pei, educated youth, my mother asked me to give this to you. Have an egg to help you get stronger. Pei Nian." She immediately frowned, feeling suspicious. Not only had her reputation as Tiger Pei spread through the village, but Li Zhuang had recently been punished for bothering Zhou Jin. Why was he suddenly giving her attention? Was it her mother Wu Xiaocao's idea? She didn't bother to look at the egg and simply sidestepped, saying, "Don't block the way." "Thanks." Before she could leave, Wu Xiaocao rushed over, louder than anyone else. "Oh, Pei, educated youth, no need to be polite. What's an egg worth? Your aunt just likes you." She pushed her son aside and approached Pei Nian with a mysterious smile. "Pei, educated youth, I think you're a really good girl. You're pretty, strong, and look like someone who knows how to live well." Pei Nian thought, what is she talking about? Wu Xiaochao was interested in Pei Nian because she heard from the secretary that she had earned quite a few work points in recent months. She started calculating. Marrying Pei Nian would be much better than Zhou Jin. Both had good family backgrounds, and Pei Nian was capable. As for her bad temper, she figured she could work on that after marrying in. The more Wu Xiaochao thought about it, the more she felt it was worth it. She quickly sent her son to deliver the egg to Pei Nian. Wu Xiaochao kept talking excitedly, saying, "But once a woman gets married, she can't spend money so freely. She needs to save some for her husband and children. In the future, when you marry Dazhuang, your money will be the family's money and we—" Pei Nian couldn't listen anymore and interrupted directly, "Shut up and get out of here." Wu Xiaochao was silenced by her words, then put on a sad face and raised her voice. "Pei Jiqing, you're from the city, all alone here. With your reputation, it's lucky that Dazhuang even looks at you. Don't be ungrateful. When you can't find a husband, you'll see how tough it is. My luck." Pei Nian sneered angrily. She stood up, stretched her arms, and looked at the proud mother and son in front of her. "Today, I will show you what true luck really is." Before she finished speaking, she stepped forward and slapped her hard. Smack! A clear, loud sound. Wu Xiaocao's head tilted from the hit. She screamed and covered her face, staring at Pei Nian in disbelief. "You dare hit me? You little brat." Smack! Another slap landed on her other cheek. Pei Nian was careful with her strikes, not hitting too hard, but enough to make this old woman feel the pain for a long time. She grabbed the old woman's collar with one hand, and with the other, she swung her fists at the thick parts of her body, coldly saying, "Can't speak properly? Let me teach you. No support, huh? Luck, huh?" Wu Xiaochao was crying out loud from the hits, trying to fight back, but she was held tightly and could only endure the beating. Meanwhile, Li Zhuang saw his mother being hit and got angry. He roared and wanted to rush over to help. But before he could move, a hand held his shoulder tightly. Gu Zheng appeared out of nowhere, with a cold face, gripping Li Zhuang's shoulder so hard that Li Zhuang thought his bones would break. "Want to move?" Gu Zheng's voice was low, but made Li Zhuang shiver. It was after work hours, and after the harvest, things were relatively quiet. The crowd gathered around to watch. When someone finally recognized the person being slapped as Wu Xiaochao, everyone was stunned. "Stop. All of you, stop now." Captain Wang Fugan and the village secretary pushed through the crowd and rushed in. Seeing the chaotic scene, they looked very worried, especially the village secretary, whose face darkened. Pei Nian had finished her fight and shouted, "Gu Zheng, stay away from that troublemaker." After Gu Zheng took a few steps back, Pei Nian grabbed Aunt Wu and suddenly threw her onto Li Zhuang. Seeing her approach, the village secretary shouted angrily, "Pei Nian, I told you to stop." Did you not hear me? Pei Nian ignored him and explained the situation directly. It was Wu Xiao and Li Zhuang blocking my way, not letting me go home. I got angry and acted. She looked at Li Zhuang and his mother, then tried to make peace. Everyone, let's just forget about this. I forgive you, and you forgive me. The village secretary said, you already said everything. What more can I say? Pei Nian was happy to let it go, but Aunt Wu was not. She demanded loudly, you hurt me so much. You have to pay 100 yuan or I will report to the police. The village secretary hurriedly stopped her, saying, Wu Xiao, shut up. Pei Nian responded with a smile. Oh, so this is about extorting money? Fine, report it. Maybe we'll all end up in jail. This village woman was just like a troublemaker, always asking for money. Faced with the angry village secretary and the team leader, Pei Nian calmly listed the accusations. This aunt said her son being interested in me was a blessing, superstitious beliefs. Then she called me a city girl, showing her dissatisfaction with the policies for educated youth. And when she reached the last accusation, Pei Nian looked around at the villagers watching and said meaningfully, she also said I am helpless here, threatening people like that. Do you think I've joined a bandit village? She directly accused them of opposing policies and being counter-revolutionary. The villagers watching the scene changed their expressions immediately and quickly distanced themselves. Pei Zixing, our Chulu Brigade is a law-abiding team. We are all honest folks, not bandits. Exactly, Pei Zixing, this is all Wu Annie's own doing. It has nothing to do with us. We never threaten the educated youth. Pei Nian said, I know the others in the team are good. I hate Wu Xiao also, because I can't stand her slandering our brigade. If the higher-ups hear about this, our team's reputation will be ruined. Anyway, she had already beaten them up, so whether the village punishes her or not didn't matter. She was free to spend her time fighting these mother and son pair, just to stay active. The village secretary was so angry his chest heaved, and he pointed at Pei Nian, stammering for a long time. Pei Nian, feeling impatient, directly said, Secretary Li, you are responsible for discipline, ideology, and policies, but you can't be biased in your actions. Otherwise, I might start to doubt whether your thoughts are qualified. Seeing the different looks from the villagers around, the village secretary finally didn't dare to plead. Wang Fugan quickly tried to smooth things over. Pei Jiqing, don't worry. Everyone in our team is friendly and welcomes the educated youth to come and help build the countryside. What a load of nonsense, Wang Fugan cursed inwardly. These new educated youths are all stubborn and eloquent, making them hard to manage. Wang Fugan said, in that case, Pei Jiqing, you don't need to work this afternoon. Can you record your work points for Wu Xiao and Li Zhuang instead? That's fine, team leader. There's no harm in taking advantage, so Pei Nian agreed naturally, as long as she wouldn't suffer any loss. Then, team leader, Secretary Li, I'll leave work now. After saying that, Pei Nian didn't even look at the mother and son lying on the ground and left the threshing ground with Gu Zheng. On the way back in silence, Pei Nian was seriously pondering a question. When Zhou Jin got together with Jiang Su early, the trouble that originally belonged to the female lead came to her. But she's just a background character. Why would she need a role for the heroine? Could it be that she also needs to find a boyfriend quickly to get rid of it? Pei Nian looked at Gu Zheng, and it wasn't impossible. Gu Zheng, who was silent beside her, didn't know. Because of this incident, he was almost satisfied. He was silently calculating something in his mind. That night, when it was quiet, someone quietly left without a sound. The next morning, during work, Pei Nian heard that Li Zhuang, accidentally, fell from his bed, bruised all over his face, and couldn't get out of bed. Wu Xiao was crying and begging, claiming someone had beaten her and her son. Secretary Li stopped Wu Xiao from causing trouble, knowing well in his heart. He had offended someone yesterday, and last night he was beaten.
Who else could it be?
But he had no evidence and didn't dare to make a fuss. Pei Nian's words from yesterday still echoed in her mind. If things got worse, her nephew and sister-in-law would be the first to go in, and her position as secretary might be over. At the threshing ground, Pei Nian heard that Li Zhuang was also beaten, which immediately made her think of Gu Zheng. Last night, She only hit Wu Xiao. She wanted to find someone, but then she realized Gu Zheng hadn't come to work today. Shunin, where did Gu Zheng go? Shunin scratched his head. Brother Zheng left early this morning on his bike, saying he had some errands. He'll be back at noon. Shunin didn't know the details of his errands. Since he said he'd be back at noon, it probably wasn't anything serious. Pei Nian thought briefly and believed that with Gu Zheng's skills, he should be able to handle it quickly. By noon, after work, Gu Zheng still hadn't returned. Pei Nian felt a bit distracted. She went back to her small courtyard, thinking about what to prepare for lunch. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Gu Zheng's distinctive rhythm. Pei Nian stood at the kitchen door, but didn't open it. Gu Zheng, now used to this, didn't wait for her to answer, and simply walked in. As soon as Gu Zheng entered the yard, he sensed something was wrong. The young girl was leaning against the kitchen doorframe, relaxed but silent, smiling softly at him. Did he do something to upset her? Gu Zheng frowned and thought. They parted on good terms last night, so it must be something that started today. They hadn't met in the morning, and just now they hadn't even spoken. Wait, they didn't meet in the morning? Gu Zheng immediately realized his mistake. He had left early that morning and didn't have time to tell the girl where he was going. He hadn't even asked Shen and to pass on a message or leave a note. She only knew he had taken leave, and maybe she worried all morning, thinking something had happened to him. A wave of guilt washed over him. He walked over, without making excuses, bent down to meet her eyes, and looked straight into her eyes sincerely. Sorry to have made you worry. I should have told you earlier that I was going out today. Pei Nian listened quietly, and a genuine smile finally appeared in her eyes. She asked, Comrade Gu, do you think I'm asking too much? Asking for a report of my plans before we've even confirmed our relationship, Gu Zheng replied, I would be happy to, satisfied with his answer. A faint smile spread across her face. She then turned and went into the kitchen, with Gu Zheng following. Pei Nian looked at him, who was copying her every move, and felt a bit speechless. She asked, Are you trying to supervise my cooking? Gu Zheng chuckled. How could I dare? I just want to treat you to a meal. Pei Nian looked puzzled. Suddenly, Gu Zheng waved his hand. The small kitchen stove, the table, and the wall cabinets were all piled high with various items. Neatly packed lunchboxes, apples and oranges in mesh bags, assorted pastries and candies. This scene looked like they had moved half a supply store and a state-run restaurant back home. Pei Nian was stunned, pointing at the lively scene in the kitchen. Comrade Gu Zheng, did you go to the county town and the commune to buy supplies? Gu Zheng glanced at the items and replied calmly, Yes. All for you. For me? Pei Nian widened her eyes. So many? I can't eat them all. Although she knew he was well off, buying so much at once was more than just money. It was hard to manage. If you can't finish them, you can store some first, Gu Zheng said as he walked over and naturally straightened a crooked oil paper bag. Then he looked at her, his gaze focused. Can't you see? I'm still trying to be nice. His words were so straightforward that Pei Nian found herself a bit caught off guard. She finally couldn't help but laugh. Gu Zheng, your way of being nice is really direct. Why not just give me a little each day? That way you can be nice many times. Gu Zheng shook his head seriously. I won't do that, he paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. One thing that makes you happy is enough. No need to split it up. I will do more things one by one to make you happier. Pei Nian's heart felt warm and soft, like being in a hot spring. She looked at him, unable to hide her smile, and simply nodded generously. All right, I accept your kindness and I'm happy to. Gu Zheng's eyes also showed a faint smile. But these things are really too much. Pei Nian pointed at the pile of food. I can't eat it all alone. Maybe you should take some back. Gu Zheng also had space, so storing them should be easy. However, Gu Zheng shook his head, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. My space can't keep things fresh. He looked at Pei Nian and threw the question back. Do you think we could keep them at your place? We could eat together every day. Pei Nian blinked, suddenly sensing something. She leaned in closer and stared at Gu Zheng. Eating together is your real goal, isn't it, Comrade Gu Zheng? One of my goals is mainly to make you happy, Gu Zheng admitted when she pointed it out. He didn't deny it, just quietly looked at her with honest eyes that made it hard to be angry. Pei Nian smiled and shook her head. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly remembered something and became curious. Gu Zheng, when did you find out that my space could keep things fresh? Was it when you went to the county town a few days ago? Besides that time, it seemed she hadn't clearly shown him a large amount of cooked food before. Gu Zheng bit his lip, paused for 2 seconds in silence, then spoke in a lower voice. When we cooked alone in the wild, the meat bun you took out was not only hot but also very fresh. Pei Nian. All right, I was careless again. Gu Zheng quickly explained. You're not upset, right? I didn't mean to pry. I just got used to observing. How could I be upset about that? Pei Nian looked at Gu Zheng, suddenly realizing he seemed a bit love-struck. Gu Zheng felt a little nervous under her gaze and asked, What's wrong? Pei Nian shook her head and remembered something suspicious. What about the braised pork you first treated me to? You brought it back from the commune, and it was still warm when we ate it in the afternoon. How did you keep it warm? There are hot springs in my space. I put the food in a small ceramic jar, then placed it in a little pond by the hot spring to keep the temperature. Hot springs? Pei Nian's eyes immediately filled with envy. Gu Zheng, you have hot springs in your space. That setup is so advanced. Compared to that, her space looks quite simple. Gu Zheng looked at her face full of surprise and envy, feeling a slight movement in his heart. He tentatively asked, Do you want to see it? Really? Pei Nian's curiosity was completely piqued. Visiting Gu Zheng's hot spring space? That's too tempting. Gu Zheng saw that Pei Nian had no suspicion at all, feeling a bit helpless. But what could he do? Just go along with her. He extended his hand. Yes, hold my hand, and I'll take you inside. Pei Nian reached out and placed her hand in Gu Zheng's palm. His hand was large and warm, completely enveloping her slender one. In the next moment, the scene changed. No longer was it a small kitchen in a mud brick house, but an open courtyard. The ground was paved with smooth blue stones, and in front of her was a classical pavilion with upturned eaves. The corridor curved gracefully, and in the distance, there was a small bridge over flowing water, with rockeries and pavilions scattered among them, making the scene more elegant and traditional. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, and the temperature was comfortable, neither cold nor hot. This is called Longquan Pavilion. It was my old retreat with hot springs. Gu Zheng's voice sounded beside her. Pei Nian released his hand and naturally began to look around the space. Gu Zheng first gave a rough overview of the purpose and layout of the various buildings: study, storeroom, treasure pavilion, main hall, bedroom, quiet room, and so on, then asked Pei Nian, which place would you like to visit first? Pei Nian looked at the large estate and thought that exploring everything would take too much time and effort. She decided to go straight to her main destination. Let's see the hot springs first. Gu Zheng led her toward the hot springs. As they passed a wide, open piece of land without buildings, he pointed roughly in that direction. Over there are 2 small plots I set aside. One has rice and wheat, and the other has vegetables. You can harvest any time, but it takes time to grow. Pei Nian looked in the direction he indicated and saw 2 neat fields far behind the pavilions. One was lush and green, with a smaller vegetable garden nearby. She nodded, but her attention was quickly drawn elsewhere. Gu Zheng led her through a moon gate, and suddenly, the view opened up. Before her was an outdoor hot spring pool filled with white steam. The water was clear, surrounded by natural rocks, with flowers and trees nearby, creating a peaceful and elegant scene. The spring is right here, Gu Zheng said, walking to a modest crack in a stone by the pool. Water flowed gently from there into a smaller, white jade shallow pool. This is the source. The water is drinkable. He pointed to the larger hot spring pools nearby. The water in these pools also contains some spiritual spring elements, but it's diluted. It's more like medicinal spring water. Soaking in it regularly can be good for your health, but it's not as obvious as drinking it directly. Pei Nian looked at the steaming, fairy tale-like hot spring pool, feeling very envious. You're so lucky to enjoy this and be able to soak in hot springs often. It must be very relaxing. Gu Zheng heard her and simply said, You can do it too. Pei Nian was about to bend down and scoop some water from the source to try, but when she heard this, she paused. She stood up and looked at Gu Zheng. asking softly, "Gu Zheng, since you are the master of this space, can you sense everything inside? Like, is there someone or what they're doing?" Suddenly, the atmosphere became quiet, only the sound of the hot spring water flowing and distant bird calls. This question was unexpected. Gu Zheng involuntarily thought in a strange way, his heartbeat quickening. He hesitated for a moment, but then honestly replied, "I know everything, big and small." Hearing this, Pei Yan narrowed her eyes and stared at him, her tone warning, "Then you'd better not think about anything." Gu Zheng finally couldn't hold back and let out a soft laugh. He looked at her with a serious face, but his eyes were not very innocent. He said, "What I mean is, after we get married, you can come visit any time." Pei Yan's face turned a little red. She glared at him. This person was thinking quite far ahead, jumping straight to after marriage. She silently recited a calming phrase to herself to steady her heartbeat, then hummed softly, "I haven't even agreed to date you yet. You're thinking way too far ahead." Gu Zheng looked at her bright, lively face, feeling soft inside. He asked gently, "So, when can I start thinking about it?" as if seeking her opinion. Pei Yan looked at Gu Zheng. She had planned to tell him everything today, but since he was so eager, she decided to wait a couple of days. She imitated Gu Zheng seriously and said, "Comrade Gu Zheng, don't worry. I will notify you in advance when the time comes." Gu Zheng didn't realize that because of a careless remark, he might have missed something important. After leaving the space, the two of them had lunch together. Gu Zheng thought about the rabbit Pei Yan was raising and asked, "Do you want to go to the mountain this afternoon after work? Besides rabbits, we can also raise wild chickens." Pei Yan thought for a moment and blinked. "Still setting traps? Or maybe you go set the traps and I'll go with you tomorrow morning." Setting traps isn't very exciting to watch, but the best part is seeing Gu Zheng's face. Catching or gathering prey is always a happy thing. Gu Zheng looked at her. "We can hunt with our hands. Haven't you seen me use stones before?" Pei Yan suddenly remembered that she wanted to learn hunting because she was impressed by Gu Zheng's perfect aim. She asked, "Can I learn that?" "Yes, you have enough strength. As long as you practice aiming, you'll be fine. If you're not strong enough, you'll need to use a slingshot." After dinner, Pei Yan and Gu Zheng went back to the mountain. This time, they arrived at a relatively open slope with few trees, only low bushes. Gu Zheng pulled Pei Yan down and whispered, "Look over there." Pei Yan followed his gaze and saw several wild chickens foraging among the grass. Gu Zheng took out a stone from somewhere, weighed it in his hand, and with a quick flick of his wrist, a stone shot through the air. With a very slight whoosh, one wild chicken was hit before it could even flap its wings and fell down. "How did you do that?" Pei Yan couldn't help but ask. Gu Zheng spread his palm, revealing a few smooth stones. "Just use your hand strength, but the key is to aim." "Want to try?" Pei Yan imitated him, aiming at a wild chicken that had flown away in surprise and then flew back. She threw a stone, but it only hit the chicken's tail feathers. "Not quite. You should use your wrists like this." Gu Zheng stood up, placing himself behind her. He gently wrapped his arms around her, covering her right hand with his, and together they threw another stone. This time, another wild chicken fell to the ground. Pei Yan was still being held gently by Gu Zheng. His warm breath mixed with the mountain breeze, making her ears feel hot. She turned her head to look at him, suspecting he was trying to take advantage. After teaching her, Gu Zheng lowered his hand, still wearing his usual calm and distant expression, making it hard to see his feelings. He looked at Pei Yan and said, "Try again, Pei Yan." Although she couldn't tell what he was thinking, her sixth sense told her he was trying to take advantage. Pei Yan snorted softly at Gu Zheng. She practiced a few times without his help, then finally picked up a stone, aimed at another wild chicken. She held her breath, swung with force, but the stone only grazed the feathers. "Pei Yan, I guess I won't be able to hit this chicken." A flicker of amusement appeared in Gu Zheng's eyes, but he quickly hid it. He spoke softly to comfort her. "It's your first time. You did well. When I started, I was worse than you." Pei Yan didn't reply. She didn't believe Gu Zheng's words. She looked at her empty hands and then at the two wild chickens Gu Zheng had knocked out. She felt frustrated but decided to try again. She refused to give up. Just then, another colorful wild chicken strutted past her confidently and stopped in the middle of the grass about 10 meters ahead. It held its head high, its tail feathers shining in the dusk, completely unaware of danger. Pei Nian was provoked. She looked around and picked up a large stone, dozens of times bigger than a pebble. She quietly took a few steps forward. When she thought she was close enough, she threw the stone forcefully toward the chicken. The stone arced through the air, then with a loud bang, it hit the chicken right on the head. No skill, just brute force. Pei Nian was stunned herself. She looked at the distant, motionless wild chicken, blinked twice, then turned to Gu Zheng with a smile that curved her eyes. "I hit it." Gu Zheng was silent for a while, then finally nodded gently, speaking in a rare soft tone. "Yes, you hit it." Pei Nian happily ran over to collect her prize. The wild chicken was no longer breathing, with a clear mark on its head. She held up the chicken to Gu Zheng's chin and smiled proudly. "This is what you call giving it your all." Then she decided to stop, to avoid trying again and failing once more. She said to Gu Zheng, "Let's go back. We caught the wild chicken." She also put the knocked-out chicken into her space. Wu Min had been in a bad mood ever since Gu Zheng refused her warning. Seeing Pei Nian and Gu Zheng come back together, holding a wild chicken, made her even more annoyed. She stood in the yard and sarcastically said, "Oh, some people, they spend every day with chickens or rabbits. They live better than the wealthy young ladies of the old society. I wonder if their way of life is the same as ours, the poor farmers." Her words carried clear malice. As soon as she spoke, the lively yard suddenly fell silent. Gaoan was sitting in the yard sewing shoes. She was so shocked by Wu Min's words that her mouth opened wide. She looked at Wu Min, then secretly glanced at Pei Nian, thinking, "My goodness, is Wu Min crazy? Or has she eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's courage? How dare she openly accuse Pei Nian like that?" She instinctively shrank to the side, worried that Wu Min might be in serious trouble. Pei Nian, holding her prey happily, saw the words, "wealthy young lady," and her smile suddenly changed. A cold glint appeared in her eyes. Nowadays, people calling her, that was like trying to get her killed. Pei Nian handed the wild chicken to Gu Zheng, then quickly walked over to Wu Min. Before Wu Min could react, she grabbed her wrist tightly, with an unexpectedly strong grip. That hurts," Wu Min cried out in pain, screaming and struggling. "Pei Nian, what are you doing? Let me go." Pei Nian held her tightly, her voice icy. "You said I was a wealthy young lady, right? Let's go find the team leader and have a proper talk." "How did I become a wealthy young lady?" Wu Min panicked at the mention of going to the team leader. She desperately tried to pull back. "I won't go. Let me go. We can talk here. Not up to you." Pei Nian was feeling annoyed. She wondered if she was really going to take on the heroine's role. Even the villainous supporting character was coming to challenge her. In her anger, she was very strong and didn't allow anyone to resist. She directly grabbed Wu Jiqing by the back of her collar and pulled her outside the yard. "Pei Jiqing, what are you doing? Let go of Wu Jiqing. Let's talk nicely." Zheng Ping hurried forward to stop her. As he took a step, a tall figure blocked his way. Gu Zheng looked at him with a cold gaze. His warning and pressure made Zheng Ping freeze in place, unable to move, and he swallowed his words. "Watch out. Don't let him come forward to stop us," Gu Zheng told Shinan, who had come from the backyard. He also threw a wild chicken to him, and then quickly followed Pei Nian. Other people at the Jiqing station, Shinan, Zhou Jin, and Jiang Su, didn't hesitate and followed. A few others saw this and stayed at the back of the group. The group headed toward the village chief's house. Pei Nian was half dragging Wu Min, who kept struggling. Gu Zheng protected Pei Nian by her side, with a line of Jiqing behind them. This scene immediately drew the villagers' attention. They gathered out of curiosity and moved toward the village chief's house. "What's going on? Isn't that Pei Jiqing? Why is she pulling Wu Min?" It looked like they were having a disagreement. They all moved closer to see. Wu Min was crying and shouting as Pei Nian dragged her along. She was struggling so much her hair came loose, looking very messy. When they reached the yard of the village chief, Wang Fugan, Wu Min looked angry and scared. Her face was pale, and she wanted to complain first. She cried out, "Village chief! Pei Nian hit me!" Village chief. Pei Nian's clear voice interrupted Wu Min. "Comrade Wu Min is at the Jiqing station, falsely accusing me of being a capitalist's daughter. She said I don't share the same heart as the poor farmers. This could ruin me." Hearing this, Wang Fugen frowned deeply. His face darkened. Why was Wu Jiqing bothering Pei Nian? Hadn't everyone in the village already avoided her? But he didn't want to make things worse. Conflicts at the Jiqing station were common. He wanted to say a few words to calm the situation first. Pei Nian saw the village chief's expression and knew he wanted her to let it go easily. The leaders of the Xiao Lu brigade were good at smoothing things over. So, without waiting for him to speak, Pei Nian straightened her back. Her voice carried sadness and pride as she said, "Captain, my mother, Pei Zhilan, was a hero who sacrificed her life to save important documents at the machinery factory. I am proud to be the child of a hero. I will never allow anyone to slander me like this, nor will I let anyone tarnish the honor my mother earned with her life." Her words were firm and clear. The villagers and the young workers who had come to watch were all stunned. They couldn't believe that Pei Zhiqing was the child of a hero. Child of a hero? Oh, wow. Pei Zhiqing's mother was a hero. This Wu Jiqing is really out of line. How can she say such things? Pei Nian took something from her pocket, actually from her space, unfolded it, and handed it to Wang Fugen. It was a piece of paper wrapped in plastic, which she showed him. "Captain, this is my mother's hero certificate. Wu Min's slander today is not just an insult to me, but also to a hero. On a larger scale, she has a problem with her thinking and is trying to damage the unity among the people. I even suspect she has ulterior motives and is deliberately persecuting the family of a hero." When the villagers heard this subversive label, everything suddenly went quiet. They looked at each other with respect and no longer discussed the matter. Wang Fugen took the heavy hero certificate with trembling hands and glared fiercely at Wu Min, who was lying on the ground. "Wu Jiqing, what are you doing? Can you say such things casually? Slandering a hero's family. Do you understand what kind of serious issue this is?" Wu Min was trembling all over and crying incoherently. "I didn't mean to, Captain. I really didn't know her mother was a hero. I just said it casually." Pei Nian looked at her like this and sneered inwardly. She also started to cry, her voice choked with emotion. "Just casually? Wu Min, your casual words are almost like trying to take my life. If I really had malicious intent, wouldn't I be gone already?" Usually, Pei Nian was quite cheerful and her smile made people feel at ease. Now, her eyes were slightly red, and she was holding back tears, showing a mix of weakness and stubbornness. Gu Zheng stood beside her, looking at her reddened eyes. His heart felt soft and pained, mixed with anger. He stepped forward and said seriously to Wang Fugen, "Captain, this matter must be handled seriously. There is someone in the youth camp who speaks carelessly and slanders comrades. We all feel uneasy about this." Shen and immediately added, "Exactly. Captain, this isn't a small matter. If someone with bad intentions hears what she said, it could cause real trouble." Zhang Ping opened his mouth, wanting to speak up for Wu Min, but when he saw Gu Zheng's cold eyes and everyone's attitude, he didn't dare to say anything. Wang Fugen looked at Pei Nian's firm expression, weighed the martyr's certificate in his hand, and thought about the possible consequences. He had already made up his mind. He spoke carefully, his tone softer but still serious. "Comrade Pei Nian, I understand how you feel. Wu, the educated youth, was wrong to slander you and must be punished. How about this? She will write a self-criticism, work at the compost pit for half a month, and lose half of her work points during that time." He looked at Pei Nian, waiting for her response. If she insisted on taking the matter higher, he couldn't stop her. Pei Nian was speechless. Was working at the compost pit the only punishment this team ever used? She quickly thought it over. The captain clearly didn't want her to report it to the commune. But Pei Nian wasn't foolish. If she did report it, Wu Min would suffer more, but Pei Nian herself would be labeled as heartless. She still had 3 years left here. Even if she didn't care about others' opinions, she didn't want to be treated with suspicion. Pei Nian wiped the corner of her eyes. When she looked up again, her eyes were still red, but her voice was calm. Captain, I basically agree with your decision. But I have one request. The self-criticism must be written in 2 copies. One for the team's records and one for me. If she spreads rumors again, I'll report it immediately. And tomorrow morning, before work starts, Wu-min must read her self-criticism aloud in front of all the educated youth and villagers. Pei Nian's gaze swept over the crowd, her voice clear. That way, no one will dare to spread false stories about me again. The villagers around them looked at Pei Nian with new respect. She was beautiful and came from a good family, not someone to be bullied, but she was also fair and reasonable. Seeing that Pei Nian had agreed, Wang Fugen quickly made the decision. All right, we'll do as you said. Wu-min, did you hear that? Wu-min's face was pale as paper. She sat weakly on the ground, crying and nodding. The next morning, before the work whistle even sounded, the threshing ground was already full of villagers and educated youth. Captain Wang Fugen stood on a stone mill, his face serious. Beside him stood Wu-min, head lowered, her face white as chalk. Wang Fugen cleared his throat and briefly recounted what happened yesterday, emphasizing Wu-min's behavior of falsely accusing a hero's family. He then announced the punishment decision for Wu-min. Suddenly, a buzz of discussion arose among the crowd, and everyone's eyes turned sharply toward Wu-min. Wu-min's face was as pale as paper. Standing in front of everyone, she clutched a crumpled self-criticism letter, almost burying her head in her chest. Her voice trembled as she read the letter, words coming out in broken fragments. Each word sounded like it was squeezed from her teeth, filled with embarrassment and fear. Pei Nian stood among the crowd, watching calmly. She didn't feel much satisfaction, only caution. She had to be careful that Wu-min wouldn't suddenly target her again. The work whistle blew, and the crowd dispersed. Many villagers, seeing Pei Nian, instinctively looked at her more, with respectful and slightly polite glances. Today's task was to level the land that the tractor had deeply plowed. Pei Nian had just started working when Aunt Wang, who liked to slack off, came over and looked at her with gossiping eyes. Pei Jiqing, Aunt Wang lowered her voice and pretended to be familiar. I heard your meals are pretty good, catching rabbits and wild chickens every day. Pei Nian's hoe didn't stop and she didn't look up. She replied calmly, Aunt Wang, who told you that? I was just lucky to catch a rabbit and a chicken. Her words were clear, meant to explain to the villagers nearby who were eavesdropping, so no one would target them again.
Oh,
that's impressive. Aunt Wang clapped her thigh, raising her voice a bit. 1 rabbit and 1 chicken. That's good eating. Usually, families in the village don't even eat that well during New Year. Pei Nian paused her work, straightened up, and looked at Aunt Wang with a clear gaze. Her tone was still calm but carried an invisible pressure. Aunt Wang, what do you mean? Do you think I eat well like a rich girl? Aunt Wang's smile froze on her face. She hurriedly waved her hands. No. Pei Jiqing, don't misunderstand. I just think her mind raced quickly and she finally found a reason. I just think that the wild chickens and rabbits on the mountain belong to everyone. When she said this, the villagers who had been working quietly couldn't help but frown, thinking Aunt Wang was just looking for trouble. But Pei Nian smiled. Oh, so she just wanted to take advantage. She spoke softly but loud enough for the nearby villagers to hear. It turns out that in Aunt Wang's eyes, you can't hunt wild chickens or rabbits on the mountain. If that's the case, does that mean anyone in our village who catches a wild chicken or rabbit in the future must hand it over to the commune? She paused, scanning the villagers who were gradually stopping their work, and raised her voice. And also, the wild vegetables, mushrooms, and fruits on the mountain are all public property. Does that mean no one can dig or pick them? Pei Nian pretended to realize something and looked serious. Aunt Wang, your understanding is really high. I will go back and turn the wild rabbits and chickens into money to hand over to the commune. Then she looked at the villagers around her with a meaningful gaze. I hope everyone will do the same. Never take even a little from the public property. If you catch a wild chicken or rabbit, hand it in. I've seen some people catch game before. When the villagers heard this, they immediately got upset and started denying and criticizing Aunt Wang loudly. Pei Jiqing, don't listen to Aunt Wang's nonsense. Our team doesn't have such a rule. Exactly. Whoever catches small game on the mountain owns it. Old For Wong's family, your family can't catch anything, so you want everyone else to go hungry, right? Recently, hunting was good, and everyone had caught wild chickens or rabbits. If Aunt Wong's words made everyone hand over their game to the commune, it would be heartbreaking. Some more straightforward villagers glared at Aunt Wong. Old For Wong's family, you better apologize to Pei Jiqing. If Pei Jiqing can catch game, that's her skill. Everyone was talking and pointing fingers at Aunt Wong, with looks of blame and warning. After the incident with Wu Jiqing, Aunt Wong still dared to provoke Pei Jiqing. She had no brains. Aunt Wong was blushing and feeling embarrassed, stuck in a tough spot. Her husband and children weren't skilled at hunting and couldn't catch much game. She had only made a few sarcastic remarks, hoping Pei Jiqing would share some meat. Seeing the villagers' disapproving looks, she felt nervous and regretful. Pei Jiqing, I didn't mean it that way. Whoever catches something on the mountain owns it. I know the rules. Please don't take it to heart and don't tell the team leader. Just then, team leader Wang Fugen was patrolling the fields nearby and heard the commotion. He walked over with a stern face and glared at Aunt Wong angrily. Wang Laoxi's family, have you finished your work? Why are you gossiping so much? He looked around and said directly, change with Zhu Saixia and go to that piece of land in the west. That piece of land in the west was the farthest from here, and it hadn't been deeply plowed by the tractor. The ground still needed to be turned over. Aunt Wong didn't dare to object, and quickly carried her hoe and left. Pei Nian kept working with her hoe when suddenly, she heard an unusual noise behind her. She turned around and saw the team leader walking toward her with someone else. Looking closer, she recognized him. It's Xiao Public Security, the officer who took her statement a few days ago. Was he here to give her a banner of honor? The workers in the field saw the police coming and couldn't help but feel curious and nervous. Why was the police here? Had someone committed a crime? The team leader squinted and looked toward the field. When he saw Pei Nian, he called out loudly, Pei Jiqing, come here for a moment. The police officers want to see you. Oh, they're looking for Pei Jiqing. What did she do? Maybe they're here to arrest Wu Jiqing. Since Wu Min wasn't in the field, if she heard this, she would be terrified. But a sharp-eyed villager said, it probably isn't a bad thing. Look at the team leader's face, he's almost smiling. If there's a problem, he'd be frowning and sighing. Indeed, the village secretary was smiling brightly. When Pei Nian approached, he introduced her to the two police officers. This is Pei Nian, Pei Jiqing, our village's sent-down youth. Then he turned to Pei Nian and said kindly, Pei Jiqing, these two are from the county police. They came specifically to see you. Pei Jiqing, nice to see you again. Public Security Zhou greeted. I'm here to give you a banner of honor, to thank you for your brave act the other day. The villagers, who had been quietly listening, finally understood that Pei Jiqing had done something good. Wang Fugen's face was full of smiles and a healthy glow. Pei Jiqing, you're such a good person. You're too modest and humble. You did something good and didn't even say a word. Hearing modest and humble, Pei Nian almost thought the team leader was implying something about her. She remembered what the team leader's grandson, Shirtu, had said, that the team leader called her a troublemaker in the youth's courtyard. Wang Fugen's praise was sincere. Yesterday, he was worried that Pei Jiqing might cause trouble over Wu Min's matter and affect the team's chance to be recognized as advanced. But today, Pei Jiqing had already secured the team's top spot. Wang Fugen suddenly felt that Wu Min was punished too lightly. She was just composting and hauling manure, and she still earned work points, although half of them were deducted. Wasn't the other half still there? Zhou Gong'an looked at Pei Nian and said, Comrade Pei, thank you for your brave act of helping the people and saving important property. Here is a banner and a commendation letter for you. Pei Nian took the banner and the letter, then saw Zhou Gong'an take out an envelope. This is a bonus from our police station for you. Pei Nian raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. There was actually a bonus? He guessed right. At first, there was no bonus. It was only later that he found out the person who was robbed that day was the accountant of the County Women's Federation. Her briefcase contained the monthly wages of all the Federation members. If such a large amount had been stolen in the street, it would have been a major failure for the police. The director was so scared, he wiped his cold sweat and immediately added a bonus. Although he didn't understand all the details, who would refuse money? Pei Nian quickly took the envelope, looking serious. It's nothing. I just did what a revolutionary comrade should do. Thanks to the organization for the reward. I will keep working hard. Seeing Pei Nian's quick action, Zhou Gong'an's lips twitched slightly. Will he keep asking for bonuses? Li Branch secretary had been watching them talk from the side. When they finished, he pushed aside Wang Fugan and, with a big smile, invited Zhou Gong'an, "Comrade police officer, you've worked hard. Coming all this way, why not come to my house for some water and rest?" Hearing this, Zhou Gong'an immediately declined, saying he had something urgent to do, and encouraged Pei Nian a few words before riding away on his bicycle. Someone in the village wanted to weaken his revolutionary spirit. He couldn't stay long. Pei Nian, holding the banner and commendation letter, looked at Li Branch secretary with a faint smile. "Secretary, the police officer was scared off by you." Li Branch secretary, he just wanted to talk more with the police officer. After the police officer left, the villagers working in the fields gathered around. "Pei Jiqing, come and tell us what good deed you did." Pei Nian cleared his throat. "The work in the field isn't finished yet. Let's talk after work. Pei Jiqing, we leveled your land for you. Come on, tell us quickly," urged a lively old lady. "Pei Nian, today's work is done. This all started the day I went to the county." Pei Nian spoke with great emotion, clearly explaining how she had bravely helped others. The villagers listened with interest, their eyes occasionally drifting to the small cloth bag she always carried to work, which never seemed empty. Suddenly, an older woman asked, "Comrade Pei, do you still keep a brick in that bag?" Pei Nian's throat was dry from talking, and she was just thinking about how to end her story. Hearing the question, she gave the woman an approving look. That was exactly the right question. She immediately pulled a brick from her bag. "Of course. This is my source of courage when I stand up for what's right." The villagers fell silent. Wasn't that actually her source of courage for fighting? And she even carried it to work every day. They all came to one conclusion. Comrade Pei was someone not to be messed with. The more they knew her, the more cautious they became. Still, they couldn't help but sigh. Wu Xiao and Comrade Wu were really lucky that Pei Nian had never truly lost her temper with them. After being praised by the authorities and receiving a banner of honor, plus her own strength, Pei Nian felt that no one would dare cause her trouble anymore. But the fieldwork was tedious and dull, and she often had to deal with the gossip of the older women. Before winter came, she wanted to find a different kind of work. That evening, just after sunset, Pei Nian tucked a small packet of tea leaves into her pocket and headed confidently toward the team leader's house. As she turned the corner from the youth dormitory, she saw Gu Zheng waiting under an old locust tree. The glow of the sunset fell across him, making his features look especially clear. Pei Nian smiled. "Gu Zheng, are you waiting for me?" Gu Zheng paused, then smiled back. "Yes, I am." His voice was calm and warm, his tone sincere and gentle. Pei Nian's smile grew brighter. "I'm going to see the team leader. I'll go with you." Wang Fugan had just finished dinner and was sitting in the yard smoking his pipe. When he saw the two of them coming again, his eyelid twitched. He thought to himself, didn't Comrade Pei just get praised by the police? What's going on now? He kept his expression neutral and greeted them. "Comrade Pei, Comrade Gu, what brings you here?" Pei Nian placed the small gift she had brought on the stone stool beside him, smiling politely. "Team leader, sorry to bother you. It's about my work. I've been really tired since the autumn harvest. My body isn't used to bending over for long hours. I wanted to ask if there's any lighter work in the team that I could do." Wang Fugan listened to Pei Nian tell lies, questioning if her health was really that bad. That day, Wu Xiao, who was thrown into the air, was the first to disagree. He exhaled a cloud of smoke and frowned. "Easy jobs? Well, there are some, like scoring clerk or tractor operator, but those are skilled jobs or important positions, usually not given to young workers." His words were honest and straightforward, without any pretense. Pei Nian quickly waved her hands. "Captain, you misunderstood. I didn't want an easy, high-scoring job. I want to go pick pig grass." Pig grass? Wang Fugan looked surprised and examined Pei Nian. That job earns few points, at most 3 or 4 points a day. It's not as steady as working in the fields all day, and it only lasts about a month. His tone carried a hint of warning, worried that Pei Nian might not realize the difficulty. Pei Nian said casually, "That's okay. I earned enough points this year to support myself. I won't be a burden to the team." Wang Fugan also thought about recent events. This girl was too temperamental. Letting her stay in the team, dealing with so many villagers, might cause trouble. Sending her to pick pig grass was perfect, away from crowds. Everyone would be at ease. With her status and reputation, no one would object to her doing this job, unlike children. Thinking this way, Wang Fugan relaxed. "All right. Since you insist, I'll assign you to pick pig grass. But we agreed. You must bring enough each day and deliver it on time to the animal shed for weighing. No fooling around." "Thank you, Captain." "Don't worry, I'll complete the task." Pei Nian immediately smiled and placed the things she brought on the table. "A little gift to help you clear your throat." Wang Fugan glanced at her, but didn't refuse, just waved his hand. All right. Tomorrow, go straight to the back mountain to pick pig grass." The next day, Pei Nian officially began her pig keeper career. She carried a large basket from the pig farm, holding a sickle, and happily headed to the back mountain. Passing by villagers working in the fields, she saw Aunt Wang leaning on her hoe, secretly drinking water in the shade, glancing around nervously, obviously slacking off. Pei Nian's eyes lit up. She called out clearly, "Aunt Wang, it's early in the morning. Why are you drinking water for so long?" Her shout was loud and strong, with clear force. Not only Wang Auntie heard it, but also the scorekeeper and nearby villagers working in the field looked over all at once. Wang Auntie was so startled, she nearly dropped her water gourd. She hurriedly grabbed her hoe, pretending to weed, while cursing Pei Nian silently in her mind 1,000 times. Pei Nian gave her an innocent yet annoying smile, then felt satisfied and cheerfully walked toward the back mountain. In the mountains, Pei Nian found a quiet spot, put down her basket, but didn't start cutting grass right away. She held her sickle, dug up a few plants, and with a thought, stored them in her space, planting them on the dark soil. Then she imagined, planting in 5 minutes, the pig grass would take root. She silently urged it to ripen. Soon, the grass grew, matured, and produced seeds. Pei Nian then harvested it and planted the seeds back into the dark soil. After repeating this a few times, under her control, the space was filled with dozens of baskets of grass, enough for her until the pigs were slaughtered. With this cheat device, cutting pig grass was easy for her. She relaxed, and the pigs ate high-quality grass, a win-win situation. The pig grass was ready. Seeing she still had plenty of time, Pei Nian decided to treat herself. She took out a warm meat pie from the storage and ate it. This was the life she deserved. While eating, she thought about next year. She might just buy pig grass directly. She only needed to pretend to go out, then return the grass on time. After eating and resting for a while, she estimated it was about time, then headed down the mountain. Carrying the pig grass again, she slowed her steps when passing that patch of land. Sure enough, Wang Auntie, probably feeling safe again, was leaning against the field ridge, squatting with her hoe tossed aside. Pei Nian immediately stopped and loudly called toward the scorekeeper, "Comrade scorekeeper. Wang Auntie seems to have fainted. She's been sitting on the ground resting for a long time. Please go check on her." The scorekeeper looked over and his face darkened. He strode quickly over. Wang Auntie suddenly jumped up, hurriedly reaching for her hoe, and kept explaining, No, I didn't faint. I'm just working now, I'm working." She looked up and saw Pei Nian carrying pig grass, watching her with a concerned look from not far away. She was sure she'd be furious soon. Gu Zheng, working nearby, watched Pei Nian's actions closely. Seeing her mischievous smile and bright eyes, he felt a soft warmth inside. Such a cute and clever person. He finished his work quickly and walked over to Pei Nian, naturally taking the basket on her back. "Just leave it here. I'll deliver it to the pig farm on my way home after work. You can go back and rest now." Pei Nian didn't refuse and smiled, Thank you, Gu Zheng. She brushed off some grass from her hands and happily headed toward the youth commune. Shen and watched her cheerful figure walk away, feeling envious. He leaned in and whispered, Pei Jiqing seems to have found an easy job. Gu Zheng glanced at him and said calmly, Envious? You can also ask the team leader for a similar task. Shen and immediately shook his head like a rattle. No. I was just joking. I've already handled the harvest work, so this is nothing. Compared to that, he didn't have the patience to search the mountains for pig grass. Gu Zheng said nothing more, only watching Pei Nian's disappearing figure with a gentle look. The days grew colder, and more people went up the mountain. The forest became livelier than the village. That day, Pei Nian went up the mountain again. She found a hidden spot, moved the prepared pig grass into her basket, and started her daily tasks of gathering mountain goods and collecting firewood. She wasn't short of food, but liked to stockpile it. Filling a cloth bag or basket by hand gave her a sense of achievement. She still enjoyed it and hadn't lost interest. She also dug up some young mountain plants to store in her space, planning to wait until her stock was used up before harvesting what she wanted to eat. While digging up a hawthorn seedling, her eyes suddenly brightened as she looked into the deeper woods. Not far ahead on a slope there was a chestnut tree. It looked ripe, with many shells cracked open. Pei Nian's spirits lifted. Chestnuts are delicious, roasted with sugar, or cooked with chicken. The slope was remote, rarely visited before. Many fallen chestnuts lay on the ground. She carried her basket over, feeling it was enough just to pick up what was on the ground. She used her mind to transfer some into her space, while also manually collecting a few into her basket. Suddenly, there was unusual noise coming from the woods below, like something crashing through the bushes. The sound grew louder as it approached, quickly reaching the hillside. Pei Nian immediately stopped and listened, sensing the sound of prey running. She instinctively took out a small knife from her space, holding it in her hand, and stared in the direction of the noise, feeling eager to see what it was. If it was dangerous, she planned to hide in her space. But in the next moment, her body bristled with fear. She was startled by a large, dark, strong wild boar. Forget it. She didn't want to fight it, nor could she. She decided to hide in her space. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared as if out of nowhere, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, and quickly charged at the side of the wild boar.
Bang!
A loud, heavy crash. The wild boar, at least 200 pounds, was hit hard and was knocked several meters away, letting out a painful squeal. It was Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng first ran forward, caught the stunned boar and put it into his space, then turned around quickly and walked over to Pei Nian. His gaze swept over her quickly, and his voice was a bit more urgent than usual. He asked, "Are you hurt?" He seemed to have come in a rush, beads of sweat on his forehead, his usually calm face tense, lips pressed into a straight line. Pei Nian still held her small knife, a little stunned. She shook her head and said, "No, I'm fine. It hadn't reached me yet when you hid it away." Gu Zheng finally relaxed slightly, but when he saw the small knife in her hand, his brow furrowed, and he looked at her seriously. "Why did you have this knife? Were you planning to fight the wild boar alone?" Pei Nian felt a bit guilty under his gaze. She quickly put the knife back into her space and awkwardly said, "I just heard the noise and grabbed something for self-defense. When I saw how big it was, I was planning to dodge. Then you came." Her voice grew softer as she realized she might have been a bit reckless. She was about to admit her mistake honestly. At that moment, voices from deep in the woods approached quickly. Gu Zheng didn't bother to be angry. He grabbed Pei Nian's wrist and said, "Let's get out of here first." He pulled her away from the area with the wild boar tracks, back to the spot where she had initially been gathering grass. Seeing the basket of chestnuts, he whispered, "Put the stuff away first." Pei Nian understood. She thought for a moment, and the basket of chestnuts disappeared into her space. They had just left when Shen and 4 or 5 young men from the village rushed to the place where the wild boar had fallen. Unfortunately, there was nothing on the ground, only crushed grass. "Huh? Where's the wild boar?" "It was definitely running this way. The tracks end here." After a while, Gu Zheng and Pei Nian pretended to hear a noise and came from another direction. Pei Nian was holding a sickle, and Gu Zheng was helping her carry some grass. Gu Zheng asked Shannon calmly, "Why are you here?" Seeing Gu Zheng, Shannon looked unsurprised. "Brother Zheng, I saw them chasing a wild boar, so I came to see." His brother had taken leave from work, saying he was going hunting, but he let Shannon go into the mountains alone while he was busy trying to impress Pei Jiqing. The dark-skinned young man leading the group looked at Pei Nian and Gu Zheng with suspicion. "Pei Jiqing, have you been here the whole time? Didn't you see a big wild boar run past?" Pei Nian calmly replied, "No, anyway, the wild boar didn't get away." She pointed in the direction they came from. "Gu Jiqing and I were over there gathering grass for pigs. We only came over after hearing the noise here." Gu Zheng nodded in agreement. The dark-faced young man still looked doubtful. He pointed at the tracks on the ground. "But these are clearly fresh wild boar footprints. The tracks end here." "Are you saying it wasn't you?" Pei Nian interrupted him, swinging her sickle with a half-smile. "Are you suggesting that the two of us, just with this sickle, quietly killed a big wild boar and made it disappear without a sound?" The young man with the dark face choked on his words. "That didn't make sense. Pei Jiqing, I didn't mean that. I just said I might have spoken wrongly," but Pei Nian wasn't done. She stepped forward and asked, "I want to ask you, with so many of you here hunting the wild boar, did you report to the team? If someone got hurt by the boar you chased, can you take responsibility?" The dark-faced young man hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "We just found the wild boar. We were worried it might come down the mountain and damage the crops, so we chased after it. Just found it." Pei Nian looked at him with a helpless expression. "Then how come it ran out from deep in the forest? Maybe I should ask the team leader. How come someone still lives in the woods?" The young men with dark faces finally remembered that Pei Jiqing was someone their family had warned them not to provoke. She had a bad temper, could fight, and held grudges. Now, you can tell from how Li Zhuang and his mother are still occasionally getting into trouble for no reason. They clearly remember past grudges and don't take any losses lightly. A few young men discussed briefly and gathered 10 wild eggs and a rabbit, then handed them to Pei Nian with a smile. "Pei Jiqing, we didn't think things through and almost caused trouble. Please accept these small gifts to calm your nerves and forgive us. We promise it won't happen again." Pei Nian looked at the small gifts in her hands and immediately relaxed her expression. "All right, let's forget about it this time. Just remember to follow the rules in the future and don't cause trouble for others. They didn't catch the wild boar and were also robbed." Hearing that, the young men felt relieved and quickly left. After they walked away, Shannon came over, winking and whispering to Pei Nian. "Pei Jiqing, did you really not see that wild boar? It really ran this way." Before Pei Nian could speak, Gu Zheng spoke first. "I didn't see it." Shannon wasn't disappointed. After all, it wasn't his prey. He and Gu Zheng hadn't started hunting today. But the next moment, he was disappointed. "Gu Zheng, are we not hunting today?" "No," Gu Zheng replied firmly. "If you want to go, go by yourself." Shannon looked downcast. "I can't go alone. If I meet a wild boar, it might be too much for me. Then let's hunt some rabbits and mountain chickens." Gu Zheng ignored Shen and took the sickle from Pei Nian, saying, "Let's go down the mountain first." On the way down the mountain, neither of them spoke much. The wind in the forest was cool, but it couldn't dispel the tense silence between them. Usually, Gu Zheng didn't talk much, but when they walked together, the atmosphere was peaceful. Sometimes he would share a few stories about the mountain. Pei Nian walked slightly ahead, clearly feeling Gu Zheng's gaze constantly on her back. That gaze was heavy, almost sharp, focused intently. They first went to the animal shed to feed the pigs. Gu Zheng waited nearby. After she finished, he walked beside her as they headed toward the youth camp. Back at the small courtyard, Pei Nian opened the door and set down her basket. Suddenly, Gu Zheng, who had been silent, moved. Without warning, he reached out his arm and pulled Pei Nian into a tight embrace. Pei Nian was caught off guard, her body stiffening first. She instinctively wanted to break free, but immediately felt Gu Zheng holding her arm, trembling slightly. It was that kind of subtle shiver caused by forcibly suppressing strong emotions, making the body uncontrollably shake. Pei Nian originally wanted to push his hand away, but froze mid-motion. Was Gu Zheng afraid? She lowered her eyelashes, slowly relaxed her body, and let him hold her. Her voice softened. Guzheng, I'm fine, really. Look, isn't everything okay now? Guzheng didn't speak. Instead, he tightened his arms a little, burying his face in her neck and shoulder, his breath brushing against her skin, carrying a warm heat. The courtyard door was still open. Although the backyard was quiet, there was no guarantee no one might pass by. Pei Nian felt a bit breathless being held so tightly and worried about being seen, so she sighed helplessly. In the next moment, she focused her mind, and with a thought, Guzheng, still holding her tightly, suddenly disappeared from the spot. The scene changed. The familiar scent of the spiritual spring hit her face, and they were now standing in front of a small wooden house. Guzheng seemed completely unaware of the sudden change in environment, or perhaps he simply didn't care. His arms still wrapped around her, not loosening at all. Pei Nian felt helpless. She had to half drag, half carry him, moving into the small house and sitting on a low mat. Guzheng's arms still held her, his face buried in her neck, showing no intention of letting go. Pei Nian patted his hand. Comrade Guzheng, that's enough now. If the hug in the yard was driven by uncontrollable emotion, then after entering this space, it was clear he simply didn't want to let go. Hearing her words, the arm around her waist finally loosened little by little. Pei Nian tentatively moved, easily pushing away Guzheng's arm and creating a small distance from him. Guzheng sat on the low mat, looked up at her. His face looked better than before, but his eyes were still deep, like ink, focused on her. Pei Nian was slightly moved by his gaze. She stood up, spread her hands in front of him, and even spun around, looked clearly, completely intact, lively and bouncing. Then she pretended to be serious and said to Guzheng, "Nothing's wrong, but I almost got choked and passed out because of you." Guzheng let out a breath, his stiff shoulders finally relaxing slightly. "From now on, if you encounter that kind of situation," he said in a deep voice, "your first reaction should be to dodge, understand?" Pei Nian sat down beside him, blinking and tilting her head. "I understand now, Comrade Gu. I just didn't realize it earlier." Her words sounded a bit guilty. Guzheng raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on her. "Really did realize?" Pei Nian quickly put on a guilty look, not answering directly but promising, "I swear there won't be a next time." The gloom in Guzheng's eyes finally eased. After a moment of silence, he asked in a thoughtful tone, "So, after that, should I go with you to gather pig feed?" Recently, many people had been going up the mountain, but before the pigs were slaughtered and the grain divided, Pei Nian still needed to gather pig feed. She was worried that if he wasn't there, she might face danger alone. She looked at him, feeling her heart lightly touched and strangely soft. She nodded. "Sure. With you there, I won't need to carry the basket myself." Guzheng, hearing her agreement, looked noticeably more relaxed, returning to his usual calm demeanor. Pei Nian watched Guzheng sitting beside her. He was slightly lowering his eyes, lost in thought. His side profile looked especially handsome in the soft light. Suddenly, she remembered how, in a previous situation, Guzheng had rushed out without hesitation, crashing into the wild boar with his body. Even when villagers might arrive at any moment, he risked using his space ability just to protect her. Guzheng knew she also had space powers and could defend herself, but he still acted without hesitation, even risking exposing his secret. It seemed he really liked her. Pei Nian cleared her throat, feeling unusually nervous. She looked at Guzheng and said, "Guzheng, let's be a couple," suddenly fulfilling her wish. Guzheng was momentarily stunned, then quickly agreed. Okay. No matter why Pei Nian was feeling uncertain, he wanted to solidify their relationship first. Seeing how eager Guzheng was to agree, Pei Nian's nervousness instantly faded. She burst out laughing. "Comrade Guzheng, did you really hear what I just said?" Guzheng sat up straight and looked at her. "I heard clearly, but there were some words he still wanted to say himself." He looked at Pei Nian seriously and firmly, with sincerity in his voice. "Pei Nian, I like you very much. I want you to be my partner, to be with me for a long time." Pei Nian's face suddenly turned red. She didn't feel shy when she said it, but after hearing Guzheng's serious confession, she felt a little embarrassed. Besides feeling shy, she also felt uncontrollable joy. She smiled and looked at Guzheng. From now on, we are a couple, brave and honest. Guzheng couldn't help but hold Pei Nian's hand and smiled slightly. Yes, we are a couple now. They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Nian Nian, Guzheng called, then asked, can I call you that? Pei Nian glanced at him, clearly meaning, you already called me that, so why are you asking? Nian Nian. Guzheng paused, looked into her eyes, and asked seriously, can I hug you? As your partner. Pei Nian was surprised by Guzheng's question. The warmth on her face returned, and she instinctively scolded him. How could a person from ancient times be so flirtatious? Pei Nian felt a bit unfair. As a girl from the future, she definitely couldn't lose to him. She raised her chin and playfully responded, you can hug me many times. Guzheng, having received permission, was very happy. He slowly wrapped his arms around Pei Nian's shoulders and gently held her close. He said, Nian Nian, I like you very much. Pei Nian leaned against his chest, hearing his steady, strong heartbeat. All her emotions settled in this hug, gradually calming down, leaving only warm happiness. Guzheng held her for a while before releasing her and took her hand again. Nian Nian, let me tell you about my past life. After confirming their relationship, the thing Guzheng wanted most was to be honest. He knew that the deeper their bond, the harder it would be to part. Pei Nian was originally leaning back relaxedly. When she heard this, she sat up straight. She had long wanted to know about Guzheng's past life. Go ahead, I'm listening. Pei Nian even took a bag of sunflower seeds from the storage and sat cross-legged on the bed, planning to snack and listen to Guzheng. The serious atmosphere suddenly turned into a storytelling scene. Guzheng organized his thoughts before starting to speak. I come from a dynasty that doesn't exist in history, Shang Dynasty. In my past life, I was a chief minister. Pei Nian became interested and thought of many scenes from historical political dramas. Back then, were you the kind of powerful official who ruled the court with an iron fist? Guzheng looked at her curious eyes and shook his head.
Not exactly.
There were 2 other chief ministers helping govern. He paused and added, but later I had the most influence. I was the main decision-maker. Pei Nian recognized the story. She counted on her fingers. The emperor was young, trusted to help govern, and held great power. Comrade Guzheng, you're playing the role of a powerful minister. You even named your mountain estate Longquan Pavilion. That's quite bold, Pei Nian said, then suddenly remembered something and realized. Guzheng didn't respond directly. He only said, for years later, when the emperor took charge himself, I resigned. Resigned? Pei Nian was still thinking about the name of Longquan Pavilion when she heard about the resignation. She was surprised and put down her sunflower seeds. The emperor just took power and you resigned? Could it be because you were too powerful and feared suspicion? Could this be a tragic story of a talented official discarded once no longer useful? She looked at Guzheng with sympathy. Guzheng saw her expression and knew she was imagining things. He smiled slightly. No, I resigned voluntarily. And the reason, Guzheng said calmly, the Shang dynasty had deep-rooted problems and its luck was running out. There was no point in trying to save it. There were many uprisings everywhere, and changing the dynasty might actually be good for the people. Pei Nian nodded. So he just gave up his position. She looked at him thoughtfully, leaned forward slightly, and asked a question she was eager to know. During those years when you held the real power, did you ever think about overthrowing the young emperor or even taking the throne yourself? Guzheng was silent for a moment and then said, I never wanted to usurp the throne or get into trouble. I care a lot about my reputation. Pei Nian burst out laughing and patted Guzheng on the shoulder. You don't want to get into trouble? Yet you still hold power. Historically, powerful officials never had a good reputation. Guzheng replied casually. It's about strength, Pei Nian. Comrade Guzheng, are you Versailles? Guzheng didn't understand Versailles, but from her expression, he guessed she wasn't praising him sincerely. He chose to ignore it and stopped making subtle boasts. He explained, at first, among the 3 chief ministers, I was the youngest and a royal relative. The others were wary of me, so I wasn't very happy. I had to really assert my authority. Pei Nian listened happily. This skill and ability didn't seem like that of a loyal official. Later, after I resigned from my position, my reputation improved. Both inside and outside the court praise me for not craving power and for my noble character. Are you really like that? Gu Zheng fell into suspicious silence. It seemed not. Pei Nian was curious again. Then why did you resign? Aren't you afraid of regret? The Shang dynasty hasn't fallen yet. You can still serve as an official. If the dynasty falls, unless foreign tribes take over the throne, the new regime will need to bring in former officials. People like you from the royal family are the best to be shown favor to, more useful than the young emperor. Gu Zheng was silent for a longer time, as if pondering. Before I resigned, I made 2 preparations. Pei Nian's curiosity was piqued. She urged, "Tell me quickly." At that time, many high officials and even relatives of the royal family in the court were my people. Pei Nian blinked. So, you could actually go back and serve as an official anytime? Gu Zheng nodded. And what was the other preparation? Pei Nian instinctively thought this was the key. Gu Zheng looked at her calmly, with no expression on his face, but his words were shocking. At that time, the most powerful rebel force in the country was actually under my control, Pei Nian. She stared blankly at Gu Zheng, as if she had heard something but wasn't sure she understood. Gu Zheng didn't seem to think he had revealed anything extraordinary. He continued, "Of course, the public leader was someone else, but the supplies, intelligence, and generals were all under my control. I issued all the orders." Pei Nian looked at Gu Zheng's handsome face, her mind buzzing. "So, in your previous life, you actually held the entire game of the world in your hands, the chief minister of the court, wielding great power, with many officials secretly controlled a rebellious force. This wasn't just a powerful official. He seemed like a destined figure, able to choose his path at a crossroads in history, with the ultimate goal of becoming emperor." No wonder when she asked if he wanted to be emperor, Gu Zheng only said he didn't want to usurp the throne. He didn't plan to seize power, but he directly led a rebellion. Yes. Gu Zheng unconsciously held Pei Nian's hand, his expression serious. "As long as I want, I can take over everything at any time." After saying that, he stared intently at her, worried she might be scared or dislike him. He continued to explain, "But that was all in my past life. Now we're together. You can't just abandon me." Pei Nian was momentarily caught off guard and remained silent for a while. She didn't expect Gu Zheng to suddenly change the subject. He said, "You keep saying that was in the past. Why would I break up with you over that?" Gu Zheng looked at her and said, "I'm afraid you're afraid of me. When we first met, you were very cautious." Pei Nian replied, "That was just because I was wary of strangers. Plus, you seemed so intimidating back then, I thought it was best not to provoke you. But now that we're familiar and I know you better, I'm not afraid anymore." Suddenly, Pei Nian thought of a question. "Gu Zheng, how old were you in your past life?" 25 years old, without a wife or concubines, not yet married, Gu Zheng said with a smile, as if he had been waiting for this question. "I fell asleep and suddenly woke up in this world. I've been pure in body and mind for 2 lives." "Wow, you really know how to pick your timing to sleep," Pei Nian said dryly. "After waking up here, did you feel disappointed or regretful?" If he had stayed in Xiao, he might have become an emperor or at least a powerful official. Gu Zheng's usually calm eyes softened with a gentle smile. "No, I'm not disappointed or regretful. I really like this world where people have the power to govern themselves, and I've adapted well, and I'm even happier," Gu Zheng added with a romantic tone, "because you're still here in this world." His words might sound old-fashioned to people in later generations, but at this moment, Pei Nian felt her heart ache. People from different worlds often need something to hold on to. Although she was reborn in this body, having grown up here for 18 years and losing her loved ones one after another, Gu Zheng had become her new anchor to connect with this world. Pei Nian smiled brightly and looked at Gu Zheng. "Comrade Gu Zheng, I'm also very happy to be with you." Hearing Pei Nian's repeated confession, Gu Zheng still felt excited. His heart fluttered, and he gently embraced Pei Nian again, but this time he quickly let go. They sat close together on the bed, occasionally exchanging glances, creating a warm and intimate atmosphere. Pei Nian felt her face flush again. She rubbed her cheeks and stood up decisively. "Since we're in the space, I'll show you around my territory." Gu Zheng stood up naturally and took her hand. Pei Nian glanced at him, but let him hold her hand as they stepped out of the small wooden house. My space isn't very big, not as grand as your Lingquan pavilion, she said. Gu Zheng looked around. The space was indeed small, 2 buildings, 2 plots of land, and a spring. It was all visible at a glance. But it's very convenient and doesn't require much effort. Pei Nian pointed to the barren black land. For example, planting crops, I just need to give a mental command. Harvesting and processing the grains are all done without me doing any work, and it's very fast. That function is very good. Gu Zheng nodded. You don't have to work yourself or be limited by time. Pei Nian led him to the grassland, where there were some wild rabbits and pheasants they had caught earlier. And this grassland can hatch eggs and raise young animals. The most useful function is slaughtering and dividing. Pei Nian thought for a moment, looking at Gu Zheng with bright eyes. Gu Zheng, put that wild boar from before onto this grassland. Gu Zheng understood immediately. The strong wild boar appeared out of nowhere on the grassland, looking confused and snorting. Pei Nian concentrated, thinking about slaughtering the wild boar in her mind. Instantly, a white light enveloped the animal. Gu Zheng's eyes widened in surprise. What is this? Pei Nian felt a little proud. Wait 5 minutes. After the white light disappears, the wild boar will be slaughtered, and it will also be divided. All just takes 5 minutes. Gu Zheng smiled and praised. That's a very convenient function. Of course. Pei Nian, tired of waiting, took Gu Zheng to the spring water. You should be familiar with this. This is spiritual spring water. Strengthens the body, improves beauty, and can heal wounds. Gu Zheng's expression suddenly became serious. Your spiritual spring water can also heal injuries. Pei Nian didn't think there was anything wrong at first. When Gu Zheng asked, she replied, Yes, can't yours do that too? She had only drunk Gu Zheng's spring water once, and she wasn't injured then. She thought all spiritual spring waters were similar. Could there really be a difference? No, it can't. Gu Zheng sighed helplessly. Is the healing effect very good? Have you used it on others? Having something valuable can be dangerous. Strengthening the body and improving beauty can be done with medicine, but adding powerful healing effects makes it impossible to ignore. Pei Nian felt guilty for a moment, but then remembered she hadn't used it on others. She straightened her back confidently. No, I haven't used it on others. She was very cautious. As for the effect, whether taken internally or applied externally, it works in just a few minutes. Gu Zheng finally relaxed and praised with a smile. That's impressive. You are very cautious, Pei Nian. After praising her, he continued to remind her. Keep it up. Besides yourself, don't give it to anyone else. Even you, including me. The surroundings are quiet, only the sound of the spring water flowing. Pei Nian looks at Gu Zheng with bright eyes, remembering when they first met, he gave her spring water, which is something everyone would want. She suddenly throws herself into Gu Zheng's arms and says in a muffled voice, That can't happen. I can't part with it. We can secretly use it in the future. Gu Zheng is surprised for a second, then hugs her back, a happy smile almost spilling out. Okay, we'll use it secretly. They flirt with each other for a while longer. Pei Nian then explains the time-stopping and unlimited storage warehouse to Gu Zheng. After watching the slaughter and division of a wild boar, they leave the space. Now that their relationship is clear, they don't hide it. In the evening, during a walk, they openly hold hands in front of everyone. Of course, they only hold hands, and then let go. Pei Nian smiles and announces, From today, Gu Zheng and I are officially dating with marriage as our goal. Gu Zheng looks at Pei Nian gently, with a clear smile in his eyes. Yes, we are dating. Shinan can't hold back and immediately teases happily. Congratulations, Brother Zheng. Congratulations, Pei Jiqing. Other people's reactions are a bit surprising. Zhou Jin asks, Aren't you two already together? Zhang Aihua says, Didn't you get together a long time ago? Pei Nian. After realizing this, Zhang Aihua quickly adds, Congratulations. Everyone else also offers their congratulations. The next day, Pei Nian goes to gather pig grass as usual. Gu Zheng waits at the door, takes the basket and sickle from her, and they walk outside side by side. On the way, they meet a few women working, who see them walking together, and their eyes light up. One older woman looks back and forth between them, smiling and asking, "Oh, Pei Jiqing, Gu Jiqing, are you going to gather pig grass together?" Pei Nian remains calm and says, "Yes, Annie." Chen Hongying is also there. She believes she has formed a good bond with Pei Nian during the harvest season, and she thinks Pei Nian isn't scary. She has only scolded those who first provoked her, though she was one of them herself. She asks directly, "Pei Jiqing, are you and Gu Jiqing dating?" "Yes, we are dating." Hearing this, Chen Hongying is happy she guessed right and says with a smile, "That's good. You two are a handsome man and a beautiful woman. You look perfect together." Besides teasing, there was also sarcastic mockery. "Gu Jiqing, you're really thoughtful, even staying to help with work. Good looks really are an advantage." Before Pei Nian could say anything, Chen Hongying immediately retorted for her. "Feng Xini, I won't bother with you. You keep forcing your daughter to hang around near the youth station, but even Sun Jiqing won't pay attention to her." "What's the point of talking sour words to Pei Jiqing here?" An older woman agreed. "Exactly. Our team's reputation is almost gone. Your son has become a troublemaker, and your daughter is always causing trouble for others. It's really sad to have a mother like you. Manhwa, you're so pitiful. If you want to take her back and raise her, I have no problem. I don't want to raise her. Not even a simple meal, and your whole family would come knocking at my door. Who are you calling a family of freeloaders? I'm talking about you, Feng Xini, and your whole family." "So what? Manhwa, I'll fight you. Come on, I'm not afraid of you." In just a few words, the two women started fighting. Pei Nian quickly pulled Gu Jing back a few steps away from the fight to avoid getting involved. It was work time, and when villagers saw the fight, they all ran over to watch. Seeing Aunt Feng Xini being beaten by Manhwa, some people got excited and eager to join in. "Feng Xini isn't good at anything, just loud mouth." "That's right. Aunt Manhwa used to fight bandits back in the day. Even if you had 10 more like Feng Auntie, it wouldn't help." Wang Fugan stood with his hands behind his back near the animal shed, thinking about the upcoming grain distribution and pig slaughter. Suddenly, he heard a commotion at the foot of the mountain, mixed with women's screams and curses. His forehead tightened, and he quickly headed in that direction. When he arrived at the middle of the main road at the foot of the mountain, a crowd had gathered. Pushing through the crowd, he saw that it was indeed a fight among the village women. Manhwa and Feng Xini were fighting fiercely. Although Feng Xini was being pressed down, she was clever enough to focus on scratching Manhwa's face and neck, leaving several scratches. The villagers watching the scene were still gossiping and making snide remarks. Their murmurs were louder than the fight itself. Wang Fugan's anger surged, and he was about to shout for people to break it up when his gaze fell on two women standing on a stone block. Pei Nian was happily munching on sunflower seeds, savoring each bite. Gu Zheng was calmly peeling his shells and handing her a handful when they were ready. Pei Nian's eyes also looked toward the people fighting. Her expression was like she was watching a performance, almost cheering. Wang Fugan almost couldn't catch his breath. "Everyone stop," he shouted loudly, cutting through the noise. A few women who had been staring blankly finally snapped out of it and hurried over, struggling to separate the two fighters. When Manhwa was pulled apart, she still wasn't happy. She stuck out her tongue at Feng Xini. Feng Xini jumped and tried to rush over, but someone held her back tightly. "What's going on?"
Huh?
Wang Fugan stepped between them, looking serious. "The harvest just finished, and now you're fighting? Are you bored or what? Tell me why." The villagers watching the scene looked at each other and mostly shook their heads, saying they didn't know. But a few women who knew the real story kept glancing at Pei Nian. Pei Nian was just about to put the last sunflower seed in her mouth when she noticed everyone's eyes on her. She paused for a moment. She brushed off some crumbs from her hands, stood up, and looked innocent. "Team leader, I really don't know why they started fighting." She paused, glanced at Manhwa and Feng Xini, who were still breathing heavily, and spoke calmly. "I just told everyone that Gu Zheng and I are dating." After hearing that, Aunt He and Aunt Feng started talking, and I don't know how it turned into a fight. They argued, and then started hitting each other. After saying that, she sighed softly, clearly implying just a simple thing, but these two women fought over me, and I feel helpless about it." Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and let out a small laugh, quickly covering their mouth. Chun Hongying testified nearby, "That's right, it's nothing to do with Pei Jiqing. They started fighting on their own." Wang Fugan looked at Pei Nian's calm face and then at Gu Zheng, who was standing next to her, looking so confident that he agreed with everything she said. He felt a pounding in his temples. His head hurt, his eyes hurt. Despite that, Pei Jiqing had never been easy to deal with. He was too tired to ask for details. These women fighting over trivial things, no matter how long they talked, they wouldn't understand. Enough! He waved his hand, tired of sorting out this confusing mess. With a decisive move, he gave each of them a heavy punishment. "Hey Manhwa and Feng Xini, you two fought in front of everyone, ruining the team's unity. Each of you will lose 1 work point and go fetch manure." After saying this, Wang Fugan paused and glanced at Pei Nian, who was sent over by her. "If this keeps up, there won't be anyone left to work in the village's compost pond." Hearing this, Manhwa got anxious. "Team leader," she started at first. Argue and lose points again. Before they could protest, Wang Fugan impatiently interrupted, turned around with his hands behind his back, and hurried away to avoid trouble. The disturbance was over, and news of Pei Nian and Gu Jing dating spread quickly through the whole production team. Compared to the frequent fights among women, this story was definitely more interesting. Some people sighed with envy. Pei Jiqing and Gu Jiqing both look very handsome. I heard their families are well off. Why did they end up liking each other? They didn't leave any for others. Others admired them, especially some men. Both of them have good taste, choosing such outstanding partners. But I really admire Gu Jiqing, daring to date Pei Jiqing. That takes real courage. After discussing for a while, everyone reached a pretty consistent conclusion. These two are really a good match.
"Why?"
"Gu Jiqing looks strong and tough," said an older woman honestly. "If someone in his family can handle tough work, maybe Pei Jiqing won't be so quick to lose her temper outside." That reason sounded strange, but many nodded silently. Pei Nian hadn't been in the village long, but she had a strong reputation. Everyone was a bit wary of her. Now that she has a partner, maybe things will settle down. But the two families supporting this relationship were actually unexpected. During work, Wu Min listened to villagers talk about it and was stunned for a moment. Her expression was complicated. There was envy, jealousy, but mostly relief. Pei Nian was busy with her relationship, so her mind was probably focused on Gu Zheng. That meant she wouldn't keep dwelling on past issues or watch her all the time. Thinking this way, Wu Min felt her breathing become easier. Meanwhile, at Li Zhuang's house, Li Zhuang's mother happily carried a bowl of porridge into her son's room. "Zhuang, did you hear? Pei Jiqing and Gu Jiqing are together." Li Zhuang, lying on the Kong bed recovering, suddenly turned his head. The movement hurt his injury, and he grimaced, but his eyes lit up. "Really? It's all over the village. How could it be fake?" The mother and child exchanged a happy look, seeing joy in each other's eyes. No wonder those two troublemakers didn't come back to teach them yesterday. It seems they have new plans and no longer have time for them. Li Zhuangyang put down her bowl, clasped her hands together, and bowed toward the door. "Heaven bless them. Let these two troublemakers live peacefully and happily for the rest of their lives, and never come back to bother us." Li Zhuang also nodded heavily, ignoring his injury, and even hoped they would get married soon. The busier they were with their own lives, the safer he felt. He sincerely wished, "I hope they get married tomorrow and go back to the city the day after, far away from us." Pei Nian and the others, who were gathering pig grass up the mountain, didn't know anyone was supporting them like this. At this moment, the two reached the hillside where they gathered pig grass. Gu Zheng was about to take the sickle when he saw the basket suddenly fill up. "Gu Zheng, why is it so hard to show a little kindness to the person I like?" Seeing Gu Zheng stunned, Pei Nian's face lit up with pride. "I planted it directly in the space. Isn't that amazing?" Her expression looked so proud that Gu Zheng found it adorable. He understood his role now, to just be there to accompany her. Pei Nian set the full basket of pig grass down under a tree and started searching for mountain produce. Gu Zheng followed her from behind. thinking about the best spots to set traps. Gathering pig grass was no longer helpful, but hunting was still possible. He remembered that Nian Nian was still thinking about catching prey. Today, he planned to set a few more traps, so tomorrow, while gathering pig grass, they could also hunt. It would be like a date for them. Thinking this way, Guzheng became more focused on finding signs and tracks. The two worked not far from each other, busy with their tasks. Occasionally, they looked up and saw each other's figures. When they reached a relatively flat part of the hillside, Pei Nian spotted a damp, rotting piece of wood with a cluster of wood ear mushrooms growing on it. She just picked them when suddenly, a rustling noise came from nearby bushes and a few small heads popped out. Pei Nian was startled and took a step back. She saw that it was some older children from the village, each carrying small bamboo baskets, obviously out gathering pig grass too. The leader was the grandson of the village chief, Wang Fugan, nicknamed Shirtu. He was only 7 years old, chubby and lively, with bright eyes. Shirtu also saw Pei Nian, froze for a moment, then frowned like a little adult. He waddled over on his short legs and looked up at her. Pei Jiqing, the small stone's voice was crisp and clear, with a tone of disappointed but caring. Are you going to keep working on pig feed forever? Pei Nian was amused by his little look. She put down her wood ear mushrooms and squatted down to ask, Can I keep working on pig feed? Well, yes. Small Stone scratched the back of his head, looking a bit troubled. Then he sighed and said in a serious tone, But Pei Jiqing, if you keep doing this, I won't be able to marry you in the future. His words were a bit random, which made Pei Nian even more amused. She deliberately teased him. Oh? Why do you want to marry me, and why can't you marry me? Small Stone didn't feel shy at all. He straightened his little chest and gave a good reason. Because you're pretty, even more beautiful than the pictures. I want to marry a pretty girl. Then his little face fell, looking a bit worried. But if you work on pig feed, you earn too few points. You can't support me. Pei Nian almost burst out laughing but tried to keep a straight face. Then why should I support you? Shouldn't you support me? Small Stone looked at her with a, don't you understand this either, expression, counting on his fingers. I'm only 8 years old. I work hard every day on pig feed and only earn 1 point. I can't even support myself. I need to find a wife who can support me. Well, Pei Nian couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. This little guy had a clear goal from the start, to live off others. Seeing Pei Nian laugh, Small Stone thought she didn't believe him. He hurriedly added sincerely, Pei Jiqing, really you should find someone who can work. Only then can they support you. Look at you, just being good-looking isn't enough. You also need to think about the future. Pei Nian held back her laughter, nodded, and played along. Okay, I'll find someone who can support me. Yes, Small Stone nodded vigorously, even patting Pei Nian on the shoulder with a look of relief, as if saying, You finally get it. Pei Jiqing, you need to work harder. At that moment, a steady male voice sounded nearby. No need to work harder. I can support you. Small Stone suddenly turned around, eyes wide as he looked at Guzheng, who had just appeared. Guzheng was tall and had an imposing presence. Small Stone, small but spirited, looked back and forth between Guzheng and Pei Nian, then suddenly realized, Gu Jiqing, are you Pei Jiqing's boyfriend? Pei Nian looked at Guzheng and saw that he was calmly looking back at her. She nodded to Xiao Shirtu and smiled. Yes, what do you think of him? Xiao Shirtu was stunned for 2 seconds, then his little head quickly turned. Gu Jiqing was one of the hardest working young people in their village, and he heard that he earned a lot of work points. He looked at Guzheng, tall and sturdy, holding a mountain chicken, which made him seem very capable. Then he looked at Pei Nian, beautiful, but not very good at working in Xiao Shita's opinion, and he heard she also had a bad temper. Even though Pei Jiqing was considered not very worth it, she still found such a good partner like Gu Jiqing. Xiao Shirtu thought, since he was so patient, he would also find a capable and pretty wife to take care of him in the future. Thinking of this, Xiao Shirtu couldn't help but smile happily. Pei Nian saw him suddenly happy for no reason and asked curiously, Xiao Shirtu, what are you smiling about? Xiao Shirtu, happily imagining his bright future, blurted out, I'm happy. Pei Jiqing, you can find someone to take care of you, so I'll definitely find someone too. I have a much better temper than you. Halfway through, he suddenly realized something was off. Seeing Pei Nian's half-smile, he shrank back instinctively. He quickly turned around, waved at his friends working in the distance, and shouted loudly, "Gooden, Erwa, the pig grass is cut, let's go over there." Without waiting for Pei Nian's response, he led a group of children and ran off. Pei Nian watched them disappear into the distance and shook her head with a smile. These little rascals. Gu Zheng came over and looked at her seriously, repeating, "But I really mean it. I can support myself." Pei Nian brushed off some grass and dirt from her hands, turned to look at Gu Zheng with a teasing smile. "Comrade Gu Zheng, I can support myself too, and by the way," she paused, stretched her tone, and her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Supporting someone like you wouldn't be a problem?" Gu Zheng took the opportunity to lean slightly closer and whispered with a soft laugh, "Then it's a lot of trouble for Nian Nian." Pei Nian rubbed her ears and glared at him. This man was teasing her again. She didn't know what her voice control problem had been discovered. But she looked at the wild chicken in Gu Zheng's hand, then at his face and figure, and admitted she was somewhat tempted. "All right, supporting you is more worth it than Xiao sure to. You're capable and strong." Gu Zheng listened with a bigger smile. He held back the urge to hug the girl and just gently squeezed her hand. "Yes, I got a really good deal." They worked for a while longer. The basket was almost full, and they finished setting the traps. They were about to go down the mountain. Usually they took the big road on the east side when going down. Today, Pei Nian looked at the forest on the west side and pointed to a small path partly covered by wild grass. "Let's go down this way? It's closer, and we haven't been this way before. Maybe we'll find something new." Gu Zheng didn't object. He took the heavy pig grass basket from her back and led the way. As they walked, Pei Nian suddenly pointed to a gentle slope ahead. "Hey, Gu Zheng, look over there. There's a house." Gu Zheng looked in the direction she pointed. Sure enough, there was a small, old-fashioned mud house with a thatched roof that looked quite old. It probably was a place where hunters stayed or a small cabin for mountain watchers. The area around the house was tidy and free of weeds, showing someone lived there. While they were looking at it, the wooden door suddenly opened from inside. A young man in an old blue shirt came out, carrying a wooden bucket. He looked about 20, thin, with a sharp profile. His hair was a bit long, covering part of his eyebrows and eyes. He seemed surprised to see people passing by. He looked up and saw Pei Nian and Gu Zheng, paused for a moment, then quickly looked away, showing a calmness that didn't quite match his age. He went to a small stone water basin beside the house, scooped up some water, then hurried back inside and closed the door. Pei Nian looked at the old but clean house. A faint thought crossed her mind, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she turned to Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng's gaze stayed on the small house. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if he was trying to recognize something or recall a memory. "Let's go back first," Gu Zheng said softly, taking his eyes off the house. "Okay." They didn't stay any longer and continued down the small path. After walking quite a distance, Pei Nian lowered her voice and said to Gu Zheng, "That house just now seems to be where the village's relocated people live." The Chulu Brigade was pretty decent. The head of the brigade, Wang Fugan, was a smart man. He didn't allow villagers to bully these relocated people. But to avoid trouble, he kept them separate from the regular villagers. They divided the work into separate groups, and even the places where they stayed were not near the village's cattle shed, but on the hillside far from the village. Gu Zheng listened to her and nodded. "That's right. I recognize that person." "You know him?" Pei Nian was a bit surprised and looked at him. "Yes," Gu Zheng said calmly. "His name is Song Yan. He used to live in Beijing, in a big courtyard, and was considered a neighbor's kid." Pei Nian was even more surprised. "And his family? They were reported by relatives," Gu Zheng said briefly, without giving many details, but the meaning was clear. In 1966, the whole family was sent away. Song Yan was only 12 then. If I hadn't met him today, I wouldn't have known they were assigned to the Chulu Brigade. Pei Nian thought for a moment and asked, "Do you want to get in touch with them?" Gu Zheng chuckled softly and looked at Pei Nian. "Aren't you worried?" Pei Nian understood what he meant. Contacting people with sensitive backgrounds was risky in this era. Why be afraid? Pei Nian raised an eyebrow. We can be careful and keep it secret. If Gu Zheng really had a good relationship with that person, he might be able to help. Seeing her fearless attitude, Gu Zheng's smile deepened. He shook his head. No need to take risks if it's not necessary. He explained, we used to live in the same big courtyard, but we weren't close. I've never been very social, played little with others my age, and he's 2 years younger than me, so we didn't have much contact. And he recalled Song Yin quickly lowering his head to avoid eye contact. He recognized me just now. If he really needed help, he would find a way to come to me. Hearing this, Pei Nian relaxed and let go of the matter. As for actively helping to build relationships for future favors, whether she needed it or not, she wasn't the kind to risk herself for others. Of course, if they happened to need help, she wouldn't mind lending a hand. In the following days, life was peaceful and fulfilling. The two of them went up the mountain together every day, regularly gathering pig feed and collecting mountain goods. Gu Zheng's traps also yielded good results, catching at least 3 or 4 out of 5 each time, every day. With just these days' harvest, they had caught more than 10 rabbits. The pair of rabbits in her space didn't need to breed for now. When Shannon met the two of them in the yard, he looked full of sadness. Ever since Brother Zheng started dating Pei Jiqing, he hadn't gone hunting with him anymore. Gu Zheng ignored his exaggerated expression and handed him a pheasant and a rabbit. We'll talk about hunting after the village kills the pig. Thanks, Brother Zheng. Shen immediately smiled happily and took the animals. Luckily, he had rabbits and pheasants to eat every day, or he might have gone to bother the young couple. After Pei Nian started dating Gu Zheng, the three of them began sharing meals and didn't care about others gossiping. That day, the two of them went hunting as usual. When they reached a trap hidden among bushes, Pei Nian sensed something was wrong. Gu Zheng, look here. She squatted down and pointed at the trap area. The soil near the trap had fresh scratches, small broken branches, and a few patches of gray animal fur. It was clear the trap snare had been triggered, but now it was loose and empty. Got caught, but the animal escaped. Pei Nian frowned and examined the knot and the surrounding marks carefully. But the knot tightens as the animal struggles. If it ran away, the marks around should be more chaotic. Gu Zheng also squatted down to check. His fingers brushed over broken branches, and the knot was neatly scattered. He also saw a half footprint near the trap. Someone took it. His voice was calm, but his eyes turned colder. After that, he checked other traps, and a few others were normal, with some catch. It seemed they only brought back 1 catch each day, and didn't check the surroundings carefully. They lost 1 animal, which made Pei Nian a little angry. But she didn't think much about the thief's identity and could only pretend they had no catch and left the mountain empty-handed. Back at the youth commune, it was time to cook after work. The yard was filled with the smell of food. A few young people were in the yard. Zheng Ping's voice was especially loud and proud. Today, I got lucky. I went to gather firewood in the back mountain and casually set a trap. I didn't expect to catch a fat rabbit. Look at this weight. He was holding a gray rabbit by the ear. Its fur around the neck was a bit messy, clearly from the trap's tightening. Pei Nian's steps paused slightly, and she exchanged a look with Gu Zheng. The rabbit's fur color and the distinctive mark around its neck matched the missing one from their trap. Suddenly, Pei Nian asked, "Where did Zheng Jiqing set the trap?" Zheng Ping was feeling proud and casually answered, "Just under the old pine trees over there in the east." After speaking, he realized that the person asking was Pei Nian, and his eyes flickered briefly. That spot was exactly where they had set the trap. It turned out the thief was there. Pei Nian didn't get angry right away. She greeted everyone normally and went back to the backyard with Gu Zheng. After dinner, the yard where the educated youth gathered was very quiet. The weather was getting colder, and everyone went to bed early to rest. Pei Nian took an old cloth bag and a stick and went outside. Gu Zheng waited outside the door, watching her skillful movements, feeling both surprised and understanding. He knew about Wu Xiaoqiao being beaten and guessed Pei Nian was responsible. But they had never encountered her fighting before, so he realized she was well prepared. Pei Nian shook the cloth bag and said, "Today there's a moon, so I can see clearly." She winked at him and said, "When I make my move, you keep watch." Gu Zheng chuckled softly and said, "Okay." That night, Zheng Ping ate half a bowl more of meat than usual and didn't feel well. He went outside to the toilet humming a little tune. Just as he reached the door, he was suddenly hit with a cloth bag over his head. Next, a stick rained down like hail, targeting the fleshy parts. The force was controlled carefully. Not enough to break bones, but enough to make him grimace in pain.
Who are you?
Let me go, Zheng Ping shouted in surprise and anger, but he couldn't get the bag off. Every time he tried, it was pulled tighter, so he curled up and crouched down, covering his head. Pei Nian didn't answer Zheng Ping. After a quick series of hits, she thought she had made her point and quickly returned to the backyard with Gu Zheng. Zheng Ping collapsed on the ground and took a long time to catch his breath. His butt was burning with pain, and he struggled to get up. When he reached the dormitory door, he found his courage and shouted loudly, "Someone's hitting people! Someone's hitting people!" His shout alarmed the educated youth in both the front and backyards, who hurried out dressed in their clothes to see what was happening. Pei Nian and Gu Zheng also came over from the backyard after hearing the noise. Pei Nian still looked a little sleepy, while Gu Zheng remained calm as usual. "Zheng Ping, what are you shouting about so late?" Xiao Xinghua asked with a frown. Zheng Ping's voice, strained from excitement and pain, wavered. "I just went to the toilet and was beaten with a stick. I suspect it was someone from our educated youth group, who stays awake at night just to hit you with a club. Come on, Zheng Ping, you probably fell and want to blame someone else, right?" Everyone took a few steps back and looked at Zheng Ping with suspicion. Besides his clothes being a bit messy, there were no visible injuries on him. Zheng Ping was furious at their looks. He pointed to himself, reluctant to show his injuries, but he did have a real one. "That guy hit my butt." Pei Nian chuckled softly. "He treats you pretty well, always choosing the thickest parts." Seeing Pei Nian and Gu Zheng, Zheng Ping's mind raced and he blurted out, "I suspect Gu Zheng hit me." As soon as he said that, the other young workers looked at Gu Zheng. Pei Nian stood beside Gu Zheng and asked calmly, "Zheng Zhigeng, you need proof. Who saw Gu Zheng hit you? Or did you catch him in the act? What's the point of proof?" Zheng Ping was anxious and angry. "Li Zhuang offended you before, and he also got beaten a few times. The way they beat him was the same. Isn't that right?" Pei Nian interrupted him. "Zheng Zhigeng, you can eat your food carelessly, but you can't say anything you want. Li Zhuang himself said he fell. What does that have to do with Gu Zheng?" She stepped forward, her voice clear. "And Zheng Ping, you haven't offended us. Why would we punish you?" Zheng Ping opened his mouth, feeling a lump in his throat. He hadn't offended anyone, but he was afraid to admit that the rabbit was stolen. If he said that, he would lose face at the youth camp. His lips trembled, his face turning red. Finally, he managed to say, "I don't know. Anyway, you just don't like me." Wu Minyuan wanted to defend Zheng Ping, but seeing his guilty look and thinking about the rabbit, her eyes showed suspicion. She quietly took a step back. The other young workers looked at each other, realizing Zheng Ping was probably guilty. As the crowd started to disperse, Pei Nian casually complained to Gu Zheng loud enough for everyone to hear, "Ugh, I don't know which unkind person is so dishonest. They steal even what others trap in their traps. They're not afraid of getting a stomach ache. From now on, let's not set traps anymore." After saying that, they turned and walked away without looking back. The others felt relieved. Oh, so the problem was right here. No wonder he got a few hits. A few people who ate rabbit meat in the front yard suddenly felt glad that people are often indifferent to each other. Luckily, they paid for the meat, so they almost became accomplices. Also, daring to provoke Pei Jiqing shows how brave Zheng Ping is. Even Wu Min looked at him with a mix of admiration and disapproval. Zheng Ping froze in place, feeling a burning pain on his face, worse than the pain from being hit. As the weather gets colder, fallen leaves on the mountain form a thick layer, making a rustling sound when stepped on. The ground hasn't fully frozen yet, but the pig grass is mostly gone, replaced by hardy types. Pei Nian had to give up on the fresh pig grass and dig it out himself. In November, the sunny hillside still had some old roots and leftover leaves of shepherd's purse and bitter herbs, along with pine needles and oak leaves, which are sources of pig grass after autumn. Pei Nian was walking with Gu Zheng on the sunny slope when suddenly they saw a walnut tree not far ahead, with most of its leaves fallen. The tree was sparsely covered with dark brown fruits, and some had fallen to the ground. Pei Nian's eyes lit up. She pulled Gu Zheng to walk a few steps faster. The tree was a bit off the main path, probably unnoticed before, and it had still yielded fruit at this time of year. An unexpected surprise. As they approached, a person came out from behind the bushes. It's manhwa, Aunt He, from the previous fight. Aunt He carried a half-full basket. When she saw Pei Nian and Gu Zheng, a quick flash of discomfort crossed her face, but she quickly forced a smile and spoke loudly. Oh, Pei Jiqing, Gu Jiqing, you're also going up the mountain. There's not much good stuff here. I just finished looking around. You should check the east ditch. There might still be some hazelnuts. Pei Nian looked at the walnut tree nearby, heavily laden with fruit, then at Aunt He's tightly covered basket. She immediately understood her intention, to keep everything for herself. She wasn't angry but smiled cheerfully and said clearly, Aunt He, what are you saying? A few days ago you even argued with Feng Andy for me. Now that there's a good find, you don't want to share a little with me? Hearing this, Aunt He looked embarrassed, raising her voice. Who fought for you? Pei Jiqing, don't talk nonsense. I just can't stand that old miser Feng Xianai, who favors boys over girls. She forces her daughter to do all sorts of chores and keeps scolding her. I'm just standing up for her. Her loud voice attracted the nearby villagers, who were also gathering on the mountain, curious and peeking over to see what was happening. Looking around, I saw a walnut tree full of fruit. Hey, there's a walnut tree over there. Hey Meihua, you old rascal, trying to eat all the nuts yourself. A few women and older ladies quickly gathered with baskets and cloth bags, making the scene lively. Pei Nian was happy when she saw this. She immediately tugged on Gu Zheng's sleeve and whispered, Quick, help pick up the ones on the ground. I'm going to pick from the tree. She then placed her basket on the ground, grabbed the sturdy tree trunk, and skillfully climbed up. The height was nothing for her. Gu Zheng didn't have time to stop her, so he just followed her instructions. He bent down quickly to pick up the fallen walnuts. With his long arms and sharp eyes, he carefully chose the best ones, working efficiently. Seeing this, Aunt He got anxious. She didn't bother to stop him and quickly squatted down to join the picking. She muttered, Oh, Pei Jiqing climbing trees now? Really? Other villagers nearby also joined in, and soon the tree was bustling with activity. Everyone was grabbing and picking quickly. Up in the tree, Pei Nian carefully reached for the high branches that Aunt He and others couldn't reach, twisting the remaining walnuts into strings and tossing them into Gu Zheng's open cloth bag below. After a lively, walnut-grabbing battle, the bags they brought were already half full and heavy. Aunt He and a few other villagers also got some walnuts, but clearly not as many as them. Pei Nian slid down the tree smoothly, brushed off the bark bits, and carried the heavy bag of walnuts. She deliberately walked past Aunt He, who was still grabbing walnuts. She shook the bag slightly and smiled, saying, Aunt He, thank you for showing me the way. The moss chestnuts in the East Valley are really good. Aunt He was so annoyed she rolled her eyes and scolded, getting a bargain and acting innocent. Pei Nian laughed, and with Gu Zheng carrying the pig fodder and her holding the walnuts, they happily headed down the mountain. On the quiet mountain path, Pei Nian remembered what Aunt He had mentioned earlier. She casually asked, Aunt He, you said that Feng Xini's daughter, Feng Zhaodi, used to block the male-educated youths. She blinked playfully at Gu Zheng and asked, Comrade Gu Zheng, be honest. Have you ever been blocked? Gu Zheng answered quickly. He paused, looked at Pei Nian, and said calmly but confidently, And I haven't been blocked by anyone before. Pei Nian looked at Gu Zheng's expression, which seemed sincere. She nodded, very pleased with his answer, and smiled to praise him. Yes, that's the correct answer. You deserve a reward. Gu Zheng stopped walking and asked with a smile, What kind of reward can I get? The forest was quiet. The winter sun shone through the sparse branches, casting light on Gu Zheng, making him look even more handsome. Pei Nian was influenced by the moment. She honestly followed her feelings and hugged Gu Zheng. Reward. Gu Zheng, did I do what I was supposed to do? And now there's such a good thing? Before Gu Zheng could react, Pei Nian quickly let go after hugging him and stepped back, blushing. She said, let's go, and hurriedly walked ahead. After a few steps, she suddenly saw two figures at a fork in the road. One was supporting the other, and they looked unsteady. Pei Nian waited for Gu Zheng to catch up before approaching. She saw that the person being supported was Gao Wan. One of her legs seemed weak, relying on the person next to her. The young man supporting her was wearing old, faded clothes. He was thin and looked familiar. He was Song Yan, whom she had seen before. Song Yan also heard the footsteps behind him. He turned around cautiously. When he recognized Pei Nian and Gu Zheng, he visibly relaxed and helped Gao Wan, who looked disheveled, to walk over. Pei Nian found it amusing. From afar, the two looked close, but as they got closer, she saw that Song Yan was just holding a small stick to support Gao Wan, with no physical contact. Gu Jiqing, Pei Jiqing. Song Yan's voice was low, with a deliberate, distant, and cautious tone. He pointed to Gao Wan's red eyes and said, "This lady slipped on the mountain. I just happened to pass by." Then he tried to hand Gao Wan over. Gu Zheng stood still, just looking at Song Yan and nodding slightly as a greeting. He clearly had no intention of taking over to help Gao Wan. Seeing this, Pei Nian stepped forward and took Gao Wan's arm, helping her lean on herself. She asked, "What happened? Did you fall somewhere?" Gao Wan, seeing someone she knew, became upset and tearful. She said in a choked voice, "I saw a rabbit. It was so fat I wanted to chase it. But I lost my footing and stepped into a hole. My foot twisted, and it hurts so much." She spoke, tears starting to fall, then turned to look at Song Yan, who remained silent. Luckily, this comrade passed by and helped me, or I wouldn't know what to do. Hearing this, Song Yan showed no expression, simply saying calmly, "I told her to wait where she was. I went to call someone, but she wouldn't stay." His tone was flat and straightforward, but Pei Nian could sense a hint of helplessness. Given Song Yan's position, he probably wanted to avoid any involvement with anyone in the village, including the young workers. Gao Wan listened and quietly argued, "That place is so remote, I was scared to go alone." Pei Nian listened and shook her head internally. Gao Wan is really careless and greedy. Is a rabbit so easy to catch? She should look around and see where she is. She helped Gao Wan and nodded to Song Yan. "Thank you, Comrade Song. We'll take care of her now." Song Yan didn't say much. He just nodded and turned to leave. "All right, stop crying. Can you walk? I'll support you, and we can go slowly," Pei Nian said to Gao Wan. Gao Wan tried to move her foot, but grimaced in pain. Most of her weight was leaning on Pei Nian. The mountain path was rough. Only Pei Nian's strength kept her from falling. Gu Zheng then came over. He didn't touch Gao Wan but frowned. "Wait here, I'll go call someone," he said. He didn't want to carry a girl he didn't know, and he didn't want Pei Nian to get tired. Pei Nian replied, "No need. I can support her. I don't want to wait on the mountain path." Gu Zheng didn't say anything more. After 2 minutes, he returned with a sturdy stick and handed it to Gao Wan. His tone was cold. "Hold this. Don't tire yourself out." Pei Nian and Gao Wan looked at him silently. Gao Wan wanted to cry. She was already like this, and someone still had no compassion. But she was more afraid that Gu Zheng would make Pei Nian leave her here, so she took the stick and helped support herself, easing Pei Nian's burden. The three of them slowly moved step by step toward the foot of the mountain. After 2 days, Gao Wan's twisted ankle finally stopped swelling. She was still cautious about putting weight on it, but could walk normally. Although Gao Wan was a bit selfish and liked to take small advantages, she owed Pei Nian and Song Yan a debt of gratitude. Not repaying it made her feel uncomfortable all over. That afternoon, she hesitated and finally made her way to Pei Nian's small courtyard gate. She leaned on the gate, peering inside, looking hesitant to speak. Pei Nianjin was sitting on a small stool in the yard, drying the mountain walnuts she had stolen a few days ago. She glanced at her and, feeling lazy, didn't bother to lift her eyelids. She said, "Comrade Gao Wan, what are you pretending to do? Just say what you want. Are you standing at the door acting as a gatekeeper?" Gao Wan's face turned red from her words. She hesitated, pushed the door open, and entered, nervously twisting her fingers. After a long pause, she whispered, Pei Jiqing, what do you want to do? Pei Nianjin crossed her arms and looked at her, waiting for her to continue. I want to go up the mountain to find Comrade Song. Thank him for helping me that day. Gaowan finally spoke out. She quickly looked at Pei Nianjin, then lowered her head. I can't go alone. Can you go with me? Pei Nianjin paused her walnut cracking, looked up at her, and asked, Are your legs better? And how do you plan to thank him? I want to give him some homemade pickled radish and a few eggs, Gaowan whispered, her eyes full of hope as she looked at Pei Nianjin. Pei Nianjin raised an eyebrow and looked at her calmly. How will you thank me? That day, I was the one helping you down the mountain with your precious legs step by step. Gaowan quickly waved her hands. Thank you, and I thank you too. I can share half a jar of my homemade pickled radish with you, something special from our province. You probably haven't had it in a while since you went to the countryside. My mom taught me how to make it. It's authentic, crispy, and goes well with rice. Her words touched Pei Nianjin's heart. Her space was well stocked, but she hadn't thought about exchanging homemade pickled vegetables before. However, helping out always comes with a price. She looked at Gaowan and said, Half a jar of radish is my reward for helping you down the mountain. But if I go up the mountain to thank him, that's another matter. That will be extra payment. Gaowan saw a chance and quickly added, Pei Jiqing, I can also teach you how to make pickled radish and spicy pickled cabbage from Lin County. I've learned how to make those too. She continued, and you love taking walks after meals, right? Just consider it a walk outside. Pei Nianjin was speechless. Going for a walk up the mountain? That would be really overdoing it. All right, Pei Nianjin said, tired of teasing her. I can handle making the pickled vegetables myself. But if you want to guide me and help me season them, deal? Deal. Again, they reached the gentle slope halfway up the mountain. Gaowan suddenly felt shy and shrank back behind Pei Nian. Pei Nian felt helpless and stepped forward to knock on the simple wooden door. After a moment, the door opened a crack, revealing a thin but cautious face. It was an old woman, her hair neatly combed, wearing a patched, old-fashioned jacket. There was a faint resemblance to Song Yan in her features. Pei Nian guessed something. Who are you looking for? The old woman asked, her voice a bit dry, but still polite. Pei Nian nudged Gaowan, who was nervously behind him. Gaowan blushed and moved out from behind Pei Nian. She stammered to explain. Hello, Grandma. A few days ago, I twisted my ankle on the mountain. Comrade Song helped me. I came to thank him. The old woman's eyes swept over Pei Nian and Gaowan. Seeing Pei Nian's honest expression and Gaowan's shy look, her guard eased a little. She didn't say anything, just opened the door wider and turned sideways. Come in. The small house looked a bit bigger from the outside. It had 3 rooms, with a simple earthen stove in the middle and some old benches. Inside, several people were sitting or standing. Beside Song Yan, who was coldly standing by the stove, there was a middle-aged man in an old military uniform, sitting upright with a serious face. There were 2 elderly men with white hair, one wearing broken glasses tied with a rope around his leg, and another coughing quietly. Plus Grandma Song, who had opened the door. There were 6 people in total. Although they wore old clothes and looked pale from long-term malnutrition, their presence was very different from ordinary villagers. Gaowan was surprised to see so many people and felt even more nervous. She bravely walked to Song Yan, placing a few eggs wrapped in an old handkerchief and a small jar of pickled radish on the small wooden table. Her voice was quieter. Comrade Song, thank you for helping me that day. This is a small token of my gratitude. Song Yan came over without looking at the items on the table and said coldly, No need. Take your things back. Gaowan was taken aback and unsure what to do. She explained nervously, It's not worth much, just a few eggs, and I made the pickled radish myself. Grandma Song saw this and glared at her grandson, softly scolding, Xiao Yan, how do you talk? She turned to Gaowan and spoke in a gentler tone. Miss, thank you for your kindness. He's a bit stubborn, so please don't mind. But you don't need to give us anything. Meeting someone in need is what he's supposed to do, Song Yan was scolded by his grandmother, and a look of helplessness flashed across his face. He sighed and softened his voice a little. I've taken the things, thank you. Be careful when you go up the mountain next time. Gao saw him accept the gift and let out a breath of relief, nodding quickly. Pei Nian quietly observed the people and the environment inside the house, saying little. When Gao finished her, thank you, task, she didn't want to stay in the heavy atmosphere any longer. She tugged on Pei Nian's sleeve, signaling that she wanted to leave. Just as they turned to leave, the old man who had been coughing couldn't hold back and started coughing again. His voice was muffled, and his breathing was unsteady. He coughed for a long time before gradually calming down. Pei Nian's steps paused slightly, and her ears twitched. On the way down the mountain, Gao still patted her chest nervously, saying, "That scared me. I didn't expect so many people to be here." The uncle in the old military uniform looked very serious. Comrade Song's grandmother is quite kind, but him. She made a face, feeling that Song Yan was too cold. Pei Nian didn't say much, but kept thinking about the coughing old man. His cough sounded deep and heavy. Back at the youth commune, after returning to her room, Pei Nian went straight into her space. After some hesitation, she chose a few things from the warehouse: a prepared herbal pack for cold coughs, a small bag of licorice tablets, both prepared before going to the countryside, a small bag of fine white rice, and a little cloth bag of flour, a few plump pears, and a pack of dried perilla leaves. She packed everything into an old but sturdy basket. As it got dark, she drove her space to the back mountain and quietly left the items at the door of the small hut. Then she picked up a small stone, aimed at the wooden door of the hut, and gently threw it. With a soft thud, the stone hit the door. After a while, a slit opened in the door, and Song Yan cautiously peeked out, looking left and right before noticing the cloth bag at the door. He froze for a moment, quickly picked up the basket, slipped back inside, and shut the door tightly. Pei Nian saw him take the items at her space, and then quietly left without a sound. Inside the hut, the oil lamp flickered faintly. A few people looked at the basket Song Yan had brought back. They lifted the gray cloth to reveal its contents, and everyone looked at each other in silence. No one spoke. Rice, flour, pears, medicine, these were extremely precious and hard-to-get items for them right now. "Who gave this to you?" asked the middle-aged man in an old military uniform, his eyes sharp. Song Yan frowned and thought for a moment. Maybe it was Pei Jiqing, the one who came during the day. The middle-aged man, He Wei-ching, looked at Song Yan and asked, "Why don't you guess it was Gao Jiqing?" Song Yan slightly curled his lips. "Uncle He, I think that Gao Jiqing probably wouldn't be so generous." The new group of educated youths seems to come from families similar to Gao Wan's. Although he didn't have much contact with villagers, he had overheard some gossip. He knew that most of this batch of educated youths came from well-off families. Pei Jiqing looked at Grandpa Tang a few more times when she arrived at noon. Song Yan pointed to the coughing Tang He. At this moment, Professor Su Mingli picked up some herbal packets, put on his crutches and glasses, and examined them carefully under the light. He sniffed and said, "Chai Hu, Qian Hu, Jiegong. Well mixed, suitable for treating wind-cold coughs. These pears are also good for moistening the lungs." He looked up, his eyes behind the glasses calm and wise. "I saw Pei Jiqing on the hillside a while ago, picking hazelnuts from a distance. I also saw her squatting and digging for herbs. Her technique was good, not like she was just playing." Su Mingli continued, "And today, she paid attention to old Tang's cough. These medicines and pears came just in time." He Wei-ching's face brightened when he heard the medicines could help Tang Gong. He said, "If it's good for Tang Gong, then we'll accept it. We'll remember this kindness." Tang Gong was an important figure in the military industry. Though he was now in trouble, his skills and knowledge were priceless. He Wei-ching, a soldier, had once been protected by weapons invented by Tang Gong. Even now, in his difficulties, he wanted to take care of Tang Gong. Song Yan's grandmother, Tan Shi, looked worried. "Giving away such valuable things for free, won't that cause trouble?" Song Yan gently patted her hand to comfort her. "Grandma, don't worry. Pei Jiqing doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. With us like this, what's there to gain for others?" And he paused, lowering his voice. She's Gu Zheng's girlfriend. Gu Zheng? Grandma Song was surprised, then her expression grew complicated. That kid from the Gu family also went to the countryside? Still here? I haven't seen him around. Yes, I only heard from villagers that there's a new educated youth named Gu Zheng from Beijing. I thought it was just a coincidence until I saw him a few days ago. Tan Xiao heard the name and remembered old times. Back then, our family left in a hurry and we didn't have time to take much. Before we left, Gu Xiaozi secretly slipped us a stack of money and some food tickets. Without that, our journey would have been even harder. When they reached the countryside, the old man couldn't hold on, but the grandfather and grandson relied on that small act of kindness to get through the tough times. Hui Chung and Professor Su heard this old story and looked a bit calmer. Since the person was good, they believed the girl's character should also be trustworthy. Tang stopped coughing, picked up a pear to look at it, then glanced at the medicines. His old face showed some emotion. She's a thoughtful and kind-hearted girl. Since she gave us these, we should accept them. We shouldn't waste her good intentions. He thought for a moment, then took a small wrapped object from his pocket. He unwrapped it to reveal a whole, high-quality wild ginseng root, still looking fresh. This ginseng I found today by chance in a crack in the cliff. It's not very old, but it's a rare treasure in these mountains. Tang said, "It's fate. Next time Pei Jiqing passes by here, we should find a way to give it to her. We can't just take things from others for nothing." That settled the matter. Pei Nian didn't realize she had been found out. When she and Gu Zheng took a shortcut down the mountain again, Song Yan stopped them. Seeing Gu Zheng, Song Yan nodded in greeting, then looked at Pei Nian and handed her a small handkerchief. He said simply, "Grandpa Tang gave this. It's a thank you gift." Pei Nian was surprised and didn't take it. She played dumb and asked, "Who is Grandpa Tang? Why are you thanking me?" Song Yan straightforwardly said, "The medicine and other things from that day. If you don't accept them now, next time Grandpa Tang will give them himself." Pei Nian had no choice but to take it. She opened it and saw a good-looking wild ginseng. She immediately pushed it back. "This is too valuable. I can't take it. Those things aren't worth much." Song Yan handed it over, but didn't take it back. Gu Zheng only then realized that his girl had secretly come to deliver medicine and food after walking with Gao wandering the day. He looked at Pei Nian with questions in his eyes, but mostly with approval and support. Pei Nian felt a little shy under his gaze. She touched her nose. These people shouldn't have suffered so much here. She helped as much as she could, just to feel at ease. Song Yan said, "Grandpa Tang insisted I give it to you. He's stubborn, and he feels bad if you don't accept it. He even said he won't take his medicine anymore." Pei Nian felt speechless when she heard this. Who could be threatened by someone refusing medicine? She took the ginseng and asked, "Can we go inside to look around?" Song Yan hesitated for a moment, then saw that both of them agreed. The three of them went back to the small house, where only Grandma Song was. Tan Xiao saw Gu Zheng and immediately got teary-eyed. She held his hand for a long time, unable to speak, just patting his hand repeatedly. Gu Zheng softly comforted her. Tan Xiao didn't recognize Gu Zheng at first. In the past, he was a quiet boy who didn't like to play outside. Neither adults nor children saw much of him. Later, during the 6 or 8 years of being sent down, Gu Zheng was only 14 then. Over the years, he grew taller and older, making him even harder to recognize. But seeing him come in with Pei Jiqing, she guessed who he was. Pei Nian took the chance to carefully look around the kitchen. The clay pot on the stove was patched with mud, the dishes and bowls were few and old, and the visible grain bags were empty and flat. They probably didn't have much stored away. Although everything was tidied up, the poverty and hardship couldn't be hidden. While Grandma Song and Song Yan were talking, Pei Nian quietly gave Gu Zheng a signal, nodding toward the broken wooden door in the inner room. Gu Zheng understood. He found an excuse, saying he wanted to see where Song Yan and the others usually rest. Song Yan then led him to push open the door. Pei Nian went to see Grandma Song's room. It was a small single bed, with a few clothes piled on an old wooden table by the window. He quickly came out and exchanged a look with Gu Zheng, who had just come out too. When they left the small house and headed down the mountain, Pei Nian held Gu Zheng's hand and whispered, I see they don't have thick quilts or winter clothes. They might hide some, but they probably lack a lot. I plan to bring some things tonight. Gu Zheng nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. This time, Pei Nian didn't sneak around. After dinner, they went out for a walk to digest the food, walking side by side toward the back mountain. They reached a quiet forest a little distance from the small house. Both took out 2 large bundles tied up tightly, and Pei Nian carried one. They knocked on the small house door again. Song Yan opened it, surprised to see the 2 people they saw earlier in the day, carrying obviously heavy loads. Song Yan was stunned. The people inside heard the noise and came out. Seeing what it was, they were surprised and asked if they should take it back. Pei Nian placed the items at the door calmly and said, These are some old quilts and clothes. I found I brought too many when packing, so I left them here. They are all washed and clean. Please don't mind. Tang He saw the 2 big bags and frowned. Does this girl think she's moving? There are also some grains and other supplies, not much, just for emergencies. She paused. If you don't want them, I won't eat the ginseng either. Then she looked at old Tang. Tang He. That sounds so familiar. Others. Isn't that what he told Song Yan to tell Pei Jiqing? Pei Nian looked at the quiet group and wanted to laugh, but except for Song Yan, the others were elders. She didn't want to seem too proud. Just take them. Grandpa Tang's ginseng is worth a lot. These things aren't enough to pay him back. Tang He. Nonsense. That ginseng is at most 10 years old. It's not worth that much. Pei Nian. I say it's worth it. After saying that, she tried to pull Gu Zheng to run. Wait. Gu Zheng patted her hand, signaling her to wait, then called Song Yan to walk a few steps to a tree nearby. Pei Nian stayed behind, awkwardly exchanging glances with the old men and women. It was He Weiqing who spoke first. Comrade, we'll accept those things. If there's a chance later, we'll pay you back. Pei Nian thought to herself, there will definitely be a chance. But she didn't need their repayment. She just said, just wait and see. There will be plenty of opportunities to thank me later. Everyone thought she was just comforting them. Pei Nian knew better. She decided to send more newspapers here in the future to stay updated on current events. Smart people might see some clues. When Gu Zheng and Song Yan finished their talk and returned, they said goodbye to a few people and then left the mountain. On the way back, Pei Nian couldn't help but be curious. What did you say to Song Yan? You're so secretive. Gu Zheng held her carefully, avoiding stones on the road, and said casually, I remembered seeing him at the black market before. He was disguised then and we hadn't seen each other for years, so I didn't recognize him. He hunts, but going to the black market is too risky for him. Pei Nian immediately understood. So you plan to help him deal with the game? Yes, Gu Zheng nodded. It's safer than him risking going to the county himself. Pei Nian nodded in agreement. According to the rules, personnel are not allowed to leave the production team casually. If they are caught going out alone, especially to places like the black market, the consequences could be serious. Pei Nian's eyes brightened, and she smiled, praising, Comrade Gu Zheng is really kind. Is it right to praise him for kindness? Gu Zheng was silent for a moment, then replied politely, No choice. He's too outstanding. When you're close to someone, you tend to become like them. Pei Nian didn't think this was wrong. She was quite outstanding herself, so she nodded in agreement. That's right. We influence each other and gradually become more like each other. Once the land was fully frozen, the Chu Lu Brigade's real winter break was about to begin. Pei Nian's pig feeding work finally paused. Before winter, the brigade started 2 of the most important tasks of the year, distributing grain and distributing meat. The pigs in the Chu Lu Brigade are usually not kept until before the new year. It's troublesome, and the winter feed for pigs isn't nutritious and doesn't help them gain weight. So, they slaughter the pigs before winter to enjoy a good meal. Whether they can save some meat for the new year depends on each family. That day, the threshing yard was lively early in the morning, but this time, the atmosphere was full of solid happiness. Every household got up quickly, lining up and pushing carts, all waiting to receive their grain. Pei Nian finished washing up and boiled some water before lying back on the kong, a traditional heated bed. Just then, she heard a knock on the door outside. Pei Nian, get up quickly. Everyone else has gone to get their grain. It was Gao Wan's voice. When Gao Wan woke up, she found that the front yard was already empty. Thinking that today was the grain distribution day, she guessed the older workers had already gone to queue and hurriedly got up. When she was about to leave, she saw smoke coming from Pei Nian's house in the backyard. She realized Pei Nian hadn't left yet and quickly ran over to call her. Hearing Gao Wan's loud voice, Pei Nian came out wrapped in cotton clothes, looking annoyed. Early in the morning, what's so urgent? She also just realized that the female lead and the minor female character were very good at climbing the social ladder. She had only helped out casually, but they naturally became familiar with her. They even didn't miss the chance to call her early in the morning. Gao Wan was incredulous. Isn't it urgent to get the grain? Are you out of your mind? You're the one with a problem in your head. Don't you know the final grain distribution for the new workers, the others in the backyard, hearing Gao Wan's words, quickly finished their preparations and came out. When they heard what Pei Nian and Gao Wan were saying, they looked at each other in surprise. Zhou Jin asked, Pei Nian, why do the new educated youths get their grain last? Yeah, why is that? Gao Wan wondered, adding casually, when I woke up I saw all the old educated youths had left. I thought they were deliberately leaving us behind. Pei Nian looked around and saw that everyone seemed to really not know about this. Even Gu Zheng looked at her with some confusion. Really? Did no one ask how the grain was distributed before? Do some families have special privileges? She explained, because we get a fixed amount of grain every month. The situation with the new educated youths is a bit special. In the first year, the government provides a set amount of grain. You can earn more or less work points, and then choose to convert them into cash or store them in an account to exchange for grain later. But they have to be ranked after the local villagers as a last supplement. Everyone understood, and went back to their rooms. Since they're last, they decided to go later. Pei Nian looked at Gu Zheng, who hadn't left yet. Aren't you going back to rest? Gu Zheng naturally didn't want to leave. Thinking about what he learned from Shan on Xue yesterday, he said, I'll make you breakfast. I can make small steamed buns now. Pei Nian wanted to say no, but when she heard small steamed buns, she changed her mind. She showed a small white smile and said, Gu Zheng, you're so impressive. You can make small steamed buns now. While praising him, she quickly led him inside. What ingredients do you need? I'll prepare them for you. Gu Zheng heard her familiar compliment. You're so impressive, and chuckled softly. His Nian often said sweet words, and 8 out of 10 times they included that phrase. The best part was he always felt she was sincere. No need, just wait on the Kong to eat, he said. Seeing her bright, smiling eyes, Gu Zheng didn't feel like she was being dismissive. He was motivated and headed to the kitchen. After Pei Nian finished her hometown-style breakfast and she and the others arrived at the grain threshing yard, only 7 or 8 families were there. Pei Nian stood at the back of the line, watching the villagers in front carry or load their grain bags home, all looking very happy. The Chulio Brigade had a good harvest this year, and the air was filled with a joyful sense of abundance. The accountant and scorekeeper in the team were busy checking the work points book, calculating how much grain each family should get. When it was the new educated youth's turn, the accountant, Fong, looked up and asked Pei Nian, Pei Jiqing, do you want to convert your work points or exchange for grain? Pei Nian carefully planned in the morning to exchange all her available grains for cash, leaving the rest to be converted into money. At this time, coarse grains were still not tasty, so she hadn't used her monthly grain allotment much and kept it quietly in her storage space. She straightforwardly said, I want all the fine grains and the rest converted into cash. Accountant Fong was not surprised. New young workers like her always did this, especially with government subsidies, and they spent their work points freely. Alright, the team rules say each person can get at most 30 to 40 jin of fine grains, including white rice and white flour. Pei Jiqing, what would you like to exchange for? I want 30 jin of rice and 10 jin of white flour. Fong fiddled with the abacus beads and quickly calculated 30 jin of rice and 10 jin of white flour, and the remaining work points converted into money amount to 9 yuan. Pei Nian took the money, and the grains were automatically handed over by Gu Zheng behind her. She then stood aside, waiting for Gu Zheng to receive his grains. Gu Zheng usually earned full work points for his work, so his points were much higher than Pei Nian's. After exchanging 40 jin of rice, he didn't keep the remaining points in his account but also didn't convert them into money. He simply exchanged everything for coarse grains. Pei Nian was puzzled. Gu Zheng wasn't someone who liked eating coarse grains, right? When they returned to the youth workers' station and were alone, Pei Nian finally asked about the reason. Seeing her curiosity, Gu Zheng deliberately moved closer, as if to say something secret, though what he said was indeed something others shouldn't hear. I plan to sell the coarse grains on the black market. The work points from the team aren't as valuable as selling the grains directly. Pei Nian immediately felt she had lost out. Oh no, does that mean I lost too? But then she remembered the grains stored in her space and moved closer as well. Can you help me handle the coarse grains I've stored? They don't take up much space, but I don't like eating them. Gu Zheng nodded. Sure, coarse grains are easy to sell. These days, fine grains are expensive, but coarse grains that can fill stomachs still have a market, especially for certain factories short of food or people trading privately. Solving the issue of idle supplies and earning extra income made Pei Nian happy again. Her eyes brightened as she suggested, "What about the rice and flour I grew in my space? The quality is much better than what you buy. Should I also sell some? I'm sure I can get more money." Although she didn't want to get involved in the black market, doing it once a year was fine. Who wouldn't want more money? This time, Gu Zheng shook his head clearly. Those can't be touched. He looked at her seriously and said, "The food and vegetables produced in your space are too good and too eye-catching. They might cause trouble." Gu Zheng grows his own crops in his space. Unless he specifically waters them with spiritual spring water, their quality is only slightly better than what's available in the market. With his spiritual spring water, they can match the natural produce of Pei Nian's space's black soil. Pei Nian thought about it. The black soil has a feature that improves quality, especially for crops grown from seeds. The taste and appearance are much better than market products. Showing such high-quality food openly might attract attention, so it's safer to keep it low profile. All right, I'll listen to you. She reluctantly gave up the idea. She didn't expect that having such an outstanding space could be a problem. It dampened her rare motivation to work hard and make money. The next day was the day to slaughter pigs and divide the meat. On this day, the whole team felt like it was a festival. A temporary clay stove was built near the threshing ground, and a large iron pot was boiling with steam. The most efficient women in the village gathered around the stove. Children ran around excitedly, and adults smiled, greeting each other and discussing how much meat this pig would yield. The Pei Lu team divided the pork by head count. The order of distribution was decided by drawing lots, not based on work points. The paper slips were placed in the team leader's hat, and everyone took turns reaching in. If luck was good, they could pick early and choose the best parts, those with thick fat and plenty of oil. When it was Pei Nian's turn, she casually picked a slip. She unfolded it and saw a very late number. What was going on? Was her luck really that bad? Wang Annie happened to stand next to Pei Nian. She stretched her neck to peek at the slip and immediately showed a proud expression. "Oh, Pei Ziking, your luck is so bad that there probably won't be many good cuts left when it's your turn." She then casually showed her own number 10 slip. Pei Nian couldn't let her make fun of her. She put the slip in her pocket and pretended to be indifferent. "I don't mind. I like lean meat anyway." Wang Annie glared at her. "Really? I don't believe it." Hearing this, Pei Nian almost couldn't keep a straight face. She did care about fat and lean meat, but her bad luck in drawing lots really got to her. She retorted, "Auntie, there are many people behind you. Why are you showing off? I drew number 10. Pei Nian was speechless. Just as she was thinking about how to respond, Gu Zheng finished drawing his lot. He unfolded his slip, looked at it, said nothing, and naturally handed the slip to Pei Nian's face. Number 9 ticket. What a coincidence. It just happened to be right in front of Aunt Wang. Pei Nian's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but smile. She deliberately turned her head slightly and raised her chin to Aunt Wang. "Wow, what luck. I'm right in front of you." Aunt Wang's face stiffened and she awkwardly said, "It's not like you drew it yourself. What's there to be proud of?" Pei Nian continued, "Whose partner has such good luck?" "I drew number 9, Aunt Wang." This Pei Jiqing is really shameless. openly mentioning her partner. The villagers watched and laughed. The fourth Uncle Wang's family really deserved it. Ever since they drew number 9, they kept showing off to everyone, proud that they could pick the best meat. What's wrong with choosing? Their family only has 5 members, and in the village, they are few in number. When dividing the meat by person, there's not much left. Gu Zheng saw her teasing and joking, and he smiled softly, playing along. Let's swap. You take my ticket and go pick. Pei Nian thought about it. Since they ate together every meal, it didn't matter who picked. She immediately took the paper, cut in line in front of Aunt Meihua, and said, Auntie, you're in the wrong spot. You should be behind me. After drawing lots, the meat division officially began. When it was her turn, Pei Nian chose the best piece of pork belly. She waved it in front of Aunt Wang. Auntie, look at this piece of meat. What do you think? Aunt Wang suppressed her envy and said sourly, It's just a small piece. What's there to be happy about? Pei Nian pretended not to hear and sighed. Lucky again, got number 9. Aunt Wang and the villagers. This Pei Jiqing really holds a grudge. She remembers everything from start to finish. After the meat was divided, several large pots were set up on the threshing ground. This time, they were making pig slaughter dishes. Leftover pig organs, some edge pieces, and a big bowl of pig blood were the main ingredients for today's pig slaughter feast. Dozens of tables from different families were arranged on the threshing ground. Bowls and chopsticks clattered, and the noise was lively. The young workers sat at a separate table. It's said that a few years ago, the young workers and villagers ate together, but the villagers, being quick, always grabbed the best meat, leaving the young workers with nothing. They felt wronged and even cried on the spot, causing some unhappiness. So, they separated the young workers to keep things peaceful. A big bowl of pig slaughter dishes was brought out: pickled cabbage with pork, blood sausage, 3-flavor stir-fry, and bone marrow with cabbage and vermicelli. Oily and steaming, smelling delicious. As soon as the food was served, the atmosphere became a bit tense. Before the chopsticks moved, Li Xiao glanced at Pei Nian and Zhou Jin and said, Wow, this meat looks really delicious. But some people who usually eat meat every few days probably don't care much about this little bit of fat. Pei Nian had no intention of fighting for the food. She had seen how everyone fought over dishes before, and for the sake of eating meat, they didn't care about hygiene. Her chopsticks stirred in the bowl, and she felt a bit uncomfortable. She only planned to take a couple of bites to taste the pig-killing dish and then eat other vegetables. But when Li Xiao said that, Pei Nian immediately gave up her idea. Who doesn't want a bite of meat? Even if she ate every day, she still wanted a piece. Pei Nian and Zhou Jin looked at each other. Since Li Xiao didn't name anyone specifically, they didn't need to argue with her. They decided to just go ahead and fight for the meat. As soon as the team leader announced it was time to eat, Pei Nian quickly and accurately grabbed a big piece of meat into her bowl. After tasting it, she joined the meat-fighting frenzy. This time, she didn't rush to eat. She focused on grabbing meat until the bowls of meat and vegetables were almost empty, and her own bowl was overflowing. Li Xiao didn't expect these new young workers to adapt so quickly. She knew that the first time they ate the pig-killing dish, they reacted a few seconds slow, and the bowl was almost empty of meat. Pei Nian looked at Li Xiao, who was stunned, and gave a teasing smile. She turned to the person sitting at the next table, Xiao Shitu, and called out, Xiao Shitu, come here. Xiao Shitu was busy eating and didn't look up. Hearing his name, he looked up blankly and asked, Pei Jiqing, what's the matter? I'll share some meat with you. Hearing this, Xiao Shitu happily ran over with his bowl. Seeing the extra meat in his bowl, he grinned widely and said, Thank you, Pei Jiqing. He quickly ate a couple of bites, then suddenly remembered something. He looked up seriously and said, Pei Jiqing, if you keep giving me your meat in the future, I might consider marrying you. Everyone around couldn't help but laugh. Pei Nian was also amused. She reached out and playfully tapped his forehead. Dream on. I have someone to support me. Go find someone willing to support you. Xiao Shitu chuckled and didn't mind. He happily held his bowl and ran away like a treasure. After this, the atmosphere at the table relaxed. The meat and vegetables were mostly gone, and everyone returned to a more civilized state. Pei Nian finally picked up her own bowl and slowly started eating. She didn't bother with the slightly messy dishes of meat and vegetables, but instead took a good amount of vegetables. Don't forget, the vegetarian dishes cooked in this big pot are especially flavorful and rich because of the nourishing meat broth. Pei Nianjin was eating when a bowl was pushed over to her by Gu Zheng. Clean one first, the first piece of meat. I haven't used it yet. Pei Nianjin looked at the meat in the bowl and realized Gu Zheng hadn't eaten a single bite yet. He's pickier than her, but since he's already taken the first piece, he should be okay with it. You eat it yourself. Gu Zheng didn't take back the bowl. He quietly leaned close to her ear and said, "Didn't I tell Xiao Shirtu that someone is taking care of me? I'm actually taking care of you." Since they started dating, Gu Zheng seemed to have unlocked a new level of romantic talk. His timing was perfect, and his skills in saying sweet words improved quickly. Pei Nianjin couldn't let him win. She quietly reached out and held his hand under the table, whispering back, "Then let's go home and secretly cook some more. I'll take care of you too, okay?" Gu Zheng smiled softly, feeling that today's food tasted especially good. After sharing the grain and pork, the winter hibernation officially began. Before the snow, everyone in the team was still going up the mountain, stockpiling firewood and mountain goods. Pei Nianjin had gathered enough supplies. Since she no longer had the task of collecting pig feed, she didn't go up the mountain with everyone. Instead, she relaxed at home, reading some books. Gu Zheng had been hunting with Shun in these days. Before the snow, it was a good time for hunting because animals went out more often to find food, making it easier to find many prey at specific spots. Compared to the harvests of rabbits and mountain chickens after autumn, these recent hunts were just small gains. One evening, Gu Zheng returned once again with a full load. In the Lingquan space, Pei Nianjin watched Gu Zheng release a group of wild boars, exclaiming in wonder, "Did you go to dig out a wild boar den today?" "Good luck," ran into a group of wild boars, Gu Zheng said. He took only one big wild boar outside, leaving the rest for him and Shannon to deal with. They brought all the others back into the space. He remembered that a few days ago, during the grain distribution, Pei Nianjin was thinking about making money. These hunted animals could be stored and processed in her space, which made it easy to share the earnings. Pei Nianjin appreciated Gu Zheng's kindness. She didn't fuss about it. After all, she had contributed, and since the space belonged to her, the effort she put in was hers too. Gu Zheng, speaking again, released a wild mountain goat. Caught in a mountain hollow. "There are two. We'll keep this one for after the snow to eat." Another person was with Shun and planning to sell to the black market. The two of them took turns handling the prey they hunted together. As for Gu Zheng's secret collection, it was all with Pei Nian and hadn't been dealt with yet. Pei Nian nodded, looking forward to eating a hearty lamb hot pot after the snow fell. Those days would be truly wonderful. Gu Zheng. Pei Nian suddenly had a bright idea, her eyes shining with excitement. "Shall we go to the county town tomorrow?" Gu Zheng raised an eyebrow. "To the county town?" "Yes, to handle the goods we've stored." Pei Nian nodded and winked at him. "And maybe go on a date." He sounded a little disappointed. "It's been so boring staying in the village. I want to visit the county town, watch a movie, eat some good food. Anything really." If it weren't for the recent hibernation, Pei Nian might have forgotten about modern dating routines. Every day was just climbing mountains or working in the fields, with no time for romance. Gu Zheng paused, noticing how excited the girl looked. He suddenly realized he had overlooked something. Since they started dating, they had never gone on a date. That was his fault. He seriously reflected on himself and found that whenever it came to speed, he always lost to Nian Nian. Feeling guilty, he decided to ask again sincerely and seriously, "Nian Nian, would you like to go on a date with me to the county town?" Pei Nian didn't realize how much Gu Zheng had thought about it. She was just eager to go out, so she immediately nodded. "I agree." The next day, before dawn, Gu Zheng rode his bicycle to the commune with Pei Nian. They first had a warm breakfast at the state-run restaurant, then stored their bikes in the commune yard before catching the first bus to the county town. During the winter break, not many people went out, so there were plenty of empty seats on the bus. Pei Nian and Gu Zheng chose seats at the back and sat side by side. When the bus started, it gently swayed and began to move. In the county town, Pei Nian suggested. Shall we split up? You go handle those prey first. I want to visit the scrapyard, buy some newspapers, and see if there's anything fun. Before leaving, they put the stored prey back into Gu Zheng's space. Gu Zheng nodded, not planning to take Pei Nian on any risky adventures. I'll finish quickly. If you buy the newspapers, wait for me at the scrapyard entrance, okay? The black market sales channels were already well established. Gu Zheng just needed to deliver the goods, no extra worries. Got it. Once they agreed, Pei Nian quickly waved goodbye and turned to walk toward the scrapyard. The gatekeeper was, as expected, an old man. Pei Nian approached politely and asked, Sir, I want to buy some old newspapers. The old man was sitting in a recliner, eyes closed. He pointed inside the yard and said, Look for yourself. The scrap yard didn't look very big, but it was filled with many items. Scrap metal, old books and newspapers, broken furniture with missing parts. All sorted into piles, messy yet organized. Pei Nian tightened her scarf and stepped inside, her eyes scanning the various junk, starting to carefully browse through the old books. She had a little idea of finding treasures. In her past life, she read many stories and believed places like this could hide valuable items. Ancient books, calligraphy, antiques. Finding one would be a big win. But in reality, after searching for over 10 minutes, her eyes felt tired, and she still only saw discarded newspapers and books. Feeling a bit discouraged, she realized that finding treasures here wasn't so easy. She was about to pay for the selected old newspapers when her gaze suddenly paused on a corner of wooden debris. Among the broken wood, she saw the side of a small wooden box. Its color was dull, but the edges were carved with floral patterns. Although covered in thick dust, the craftsmanship didn't seem rough. She walked over, pulled the box out of the pile, and hefted it. It felt heavier than it looked. The surface had a few scratches. The lock was broken and loosely hanging. Inside, the space was small, with thick edges, like solid wood. But Pei Nian felt something was off. She didn't examine it further there. Instead, she carried the box and the newspapers to pay. Sir, how much for all this? The gatekeeper finally opened his eyes and looked at Pei Nian. He glanced at the pile of newspapers and the wooden box. 2 cents for the newspapers, 5 cents for the box, total 7 cents. After Pei Nian paid and left, the old man shook his head slowly. Did these kids think treasure hunting was that easy? That box had been thoroughly checked when it came in. It had no mechanisms, just plain wood, not made of good material. He wanted to cut it open, but if he did and found nothing, it would only be good for firewood. So he decided against it. Pei Nian carried her items out of the scrapyard. Less than 2 minutes later, Gu Zheng returned. Finished shopping? Gu Zheng took the old newspapers and the wooden box from her. Pei Nian nodded and pulled Gu Zheng away from the junkyard. I think this box is suspicious. When we get back, help me check it, okay? Gu Zheng asked. What do you want to do first? Pei Nian thought for a moment. I heard the cinema is showing Southward Campaign again this year. Let's go see it. These days, entertainment options are few, so watching a movie is a popular date activity. Gu Zheng had no objections. All right, shall we buy tickets first? The two of them walked side by side toward the cinema. As they passed the town's only department store, Gu Zheng slowed down and asked her, Do you want to go in and buy some candies or snacks? Pei Nian shook her head. She leaned closer and lowered her voice with a little pride. No need to buy there. I exchanged a lot of candies and cookies with Zhou Jin, fruit candies, milk candies, biscuits, more varieties than in the department store. She patted her seemingly ordinary shoulder bag. I have everything inside. Whatever you want to eat, I've got it. But I want to buy something for you, Gu Zheng said. Pei Nian finally understood his intention. He wanted to give her money. She teased, Just give me the money directly. I'd be happier. Gu Zheng readily changed his tone. When we get home, I'll give you everything I have. Pei Nian replied, Let's wait until we get married for that. She wasn't short of money, and she wasn't in a hurry to marry. Things would happen naturally when the time was right. The cinema was on another street, requiring them to cross a few alleys. As they walked and approached a narrow alley, Pei Nian suddenly tensed. A rapid conversation drifted from around the corner, with strange pronunciation and tone. Pei Nian froze, her face changing instantly. She grabbed Gu Zheng's arm tightly, with some force. Gu Zheng reacted quickly, stopping immediately. He looked down at her, with a questioning look. Pei Nian didn't speak. She clenched his arm hard and thought quickly, "Enter the space." In the next moment, they were inside Pei Nian's space. "What's wrong?" Gu Zheng asked softly. He had also heard some vague voices, but hadn't understood what was being said. Pei Nian's face was pale, and her eyes showed shock and caution. She took a deep breath. The voices in the alley sounded strange, with an accent like that of the Japanese. Gu Zheng's pupils suddenly contracted. The Japanese? That small country, defeated but still causing trouble and destruction? Pei Nian did not wait for Gu Zheng to ask questions. Instead, she focused her mind and extended her awareness beyond the space, toward the alley corner where they had just disappeared. At the alley entrance, two middle-aged men, one short and one with squinting eyes, stood talking and looking around. Pei Nian held her breath, carefully listening to their conversation. This time, they spoke directly in Japanese. The short man said, "We've confirmed the layout of the machinery factory and figured out the guard schedule. We can act tonight." The squint-eyed man replied, "Once we get the items, we'll meet at the usual place and coordinate with Yamamoto and the others." Pei Nian quickly translated what she heard into English for Gu Zheng. They planned to steal information from the factory and have an accomplice to help. Gu Zheng's face darkened, his eyes turning cold. "When they leave, we go out through the space to report it." Pei Nian asked, "Can I follow them to see where their hideout is?" Gu Zheng disagreed. "That's too dangerous." Pei Nian looked puzzled. "It's not dangerous. I said I can move through my space. I can quietly follow them." "We never said that," Gu Zheng said, finally relaxing. But he wondered, does my girl have a space ability? Is she truly a gift from heaven? Seeing the two little spies finish their chat, Pei Nian quickly used her space to follow behind them. Halfway, the two split up. Pei Nian continued to follow the squint-eyed man, weaving through streets and alleys. Eventually, they reached a rundown area in the west of the city. She saw him slip into an unremarkable, old courtyard. Pei Nian controlled her space to enter the courtyard. Inside, there were 4 more people, adding to the 2 earlier, a total of 6 spies. The squint-eyed man seemed to be their leader. This was likely their hideout. Soon, the short man arrived at the courtyard. The group continued their conversation in Japanese, discussing the same matter. Pei Nian listened carefully while observing the layout of the courtyard and the surrounding environment, memorizing the location. "Almost done," Pei Nian told Gu Zheng. "I know the place and the people. Should we go to the police now?" Gu Zheng shook his head, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "No, we should go to the Armed Forces Department." "The Armed Forces Department?" Pei Nian asked in surprise. "Yes, my cousin works there," Gu Zheng explained. "They handle this kind of thing better, and I trust him." Without delay, the two quietly left the rundown area, found a quiet corner, and exited their space. Gu Zheng and Pei Nian hurried toward the Armed Forces Department. The location of the Armed Forces office is a dull gray 2-story building. At the entrance, armed guards are standing watch. Gu Zheng walks forward, shows his ID, and states his name, saying he wants to see Minister Yilin. The guard glances at him and goes inside to report. Soon, a tall, strong man dressed in a military green coat comes out quickly. He has thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a firm face. Gu Zheng interrupts him, lowering his voice. "Important matter. Let's find a safe place to talk." Seeing Gu Zheng's serious expression, Yilin quickly drops his joking attitude and nods. "Follow me." He leads the two into the Armed Forces compound, straight to his office, and closes the door. What happened? Gu Zheng looks at Pei Nian, who understands and quickly organizes his thoughts, describing the discovery of enemy agents. Yilin's face becomes more serious as he listens. After Pei Nian finishes, he sharpens his gaze and asks, "Are you sure? This is a serious matter, and he needs a firm guarantee." Gu Zheng meets Yilin's gaze and calmly nods. "Yes." Nian understands Japanese well, and her hearing is good. We also confirmed her location. Yilin trusts Gu Zheng's judgment and ability, but he didn't expect his cousin's girlfriend to not only understand Japanese, but also be so brave. "Good." Yilin stands up, paces a few steps in the office, and quickly makes a decision. I'll arrange for people immediately to carry out the arrest tonight. As for you, he looks at Gu Zheng and then at Pei Nian, hesitating. According to the rules, ordinary civilians shouldn't participate in such operations, but Gu Zheng is skilled and might be very helpful. Pei Nian eagerly asks, "Can I join too?" Yilin frowns, reluctant to agree. "Comrade Pei, this operation is too dangerous." Gu Zheng also did not want Pei Nian to take risks, but he did not want to oppose her wishes. She seemed very eager to join the operation. Moreover, Pei Nian was strong and had a backup plan. He would go along and participate if needed. He spoke up for Pei Nian. Nian Nian understands Japanese. During the arrest, if the other side communicates or gives orders in Japanese, she can translate immediately to avoid misunderstandings. As for her skills, there's no need to worry. Gu Zheng paused, looked at the solid wooden chair in the office, then at Pei Nian. The two exchanged a knowing look. Pei Nian understood his meaning. She walked over to the sturdy wooden chair and stood on it. Yilin was surprised by her action. Before he could react, Pei Nian bent down, reached out both hands, and grabbed the shoulders of his clothes. In the next second, Yilin felt an irresistible force. When he regained his senses, he found himself lifted into the air. Although he was only held up for a few seconds and then lowered, the sudden feeling of weightlessness stunned him completely. Pei Nian jumped down from the chair, took out a handkerchief to wipe the footprints clean, then clapped her hands and looked at Yilin lightly. "Minister Yi, is this enough for you to participate?" Yilin looked at the smiling Pei Nian and his calm cousin. After a moment, he forcefully wiped his face and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "Fine, you two go together." He finally understood. His cousin's partner was not some delicate, helpless youth, but a hidden, tough girl. With this strength and knowledge of Japanese, she definitely wouldn't hold back in the operation. After the three of them discussed, Yilin immediately gathered the elite personnel from the armed forces and held an urgent meeting about the enemy agents. When the team members saw the two unusually good-looking young people beside the minister, they looked confused and puzzled. Yilin didn't explain much. He only emphasized, "These two comrades understand Japanese and are skilled in combat. They are important sources of intelligence and will play a special role in the operation." He quickly outlined the arrest plan, arranging for encirclement, surprise attack, and security based on the address and number of people Pei Nian provided. "The operation will be at midnight. When they are about to leave, we will strike and capture them all in one go." Yilin looked around at everyone with a sharp gaze. No one is allowed to escape. Stay safe. As night fell, the armed team quickly began their encirclement. Pei Nian and Gu Zheng followed Yilin, hiding behind a low wall opposite the target yard. Their hearts pounded with excitement. They were catching spies, which felt very classic for this kind of operation. The arrest started smoothly. When the assault team burst through the gate, the enemies inside were just about to leave. They were caught off guard, and several were quickly subdued with little resistance. However, the leader, a sneaky and fierce man with narrow eyes, unexpectedly broke free amid the chaos. He smashed through a broken window on the side, rolled outside the yard, and ran away. Pei Nian kept her eyes on him. When she saw the enemy about to pass by, she reached into her old cloth bag. Yilin and a few team members who hadn't yet entered the yard saw everything clearly. For a moment, everyone looked at the two with new eyes. Earlier, when Yilin asked to bring these two along, most people weren't happy. They appreciated the intelligence they provided but thought involving them in the operation was risky. They seemed likely to slow things down. But the director said he would personally lead them, and since they had made a good report, no one objected. Now everyone understood why Yilin insisted on bringing these two. They were secret weapons. The man was quick and agile, reacting faster than others. The woman was even more impressive. Not only did she speak Japanese, but her precise strike was also very powerful. Yilin only focused on one thing. "Comrade Pei, why do you have a brick in your bag? Is that a standard item for rural young women?" Pei Nian calmly replied, "For self-defense." Yilin hesitated at her answer, thinking to himself, who is defending whom? He looked at Gu Zheng, who appeared calm and even proud, and gently praised. Nian Nian, you're really impressive, Yilin thought. Well, whatever the reason, it fits perfectly. Other members of the armed forces also gathered around. Comrade Xiao Pei, your brick is really dark. Very accurate. Yeah, how did you train to get so good? It's okay. I practiced on rabbits in the mountains. Pei Nian pretended to be modest, but she felt her throwing skills were improving and her accuracy was getting better. Last time, she accidentally hit a thief's knee instead of the target, but this time she aimed at the enemy's head. She hesitated, worried about hitting them too hard and making interrogation difficult, so she aimed at the knee and hit precisely. Although the target was close and big, her skills had clearly improved. Practicing on rabbits really helped. Minister, next time we go on a training hike in the mountains, we can improve our aim and have extra food. Yilin ignored his soldiers and waited until the enemy was loaded into the vehicle. He then let out a long breath. The operation was quick and smooth, thanks to the detailed intelligence provided by Pei Nian. He patted Gu Zheng's shoulder firmly and looked at Pei Nian with a complex expression. Thanks to you guys, you've made a big contribution. The subsequent interrogation and investigation of accomplices were beyond Pei Nian and Gu Zheng's scope. They were professionals who needed to keep things secret. By then, it was already very dark. Pei Nian and Gu Zheng didn't have official passes, so they couldn't stay at the guest house. They planned to borrow a bicycle from Yilin to return to the team. Yilin waved his hand. I'll drive you back. Consider it part of the reward for your hard work. They didn't refuse. It was late, and who would want to ride a bike when they could take a car? They weren't fools. Yilin drove the armed forces jeep, escorting them back to Chu Lu Brigade, stopping at the commune courtyard to pick up bicycles along the way. When they arrived at Chu Lu Brigade, to avoid attracting too much attention, they got off at the village entrance. Comrade Pei, Xiao Zheng, once everything is settled, I'll recommend you for recognition and rewards, Yilin told Pei Nian. Pei Nian responded with a serious tone. Minister Yi, you're too kind. Rewards don't matter. It's what I should do. Yilin looked at her with even more respect. This comrade, Pei, was truly dedicated. Then he glanced at Gu Zheng. His cousin was so lucky. Next time, he'd find a beautiful and capable partner in the countryside. Gu Zheng understood Pei Nian's words clearly and emphasized to Yilin, just apply for a banner or a commendation for us. No need for money. Exactly, no need for money. Don't add to the country's burden. Pei Nian immediately agreed. That's what she meant. She doesn't lack money, but she wants something she can talk about when she's old. Yilin. Oh, so it's about reputation, not profit. He looked at the quirky young couple and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Don't worry, there will be a prize and a banner. The country won't forget those who contribute. On the way back to the youth station, Pei Nian still couldn't hide her excitement. Gu Zheng, I really caught a little enemy soldier just now. Yes, really, Gu Zheng's voice was steady and reassuring. Pei Nian smiled and lowered her voice. I really caught an enemy spy. Gu Zheng looked at her sparkling eyes in the dark and couldn't help asking, Are you so happy? Pei Nian was excited. Of course. I fought a little enemy soldier. At any time, saying this would be a proud family story, a big deal to boast about. After a good night's sleep, Pei Nian woke up only when the sun was high. The excitement from last night hadn't completely faded. She hummed a song while washing up, then ate a meat bun to fill her stomach, and remembered the small wooden box she bought from the scrapyard. She took the box out of her space and placed it on the Kong table for inspection. The surface was just plain lacquered wood, decorated with carvings and quite heavy, with nothing particularly special visible. Pei Nian pondered for a long time, but couldn't find any mechanism or trick. She took the box and ran next door to find Gu Zheng. Pei Nian placed the box on the table. Gu Zheng, take a look at this box. Is there anything strange? Gu Zheng picked up the box, weighed it in his hand, then carefully examined the surface patterns and seams. He pressed a few inconspicuous corners with his fingers, his brow slightly raised. There's camouflage, he said, pulling out a small willow leaf knife and carefully slicing along the edge of the wooden box. With a soft click, a thin layer of dark-colored veneer was peeled away, revealing a completely different type of wood inside, grain-fine and shimmering with a golden luster, warm to the touch, with a rich, restrained woody aroma. Once the disguise was removed, Pei Nian immediately recognized the wood. Golden silk nanmu. This is not the end. Gu Zheng checked the inside of the box again. Gently tapping a spot at the bottom, the seemingly solid base suddenly popped up, revealing a layer of bright green jade beads underneath. Pei Nian's eyes sparkled as she looked at a jade bead. She picked one up and examined it. The green was pure and deep, with a fine texture. "This jade looks pretty good," she said. Its water-like quality was nice, but the color was very vibrant. Gu Zheng looked at the jade bead calmly. "It's average. Probably just for playing with marbles." Pei Nian. She looked at Gu Zheng in disbelief and couldn't help but complain. "Just average? Playing with marbles? No matter how rich you are, you wouldn't be so pretentious." Gu Zheng seemed to realize something. He put down the box and looked at her seriously. "Nian Nian, among gold, silver, jade, antiques, and paintings, which do you like best?" Pei Nian was caught off guard by his question. She thought for a moment and honestly replied, "I like whatever is valuable and pretty." He jokingly asked, "So, Comrade Gu Zheng, are you going to give me these?" "Yes." Gu Zheng nodded. "I want to give you all my possessions." Pei Nian had only been talking casually, but seeing Gu Zheng's serious expression, she couldn't help but be curious about his wealth. "Really? Without me, it wouldn't be worth much." Thinking about the wealth left by her grandfather in her space, she showed a bit of pride. "I also come from a wealthy family." Gu Zheng followed her lead and asked, "Oh? How much do you have?" Pei Nian gave a number. In this era, it was definitely considered very rich. Gu Zheng listened to her numbers, but showed no surprise. He calmly stated, "Even if you spend that much every year, the treasures in Longquan Pavilion would last you a lifetime. Spending that much gold, silver, and jewels every year, how much would that be in a lifetime?" Pei Nian imagined the scene and only had one thought. She really wanted to compete with these rich people. Thinking of Gu Zheng's large hot spring mountain villa, she had always thought it was just an ordinary estate. Before crossing over, Gu Zheng only kept some daily supplies. Could it be? Longquan Pavilion is my real storeroom from my past life. It's quite messy: gold, silver, jade, antiques, paintings, grains, fabrics, weapons, and armor. When she heard weapons, Pei Nian immediately remembered his identity as a powerful official. Her expression flickered with a moment of indescribable emotion. Gu Zheng understood her expression and changed the subject. "Over the years, I have gradually exchanged the food supplies. Paintings, ancient books, weapons, and armor are not very useful, but I have also saved some wealth from this era, which is quite considerable." Pei Nian listened and sighed softly. "Comrade Gu Zheng, your words make it easy for people to think you are rich." Gu Zheng looked at her with focused and gentle eyes. "They are just material things. Now they all belong to you, then I still like my own things," Pei Nian said proudly. A deeper smile appeared in Gu Zheng's eyes. "Let's go into the space now and exchange the items." Pei Nian was excited for a second, then suddenly calmed down and looked at Gu Zheng with suspicion. "You won't give me the things and then say it's a betrothal gift, right?" When they were in the county, he already wanted to show his family background. "Of course not," Gu Zheng denied immediately, looking calm. "I just want to leave them with you for safekeeping." Pei Nian, with a clear mind, refused the tempting offer. "The person in charge of money should be the family, and we are just partners now, so it's not appropriate." Gu Zheng felt regretful but could only share most of the money from yesterday's hunting sale with the young girl. "You should accept this money. You put in a lot of effort." This time, Pei Nian didn't refuse. She counted the clearly extra share, waved her small hand, and said, "Gu Zheng, I will support you in the future." Just with this money, she could have a warm winter. In the days that followed, Pei Nian indeed lived comfortably. Gu Zheng introduced Shen and Song Yan to each other but didn't go into the mountains again, only occasionally accompanying her to hunt rabbits. They sometimes went on dates at the commune or the county. When Pei Nian realized, she found her face seemed a bit rounder. She had actually gained weight. During dinner at night, Pei Nian looked at the table full of delicious food, feeling guilty, and added another bowl of rice. It was all Gu Zheng's fault. He learned such good cooking skills and adjusted everything to her taste, making her eat as much as she did during busy farming seasons. She knew she was now free, and her biggest activity each day was walking and sun-drying radish strips. Compared to working hard during farming, it was a small thing. How could she not gain weight? After their regular evening walk, Pei Nian looked serious and told Gu Zheng, "Starting tomorrow, I won't eat with you guys." "Why?" Pei Nian touched her face and complained, "Your cooking is so good that I've gained weight. If this keeps up, I'll turn into a ball by spring." Pei Nian leaned close to Gu Zheng and asked, "Look, is my face a bit rounder now?" Gu Zheng examined her carefully. Her skin was fair, her complexion rosy, and her eyes bright and lively. Still as beautiful as ever. Gu Zheng firmly said, "You're not fat." Pei Nian didn't believe it. She felt her face was a little rounder. "You were too thin before. Now this is just right," Gu Zheng added confidently. "And don't forget, your spiritual spring water can help with beauty and skin. So you're in the best shape now." Pei Nian thought about it and realized that even if she gained some weight, she probably wouldn't have the willpower to lose it. She'd just give up after a day of dieting. Who could resist delicious food? "But I won't eat with you guys tomorrow," she said. Gu Zheng. He thought they had already agreed. "It's not about dieting," Pei Nian explained. "Tomorrow, I'm going to learn how to make pickled vegetables with Gao Jiqing. I'll eat with her then." Gu Zheng was silent for a moment and said, "I'll learn too. We can invite her to eat together." Suddenly, Pei Nian called out, "Gu Zheng." "Yes?" She spoke softly and sweetly. "You're so clingy, Gu Zheng. Is that okay?" "Yes." The next morning, Gao Wan arrived early to help Pei Nian prepare the radish strips in the kitchen. Gao Wan, who was straightforward and not sarcastic or tearful, was quite energetic. Seeing more people in the yard, she was unfazed and directed everyone with her hands on her hips. Gu Jiqing need harder to loosen the radish strips. "Pei Nian, you use too little salt." Gu Jiqing, "Spread the salt evenly or it won't taste good." Once all the pickled radish strips were packed into the clay jar, Pei Nian finally relaxed and secretly decided that from now on, she would just take turns eating with Gao Wan. Gu Zheng also felt his hands ache and silently dismissed the idea of making a whole jar himself. Gao Wan looked at the two exhausted people in front of her with disdain and said to Pei Nian, "All right, after 10 days or half a month, you can take it out, add my prepared seasoning, and let it ferment for another 3 to 5 days before eating." Pei Nian waved her hand to show she understood. At this moment, a jeep drove into the entrance of the Xiao Lu Brigade, immediately attracting the attention of the villagers, men, women, and children alike. The team leader and Secretary Li received a letter and immediately went to the village entrance, looking both confused and nervous, unsure which leader had come to visit. Yi Lin, dressed in a neat military uniform, got out of the car followed by an armed subordinate and a person who looked like an officer. He first shook hands with the team leader and the village secretary, then, in front of the gathered villagers and young workers, he said, "We are here to find comrades Gu Zheng and Pei Nian. Oh, here to find Pei Jiqing." What big thing did Pei Jiqing do now? News spread quickly. By the time Pei Nian and Gu Zheng arrived at the team office, many villagers and young workers had gathered to watch. Yilin stood in the middle of the yard, next to a smiling commune officer, with the proud team leader and the complex-looking secretary Li nearby. Seeing them approach, Yilin cleared his throat, took out a rolled-up banner and an envelope. "Comrade Pei Nian, Comrade Gu Zheng." Yilin's voice was loud and clear so everyone could hear. "I am here today on behalf of the county to commend you both for your brave actions a few days ago, which helped us solve an important case and protected state property." He handed over the banner and envelope, saying, "Therefore, the Armed Department has decided to award you these honors and some prize money to thank you for your contribution." There was both a banner and prize money. Although the amount was unknown, it was a great honor. The watching villagers listened with admiration and envy. Pei Jiqing was truly outstanding, and Gu Jiqing was pretty good too. Together, they made a perfect team. Pei Nian didn't really want to accept. She quietly pushed Gu Zheng forward, wanting recognition herself, but the grand scene made her feel awkward. She thought it might be better not to accept at all. Gu Zheng immediately saw that Yilin was deliberately doing this. He remained calm and politely said, "Minister Yi, you flatter us." Fighting crime is what every citizen should do. Yilin, then why are you accepting the award? Yilin continued to praise them in front of everyone, full of compliments, making Pei Nian want to grab him and give him a good shake. Under the subtle signals from Gu Zheng and Pei Nian, Yilin finally finished his praise, completed the formalities, and declined the invitation to dinner from the team officials. Captain Wang, Secretary Li, I have some matters to discuss with comrades Gu and Pei. Yilin gave a signal for them to step aside and talk. Once they moved aside, Yilin's serious expression softened into a smile. Not disappointed, right? After making the reward public, it could no longer be used as a reason to catch enemies or traitors. It also protected your safety, as there might still be hidden bad elements among the people. Pei Nian smiled and said, That's good. Thank you, Minister Yi. Just call me Iga, Yilin said happily. By the way, when you two have free time to come to the county, remember to come to my house for a meal. My mom heard about Comrade Pei's deeds and really wants to meet you, her mother, Ms. Yang, said. What? Little Zheng is already dating someone? She must be a wonderful girl. Next time, bring her home for dinner. Yilin wanted to say, She's not a fairy, she's a heroine, but Pei Nian was indeed pretty, so calling her a fairy wasn't wrong. Then Ms. Yang looked at him and said, You're already 28 and not married yet. Look at Little Zheng. Thinking of this, Minister Yi cast a resentful glance at Gu Zheng. He's young, so why is he in such a hurry to find a wife? Gu Zheng looked at Pei Nian and answered on his behalf. It's been cold lately, so I haven't gone out much. I didn't want to bother Auntie. I'll visit next time I go to the county. Yilin didn't insist. He thought of something else and looked a little guilty. Comrade Pei, can I borrow Little Zheng for a moment? I need to talk to him. He pulled Gu Zheng aside, looked around, and then at Pei Nian. A few days ago, the old master called and asked about your situation. I accidentally revealed some details. Gu Zheng frowned and asked, What did you say? Yilin hesitated. Just about you and Comrade Pei dating. He told his mother not to say anything, but then he made a mistake himself. Seeing Gu Zheng's disapproval, Yilin quickly explained, It was unintentional. I didn't say much, and I don't know the full story. After I revealed it, I even praised Comrade Pei Nian. The old master seemed quite pleased. His cousin was quite calculating and held grudges. If he didn't clarify things now, he might suffer later. Gu Zheng thought for a while and came up with a backup plan. Compensate me by helping me order a women's bicycle from the city. He had wanted to buy Pei Nian a bicycle for a long time, but neither the commune nor the county had women's bicycles. Even when one was available, he didn't get a chance to buy it before it was gone. Yilin immediately agreed. Sure, just order a bicycle? I can pay for it. Gu Zheng was speechless and stopped. Yilin had a reason for being single. He emphasized, The bicycle is for my partner. Who paid for it if not me? Yilin replied, Got it. He was just a bit caught off guard. Before getting in the car, Yilin said a few more words to the others. When he saw Shannon running over from nearby, he smiled and said, Shannon, what are you running for? Shannon was panting heavily. He had gone early that day to the mountain to set traps with Song Yan. When he returned, he heard about Gu Zheng and Pei Nian being praised. Shannon first greeted Yilin, then looked at the banner in Gu Zheng's hand, curious. Brother Zheng, can I see the banner? Gu Zheng handed it to him. Shannon unfolded it and saw 8 big characters embroidered on it. Acting bravely, model youth. The signature was from the County People's Armed Forces Department. Shannon looked at it with envy, especially at Pei Jiqing. Every time he went to the city, he brought back a banner. He praised, Pei Jiqing, next time you do something brave, remember to take me along. I also want to contribute to the community. Yilin nudged him. Where do you get so many brave deeds to do? Wasn't he implying their armed forces department wasn't doing enough work? Shannon shook his head and sighed. Brother Yi, you don't understand. Pei Jiqing also brought back a banner from the county town last time. Yilin asked, What happened? Pei Nian looked calm and said, Nothing much. I was shopping and caught a thief. No, a robber. Yilin twitched his lips. Did you also knock him down with a brick? How do you know? Because the victim, Ms. Yang Xiaolan, is my mother. Yilin remembered that MS. Yang said a girl with a brick had knocked down the enemy. At first, he didn't believe it. When the enemy was caught that day, seeing Pei Nian take out a brick, he almost thought it was standard equipment. Turns out it was the same person. Pei Nian was surprised how small the world was. Was Ms. Yang his aunt? Gu Zheng was also surprised. He only knew that Pei Nian had helped recover many people's belongings that time, but he didn't expect one of them to be his aunt. Before leaving the car, Yi Lin reminded Pei Nian, "Next time you go to the county, come to my house. Ms. Yang really wants to meet you." After Yi Lin left, Shannon hugged the banner and said, "Brother Zheng, let's have a big meal today to celebrate your great achievement." How about it? Gu Zheng was still thinking about how his relationship was announced early by someone else. Hearing this, he immediately responded sharply, "We achieved something great, and you're celebrating with a big meal? I'm just proud of myself, right? Isn't that right, Pei Jiqing? Not bad. You didn't catch some big prey, did you?" Pei Nian was also interested in the feast. They usually ate well, so Shannon wondered if there was some unexpected surprise. Shannon thought Pei Jiqing was more perceptive and quickly understood his meaning. He quietly said excitedly, "Today, Song Yan and I caught a deer. We split it equally, and it's hidden in the yard." Pei Nian swallowed nervously at the mention of venison. Wild deer meat. She had only eaten farm-raised deer in her past life. As for wild ones, she dared to eat them because the country raised them. That's definitely a feast. "Shen Jiqing, you're amazing." Gu Zheng heard the words, "You're amazing," and immediately realized what was happening. He subtly moved aside Shen and Nian. "I happen to know how to make deer meat soup. It doesn't taste much at the dining hall. Would you like to try it?" Shannon thought, such a petty brother Zheng. He just praised Pei Jiqing a little, and it was such a big deal. The deer was even hunted by him. Pei Nian didn't notice this little scheme, and was surprised to hear Gu Zheng could make deer meat soup. "You can make deer meat soup? What about roasted deer meat and deer jerky?" Gu Zheng replied, "I can, but those have strong flavors. Shen and I went to the mountain to prepare them, and we'll bring them back for you." Shannon, who was arranged to do this, thought. Whatever, no one was paying attention to him. Pei Nian still noticed and asked Shannon for his opinion. "Shen Jiqing, can we eat it like this?" Gu Zheng looked at him. Shannon hesitated. Sure. That evening, at Shannan's house, guests enjoyed themselves. Whether it was roasted deer or deer soup, Pei Nian ate happily, feeling warm all over, even a little tipsy. After leaving Shen An's yard, Gu Zheng suddenly said, Nian, I want to apologize to you." Pei Nian was blown by the cold wind and immediately woke up. What's wrong? Under the bright moonlight, what kind of apology was he making? Had he done something wrong to her? Gu Zheng looked at her with a regretful tone. "Our relationship was accidentally revealed by my cousin. My grandparents found out. This should have been discussed with you first, and then told the family." "Oh, so that's what happened." Pei Nian sighed in relief, startling her. "It's okay to know. It's just the truth." Even though she was a little upset at first, she knew it wasn't Gu Zheng's fault. Dating isn't something shameful. Gu Zheng explained his plan. "My cousin has a bicycle I can get for you as compensation. I also plan to write a formal letter to introduce you to them and my parents. Is that okay, Nian?" "Yes, that's fine. But your family probably won't object, right?" Pei Nian asked. She even teased playfully. "To break up a couple, you get angry and bring you back to the city, leaving me alone in the countryside to dig up wild vegetables in the wind and rain." Gu Zheng was amused by her words. He dared say that if that really happened, he would be the one suffering, while the girl would happily move on and live her life freely. Thinking about this, Gu Zheng quickly explained, "No, my family is quite simple. My grandparents are quite open-minded and don't interfere much. My parents don't need to worry. They wouldn't object." Would they really not object? Pei Nian caught the tone in his words and tilted her head. "Gu Zheng, I knew you weren't honest. You even pretended to be pitiful earlier, saying your parents have a younger brother and that your relationship is distant." Gu Zheng responded honestly. "It's true that we're not close, and yes, I have a younger brother. But it's also true that they can't interfere with me." He continued, "They feel guilty and have shifted most of their affection and attention to my brother. They are polite but distant to me. But that's fine. I'm happy with it. We're all relaxed." Pei Nian looked at his calm side profile and suddenly asked, What if your grandparents oppose? What if they think I'm not good enough for you? Guzheng looked at her with calm, deep eyes and smiled softly. Nian Nian, everything I've received and every opportunity I've had since I was young wasn't given to me by others. When I was 15, I graduated high school and started working on my own. When I was 16, I got into a university because I helped the factory secure a big order. After college, I passed the exam to join the city government myself. He paused and added, every step was based on a fair competition environment provided by my family, but the path I took afterward was mine. They can't interfere with me, he assured her. I promise I won't let you suffer any wrong. Guzheng paused and then spoke in a gentle tone. Plus, your grandparents won't object. Grandma will definitely like you. Oh? Why? Pei Nian asked curiously. Because you're generous and straightforward, brave and well-mannered. And because... Guzheng's gaze lingered on her face for a moment. You have a kind of confidence and calmness that doesn't rely on family background. That's a kind of poise born from real experience. Grandma's family situation is similar to yours. Pei Nian understood. Grandma Gu comes from a wealthy family. Hearing Guzheng's compliment, she initially felt a little shy, but later she couldn't help but smile, her eyes forming a crescent shape, and she asked herself for praise. Am I really that outstanding? A smile reappeared in Guzheng's eyes. He reached out and gently patted her head, speaking softly and kindly. Yes, you are the best. That night, Guzheng went home and wrote a letter. He addressed it to his elders with one main message. He was seeing someone, and he hoped the financial support and the meeting gifts for his partner would arrive soon. Before he could send the letter, Grandpa and Grandma Gu in Jing City already responded. The mailman rode his bike to Chu Brigade with a package. When opened, it contained several high-quality wool fabrics, 2 soft cashmere scarves, 1 dark gray, 1 light blue, both very fine, along with some delicately packaged snacks and a letter. The letter was from Grandpa Gu, briefly asking about Guzheng's life in the countryside and mainly mentioning, I heard you're seeing someone. Don't hold back on spending money. There are 2 gifts, one for you, and one for Comrade Xiao Pei. The red envelope is from us to Comrade Xiao Pei. Please make sure to pass it on. Along with the letter was a remittance slip for 2,000 yuan, a red envelope, and several national grain and cloth coupons. Pei Nian looked at the remittance slip and the money inside the red envelope, then looked at Guzheng, feeling like he was shining with a golden glow. Who would believe it? Just by dating, Guzheng's family gave her a red envelope worth nearly 1,000 yuan. Even without the wealth from her past life, Guzheng was a treasure in this life. Comrade Guzheng, Pei Nian said seriously, patting his shoulder, I now realize that dating you might be the most profitable decision I've ever made in my life. There are even more profitable decisions, Guzheng hinted with a silent smile. Pei Nian pretended not to understand. Seeing that the young girl was not fooled, Guzheng felt a bit disappointed each day. He picked up 2 scarves and asked, which color do you like? Pei Nian looked at them and said, light blue. It looks nice in the snow. As if to match the scene, the next morning when Pei Nian woke up and looked out the window, everything was covered in white snow. She quickly got restless. She put on a thick cotton jacket, wrapped herself in the scarf her grandma gave her, and wore a hat and gloves. Fully dressed, she went outside. The yard was covered with a thick layer of snow, about knee-high, and the stairs were hidden under it. Pei Nian had never seen such a big snow before. Jiang County also has snow in winter, but it's usually just a thin layer on the ground. To make a snowman, you have to clear the snow into a pile first, and it melts quickly. She carefully stepped into the snow and felt that it was not soft like she imagined, but a sandy, scratchy texture. Her feet felt good. Excited, Pei Nian jumped and played in the yard, making small footprints. She didn't bother to clear a path. She just wanted to play in the snow. At that moment, the yard gate was knocked on with a loud bang. Pei Nian looked at her position and the distance to the gate. She struggled to move closer. When she reached the door, she had to clear some snow blocking it before she could open it. Outside, Guzheng was also wearing the same scarf as her. Seeing her red cheeks, he frowned slightly and asked, Are you running a fever? He also touched her forehead. Pei Nian shook her head and denied, No, I'm just tired from walking. Guzheng saw the scene in the yard. The snow was covered with many footprints. He was silent for a moment and said, "The path in the middle needs to be cleared." Pei Nian also felt it was a bit inconvenient. Clearing the path was necessary. Guzheng entered the yard and took a broom. He started sweeping, clearing the path to the main gate, the wood storage, and the toilet. Pei Nian watched the snow pile up higher on both sides. She was eager to play. When Guzheng finished sweeping, she couldn't hold back and threw herself into the snow pile, rolling around. Guzheng, who had just finished sweeping the yard, saw this and walked over to squat down in front of her. He looked down with a gentle smile and said, "Don't play too long. The snow is cold." She was dressed warmly and had spring water, so her resistance was good. Guzheng wasn't too worried she would get sick, but playing too long might still make her uncomfortable. Pei Nian rolled around a few times and lay on the snow with her back flat. Her face felt cool, and snowflakes stuck to her eyebrows and eyelashes. Her breath formed a white mist that disappeared into the air. After having her fun, Pei Nian decided to get up. She raised her hand, and Guzheng helped her up, brushing the snow off her clothes and hat. "Guzheng, let's have hot pot today," she said. Recently, Guzheng brought back a small fireproof clay stove, which could be used on the Kong, a heated bed. Since they planned to eat hot pot, they didn't need to prepare other dishes. Just some vegetables and meat for the hot pot would be enough. The three of them sat around the Kong table. It was winter with snow outside, good food, and a warm stove. Well, a warm Kong. Overall, it was quite poetic. Shannon even found a jar of mountain jujube wine somewhere. She poured it into a small metal wine pot and warmed it by the clay stove. When it was hot, each of them poured a small half cup. "Try this. I heard it's a local specialty." Pei Nian had never tasted jujube-flavored fruit wine. She took a small sip. The warm wine slid down her throat. It tasted similar to other fruit wines, nothing special. But she still commented, "Sweet and sour, smooth to drink, with a strong jujube aroma. It has a unique flavor." She looked quite knowledgeable. Shannon took a sip but didn't notice any particular taste. She said, "I feel like it's a bit astringent." Pei Nian said, "You're mistaken." Shannon took another sip and still said, "It really tastes a bit astringent." "You're mistaken." "No, I don't believe it." "Let Gichgu try it." "Guzheng, you try it." Both looked at him eagerly. Guzheng picked up the cup and tasted it. "Not astringent. I told you," Pei Nian said. Even if she didn't know much about wine, she could tell it wasn't astringent. Shannon looked suspicious. But a jar of wine shouldn't have two different tastes. "Guzheng, don't be biased." Guzheng remained calm. "Your tongue is probably the problem." Seeing Shannon still insisting that it was astringent, Pei Nian also started to doubt. She was about to try again, but Guzheng stopped her. Heat it up again by the stove or in hot water. Pei Nian and Shannon immediately understood. The warm mountain jujube wine probably didn't taste astringent when hot. Shannon had taken her first sip after it cooled down, so the astringent taste came back. Shannon really wanted to roll her eyes. She and Guzheng had tasted the wine at almost the same time. She could tell it was astringent, but Guzheng insisted it wasn't. After a warm and hearty meal, snow began to fall outside the window. The slow winter season, when cats rest the most, officially arrived, and even the villagers stopped going up the mountain. Every year, during the half-month after the snow, the Chulu team has two big events: winter hunting and winter fishing. The team members are notified early by loudspeaker, and all able-bodied men and women can sign up. Winter fishing takes place on a nearby lake, and everyone, young and old, can join. Those who are less strong can help sort the fish after they are caught. Pei Nian had only seen fishing scenes online, and hearing about it made her excited. She slipped on her big red shoes and ran next door to find Guzheng. "Are you going to join the winter fishing?" Guzheng was chopping firewood in the yard. He stopped and wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. "You want to go?" "Yes." "It sounds really interesting." "I've never seen fish caught under the ice." Pei Nian nodded. "And we don't lack meat, but we do need fish for stews, braised dishes, and pickled fish." She suddenly realized she hadn't eaten fish in a long time. Guzheng looked at her hopeful face and nodded without hesitation. "Then let's go." That night, after entering the space, Guzheng dug a small pond near the spring water. He mixed fresh water with spiritual spring water, planning to catch some fish and raise them for tomorrow. Pei Nian didn't yet know she was about to enjoy the freedom of eating fish. The next morning, at dawn, everyone gathered at the team's entrance. Some carried ice picks, hooks, and spears. Others carried large fishing nets. They all headed toward the frozen pond outside the village. The lake was already covered with a thick layer of ice. Team leader Wang Fugan and a few experienced elders set up an altar with simple offerings, and the fishing leader led everyone in a few prayers for a good harvest. Zhou Jin watched this old-fashioned ritual and whispered to Pei Nian in disbelief, "Isn't this superstitious? Doing such a big ceremony, aren't you afraid of being criticized?" Pei Nian hadn't seen Zhou Jin in a long time. Since the snow, she hadn't gone out much, only walking around her yard. She heard Gu Zheng say Zhou Jin had bought a bicycle and was out earning money even in the cold winter. She really admired this heroine's perseverance. Some money is worth earning, and she couldn't handle that kind of hardship. Pei Nian pulled her scarf tighter around her face and whispered to Zhou Jin, "If the people don't protest and the officials don't investigate, especially with these old customs passed down through generations, as long as it's not too extreme, the authorities usually turn a blind eye. In the past 2 years, the atmosphere has eased a bit. Many people secretly go up the mountain during the new year to pay respects. As long as they don't make it public, everyone understands and doesn't mind." Zhou Jin understood this too. Some traditions can't be completely erased just by saying, "Break the old customs," especially these ancient customs passed down from ancestors, which are connected to the community's livelihood. They are hard to completely get rid of. After the ceremony, the main event begins. Dozens of young and strong villagers are divided into groups. Under the guidance of experienced elders, they use ice chisels to carefully cut holes in the ice. This work is very tiring. The ice is over half a meter thick, so they have to hit repeatedly with force. Pei Nian and other villagers work together, clearing away the broken ice and passing tools to each other. One ice hole after another is made. A large fishing net, hundreds of meters long, is slowly lowered into the water through the opening. Using poles, hooks, and twisting tools, they guide the net along the ice holes, gradually unfolding it under the ice. They work until late afternoon. Finally, it's time to pull in the net. Everyone, men, women, and children, gathers around the opening, holding their breath in anticipation. The winch starts turning, pulling the net out of the water. The mesh slowly tightens, and the net begins to emerge from the opening. At first, there's a trickle of water. Then flashes of silver scales appear in the mesh. Fish are coming out. Someone shouts, and the crowd instantly erupts in excitement. More and more fish are pulled out, landing on the ice with a lively splash. Women and children quickly step forward, holding baskets and sacks, and start sorting the fish by type and size. They toss back the tiny fish into the ice holes nearby. Next, they divide the fish among the villagers. Those who worked hard today get an extra reward of 2 large, fat fish each. Pei Nian points at the pile of sorted fish, her eyes shining. "Accountant Fong, besides the per-person share, I want to buy a few more. Is that okay?" She then points to a bunch of different fish. Accountant Fong looks at her and asks, "Pei Jiqing, so many? Will you be able to eat them all?" Pei Nian smiles warmly.
Of course I can.
"I love fish. I can make soup, braise, or grill them. There are many ways to eat. Anyway, they won't go bad outside in the cold." A villager nearby whispers, "With this money, it's better to buy some meat. Fish bones are many, and it's not as satisfying to eat." Pei Nian heard the tip of her ear and turned to say loudly, "Sir, you need a meat ticket to buy meat. When everyone goes winter hunting in a few days, and if they catch a lot, I will buy more meat then." Zhou Jin also stepped forward and bought a bunch of things. "Exactly, fish and meat don't conflict. I'll buy a little more. Isn't that also helping our team earn more?" The old man opened his mouth but had nothing to say. The other villagers also realized, oh yes, this income belongs to the team. They didn't think the two of them bought too much. In fact, they hoped she would buy even more, as they watched other young workers start to enthusiastically promote their goods. Back in the small backyard, it was almost dark outside. The kitchen was brightly lit by candles, and steam was rising. Shen and confidently tied on an apron and took charge as the head chef, while Guzheng helped out and learned how to cook fish. Pei Yan was busy too. She took out the pork she had stored earlier and made her special braised pork. Soon, the table was set with dishes. Fathead fish with tofu, pickled vegetable blackfish slices, braised pork, stir-fried cabbage, and steamed rice as the main dish. Since winter began, the three of them had been eating very well, almost every meal with big fish and meat. Sometimes, they skipped a meal because they were tired of spicy food. Shen and praised the meal enthusiastically and boasted, "Today's fish is really fresh and I'm a great cook." Pei Yan took a bite of the braised pork and a sip of the delicious fish soup, then confidently said, "I performed really well today too." "This braised pork is so tasty." Guzheng was silent for a few seconds, then used a shared chopstick to pick a piece of fish and put it into Pei Yan's bowl. He said, "I washed the vegetables carefully." Not long after entering December, Pei Yan and Guzheng received another package from Beijing. This time, it was twice as big as before, personally picked up by Guzheng when he went to the county. Inside, there were snacks and treats, along with 2 new military coats and 2 wool coats, big and small. The letter was still from old Master Gu. He didn't say much, only thanking Pei Yan for returning 2 ginsengs and reminding Guzheng to treat her well. There were also remittance slips and receipts for Guzheng and a red envelope for her. Pei Yan counted 3 red envelopes, with amounts of 1,999, 999, and 99 yuan. Pei Yan. She thought she could use ginseng gifts to drain her family's wealth. Last time, she sent a century-old ginseng as a gift with Guzheng, but the total value of the gifts and red envelopes now was enough to buy that ginseng. But why are there 3 red envelopes? Guzheng looked at the red envelope with 99 yuan. Grandpa and Grandma, my parents, the smaller amount was probably sent by Gu Rong. Gu Rong is Guzheng's younger brother. Isn't he still in school? Where does he get so much money? He has more pocket money and New Year's money. That's only 99 yuan. He probably spent it all. Pei Yan. After knowing Guzheng, she felt that even if she didn't hide her wealth, she could be considered part of the working class. She pushed back Gu Rong's red envelope. "You shouldn't take this. It's a bit strange for kids to accept money. Keep it. It's not much. Next time, I'll send him some snacks." Guzheng wasn't interested in money, only in the clothes his grandma gave him. Unfortunately, he arrived a bit late. The winter in Lin County was very cold. Wearing a military coat was too common and didn't show they were a couple. The wool coat wasn't warm enough, so they could only wait until spring to wear it. Since winter started, the days felt slow. Pei Yan stayed inside for too long and felt bored, so she decided to go outside for some fresh air. When she reached near the old elm tree at the village entrance, she heard children's laughter and shouts. A few older kids were sitting on the frozen, hard-packed dirt slope, riding homemade ice sleds. Actually, just a few wooden boards with 2 thick iron wires nailed underneath, and they held sharpened wooden sticks as ice picks. They slid down the slope happily. Pei Yan saw Xiao among them. He was having the most fun, his face flushed from the excitement. Looking at their simple vehicles and thinking of the frozen lakes during winter fishing, her eyes lit up. She waved at Xiao. "Xiao, come here." He was so engrossed in playing that when he heard her, he slid over quickly, looking up. "Sister Pei, what's up?" Pei Yan pointed to the wooden board under him. "Your ice sled looks fun. Who in our village can make this?" "Someone really good at it." Xiao said, "Grandpa Xiao can make it. He makes small horse-drawn carriage-style ice sleds, but not now. The winter hunting team hasn't come back from the mountains, so the adults aren't thinking about this." He pointed to a large frozen pond in the distance. "They haven't even set up an ice rink. The ice isn't smooth, so even if we had sleds, it wouldn't be fun." After winter fishing, the winter hunting team goes into the mountains for 3 or 5 days to stock up on meat for the new year and to hunt dangerous wild animals that could threaten people and livestock. They travel and camp outdoors. Usually only the men go. Since the hunting team had only been in the mountains for 2 days, the village atmosphere was quite tense before they returned safely. Pei Yan listened and made a decision. She squatted down and smiled warmly at Xiao, saying, I'll find a way to make an ice rink. Can I borrow your little ice cart to see if it works? Xiao Shitu's eyes lit up at the mention of the ice rink. Without hesitation, he handed over his precious ice cart and asked, Sister Pei, do you think you can make an ice rink? Let's try. Pei Nian replied, taking the simple ice cart and weighing it in her hands. It was quite heavy. If I succeed, you'll be the first to try it. Carrying Xiao Shitu's model car, Pei Nian hurried back to the youth station and headed straight to Gu Zheng's small courtyard. Gu Zheng was inside reading a book. He looked up in surprise when she rushed in, holding a small child's ice cart. Gu Zheng, can you make one of these? Pei Nian placed the ice cart in front of him. I want to make a smooth ice surface on the lake for skating. Gu Zheng put down his book, picked up the ice cart, and examined it. I can make one, but this one is rough. It's uncomfortable to sit on and not very stable. Then can you make a not rough one? Pei Nian's eyes lit up, knowing she had come to the right person. Regarding tools and materials, Gu Zheng got up and went to the firewood shed in the corner of the yard. He found some dry, good-quality wood and took out a toolbox to start working. For the next half-day, Pei Nian sat on a small stool nearby, watching him work and keeping him company. When Gu Zheng finished, the new cart had smooth lines, polished wood, a sturdy structure, and even a backrest and armrests. It looked much better than Xiao Shitu's simple ice cart, like a luxury version compared to a basic one. Wow. Pei Nian circled around it twice, unable to take her eyes off. Gu Zheng, you're amazing. Gu Zheng wiped his hands and, hearing her praise, smiled modestly. Want to try it? Of course. Pei Nian replied immediately. But first, we need an ice rink. Without delay, Pei Nian went to find Captain Wang Fugan, explaining her plan to make a small ice rink on the lake. Wang Fugan thought it was a good idea. In previous years, the village had people who made ice rinks, but this winter, the hunting team was late returning from the mountains, so no one had set up an ice rink for the children. Since these young people were willing to do it, let them. Having a fixed place to play would also make it easier to watch the children. The location was decided, and next was organizing the team. Pei Nian returned to the youth station and gathered everyone for the first time. Comrades, are you bored during the winter break? She smiled at the bored crowd. Want to find something fun to do? Shunan responded first. Yes. Comrade Pei, what fun activities are there? I plan to make a small ice rink by the river. Everyone can enjoy skating and riding ice cars, Pei Nian said. But we need everyone to help. We'll smooth out the chosen ice surface and pour water to freeze it solid. It's not too hard, but with many people, it'll go faster. When they heard about skating and ice cars, several new youth members became interested. Even Jiang Su looked curious. The older youth had played with ice before, so it wasn't new, but they didn't oppose it. Pei Nian then made a tempting offer. Those who help out, I'll treat everyone to a meal with meat once the ice rink is ready. As soon as she mentioned meat, the plan immediately gained support. Zhao Xinghua pushed up his glasses. Comrade Pei, I think that's a good idea. It'll make life more lively. I agree. Sun Weigua nodded too. Yeah, lying around isn't fun. Li Zhao's eyes lit up. Is there really meat? Keep your word, Pei Nian promised. She was the one who wanted to do this, and regardless of whether others used it later, she was willing to provide the meat. The next morning, a team mainly made up of youth and some older village kids arrived at the lake with tools like brooms, ice picks, and buckets. The weather was very cold, with visible breath, but everyone was excited about skating and the promised meat, so they worked enthusiastically. Gu Zheng and Jiang Su used ice picks to smooth out the uneven ice. Pei Nian and a few other young women cleared away broken ice. Once the surface was roughly even, the other young men took buckets of water from the hole in the ice and poured it evenly over the surface. The flowing water quickly froze in the cold wind, forming a smooth ice surface. Everyone took turns pouring water, laughing and joking, which helped chase away the winter chill. After working for most of the morning, they created a simple ice rink about half the size of a football field. Pei Nian kept her promise and invited everyone at the youth station to eat meat, bringing 2 rabbits and 2 wild chickens, all raised after autumn. In the afternoon, it was time to play. Among the simple wooden planks, the luxurious ice car built by Gu Zheng was the main attraction. Pei Nian was the first to try sitting on the ice sled. She held a pair of ice picks, sat cross-legged, and slid smoothly on the ice. It was easy, but she couldn't go very fast. She put away the ice picks and looked eagerly at Guzheng. I want to feel that rush of speed. She realized she should have gone to a steep slope to ski. Wear your hat and scarf, Guzheng said, wrapping a rope around his arm. Once Pei Nian was ready, he grabbed the sled with one hand and started running on the ice. He controlled his speed well, making the sled glide smoothly without going too fast or scaring anyone. Pei Nian sat behind him, feeling the cold wind rush past. She was so excited she almost wanted to stand up. After a few rounds, Pei Nian called out to Guzheng, jumped off the sled, and her face was red, with a light layer of sweat on her forehead. She stood in front of Guzheng, her eyes shining. It's polite to return favors. You pulled me earlier, so now I'll pull you.
Get on.
Guzheng. No, thanks. Pei Nian continued to suggest softly, Guzheng, it's really fun. It's like flying, almost like how you used to fly with your light skills. I miss that. Guzheng looked at her, trying to tempt him, then paused for 2 seconds before decisively shifting his gaze to Shinan nearby, who was attempting a difficult spin. Shinan, he called loudly, come here. Shin and happily skated over. Jingji, what's up? Pull me around twice. Shinan, so you're using me as a tool. After Guzheng let Shinan spin him twice and experience the speed, he said to Shin and who had just stopped, your turn. Sit on, I'll pull you. Shinan was surprised and flattered. Jingji, that's a bit embarrassing. Stop talking nonsense, Guzheng said, gesturing for him to sit. Shin and happily sat on the luxurious ice sled. Guzheng pulled him, going even faster than when he pulled Pei Nian, smoothly and quickly circling Shinan twice. They played until the sun was setting, feeling warm and a bit numb all over. Everyone packed up, chatting and laughing as they headed home. In the cold winter, the house was warm with a stove burning. The youth in the village relaxed in the yard and backyards, besides taking turns shoveling snow. There wasn't much to do. That night, the wind howled loudly. Xiao woke up in the middle of the night, needing to go to the bathroom. She put on her cotton-padded coat and shivered as she headed there. When she reached near the outhouse, she suddenly felt that something in the shadow of the firewood pile nearby seemed to move. She felt a sudden jolt in her heart, but before she could look carefully, she saw a dark shadow suddenly retreat into the firewood pile, vaguely human-shaped. Xiao was so frightened she lost her soul, screamed loudly, and fell backward to the ground, crying from the pain instantly. Her scream and fall caused a commotion in the front yard. Zhang Aihua was the first to run out, dressed in her clothes. Seeing Xiao sitting on the ground outside the toilet, her face pale and trembling, she pointed at the firewood pile and said, someone was spying. Zhang Aihua's heart skipped a beat. She quickly helped Xiao up and woke the others in the same room and the male youth in the front yard. Everyone was very scared. Zhang Aihua comforted Xiao briefly, then stepped on the snow to run to the backyard, knocked on Pei Nian's door, and then called Zhou Jin and Guzheng. When the 5 people in the backyard arrived at the main hall in the front yard, they finally understood what had happened. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Dark shadow? Did you see who it was clearly? Zhou Jin frowned. Zhang Aihua shook her head. Xiao was so scared, she only saw a dark figure. She didn't see the face clearly. No matter who it is, such a thing cannot be tolerated. Someone is secretly watching the female youth. We must find out who it is. Pei Nian felt disgusted just thinking about it. Even if she didn't need to go to the front yard's outhouse, she couldn't accept a girl being watched like that. And the person dared to stare at the outhouse door today. Tomorrow, they might dare to sneak inside and spy. Guzheng and Jiangsu exchanged glances, but said nothing. The coldness in their eyes was the same. Guzheng said in a deep voice, he was frightened tonight. He might not come again tomorrow, but he might. From evening to night, we will arrange for people to take turns guarding. Jiangsu nodded. Set a trap. Every night, someone pretends to go to the outhouse while others hide nearby. Shunan clenched his fists. Yes, catch him in the act. Although everyone at the youth camp was somewhat distant from each other, when it came to personal safety and such almost hooligan behavior, all the youth's interests were the same. They quickly agreed. Zhang Aihua and Wu Min took turns as bait, while others, especially the male youth and Pei Nian, who was very capable, hid in the dark. They kept watch for 2 nights, but there was no movement near the outhouse. Just when everyone thought the person was too scared to come again, on the 3rd night, he arrived. That night, it was Zhang Aihua's turn to go to the toilet. She deliberately walked slowly toward the outhouse. In the shadows near the firewood pile, a faint rustling sound suddenly came from behind. A dark figure quietly peeked out, looking at Zhang Aihua's back. Today was Pei Nian's turn to be on duty and hide in ambush. She hated the person responsible for making her stay awake for 3 nights. Without waiting for Gu Zheng to make a move, Pei Nian hit him with a brick and knocked him down, then went up to give him a good beating. When Zhao Xinghua turned on the kerosene lamp and saw who it was, he recognized him as Li Jinbao, a well-known troublemaker in the village. Li Jinbao was spoiled by his parents and relied on visiting his sister and brother-in-law's house to pass the time. Good job, Li Jinbao. Li Xiao was furious and rushed forward to kick him. You scared me and dared to peek at my mother. Several young women also stepped forward to kick him, calling him shameless. Li Jinbao curled up, still trying to defend himself. I was just passing by near the girls' toilet at the youth camp, Pei Nian sneered. Save that story for the team leader. Caught in the act, everyone ignored the late hour and cold weather. Shen En and Jiang Su held onto the struggling Li Jinbao from each side, and a group of people used flashlights to head straight to the team leader Wang Fugan's house. Wang Fugan was awakened by the noise. When he heard what happened, his face darkened. He quickly called for the village secretary and Li Jinbao's parents. The commotion woke up neighbors nearby. When they heard what Li Jinbao had done, many showed disgust on their faces. Li Jinbao's mother, Feng Xini, arrived at the team leader's house and was stunned by the scene. Seeing her son beaten and bruised, she started crying and pounding her thighs. Oh no, the youth camp is beating people. Is there no law anymore? Law. Pei Nian looked at her coldly. Your son was sneaking around to peep at young women and stealing their belongings. That's what the law is for. Report it to the police, and he'll have to undergo reform. Li Jinbao knew he couldn't deny it in front of so many people, so he admitted to peeping. I was just looking, I didn't do anything. Didn't do anything? Pei Nian stood in front of the young women, her voice clear. If you do it, it's too late. This time, you scared someone and caused her to fall. Next time? What's the difference between this and hooliganism? The other young women also agreed, showing firm attitudes. They knew that if one person did it, others might follow. If they let Li Jinbao go today, tomorrow someone like Zhang Jinbao or Wang Jinbao might try the same. Wang Fugan looked at the excited young educated youth and then at Li Jinbao, whose face was pale. He cursed the troublemaker for causing problems in the village and asked Pei Nian, Pei, how do you think we should punish him? This old man seemed to want to shift the blame onto her. Since she was asked for her opinion, she straightforwardly said, Li Jinbao's behavior is very bad. Punish him to clean the main road and the cattle shed, and make him do it until spring. This punishment was quite harsh. Sweeping snow in the cold winter was already hard, and cleaning the cattle shed was dirty and tiring. Because there was no serious harm done, reporting to the police would probably only result in a few days of labor reform. It would be better to decide on a punishment within the village. Feng Xini cried and yelled. Our Jinbao was just passing by, and took a quick look. Why punish him so harshly? Pei Nian interrupted, then report to the police. Feng Xini kept crying and scolding. A few young girls are precious, but looking at them once won't take away any meat. Pei Nian made a move to leave. Gu Zheng, Zhou Jin, let's ride our bikes to report to the police. The team leader quickly stopped them, and Secretary Li told Li Jinbao's father to control Feng Xini. Secretary Li looked at Li Jinbao, who was his distant relative. He tried to lessen the punishment. Sweeping snow is necessary, but the cattle shed has been cleaned by troublemakers all along. It's not suitable for Jinbao to do that. Let him just sweep the village. Not suitable. Pei Nian immediately took over, looking directly at the village secretary. Li Jinbao's sneaky behavior is worse than those troublemakers. Let him work in the cattle shed for self-reflection. Secretary Li could only awkwardly shut his mouth, muttering to himself that Pei, the educated youth, was too disrespectful. Thinking back to previous incidents, he decided it wasn't the first time. Wang Fugen immediately stepped forward and stopped Feng Xini from crying and yelling, telling the young educated youth, "Just punish Li Jinbao to sweep the main road and the cattle shed." Pei Nian looked at Wang Fugen with a half-smile. So the team leader could hear Comrade Feng crying? She had just realized that the team leader always hid behind the scenes, only stepping out when things were almost settled. He seemed to be neutral and not offending anyone publicly, but secretly, he favored the villagers. First, he had people notify Li Jinbao's parents, then let Feng Xini cry and make a fuss. If they couldn't hold on, the punishment would be much lighter. Wang Fugen's face turned red from being scolded, realizing his intentions had been seen. Pei Nian understood that he was favoring the villagers, but she felt very upset, especially about matters involving principles. As a team leader, he should judge right and wrong fairly. Moreover, if they just swallow their anger now, they will face endless trouble in the future. The other educated youths also ignored Li Jinbao's parents' pleas, and the punishment was finally decided. Li Jinbao looked as if he had lost all hope. Feng Xini supported her son and was furious at Li Xiaodi, who was shrinking back. "You little girl, come over quickly and help your brother. It's all because of Xiaodi's helplessness." If she could marry an educated youth, someone would speak up for her now, and Jinbao wouldn't have to be punished to sweep the main road and clean the cattle shed. Pei Nian frowned slightly, but seeing Li Xiaodi's submissive attitude, she didn't say anything. After all, it was a family matter. Since Xiaodi didn't want to resist, no one could save her. As the crowd gradually dispersed and headed back to the educated youth station, Pei Nian overheard some villagers saying the punishment was too harsh. She was too lazy to argue at that moment. But once she returned to her small courtyard, she entered her space, took out paper and pen, and started writing intently. The next morning, the weather cleared but remained cold. Pei Nian took her prepared manuscript to the brigade office and found Wang Fugen. "Team leader, may I borrow the radio? I want to explain some legal knowledge to everyone." Wang Fugen looked over her manuscript, surprised. "Pei Zayith, are everything you wrote true?" Pei Nian nodded. That morning, regardless of what the villagers were doing, they all heard Pei Nian's serious voice on the radio. "Comrades, good morning. Sorry to take up a moment of your time. I will read some news cases from the newspaper." Sitting in front of the microphone, Pei Nian began reading her carefully prepared script. Member Zhang San from the XYZ Brigade was caught spying on a young female educated youth while she was washing and changing clothes. He was sentenced to 2 years of reform through labor for counter-revolutionary voyeurism. His family was labeled as counter-revolutionary family. Worker Li Si from a factory fantasized about a female coworker in his dreams and spread rumors, leading her to hang herself. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison for counter-revolutionary immoral behavior. His family was also implicated. She read slowly, her voice clear through the loudspeaker, reaching every corner of the village. Many villagers, whether at home by the fire or outside weaving baskets, listened in disbelief. At the end, Pei Nian warned, "Therefore, I ask all comrades, especially those with improper thoughts, to be mindful of their words and actions." Comrade Li Jinbao was only fined for sweeping snow and cleaning the cattle shed this time, which was a lenient punishment by the educated youth comrades. We hope others will learn from this and not be tolerated next time. The broadcast ended with a soft crackle, and the loudspeaker returned to silence, but the village remained quiet for a long time afterward. Many villagers who initially thought the educated youth's complaints were exaggerated suddenly fell silent. Especially those with young children or who harbored some guilty thoughts themselves felt a chill down their spines. It turned out that talking about it or criticizing it was not allowed. If not careful, one could end up in jail or face worse consequences. Pei Nian turned off the broadcast and stepped out of the brigade office. The cold wind brushed her face as she gently exhaled visible breath. Some charges under the broken justice system might seem ridiculous or funny in hindsight, but in this special time, They served to scare those who were hopeful or didn't take women's rights seriously.
It wasn't a bad thing.
At least it made women like Xiao and other village girls or wives feel a little safer walking at night to the outhouse. The effect of the broadcast was immediate. Even Feng Xini hid at home, afraid to go out and curse anymore. In the following days, the village's gossip about this matter completely changed. No one dared to say anything negative about the educated youth anymore. Even those who usually liked to joke around or had mischievous eyes became more restrained. Li Jinbao worked hard every day sweeping snow and cleaning the cattle shed. No one felt sorry for him anymore. Instead, they thought he had gotten a big bargain. Soon it was the end of the year. Normally, many old educated youth would go back home to visit family, but the Chu Lu Brigade was different. No one left. They all stayed in the village to celebrate the new year. Pei Nian was surprised when she noticed this and asked Zhang Aihua, only to find out that the old educated youth were like a bunch of little bitter gourds, completely abandoned by their families, with nowhere to stay. What surprised her most was Wu Min. She remembered that when Wu Min first arrived at the youth station, she looked very proud, as if she thought she was better than everyone else. Pei Nian had thought her family spoiled her. Zhao Xingwa thought that no matter how they usually behaved, they should at least act like a family during the new year. Recently, everyone got along well, so he wanted to organize a New Year's Eve dinner together. He gathered everyone to discuss, suggesting that on the evening of the 30th, all the educated youth would eat together, a reunion meal to say goodbye to the old year and welcome the new. No one opposed this idea. Pei Nian only wondered about the timing of the reunion dinner. Shouldn't the New Year's dinner be at night? Hearing Pei Nian's words, several Southerners expressed their disagreement, questioning who would have a New Year's Eve dinner at noon. A few young people from the Northeast said they usually have a reunion meal at noon and dumplings at night, and the Chu Lu Brigade does the same. In the end, the phrase, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, decided the matter, and everyone agreed to have lunch together. After all, everyone has their own way of celebrating the new year, but this group meal has a special meaning. On the scheduled day, the front and backyards became lively. The ingredients were gathered by everyone. Those with money contributed money, and those without shared grains. There was chicken, duck, fish, meat, fresh vegetables, pickles, and a variety of other foods, making a quite abundant feast. Next was the question of who would cook. In the backyard, it was undoubtedly Shun and Zhou Jin. In the front yard, the best cooks turned out to be Wu Min and Li Xiao. This surprised Pei Nian a little. She remembered these two. One was a bit cheeky, the other liked to take small advantages. She didn't expect they had such cooking skills. Seeing Pei Nian's surprised expression, Li Xiao lifted his chin and snorted. What are you looking at? Haven't you heard that children of poor families grow up to be capable? My cooking isn't worse than yours. Pei Nian wasn't upset. She smiled and said, That's good. I hope Li Jiqing's skills are so good that when we taste the food later, we won't have to pay extra, right? She remembered this person's tendency to ask for money. Li Xiao was choked by her words, paused briefly, and said irritably, Don't worry, today we're not charging. We're eating together. Am I that foolish? Not only did they have plenty of meat and vegetables to eat later, but a few days ago, during the spying incident, she hadn't properly thanked everyone. She couldn't give gifts to everyone, but she could cook a good meal. Pei Nian was happy and nodded. All right, then I look forward to tasting everyone's cooking skills. For stoves were lit at the same time. The sounds of chopping, stir-frying, and chatting mixed together. The barriers between the front and backyard seemed to fade in the busy, fragrant atmosphere. When the dishes were served, 2 large tables were filled to the brim. Everyone sat around, and Zhao Xingwa, the organizer, cleared his throat with a friendly smile on his face. Today is really the first meal of our youth brigade in the true sense. Let's just put aside our grudges and enjoy this moment. The phrase, put aside our grudges, caused a subtle tension to linger at the table for a moment. Sun Weigua, Zheng Ping, and Wu Min all quietly glanced at Pei Nian with complicated expressions. Pei Nian felt their gazes and rolled her eyes inwardly. Who would bother to remember such petty grudges? Of course, mainly because she hadn't suffered any real loss. She had already gotten back everything she deserved. Gao Wan carefully looked at Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin felt Gao Wan's gaze, but didn't lift his head. He simply said in a calm voice, "Why are you looking at me? We're not involved with each other. Let's just mind our own business." Gao Wan sighed in relief. This request was perfect for her. Seeing this, Zhao Xinghua picked up a rough ceramic bowl filled with sweet potato wine and said, "In the coming year, I hope everyone will get along peacefully and improve together." Everyone nodded and raised their cups, replying, "Improve together." After a satisfying meal, the family reunion dinner ended in a warm and cozy atmosphere. During the evening dumpling eating session, everyone went their separate ways. For Pei Nian, this was the real New Year's Eve dinner. She planned to hold it in her own yard, with herself as the chef. Compared to the midday group meal, her preparations were just as good, even more refined and abundant. Lion's head, steamed fish, braised pork, braised chicken, assorted vegetables, gold ingot-shaped egg dumplings, plus special dishes she prepared herself. 8 treasure rice and sweet rice cakes. Drinks included orange soda and a small pot of warm yellow wine, a local specialty. Pei Nian ate happily, feeling satisfied. This was the real flavor she enjoyed. Near midnight, she found the 3 pairs of red lanterns she bought with Zhou Jin and asked Gu Zheng and Shen and to hang them up. After hanging the lanterns, she lit the candles inside. The 6 lanterns glowed with a warm red light, filling the night with a festive atmosphere. Just as they finished hanging the lanterns, it was exactly midnight. Shannon lit a big earth red firecracker, and the village echoed with the sound of firecrackers. Zhou Jin and Jiang Su also came out to hang lanterns. Hearing the firecrackers, they smiled and exchanged good wishes. "Happy New Year." Pei Nian was surprised to see Jiang Su's usually expressionless face show a smile for the first time in a while. She thought, even Jiang Jiqing can smile. Zhou Jin couldn't resist teasing him. "I told you to smile more often." Jiang Su's expression stiffened, and a look of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Jin took back what he said and said, "Just keep your usual look." How to describe the laugh? I didn't realize it was quite natural at first, but once I noticed that expression couldn't be saved by just my face, it was stiff and awkward. Pei Nian and the others found it funny. After exchanging New Year wishes with those from the front yard, they each went back to their rooms to eat dumplings. Pei Nian wasn't very interested in this part. Since the dinner was rich and he wasn't hungry, he only pretended to eat 2 dumplings. After finishing, Shannon, noticing the situation, said he was full and wanted to go back to his own yard for a walk, leaving space for the other 2. Suddenly, the room became quiet. Pei Nian and Gu Zheng cleaned up the dishes and stood side by side at the door of the small house, watching the cold moonlight in the yard and the warm glow of the lantern at the entrance. In the distance, someone's firecrackers went off, crackling loudly. The sound broke through the quiet winter night, bringing a small burst of festive cheer. Pei Nian turned to look at Gu Zheng, smiling with his eyes, and opened his arms toward him. Gu Zheng also turned around, saw this scene, and before he could react, he instinctively wrapped his arms around him. Pei Nian hugged him back, tilted his head, and said with a bright, smiling voice, "Gu Zheng, Happy New Year." Gu Zheng looked at Pei Nian's beautiful face. His calmness melted away, and a gentle smile appeared. "Happy New Year, Nian Nian." He restrained himself and gave a kiss on his loved one's forehead. Pei Nian was momentarily stunned, touching his own forehead. Did Gu Zheng just kiss him? Most of the time in their relationship, Gu Zheng was the one taking the initiative. But when it came to intimacy, Gu Zheng left the initiative entirely to her. Whatever she wanted to do, he would cooperate. He was reserved and polite, rarely crossing boundaries. Even when he really wanted to hug or hold hands, he would first ask her opinion or give a heads up. She even joked that he was old-fashioned. But today, the old-fashioned one took the initiative first. Pei Nian looked up at him. Sure enough, the back of his ears was red, but his eyes looked at her with affection. The night seemed to become especially gentle at this moment. Pei Nian took a deep breath, tiptoed, and kissed him. She was determined not to lose. Her soft lips just touched him briefly before pulling away. "Gu Zheng." It was like fireworks exploding in his mind. He was overwhelmed by a huge wave of surprise. His eyes instantly became passionate. He said, "Nian Nian, I want to kiss you." Before Pei Nian could respond, the eager kiss fell. During intimate moments, Gu Zheng was somewhat assertive and overbearing. He held Pei Nian's neck, preventing her from retreating, and stayed close to her lips, sucking and rubbing them. At first, he was a bit inexperienced, but men usually learn quickly when it comes to kissing. Soon, he shifted from gentle touches to a deep kiss. After a long while, when they parted, Pei Nian felt her legs go weak and could hardly stand. Her breathing was rapid and unsteady. She leaned into Gu Zheng's arms, hugged his waist, and tried to calm her breath. When she looked up, she gave him a playful glare. "I'm almost out of breath." Gu Zheng's eyes darkened for a moment. He hugged her tightly, but didn't do anything else. He cleared his throat and softly apologized. "Sorry, I was too rough." "Sorry for making you tired, Nian Nian, Pei Nian," she said. "Comrade Gu Zheng, at this moment, you should say there won't be a next time, or promise to be more careful next time." Gu Zheng kissed her forehead but didn't mention anything about a next time. He only said, "Happy New Year, Nian Nian." Pei Nian rolled her eyes at him. Forget it. Even if he promised, she didn't trust it. After they separated, Pei Nian lay on the kong, a traditional bed, and only then did she realize with a start that this was her first kiss in 2 lifetimes, and she had taken the initiative. It's all Gu Zheng's fault for being so handsome that she couldn't hold back. But she didn't lose out. Gu Zheng's lips were nice to kiss too. Pei Nian tossed and turned on the kong, rolling a couple of times, and soon fell asleep. She slept peacefully all night, but before dawn the next day, she was jolted awake by the loud crackling of firecrackers. She blinked sleepily and heard Shen and laughing loudly outside the courtyard. Well, that meant she couldn't sleep anymore. Rubbed her eyes, Pei Nian got up, dressed neatly, and stepped outside. The yard was silent again, covered in snow, and the air was supposed to be crisp and cold. But this morning, the cold air carried a hint of gunpowder smell. Shen was outside Gu Zheng's door, stepping on red paper scraps, holding a small lit whip. Seeing her come out, he grinned and said, "Pei Jiqing, Happy New Year. Welcome good luck. Drive away evil spirits." Whether it brought good luck or not, Pei Nian's morning temper and anger flared up. It was only 6 o'clock. The others hadn't even woken up yet. On the first day of the new year, it's not good to curse. Pei Nian sometimes believed in superstitions. When she saw Gu Zheng come out too, she immediately complained, "Shenan, you set off firecrackers so early you woke me up." Gu Zheng walked up to her, helped adjust her scarf, and smiled warmly. "I will train him later," he said. Pei Nian obediently looked up and asked, "How will you train him?" "Make him run 10 laps around the village. Besides the harvest season, Gu Zheng and Shen exercised every day." Gu Zheng replied, "That works. 20 laps are fine too." Shen was still holding a small whip and was amused. Seeing this scene, he felt something was off. Why did these two suddenly become so clingy overnight? When he heard Gu Zheng say he wanted to train him, Shen decided not to get involved in the couple's matters and tried to sneak away, but he was stopped. Gu Zheng said, "The yard hasn't been cleaned yet." Seeing the pile of red paper scraps on the ground, Shen knew he couldn't escape. He resigned and went to get the broom. If only he hadn't lit the firecrackers so early, he couldn't resist. After Shen finished cleaning and returned from morning exercises with Gu Zheng, he was exhausted and collapsed like a dead dog. Pei Nian watched happily and then ate the small steamed buns and yulon cakes that Gu Zheng had specially prepared. Feeling good, she greeted Shen, "Happy New Year, Shen Jiqing." Shen lay on the table and said softly, "Pei Jiqing, the breakfast you ate was still taught by me. Doesn't that make you feel guilty?" Pei Nian only understood one thing. "Shen Jiqing, are you still good at our Sioux province cuisine?" During last night's New Year's Eve dinner, she had been showing off all by herself. Gu Zheng was eating breakfast and added to Shen's background. His grandfather was a royal chef, best at Lu cuisine and Huayang cuisine. He knows a bit of other styles too. Shen hummed and said, "You see how impressive I am. If you want good food, Be nice to the chef. Pei Nian ignored him and coquettishly said to Guzheng, I want to eat small wontons tomorrow. Guzheng listened to her soft request and immediately agreed. Okay, I will make small wontons tomorrow. Shinan rolled his eyes and thought, what a love-struck fool. Do you even know how to make them? Just agree. He hurried to finish his breakfast, worried that if he ate any slower, he wouldn't be able to finish and would be too full. On the first day of the new year, everyone at the Jiqing station woke up. When they met in the yard, they all smiled and exchanged New Year greetings. Pei Nian prepared many sunflower seeds and candies, placing them on the Kong table, waiting for the village children to come and pay their New Year visits. But it was not until the sun rose high that the youth camp remained quiet. Besides the young people visiting each other, not a single child came. Pei Nian was surprised and asked Zhang Aihua, who was visiting, does the Chu-Lu Brigade not celebrate the New Year? Zhang Aihua first sighed, then quickly became excited. That's an old story. Zhou Jin also came to visit Pei Nian. Hearing this, he grabbed some candies and put them in her hand. Hurry up, don't keep us waiting. Zhang Aihua happily took the candies and explained, before us, there was a stingy young person who saw children coming to visit and ask for candies. He didn't want to give any and scared them away with harsh words. You should know Li Xiao, who is very particular, would always give candies to children during the New Year. Later, the village elders told the children not to go to the youth camp anymore. If you want to give candies to children, you have to go into the village. Zhou Jin complained. Who would have thought there would be a day when candies couldn't be handed out? As for going into the village specifically to give candies to children, Zhou Jin never thought about it. Offering good wishes during New Year is a kind gesture, but no one would go door to door asking for it. Pei Nian could only think that the former youth were like gods, blocking the way for newcomers and making it impossible. No wonder the relationship between the youth and villagers was cold. How could it not be? Of course, the youth also kept to themselves and were distant from each other. Just as Pei Nian finished sighing, there was noise outside the courtyard gate. Pei youth, we're here to wish you a happy new year, came the voice of Little Stone. Little Stone was dressed in clean, neat new clothes, leading a few children behind him. He looked lively and energetic with a loud voice. Pei youth, happy new year. Pei Nian was startled by the loud voice. She rubbed his head and said, Happy New Year, Little Stone, then handed him some candies and put them in his pocket. The other children, who had been brought by Little Stone, also gathered around to wish Pei Nian a Happy New Year. She welcomed everyone and gave each a handful of candies and sunflower seeds. Little Stone looked at the candies in his pocket, which had doubled, and smiled so broadly that his eyes squinted. Then he started waving his hoe. Pei youth, can't you wait until I grow up? I still want to marry you. Zhou Jin, who was about to go back to get candies, almost threw his pocketful of candies away. He burst out laughing. After Pei Nian started dating someone, Little Stone was the first to try to steal her away. Pei Nian was both amused and helpless at Little Stone's persistence. Did he think she was giving him too much candy and could support him? Guzheng didn't know when he came out, carrying a cloth bag, and handed out candies to the children. When it was Little Stone's turn, after giving him candy, he picked up the little guy and moved him away from Pei Nian. Pei Jiqing won't wait for you. She's my girlfriend. Little Stone pouted, not very convinced, but seeing Guzheng's tall figure, he chose to be distracted by other teenagers' candies. Pei Nian watched Guzheng act so nonchalant and couldn't help but laugh. Comrade Guzheng, are you jealous of a little kid? Guzheng stood beside her. No way. My partner is too outstanding. I have to eliminate all potential rivals early, especially those who want to live off others. After all, the girl is really wealthy and can support herself. Zhou Jin just overheard their conversation and felt like she was force-fed a mouthful of dog food. She looked at the lovey-dovey couple and tooted. The smell of love was really strong. After the children left, the youth camp in the backyard became lively. Many children came to visit and greet the new year. Everyone was welcoming, giving out some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies more or less. A few wealthy villagers in the backyard had even more variety of snacks. They mixed different kinds, with more candies and fewer sunflower seeds and peanuts. Whenever a child came, they would grab a handful. The villagers also knew that the youth in the backyard were wealthy, so they told their children to go pay New Year visits there. People came and went. Children were full of energy and noisy. The festive atmosphere in the youth camp was very lively and joyful. After the children finished their New Year greetings, the camp finally quieted down again. On the first day of the new year, Zhou Jin's big business finally paused, and she had some free time. Zhou Jin was used to being busy, so she felt a bit uncomfortable with the sudden free time. Plus, there was no internet or electronic devices, so she felt bored. She decided to find someone to play cards with. Zhou Jin found Pei Nian and Zhang Aihua. "Let's play poker." Pei Nian asked, "Do you have cards?" "What game?" "Yes." Zhou Jin took out a deck of cards, which she had bought on the black market. Pei Nian looked at them. They were butterfly poker cards. At this time, the design of the cards was influenced by the political environment. The images on the cards often featured Chinese animals and plants, and the foreign figures on J, Q, K were replaced. But she thought they looked pretty, and she remembered some entertainment cards that, in later generations, sold thousands or even tens of thousands of copies. Pei Nian replied, "Sure, just the few of us." Zhang Aihua looked confused and asked, "What is Do Diju? How do you play?" Zhou Jin suddenly looked at Pei Nian. Pei Nian felt a bit nervous, but calmly sipped her hot water. She explained slowly, "It's a game called 2 against 1, from Hubei province. Farmers team up against the landlord. My neighbor taught me before." She asked Zhou Jin, "Is this the kind of game you mean?" "If not, I don't know." She was relieved. She almost revealed too much. Luckily, her neighbors were from Hubei, and she had seen them play before. Zhang Aihua hadn't heard of it and said, "I only know how to play mahjong." Zhou Jin didn't know when Do Diju first appeared. She was suspicious of Pei Nian at first, but hearing her ask made her a little nervous. She wasn't sure if it was the same game. Zhou Jin explained, "I learned it from others. I don't know if it's the same as what you call 2 with 1. Let me explain the rules. It's very simple." After Zhou Jin finished explaining, Pei Nian said, "It sounds similar, but not exactly. Maybe everyone changed the rules." Zhou Jin quickly agreed. "That could be." Zhang Aihua understood the game and said sharply, "It must be more fun if money is involved, right? But playing for money would be gambling." Zhou Jin said, "We can bet candies." "I can't even part with candies," Zhang Aihua replied just as Gu Zheng and Shunan knocked on the door and came in. She immediately got up and left, grabbing a deck of cards. "Borrow this deck. You guys can play for candies. If you lose, just stick a note." Gu Zheng sat next to Pei Nian and asked, "What are you playing?" "Do Diju," taught by Zhou Jiqing. Pei Nian repeated the rules. Shin and immediately agreed. "Great. I'll go get a bag of candies. Let's play." She hurried out. With Shun and Gu Zheng there, Pei Nian looked at Zhou Jin and asked, "Should Jiang Jiqing come to play too?" A few minutes later, 5 people sat around a heated table, each with a bag of candies in front of them. Pei Nian, Zhou Jin, and Shunan started playing first. At first, everyone played fairly peacefully. Zhou Jin and Shunan took turns winning and losing. After a few rounds, Zhou Jin seemed to realize something and quietly started discussing with Jiang Su. 2 pairs of young couples were sitting close together. Shunan didn't notice anything until the 3rd round. No matter which side he was on, he hadn't won once. Shunan looked at the mostly gone fruit candies and finally couldn't hold back. "Hey, why am I the only one losing?" Zhou Jin remained calm. "It's luck. I have good luck." Shunan looked at Pei Nian. "Zhou Jiqing has good luck, but Pei Jiqing, your luck with drawing lots is terrible. How come you've never lost?" Pei Nian was unfairly criticized. "Hey, can I have good luck after bad? I didn't cheat. I just relied on luck to win today." It has to be said, the less lucky someone is, the more they believe in luck. Pei Nian refused to admit she won by skill. Shunan didn't believe it. He immediately called Jiang Su and Gu Zheng. "Switch players. You 2 go in." "I don't believe I can't win a round." Pei Nian snorted and moved aside to let Gu Zheng sit properly. "Gu Zheng, you go. Don't let him win even 1 round." After a few rounds, Shunan realized that he was the only one playing randomly. The others were calculating cards. He looked around and focused on Jiang Su, angrily criticizing, Jiangsu, you with your thick eyebrows. Why are you so serious about playing cards? Jiangsu felt a little embarrassed and cleared his throat but didn't deny it. Zhou Jin confidently said, playing cards without thinking is just reckless. Practice more if you're bad. Shannon didn't understand but said, Zhou Jiqing, I suspect you're insulting me. Zhou Jin nodded, confirming he was talking about Shannon. Pei Nian also teased, you see, your brains are good, but your luck isn't as good as ours. No wonder you keep losing. She insisted on her lucky persona. Gu Zheng calmly played a pair of aces to end the game. I won. Shun and was speechless. He looked at the two candies left in front of him and then at the spoils of the selfish couples. He felt both angry and sad. You're teaming up to cheat me out of my candies. Seeing Shun and so angry, Zhou Jin felt a little guilty. Her previous win was helped by Jiangsu, who was calculating cards. Zhou Jin thought for a moment and took out a bar of chocolate, dividing it among everyone. Shun got the most. Just have fun. Don't worry about so much. Everyone present was experienced and didn't find it strange when Zhou Jin took out the chocolate. Shun angrily bit his lip and said, you guys are having fun. He was the one being played with. Shannon chewed and said, huh? This chocolate tastes pretty good, better than AI Lian chocolate. AI Lian chocolate is the popular imported brand on the market now. Zhou Jin listened and calmly looked for an excuse. A relative gave it to me. It's also imported from Eastern Europe. Pei Nian was also attracted by the chocolate. Seeing Zhou Jin had some, her eyes lit up. She hadn't thought of this before. Pei Nian pulled Zhou Jin aside and whispered, do you have more of this chocolate? Can you give me a few boxes? Zhou Jin cared about Pei Nian, who was a steady and safe customer. Yes, but it doesn't last long. Don't buy too much at once. Eat it all, and then buy more for me. As long as the items on her shelf weren't taken out of the space, they wouldn't spoil. Okay, Pei Nian agreed naturally. She couldn't say she had a way to keep the chocolate fresh and from spoiling. Shen was eating the delicious chocolate, temporarily forgetting his sadness about losing everything. He looked curiously at the two of them. Pei Jiqing, Zhou Jiqing, what are you whispering about? Is there something good? Pei Nian and Zhou Jin exchanged a smile but didn't say more. Gu Zheng saw Pei Nian whispering with Zhou Jin and understood what was happening. He calmly organized the candies they had won. Jiangsu vaguely guessed what Zhou Jin was doing and why Pei Nian was looking for her, but he didn't ask. Shannon looked around and suddenly felt that the chocolate in his hand didn't taste as good anymore. He felt a lonely sadness, as if the world was isolating him. From then on, he learned a lesson. Never play games with young couples. At night, when it was getting dark, Pei Nian and Gu Zheng secretly went up the mountain to visit Tang Lao and the others, bringing some New Year gifts. Everyone looked energetic, especially after reading the newspaper Pei Nian brought. Su Mingli was quick to notice the overall positive trend. Even last year, there was a brief revival of cultural exams. Although it was short-lived and many people didn't hear about it, it showed that the country recognized the importance of cultural work. After listening to Professor Su's analysis, everyone felt more confident, believing the trend would change sooner or later. Seeing Pei Nian and Gu Zheng come to pay New Year visits, they were happy and prepared 2 red envelopes for them. Our elders pooled together a little money, not much, just for good luck. Pei Nian did not refuse. That's really lucky. This is the first red envelope I received this new year. When Su Mingli saw this, he rolled his eyes at Gu Zheng and felt like he had won. Didn't Gu give you a red envelope? Gu Zheng had just handed over the red envelope they gave him. Hearing this, he quickly retorted, I did prepare one, but I plan to give it to Nian Nian before bed. Tang he chuckled and interrupted. I don't believe it. You probably forgot and only decided to make up for it after I asked. Pei Nian also smiled and looked at Gu Zheng, asking, should I believe you or not? Even Lian Songyan looked at Gu Zheng with suspicion. Gu Zheng was speechless. He quietly explained to Pei Nian, I really did prepare one. Unfortunately, the clothes he was wearing today had no pockets. He really wanted to take it out from his space and show everyone. Finally, Tan Xiao played peacemaker. As long as you prepared it, that's enough. The weather is cold, so you should hurry and take Comrade Pei down the mountain. The two held hands and headed down the mountain. When they were near the foot, they suddenly saw someone sneaking around in the woods, as if hiding something. Pei Nian and Gu Zheng exchanged glances and hid. Pei Nian and Gu Zheng hid behind some bushes. They recognized the man as the village's troublemaker, Wang Yukai. His parents had died, and he only had relatives from the same clan. No one really looked after him. In the Xiao Lu Brigade, there are people with different surnames, but the most common are Wang and Li. Wang Yukai had become quite the troublemaker, but he hadn't been beaten to death yet. He still benefited from having the surname Wang. He carried a package, hiding it back and forth, sometimes placing it on a tree, sometimes trying to dig a hole with a branch. But the frozen ground clearly wasn't easy to dig through. The first attempt to dig with the branch broke it in two. Soon, voices and the glow of flashlights and torches came from outside the woods. Wang Yukai cursed a few dirty words and finally threw the package directly into the bushes. Just then, Pei Nian, who was hit on the head, said, all right, so this is how you play, huh? Pei Nian quickly took the package and pulled Gu Zheng into the space. Outside the woods, people quickly caught Wang Yukai. Pei Nian heard Feng Xini's sharp voice. Wang Yukai, you always play cards with my family's Jin Bao. During the new year, you even cheated him out of 5 yuan. Pay him back. Other victims' family members also spoke up, each demanding their money, all of whom had children who lost big sums. Pei Nian understood clearly and quietly explained to Gu Zheng that Wang Yukai, he was involved in a fight with some young men from the village over gambling, and one of the guys who lost the game exposed him. Gambling is always a serious matter, especially in these times. Pei Nian saw that a few families were still arguing with Wang Yukai. He was acting stubborn, claiming he had no money and no winnings, and dared them to search him. A few people stepped forward to search him, but they found nothing. Wang Yukai spread his hands and said, Uncle, Auntie, I told you I have no money. I didn't win anything either. Maybe your son tricked you. If you have no money, why did you run when we looked for you? With so many of you chasing me, how could I not be afraid of getting hit? A clever person nearby started searching with a flashlight. Just as they were about to find something in the bushes, Wang Youtsai's heart pounded, and he suddenly ran away again. The group didn't keep searching and hurried after him. Inside the space, Pei Nian opened her bag, revealing a bunch of colorful banknotes, all in small denominations. She split the money with Gu Zheng, giving him half. Here, count how much money there is. 1 dime, 2 dimes, 2.5 dimes. In a short time, Pei Nian finished counting. 27 yuan, 53 cents. Gu Zheng said, I have 19 yuan, 16 cents, and a small candy voucher. Together, it's almost 50 yuan. No wonder those uncles and aunts were chasing after him for debt. Pei Nian thought that maybe the parents had given their children extra pocket money for the new year, enough for gambling. Looking at the pile of money, she smiled and leaned close to Gu Zheng. Comrade Gu Zheng, what do you think we should do with this stolen money? She directly labeled it as stolen money. Gu Zheng, not exactly a good person himself, understood her meaning and straightforwardly said, divide the loot. Anyway, those who gambled with Wang Yukai deserved to lose their money. Pei Nian smiled happily splitting the money with Gu Zheng. She got an extra penny and a candy voucher. This amount wasn't much for them, but getting a windfall on the first day of the new year made them quite happy. The next day, Pei Nian sneaked into the village to find out what happened after last night. At the old elm tree at the village entrance, Chen Hongying was happily chatting with a few old friends. Did you hear? The young men who often play cards were beaten by Wang Yukai yesterday and lost dozens of yuan. Wang Yukai said he didn't win any money, right? Searches of the body and house also found nothing. Do you still believe what he says? I heard he went to the woods early this morning, probably hiding the money there. Oh, you guys are behind the times. Aunt Hongying stood on a dirt mound, looking proud. That kid Wang Yukai lost the money and doesn't even know where he hid it. He searched for a long time but couldn't find it. Aunt Hongying, how do you know that? Pei Nian asked. The other aunts finally noticed that Pei Jiqing had sneaked in, but remembering how generous Pei Jiqing was to their children yesterday, they warmly greeted Pei Nian into the group. Pei Nian carried a small bag and handed each aunt a handful of sunflower seeds. The aunts looked at him more kindly and even found a small stool for him to sit on. Aunt Hongying also squatted down, cracking sunflower seeds, and said, Manhwa told me. She followed Feng Xini into the woods and saw Wang Yukai searching for a long time but finding nothing. I heard Wang Yukai cursed loudly, saying the money was gone. Seeing Feng Xini behind him, he even suspected her. Feng Xini said Wang Yukai was trying to hide his debt and was pretending to catch a thief. Anyway, those families are still looking for the money in the woods. One aunt listened and said, maybe someone took it earlier, but didn't say anything. Pei Nian gave her an encouraging look, guessing she was right, but there was no reward. Another older aunt said, maybe Wang forgot where he hid it. Do you think we can find it if we go into the woods? Aunt Hongying rolled her eyes. Those families have people watching outside the woods. Even if we find it, we have to return it. That's true. Despite the words, a few older aunts' eyes flickered with interest, clearly thinking about it. The woods at the foot of the mountain were lively for 2 days. Pei Nian and Gu Zheng once passed by while taking a walk and noticed they were being watched with sharp eyes until they left. Pei Nian really wanted to boast a little. She took the money, so what? On the 5th day of the lunar month, the weather was clear. Pei Nian and Gu Zheng planned to visit Yilin's house to pay New Year greetings. On the 2nd day of the lunar month, Yilin had already visited them, bringing red envelopes from her parents and also delivering the lady's bicycle Gu Zheng requested. Although the money was paid by Gu Zheng, Yilin had arranged everything, and Pei Nian was naturally grateful. They should have gone a few days earlier, but the weather was bad, overcast and snowflakes falling now and then, making it hard to go out. There is an old saying in the Northeast, visiting New Year greetings until the 15th day of the lunar month is not as good as pulling out a salted vegetable stock. After the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, visiting others seems less important. Fortunately, today the weather cleared up. Pei Nian wore a military coat and sat on the back of a bicycle. In the middle of winter, even with a bicycle, Pei Nian didn't want to ride it herself. They still kept the bicycle at the communal courtyard. When they arrived in the county, they went straight to the Armed Forces Department. At this time, rural areas had a break during the farming season, but the city didn't have holidays. Yilin was still working hard. At the entrance of the Armed Forces Department, the soldier on duty was the same one from last time. Seeing the two of them, he wanted to take them inside to report. As it was almost time to get off work, Pei Nian told Gu Zheng to go ahead, and she waited at the door. Suddenly, a voice spoke to her. "Comrade, are you waiting for someone?" Pei Nian looked over. It was a girl with an ordinary appearance, but she was dressed neatly and wearing light makeup. Her gaze was full of curiosity. That look made Pei Nian feel uncomfortable. She responded coldly with a simple, The girl tried to start a conversation again. "Comrade, my name is Zhang Chunmei. Who are you waiting for?" "I know Minister Yi from the Armed Forces Department. I can ask him to help you find someone." Could she be an acquaintance of Yilin? Pei Nian's attitude softened a bit. She asked, "Do you know Yilin?" When Zhang Chunmei heard Pei Nian directly mention Yilin's name, a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She had heard that Yilin's mother was planning to arrange a marriage for him recently. Seeing this girl, she suspected she might be Yilin's matchmaker. "I've known Brother Yi for a long time." "Comrade, do you also know Brother Yi? Why hasn't he mentioned you before?" Her tone was a bit sour. Pei Nian realized she was probably Yilin's admirer. But was she seeing her as a rival? Pei Nian thought about it and wondered why someone would suddenly dislike her. She carefully recalled and confirmed she had never met Zhang Chunmei before. Since she was Yilin's pursuer, Pei Nian wanted to explain quickly to avoid misunderstandings and to not block his romantic prospects. "I haven't known Minister Yi for long," she explained to Zhang Chunmei, "and we don't have much connection. Rest assured." However, Zhang Chunmei only caught the word "no" and didn't believe her words about "rest assured." She was sure Pei Nian was here to make connections. She immediately looked at Pei Nian with disdain. "You just met, and now you're here at the Armed Forces Department to find someone? People should have some self-awareness. Some people are not someone you can easily reach." Pei Nian thought about her words and wasn't sure where she hadn't explained clearly, but a normal person probably wouldn't interpret it as trying to climb higher. Just then, she saw Yilin and Gu Zheng come out together and called out directly, "Elder cousin." Zhang Chunmei froze. Who was this girl calling elder cousin? Was it the person next to Minister Yi? Yilin and Gu Zheng had just come out when they heard the call. Yilin raised an eyebrow at Gu Zheng and looked at her. What's going on? Gu Zheng didn't know either, but from the girl beside Pei Nian, he guessed a little. He quickly walked to the door. Nian Nian, what's wrong? In the eyes of Zhang Chunmei trying to stop her, Pei Nian smiled and said, Sigh, someone told me to have some self-awareness and not try to reach for elder cousin. Zhang Chunmei couldn't stop her and looked at Yilin coming out, wanting to say something, but Yilin didn't look at her at all. She could only look back at Pei Nian, forcing a smile. Yi family's younger cousin, I didn't mean that about you earlier. I thought you were. Pei Nian cut her off directly and asked Yilin, elder cousin, do you have an older sister? I didn't know you had another cousin. At first glance, it didn't seem obvious, but when the two stood together, Zhang Chunmei clearly looked more mature than Yilin, especially with her curly hair and makeup, which even looked a bit old-fashioned. Hearing this, Zhang Chunmei's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and explained, Comrade, I am Brother Ye's friend, and I am younger than him. The word, older, could almost be used to attack anyone, regardless of age or gender. Yilin sorted out the situation and looked at Zhang Chunmei sternly. Comrade Zhang, since you don't understand polite words, I'll be direct. I don't like you. Whether it's making friends or dating, you're not within my choices. Please don't bother me again in the future. Being publicly rejected so firmly, a trace of resentment flickered in Zhang Chunmei's eyes, but she quickly calmed down and smiled. Minister Yi, we are both unmarried men and women. I have the right to pursue happiness. Pei Nian felt this person was a bit strange and added, Comrade Zhang, after being rejected, you still keep pushing forward. That's not pursuing happiness. That's harassment. A man's good reputation is also very important. Zhang Chunmei pretended not to hear and looked at Yilin. In any case, as long as you're not married, I won't give up. Pei Nianji exclaimed, Wow, this perseverance. If she applied it to other things, I would praise her for being persistent. But when it comes to feelings, she seems a bit obsessive and ungrateful. Let's go home for dinner, Yilin said lazily, ignoring her and leading Gu Zheng and Pei Nian away. Pei Nian looked back at Zhang Chunmei standing in place and muttered loudly, Cousin, you should find someone reasonable in the future. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to enter the house. Zhang Chunmei didn't seem to hear her clearly. She stomped her foot angrily and stared fiercely at the three of them, looking gloomy. There's definitely something wrong. Pei Nian frowned and warned Yilin, Comrade Yi, that Zhang Chunmei seems suspicious. You'd better be careful. Yilin, hearing the change in address, teased, Why don't you call me cousin anymore? Pei Nian rolled her eyes and said, I haven't even been paid for changing my way of speaking. You still want me to call you cousin? Honestly, Zhang Chunmei doesn't look quite right. Besides finding Zhang Chunmei annoying, Yilin hadn't noticed anything unusual. Really? Gu Zheng agreed with Pei Nian. Her look in your eyes is like a dog staring at a bone. Probably a hungry dog. Yilin didn't pay much attention and said, Then I'll have someone tell her father to keep her in check. Zhang Chunmei's father was the deputy director of the county's revolutionary committee, which was why Zhang Chunmei dared to bother Yilin. It's important to note that Ye's father was the county party secretary, Ye's mother worked in the Women's Federation, and Yilin himself was the head of the Armed Forces Department. He was on a promising career path with a bright future. Although Yang Xilan often complained that her son was unwanted, in reality, many people were interested in Yilin. It's best if they get married. Whether she marries him or he marries her, clever schemes are always unpredictable, Gu Zheng suggested. The three of them walked and talked until they reached Ye's house. Just then, Yang Xilan's voice was heard. Yilin, why aren't you bringing Xiao Zheng and Comrade Pei in? What are you standing here chatting for? As soon as they entered the yard, Yang Xilan held Pei Nian's hand tightly. Oh, Comrade Pei, we meet again. Last time, I had to leave in a hurry and didn't get a chance to chat properly. She took Pei Nian's hand and led her toward the living room. Come on, let's go inside. Xiao Zheng, you come too. Gu Zheng called out, Uncle Annie, the Yi family is related to Grandma Gu through her maiden family. Although her siblings are no longer alive, a few nieces and nephews still keep in touch, especially Ye's father. Ye's father is Grandma Gu's cousin. He lost his parents at a young age and was raised in the Gu family, maintaining a close relationship with them. When he learned that Gu Zheng was going to the countryside, it was Ye's father who suggested to Grandpa Gu to arrange for him to go to Lin County. Gu Zheng looked a bit formal and introduced his partner to Ye's parents. "This is my girlfriend, Pei Nian, also a young person sent to the countryside." Pei Nian placed her New Year gifts on the table and confidently greeted them. "Uncle Yi, Auntie Yi, Happy New Year." Yang Xiaolan smiled and said, "Oh, Pei Nian, just call him Uncle and Auntie." Yi Jun secretly observed Pei Nian and noticed she had clear eyes and a charming presence. No wonder his nephew liked her at first sight. Actually, even before they started dating, Yi Jun knew Gu Zheng liked a girl, which made him exchange many favors. He had also spoken to Grandpa Gu about it, but at that time, they weren't a couple yet. After they became a couple, his son was subtly questioned by Grandpa Gu, and he thought he had accidentally revealed something. Yi Jun also happily said, "Yes, Pei Nian, just call him Xiao Zheng." After correcting the proper way to address each other, Yang Xiaolan saw the abundant New Year gifts on the table and gently scolded Pei Nian. "Why did you bring so many things when coming to eat at our house?" Pei Nian hugged her arm and smiled. "We found these in the mountains. It didn't take much effort. You don't need to bring so much. Don't be so polite next time." Pei Nian didn't hesitate. Whether to bring gifts or not was not important. She didn't want to argue with elders. She obediently said, "Okay, next time I'll come empty-handed. That would be best." Yang Xiaolan remembered the three children standing at the door chatting for a long time without coming in and asked, "What were you three talking about?" Pei Nian mentioned Zhang Chunmei and Yang Xiaolan frowned. "That girl is a bit stubborn. She used to come and flatter me, but after I politely refused, she didn't come again. I thought she had given up, but it turned out she went straight to bother her son." Yang Xiaolan said, "But don't worry, just be careful. She probably wouldn't dare to do anything." However, Pei Nian and Gu Zheng didn't see it that way. Gu Zheng noticed that Yi Lin and Yang Xiaolan didn't take things seriously. He decided to talk directly to Yi Jun and said, "Uncle, it's best to prevent problems before they happen. Zhang Chunmei seems determined to get close to my cousin. People involved in politics tend to overthink this." Yi Jun remembered something. The current leader of the Revolutionary Committee made a mistake and was caught, so he was about to be removed from his position. At this moment, Zhang Chunmei approached Yi Lin. It was hard not to suspect she was acting on her father's orders. If the two families really joined forces, Zhang's father might use Yi family's help to become the director instead of just a deputy. Yi Jun narrowed his eyes behind his glasses and discussed how to handle the situation with Gu Zheng. Seeing his father and Gu Zheng's expressions, Yi Lin quietly said to Pei Nian, "Did you see your boyfriend's face? When he shows that look, he's planning something and someone is going to get into trouble. He's been like that since he was little." Pei Nian was very interested in Gu Zheng's childhood. She wondered how he spent his early years. She happily asked, "Can you give a few examples?" Yi Lin also became interested. As someone who had been a victim before, he felt he knew a lot about Gu Zheng's ways. Little Zheng has a bit of a mischievous streak when planning. Especially with small pranks, he makes people guess he's up to something, but there's no proof. When Yi Lin was a child, he once took a toy from Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng didn't say anything and let him have it. The next day, the toy was taken apart into pieces and found in Grandpa Gu's study. Also, an inkstone was missing from the room. Yi Jun thought Yi Lin did it and scolded him immediately. Yi Lin denied it. Seeing Gu Zheng smiling, he insisted Gu Zheng was responsible. After hearing this, Yi Jun wanted to punish him again. Everyone saw that the day before, Yi Lin had taken Gu Zheng's toy, and Gu Zheng didn't complain. It was impossible for Yi Lin to be the culprit. Only Grandpa Gu knew Gu Zheng's personality and avoided Yi Lin from getting another punishment. Pei Nian summarized, "It sounds like you got what you deserved. Gu Zheng just gave you a little lesson," Yi Lin emphasized, "but he was only 10 years old and handled everything perfectly without leaving any clues. Don't you find that scary?" "What's scary about it?" "I just think Gu Zheng is amazing. He was only 10 and could outsmart a 16-year-old like you," Pei Nian said. She knew Gu Zheng's mental age was more than 10, but she didn't want Yi Lin to speak badly of him. "Yi Lin, I almost forgot. She's a remarkable woman who always carries a brick with her, a perfect match for his scheming cousin." Gu Zheng had just finished talking with Yi Jun when he overheard his clueless older brother criticizing himself. Luckily, his partner didn't fall for it. But he couldn't just ignore it. He turned to Ye's father and suggested, "Uncle, I've thought about it. It's better for my cousin to get married soon. It would be easier that way, and we get two benefits. Yilin, his cousin is really petty." Just as Mrs. Yang Xiaolon was about to start urging marriage again, Yilin quickly stood up and changed the subject. "Oh, Aunt Lee seems to have prepared the meal. Let's go eat first." Since returning from the county, Pei Nian had been living a tough life. It all started one day when she went to the back mountain. Old Tang suddenly asked her, "What do you want to do in the future?" Pei Nian thought for a moment and honestly replied, "I don't want to do anything special. If I don't want to do it, I won't." Tang he immediately tapped her on the head. "Speak properly." Pei Nian held her head, thinking that was exactly what she meant. But seeing Tang Lao's disappointed look, she didn't dare to be careless anymore. Tan Xiao explained for Tang he, "Old Tang just wants to ask if you want to learn something from him and follow his path." Pei Nian was shocked. "Me? Just because I can't get full marks in math and physics? Do I qualify to learn military technology? Math and physics, if she couldn't do it, she couldn't do it." Pei Nian shook her head immediately. "I'm not good at it, and my goal is to earn some money and live a relaxed, easy life." Hearing about earning money, Professor Su immediately came over. "Then learn economics with me." His major was related to economics, and before he retired, he taught economics. Although he didn't know how to make money, he understood the theory and could see the trends. He could teach her some things. But she was caught off guard. There was a big expert in economics here. Pei Nian refused again. "Professor Su, I'm not good at math and can't go too deep." "It's okay. We're studying economics. As long as your math is enough, there's no high requirement." Pei Nian. After her rejection, she started studying various theories with Professor Su every day, analyzing economic situations from newspapers. She was busier than Zhou Jin, who was always working hard to earn money. Song Yan was also one of Professor Su's students. He wanted to go into business in the future. Gu Zheng didn't plan to go into business, but his future path was related to commerce, and he often listened in on related lessons. Professor Su suddenly had 3 students, and he prepared lessons energetically every day. Only Tang he felt annoyed when he saw the 3 of them. They were unambitious. Why didn't any of them learn to make weapons? Clearly, all 3 had some talent. Angrily, he assigned them several math homework tasks. To succeed in business, you need a good foundation in math. Study more and practice more. Professor Su happily passed by and fully supported this. That's right. Learning more math is never a bad thing. That day, after finishing a busy and fulfilling day of study, Pei Nian and Gu Zheng were walking down the mountain when they heard some noise ahead and immediately stopped. Pei Nian pulled Gu Zheng to hide. The small forest at the foot of the mountain was a place where accidents often happened. This was the second time they ran into a scene here. "Big brother Zhu, you haven't come to see me in a long time. My mother is making me help with manure at home, so I can't come out." So why are you out today?" "Today, she's busy watching Wang Yukai again. I slipped out." "Little Fun, look what good things I brought you." "Oh my, where did you find that wild chicken?" "Big brother Zhu, you're really talented." "Little Fun, stay with me for a while. I'll give you the wild chicken later." "Big brother Zhu." Pei Nian listened quietly for a while and realized someone was sneaking into the small forest. She was about to say something to Gu Zheng when she heard rustling sounds ahead. She didn't catch what was said and quickly changed her position. Pei Nian blinked and found herself inside Gu Zheng's space. She deliberately asked, "Why did we suddenly change places?" Gu Zheng was initially angry that someone was so careless, almost dirtying the little girl's eyes. But seeing Pei Nian with a curious expression, he relaxed a bit and gently patted her head. "I know you love hearing gossip, but it's better not to listen to such things." Dirty ears. All right, Pei Nian didn't really want to listen. She was fine hearing secondhand stories about romantic affairs, but live scenes were too much, too shocking for the eyes and ears. However, the names of those 2 people sounded familiar. She thought she had heard them somewhere before, probably villagers. The next day, Pei Nian realized where she had heard those names. The man was called Li Dezhu, who was Li Jinbao's biological father, and the woman was Lu Fun, a widow from the village. Yesterday, She and Gu Zheng spent a long time exploring the space before leaving. When they went out, no one was outside. She thought those two had finished their business and gone back, but it turned out they were caught in the act. The person who caught them was Li Jinbao. It turns out Wang Yukai was still not satisfied after losing money and kept wandering around the small woods now and then. Most villagers searched the area once and gave up, thinking the money had definitely been picked up by someone. Only a few young people who had been tricked by Wang Yukai kept searching, still suspicious and unsure if the money was gone. Unexpectedly, they didn't find the money but instead caught Li Dazhu and Lu Fun, a couple of lovers. Li Jinbao immediately caused a fuss. A few young people who had gathered took the two to the village head's house. During the new year, the village head didn't want to deal with these petty troubles. Since Feng Xini wasn't around, he decided to lock the two in the cattle shed for the night. Outside the shed, Pei Nian stood next to Aunt Honging, listening as she explained what happened last night, standing on tiptoe to watch the scene. Usually, village matters like this wouldn't be reported to the youth training center, so Pei Nian only found out now. Inside the shed, Feng Xini was fighting with Lu Fun, cursing loudly. "You shameless old woman, coming to bother others in the middle of winter, daring to seduce my man." Feng Xini had gone to watch Wang Yukai last night. She still suspected the money was hidden somewhere, so she only learned about Li Dazhu's theft this morning. Lu Fun didn't back down at all, fighting back and shouting, "Do I need to seduce him? It's your man's belt that's loose. He's the one who came on to me." Lu Fun was locked up all night. She didn't fight Feng Xini directly, but responded a few times before shrinking back. After Feng Xini hit her a few more times, she felt it was enough. She looked at Li Dazhu, who was cowering nearby, and reached out to scratch him. "Feng Xini, Li Dazhu, you ungrateful person. I bore you, raised you, and took care of the family. You don't help out, and now you're giving that wild chicken to outsiders." But she was more concerned about that wild chicken. Feng Xini searched the shed, but couldn't find it. She grabbed Li Dazhu's ear and asked, "Where's the wild chicken?" Li Dazhu, looking helpless, replied, "It was taken home by Jinbao." Hearing that Jinbao took the wild chicken home, Feng Xini was a bit satisfied. Then she scolded Li Dazhu. "You good-for-nothing, unable to control that little bit of meat. Just give it up." Everyone was watching eagerly. One man couldn't help but say, "Li Dazhu is really unlucky. He's even being bullied by his own mother." A woman snapped at him. "What? You did something wrong, and now you want to act like the boss at home." The man sheepishly rubbed his nose and didn't dare to speak again. Some people were more interested in gossip. "These two are working outside in the middle of winter. That's really careless. Aren't they afraid of catching a cold? Li Dazhu is the one to blame." Pei Nian was amazed. The villagers spoke very plainly, mentioning things like yellow and hang without considering outsiders. The old, educated youth was different. Having been sent to the countryside for years, he had seen a lot. The new young educated youths, however, were a bit shocked by all this. And after such incidents, people's attention wasn't really on Li Dazhu's affair. It seemed like everyone was used to it. The team leader looked at the messy scene and didn't bother to settle the dispute. He simply said, "All right, Li Dazhu and Lu Fun will go compost manure until spring." The village usually handled such matters internally. Except for the first couple of chaotic years, they rarely involved the commune. Pei Nian suspected that the punishment of composting manure was the only penalty used by the team. After hearing the gossip, Gu Zheng quickly pulled her away. Even in this era, some things still made him uncomfortable. For example, openly speaking such crude words in public made him feel uneasy and annoyed. He thought it could easily influence others badly. After making friends with the village women and sharing gossip, Pei Nian's days flew by. Besides going to the mountain to study on time, she spent her free time wandering around the village listening to gossip. Soon, the ice on the lake melted, and spring planting was about to begin. When Pei Nian went to the animal shed to get a sickle and a basket, she ran into Zhou Jin. She also had a sickle and basket in her hands, which surprised her. "Zhou Jin, you've switched to the pig grass gathering job." Zhou Jin nodded. "Gathering pig grass is easier. Spring plowing is too tiring." She no longer lacked money. She didn't care much about work points in the fields. If she didn't have enough food, she could buy it directly. Plus, gathering pig grass had flexible hours, giving her more chances to trade on the black market. Since they were both going to gather pig grass, Zhou Jin waited outside for Pei Nian to get her tools, and then they went up the mountain together. With Zhou Jin there, Pei Nian couldn't use her space magic, so she had to work hard and cut the grass herself. Fortunately, spring has arrived and there are more types of pig feed, making it easier to gather. Before long, their baskets were full. As they were about to return and complete their task, they met a few women carrying baskets up the mountain. Pei Nian looked up and recognized one of them as Aunt Honging. She heard they were here to pick wild vegetables. She exchanged glances with Zhou Jin and stepped forward to talk. Pei Nian took out 2 hard candies from her cloth bag and offered them to Aunt Honging. Aunt Honging, have a candy to sweeten your mouth. Aunt Honging chewed the candy and signaled Pei Nian to speak directly.
Just say it.
Do you want me to help you gather pig feed? Of course not. Pei Nian pointed to her basket. I've already gathered the pig feed. I just want you to teach me how to recognize wild vegetables and tell me how to eat them. That's easy, said a big ant pushing past Aunt Honging. Pei Jiqing, I'll teach you. She then looked at Pei Nian's bag. Aunt Honging spat and pulled Pei Nian aside. Ignore her. I'll teach you now. The big ant looked disappointed when she saw Pei Nian didn't have any candies and muttered, city folks just don't know. They don't even recognize wild vegetables. Hearing this, Pei Nian reached into her bag again and gave each of the other ants a candy. When it was her turn, the ant looked at her expectantly. Pei Nian then took out a brick. Big ant, I just ran out of candies. All I have left is a brick. Do you want it? Zhou Jin also smiled. Big ant, do you want a brick? Hearing this, Pei Nian's mouth twitched, almost laughing. The heroine was amusing herself again. The other ants burst into laughter and asked the big ant, My Z, Pei Jiqing is asking you. My Z, the big ant blushed and forced out a hum, then turned to another patch of wild vegetables. Pei Nian and Zhou Jin followed the women to identify and dig wild vegetables. When they parted ways, each ant gave them a vegetable, and they returned home full. Seeing the fresh, tender vegetables, both of them felt very happy. In later generations, such a large amount of fresh wild vegetables would be worth dozens of yuan. Passing by a spring plowing field, they saw people working by hand and tractors working together. Pei Nian looked for Gu Zheng's location for a while and told Zhou Jin to go ahead while she went to find Gu Zheng. When Gu Zheng saw her suddenly stand up, he came over and set down her basket. Why are you here? Do you need something? During spring plowing, the work was a bit heavy, but with the tractor's help, it wasn't too tiring. Pei Nian pointed to 2 bundles of wild vegetables above the pig grass, secretly glanced around, and whispered, There are shepherd's purse and tender shoots. I want to eat wontons at noon, but I don't know how to roll the wrappers. She always thought that rolling wonton wrappers was hard. It was easier in later generations because she could buy them directly. Also, machine-cut wonton wrappers are uniform in thickness and size, which doesn't affect the taste. But handmade wonton wrappers are different. Pei Nian tried, and she easily ended up making dumpling skins instead. After she finished speaking, she looked at Gu Zheng with bright eyes and coquettishly said, Although dumplings are also very tasty, I prefer the shepherd's purse wontons you make. Can I have some? Gu Zheng's cooking skills, apart from controlling the heat and seasoning, already surpassed hers in knife skills and craftsmanship. Pei Nian's usual requests to Gu Zheng were hard to refuse, and hearing her act cute made it even more unlikely he would say no. Not just wontons, if she wanted a full banquet, he would find a way to make it happen. Gu Zheng looked around, but unfortunately, they were in the field. He couldn't hug his partner, so he gently said, Okay, I will finish my work early and leave early. Pei Jiqing, I'll do it. I'm the best at rolling wonton wrappers. Shannon looked at the 2 bundles of wild vegetables with green eyes. God knows he had eaten nothing but cabbage and radishes all winter. Aside from a little green vegetable Gu Zheng occasionally brought back, he hadn't eaten anything green. Pei Nian and Gu Zheng could cook small meals for themselves, but they couldn't give Shen and seasonal vegetables every day. Having fresh vegetables every few days was already a luxury. As for growing vegetables inside the house, like in the stories, that was impossible. The house was too small, and everyone couldn't burn the stove all day long. Plus, without fertilizer, the plants wouldn't grow well. Gu Zheng's eyes darkened with annoyance. He really wanted to kick this clueless childhood friend. Why was he everywhere? If Shunan wanted to eat his favorite, he would take him to the mountain tomorrow to dig wild vegetables. Pei Nian looked at Shunan, who didn't seem to notice Gu Zheng's cold glare, and smiled brightly. Sure, I'll prepare the vegetables in advance. When you come back from work. Gu Zheng could only sigh helplessly. Pei Nian comforted him. You can also make another dish, like cold tender shoots or stir-fried tender shoots with eggs. Gu Zheng quickly covered Shunan's mouth and coldly emphasized, I will do that. Shunan finally seemed to realize something. After being released, he awkwardly said, That's good. Gu Zheng is best at making cold dishes with tender shoots. Pei Nian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lunch was a bit difficult at first, but overall everyone ate happily. The first batch of wild vegetables in spring was especially fresh and tasty. After Gu Zheng praised Pei Nian for her cold dish, he temporarily stopped arguing with Shunan. The next day, when they went to gather pig feed, Pei Nian and Zhou Jin didn't need to discuss. After finishing, they instinctively started digging for wild vegetables, finding even more than the day before. Pei Nian looked at her basket, which was almost full, and said, We're lucky today. Zhou Jin thought for a moment and said, Maybe this land hasn't been visited by many people. That makes sense. But Pei Nian thought it was Zhou Jin's doing. With the heroine's good luck, she naturally found more. Pei Nian thought this, and coincidentally, Zhou Jin was thinking the same. She suspected that Pei Nian was a native girl from a historical novel. First, Pei Nian was beautiful and wealthy. After going to the countryside as a youth, her life was very relaxed. Then she met a wealthy, handsome young man from a big family, and they started dating. By 1977, when the college entrance exam was restored, they both went back to the city through the exam, just like the main characters in a historical romance story. She looked at Pei Nian and slowly concluded, I think you're lucky, and you brought me good luck too. Pei Nian. Why does Zhou Jin keep using her words? But she pointed at herself and asked, Do you really think I'm lucky? Zhou Jin nodded seriously. Yes. The more she thought about it, the more she felt Pei Nian was the heroine. She didn't seem like her. Although she had some special advantages, she still had to work hard to earn money. At first, she was tricked many times when starting her business. Even though she disguised herself, Pei Nian recognized her at a glance. That was because Pei Nian was clever. Otherwise, she might be working on a farm now. What Zhou Jin didn't know was that on her first day in the black market, Gu Zheng had already recognized her. Otherwise, she would have doubted everything even more. Pei Nian didn't know what Zhou Jin was thinking. When she heard her praise her luck, she immediately took her hand and said, Next time we play cards or draw lots, praise me like that again. She wanted the heroine to give her a bit of extra luck, to erase the shame of not getting a front row spot in the draw. Zhou Jin. Is there really someone who doesn't like winning by skill? She replied, Okay. I can praise you from every angle, all the way to the sky. Praising the heroine might even make her luck better. Both of them were thinking about sharing each other's luck, and their eyes met with sparks. When Gu Zheng, Shunan, and Jiangsu arrived, they saw this strange scene. Shunan scratched his head, confused. What are Zhou Jiqing and Pei Jiqing doing? Passing on good luck. Next time we play cards, I can win just by luck. Pei Nian looked back at the three of them. Are you admitting that you didn't rely on luck last time you played cards? You don't understand. Luck is always changing. I'm doing this to have better luck next time. Zhou Jin also shook his head at Shunan, even feeling a bit sympathetic. Yes, it's because you don't understand. This is luck blessed by the heroine. Gu Zheng quietly stepped forward, standing between the two, and asked, Is the pigweed ready? Pei Nian replied, It's over there. But why are you all here? Shunan loves eating wild vegetables, right? Since he's free from farm work lately, let him dig for himself. Gu Zheng took Pei Nian's iron hoe and handed it to Shunan. Zheng Ge really remembers grudges. Did he just block his chance to show off his cooking skills once? Seeing the sweet couple already paired up, He wondered if he was really that unlucky. In the following days, they followed the routine, gathering pigweed, finding wild vegetables. Pei Nian had been gathering pigweed for a few days and was starting to feel tired. She only gathered pigweed to slack off. Now that she's working hard herself, how can she slack off? Recently, she lost interest in wild vegetables too. They had already stored seeds in the space. Pei Nian discussed with Zhou Jin. Why don't we split the work? Gathering pigweed isn't hard. One morning, one afternoon, enough for both of us each time. After working each day, they would secretly split up. This way, the villagers would think they worked every day, and it wouldn't be easy to gossip. But in reality, they would rest for half a day. Actually, there's an even simpler way. Both Pei Nian and Zhou Jin have space. They could gather enough for a whole day in the morning and store half in the space. But now, the problem is, after working together to gather pigweed, they can't act alone or use the space, for fear of being discovered. Zhou Jin immediately nodded. Good. No wonder she was excited. She chose to gather pigweed to have more free time to go to the black market and make money. One day, Zhou Jinhua finished her work in the morning and went to the black market in the commune in the afternoon. When she returned, a group of elderly men and women at the village entrance looked at her as if watching a Western movie, whispering and staring. Zhou Jinhua suddenly realized that in this era, being too idle was often seen as avoiding work. It was okay for the village troublemakers, but educated youth sent to the countryside could be lazy, not inactive. She didn't care about gossip, but she didn't want everyone to watch her every move. So she focused on diligently cutting pig grass, which kept her busy. When she heard Pei Nian's suggestion, she was tempted. Can I choose the afternoon? If she chose the afternoon, she only needed to pretend to work in the morning and appear again before leaving her the whole morning to earn money. Yes, Pei Nian agreed, which suited her perfectly. In the afternoon, she planned to secretly visit Professor Su and Old Tang to learn from them and help with some light tasks. She wasn't worried about running into anyone. The work sites for the sent-down youth and the villagers were separate. The elderly's work was assisted by He Weicheng and Song Yan. The scorekeeper only checked the results at the end of the day, not the people, so as long as she paid attention, she was fine. Soon it was May and spring planting was about to begin. That noon, after finishing cutting pig grass and returning to the youth station, Pei Nian unexpectedly saw the squad leader in the front yard. Wang Fugan strolled around the youth station, exchanged a few words with the people there, then left with a dark face. Today, it wasn't Pei Nian cooking, and she wasn't in a hurry to go back. She asked Zhang Aihua, "Why did the squad leader come?" Zhang Aihua also looked upset. The squad leader said 4 new educated youth will arrive soon, and we need to free up beds and not occupy space with belongings. For more youth meant there would be 16 in total. If Pei Nian and the others didn't move out, there wouldn't be enough space. No matter how unhappy the youth station residents and the squad leader were, the new arrivals still came on schedule before spring planting. They arrived by ox cart, as the tractor was busy at the moment. The ox cart was used to transport the new youth's luggage. The squad leader led the newcomers to the youth station, briefly told Zhao Xinghua, then left. A few new youth looked at each other in surprise. Zhao Xinghua went through the usual introductions, explained the situation at the youth station, and then asked Zhang Aihua to lead the young women inside. Since not everyone had arrived yet, there was no formal introduction. Aihua Zhang was tired after a whole morning and didn't have much energy. She weakly led the young educated girls into the house. You can choose your own spots. No one wants beds without cabinets. Are we really going to live in this broken-down place? One girl said. As Pei Nian entered, she heard this and understood. These new young educated girls didn't seem easy to get along with, but it didn't matter to her. Whether you want to stay or not, don't block the way. Woman pushed aside the girl. When Pei Nian and Zhou Jin arrived, they didn't pretend to be polite. Why was she acting so proud? Zhao Xinghua looked around and decided to gather everyone. These 4 are the new young educated girls. Let's all get to know each other. The new girls were 2 women and 2 men. One girl was Tian Chuanqing, the one who just mentioned the place. The other was Ma Yuanyuan, who spoke softly and looked pretty. The two men were Hao Yuanchao and Dong Aimin. Hao Yuanchao had lively eyes, while Dong Aimin was honest and quiet. After introductions, everyone dispersed. It was time for lunch, and no one wanted to chat on an empty stomach. Watching them walk to the backyard, Ma Yuanyuan asked Zhang Aihua, "Are they living in the backyard?" "Yes. Can we also live in the backyard?" Just then Li Xiao, passing by, overheard and looked at them. It was hard to tell, but these new young educated girls seemed quite well off. "Sure." She squeezed past Zhang Aihua and explained, "There's a large empty space in the backyard. You can ask the team leader to build houses." The girls were happy to hear they could live there, but when they learned they had to pay themselves, their faces fell. "Isn't it nice to spend some money on good food?" Tian Chuanxing muttered unhappily. "They built their own houses? That means they're pretty rich." She looked at Hao Yuanchao. "Brother Yuanchao, should we also move out and live on our own?" "Chuanxing, moving out is too troublesome. We came to the countryside to help build it, not to be apart from everyone," Hao Yuanchao said kindly, but there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. If it weren't for being abandoned by her family and forced to go to the countryside, he wouldn't want to be stuck with such a girl. She wasn't pretty and was just the daughter of a logistics team leader. Chuanxing pouted unhappily. "Brother Yuanchao, when will Uncle Hao transfer you back to the city?" In her mind, she cursed silently. If it weren't for wanting to go back to the city, who would want to stay with someone like her? The words, "return to the city," immediately caught the attention of the educated youth, like a switch being turned on. Seeing everyone look at her, Tian Chuanxing straightened her chest and said, "Brother Hao's father is the director of our provincial textile factory. Soon we will be returning to the city." Of course, Hao Yuanchao was joking when he said this, but he didn't argue. He even seemed to feel a bit superior in front of everyone, since his father really was the director. "Then why did Comrade Hao go to the countryside?" Ma Yuanyuan asked curiously. Tian Chuanxing hesitated for a moment and looked at Hao Yuanchao. Hao Yuanchao also paused before replying, "For training." Ma Yuanyuan didn't ask further. She looked at Hao Yuanchao again, then at the few houses in the backyard, and fell silent with her head bowed. Li Xiao snorted when she heard this. That kind of talk is only for fools. If the family really cared, they wouldn't be without money. With money, who would tolerate living in a big shared bed? Seeing that these new educated youths wouldn't give her any benefit, Li Xiao lost interest and was about to leave, patting her backside. "Li, the educated youth, aren't you going to show us the way? The team leader just asked us to find him at the team office." Hao Yuanchao called out to stop her. "2 cents, and I'll take you to the team office," Li Xiao replied. "Charging for showing the way? Isn't that your responsibility as an old, educated youth? Where's the person in charge of the youth station?" Tian Chuanxing shouted sharply. Zhao Xinghua pretended not to hear. "The person in charge of the youth station? He's just a figurehead." Li Xiao rolled her eyes at Tian Chuanxing. "Old, educated youth aren't your parents. What responsibility do they have? You don't need to show the way. Aren't you the one with the big mouth? Go ask yourself." Anyway, they all came this way. The educated youths from Chu Lu Brigade were quite unusual. No major conflicts or scheming, but their relationships were really cold. Since a certain year, there's been no tradition of helping each other among new and old educated youths. The welcoming banquet last year, when Pei Nian and others arrived, was just a hurried gathering. Hao Yuanchao looked at the indifferent old educated youths and the new ones, realizing that this youth station was truly cold. He took out 2 cents from his pocket and said, "Li, the educated youth, please help us with the way." "Sure." Li Xiao took the money, immediately smiling. After a year, she had earned this money again. I don't know if Professor Su noticed that she has a lot of free time, but he doubled her daily study tasks. She relied on space to cut pig grass, and her half-free time was completely gone. Every day, she was busy studying and analyzing the post-World War II economic situations of different countries. It wasn't until she noticed the new educated youths that she realized there was a conflict between Ma Yuanyuan and Zhou Jin. Pei Nian had been away from the crowd for a long time. When she saw the lively scene in the yard, she couldn't help but step forward. "What's going on?" Pei Nian patted Gaowan. She had just finished her homework on the mountain and only caught half of the game, so she didn't get to eat the full melon. Gaowan's expression was subtle. Two new female educated youths want to stay in the backyard, but they don't want to build their own houses. They said they're willing to share with Zhou Jin, but Zhou Jin doesn't want to, so they started causing trouble. The way she described it made Pei Nian's heart jump. She asked, willing to share with Zhou Jin? Is that exactly what they said? Gaoan nodded. She also thought these two young women were brave. They had come to the countryside and still didn't see the reality. Who is more noble than whom? In the middle of the crowd, Ma Yuan stood beside Tian Chunxing, softly trying to mediate. Zhiqing Zhou, we're all educated youths. You live alone in a spacious place, so we should help each other. Where did the little green tea come from? Zhou Jin glanced at her. Help each other, huh? I've been short of money lately. Can you lend me 20 yuan? Ma Yuan choked. At this moment, Tian Chunxing raised her chin and said, we promised to pay your rent, right? Why are you being so stingy? Zhou Jin almost laughed in anger. Not to mention she didn't agree, but wanting to live in her luxurious small yard for just 2 cents a month, she might as well give it to a beggar. Ma Yuan spoke politely. Zhiqing Zhou probably thinks the money is too little. Isn't there another young woman in the backyard? We should ask her. Pei Nian was just watching the show when she was suddenly pulled into the scene. When the two looked her way, she decisively shook her head. I don't want to. Ma Yuan looked like she was about to cry. Pei Zhiqing, Tian Zhiqing, and I really aren't used to living with others. Can't you just agree? Pei Nian was confused. Huh? Are you calling me unreasonable? Living with her would make it easier to get used to? Perhaps because Pei Nian was smiling kindly and was easier to talk to, Tian Chunxing softened her tone. You have several rooms in your yard, right? Just give us 2 rooms. So, they just wanted to stay in the outhouse and kitchen. Pei Nian respected the two people's special habits and suggested, we don't need to move out. The front yard has a toilet and a kitchen. You can just move there yourselves. Everyone present laughed. Tian Chunxing didn't understand and asked, what do you mean? Gaoan kindly explained, each small yard in the back has only 1 bedroom. The smaller rooms are for the toilet and bathroom. Tian Chunxing was speechless. At this moment, Ma Yuan asked again, can 2 people share a room? It's better than 4 or 5 people sleeping on 1 bed. Pei Nian firmly refused. No, we only have single beds. There's no space for more. Ma Yuan looked disappointed and pulled Tian Chunxing's arm. Chunxing, since Pei Zhiqing and Zhou Zhihong don't want to, let's forget it. We can't afford to build our own house. After being rejected again and feeling a bit jealous, Ma Yuan subtly provoked her. Tian Chunxing was so angry she said whatever came to mind. Zhihong and Zhihong are one. We just want to share a place. If you refuse, living separately in the backyard is causing division. Pei Nian originally saw them as a joke. Hearing this, her eyes turned cold. She thought, how dare they say anything? Pei Nian quickly stepped forward and slapped her. With a crisp sound, Tian Chunxing was knocked to the ground. Caught off guard, Tian Chunxing was stunned. After reacting, she was furious and yelled, you dare hit me. Shut up if you can't speak properly. Pei Nian slapped her again, evenly on both sides. Everyone else was stunned, including the old, educated youth. Pei Zhihong really did act immediately. Tian Chunxing was about to go crazy. She struggled to get up but was held tightly by Pei Nian. She could only shout, let me go. Or I'll tell the team leader that you old educated youths are bullying us new ones. This turned into a conflict between 2 groups. Pei Nian looked at this fool and thought, it's not even worth hitting her. She stood up and let go of her. Tian Chunxing thought Pei Nian was afraid and was about to continue making demands, but she was interrupted. Pei Nian looked at her calmly, but with a sharp edge. We got approval from the team to build the house. I can't wear the label of causing division. If you say one more word, we'll go to the team to clarify who is spreading rumors. Ma Yuan quickly helped Tian Chunxing up and looked at Pei Nian with disapproval. Pei Zhiqing, Chunxing said the wrong thing, but she didn't mean any harm. How can you hit someone? Pei Nian didn't want to argue and asked, what? Do you also want to stay in my yard? Ma Yuan hesitated but didn't answer. Pei Nian then looked at the 2 new young workers. You 2 wouldn't also want to stay in the back house, right? How Yuan Xiao didn't speak and Dong immediately denied. I don't. Pei Nian sneered and asked Zhou Jin, how much does Tian Jiqing plan to pay for renting a house from you? 2 mao a month. Haha. Pei Nian burst out laughing. Tian Jiqing, you're really generous. Even old landlords wouldn't exploit the people like this. Spending just 2 or 3 yuan a year to live so well, why bother building a house? She might as well rent a place from a local family. Hearing this, Ma Yuanyuan and Hao Yuanchao finally spoke up, denying, we didn't want to stay. The boomerang hit her head again and was discarded by others. Tian Chuanqing realized how dangerous careless words could be. I'm still discussing with Zhou Jiqing. We haven't agreed on the price yet, Zhou Jin said, but I said I don't agree. Pei Nian continued, so you're planning to rent and stay forcibly? Tian Chuanqing hesitated and replied, I didn't. Pei Nian didn't want to waste time on the new worker's cautious thoughts. She quickly said, everyone heard what Tian Jiqing just said. I don't want to hear similar words again, especially outside the workers' camp. Anyone who dares to slander or spread rumors about me causing division. She paused, took out a brick from her cloth bag, and was about to demonstrate breaking it with her bare hands when someone stopped her. Tonight's dinner was prepared by Gu Zheng. He hadn't paid attention to the chaos outside. When he saw Pei Nian hadn't returned for a long time and then noticed the young girl was involved, he came out. But it was almost over and he didn't need to join. Seeing Pei Nian take out the brick, he understood what she was about to do and quickly stopped her. Let me do it. Gu Zheng followed her intention and split the brick in half himself. As the brick shattered, fragments and dust flew into the air and scattered among the people. The workers' camp fell silent. Pei Nian calmly took out a handkerchief for Gu Zheng and warned the 4 new workers, anyone who spreads rumors or slanders me, this brick will be your consequence. The old educated youths all knew about Pei Nian's strength and knew she carried a brick for protection, so they weren't surprised by this scene. The new educated youths, however, were all frightened. They didn't expect that this seemingly beautiful and delicate girl would be so fierce. The 4 of them stood there like chickens being strangled, barely breathing. Pei Nian was pleased with the effect she had caused. Unfortunately, her brick was broken, so she needed to find another one. She looked at Gu Zheng and said, let's go back and eat. I'm hungry. After seeing Pei Nian and Gu Zheng leave, the new educated youths took a deep breath and decided that in the future, no matter what plans they made, they would avoid involving Pei Nian. When the spring planting work started, the entire Chu Lu brigade was busy and running around. Pei Nian was originally happy to relax. She would carry her basket to work each day, take a walk, and finish Professor Su's and Old Tang's homework along the way. But unexpectedly, Zhou Jin stopped going to the black market and started working with her every day. Pei Nian found it strange and asked, why are you so free these days? Pei Nian knew she was involved in the black market. Zhou Jin explained softly, when I returned a few days ago, I almost ran into the brigade leader. Now it's busy farming, and if people see me going to the commune, it wouldn't look good. I plan to rest for a couple of days. After saying that, she patted Pei Nian's shoulder and said, it's perfect because I can go pigweed gathering with you and chat. Pretty thoughtful, right? Pei Nian wanted to say thank you and that she didn't need help, but she couldn't refuse. That noon, just before work ended, the sun was already hot. Pei Nian and Zhou Jin's baskets were full, and they started walking back from the hillside. As they passed the pile of last year's corn stalks, they saw someone standing ahead, stretching their neck to look this way. It was Hao Yuanchao. He was wearing a white shirt today, with his hair combed neatly as if wet, but for someone of average looks, that hairstyle was just quite awkward. Hao Yuanchao also saw them, his eyes brightening. He straightened his collar and approached purposefully, stopping Zhou Jin. Zhou, educated youth, work's done. Hao Yuanchao smiled. Your basket looks heavy. Zhou, educated youth, let me help carry it. I just finished my work and have strength. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Zhou Jin's basket. Zhou Jin didn't stop walking. She just sidestepped his hand and said coldly, no need. I can carry it myself. His father, that man, hasn't he heard that she and Jiangsu are dating? Why is he still coming to flatter her? Hao Yuanchao's hand was hanging in the air, feeling a bit awkward, but he was thick-skinned and quickly smiled again. He instinctively glanced at Pei Nian, trying to ease the awkwardness. Pei Jiqing is here too. Was the pig grass planting going smoothly today? When speaking to Pei Nian, Hao Yuanchao was noticeably more polite and cautious, not daring to look around freely. He still remembered the 2 slaps Tian Chuanxiang received. Pei Jiqing was tough and capable of fighting, so he couldn't afford to offend her. Pei Nian grinned, showing a few white teeth, and said casually, "Oh, I thought Hao Jiqing couldn't see me. How could that be?" Hao Yuanchao cleared his throat and quickly shifted his attention back to Zhou Jin. He didn't dare to talk much with Pei Nian. Comrade Zhou Jin, I haven't introduced myself properly. My name is Hao Yuanchao from the provincial capital." Hao Yuanchao puffed out his chest, sounding a bit proud. "My dad is the director of the 3rd textile factory in Dong province. I came to the countryside mainly to train myself, but it's only been a year or 2. I'll eventually go back to the city." After saying this, he paused and looked at Zhou Jin, waiting for her reaction. On the train, when Hao Yuanchao mentioned being the son of the factory director and soon returning to the city, Tian Chuanxiang, who looked down on everyone, started paying attention to him and even tried to flatter him. Zhou Jin did glance at him seriously, then nodded and replied, "Oh." Hao Yuanchao was stunned. And then, "Oh." He had a lot of things prepared to say. He couldn't help but glance at Pei Nian again. Pei Nian was looking down, kicking a small dirt clod on the ground with his toe, as if that dirt clod was more interesting than his words. He emphasized, "Even if I find a partner in the countryside, I can still bring her back to the city. Do you understand? You can bring your partner back to the city." Zhou Jin's expression was calm and steady. "Then I wish Hao Jiqing to find a partner soon and bring her back to the city." Pei Nian also smiled happily. "Yes, I hope Hao Jiqing gets married and returns to the city soon." Hao Yuanchao's mind. "No way. Are these 2 young women crazy? The son of the factory director has a chance to go back to the city. Shouldn't any normal person be rushing to flatter him at this point?" His little sense of superiority was suddenly deflated, like a balloon pricked by a needle. Zhou Jin looked at Hao Yuanchao's unbelievable expression, feeling a bit impatient and amused. She turned to Pei Nian and said, "Let's go. After finishing the work, we still need to go back and cook." "Okay." Pei Nian responded cooperatively. The 2 of them naturally walked side by side, leaving Hao Yuanchao behind. After walking far away, Zhou Jin pouted and said to Pei Nian, "The factory director of the textile mill, TCH, does he think that because his dad is the director, he can also act important?" Pei Nian laughed out loud. "He's confident. Still planning to go back to the city." In the original story, Hao Yuanchao also set his sights on Zhou Jin, similar to Sun Weigua, both wanting Zhou Jin to support them. But Hao Yuanchao made his status and conditions clear, clearly trying to take advantage of her. Pei Nian lowered her voice with a smile. Well, no choice. Zhou Jiqing is just too charming. Go away." Zhou Jin also laughed, then frowned again. "But that guy is so greasy, so disgusting." They chatted and laughed as they returned to the Jiqing camp, not taking Hao Yuanchao seriously at all. Hao Yuanchao stood in place, watching the 2 girls' distant figures walk away. He wiped his face with his hand before heading back. He didn't notice a figure slipping behind the haystack nearby. In the afternoon, when working, Pei Nian and Zhou Jin saw Tian Chuanxing standing in the middle of the road. Pei Nian nudged Zhou Jin with her elbow, lowering her voice with a teasing smile. "Someone's come to look for you." Tian Chuanxing saw them, puffed out her chest, clenched her fists, and walked straight up to block Zhou Jin. "Zhou Jin," Tian Chuanxing said firmly, with a hint of anger, "I warn you, brother Hao and I are not just friends. Don't mess around in front of him or have bad ideas." Hearing the words, "Brother Hao," Pei Nian hissed, feeling goosebumps rise. Zhou Jin also felt sick and angry. "Tian Jiqing, are you out of your mind? I haven't even spoken much with Hao Yuanchao. What bad ideas could I have about him?" She wasn't blind. Without Jiangsu, she wouldn't look at someone like Hao Yuanchao. Tian Chuanxing was persistent. "I saw brother Hao talking to you and trying to help you with work." Pei Nian looked at Tian Chuanxing's stubborn expression and felt speechless. "Didn't you see Zhou Jin refuse?" "Exactly." Zhou Jin stared intently at Tian Chuanxing until she felt uncomfortable, then said, "And I already have a partner. Everyone in the team knows. You can keep your brother Hao for yourself. No one is fighting you for him." After saying that, She quickly pulled Pei Nian away, worried she might be disgusted again by the words, "Brother Hao."